Space. I didn't expect Dad to be able to make such a powerful suggestion, so that Shenlong can transcend time and space. And on the side of the main time and space, Yu also understood from the gossip of the crowd how he was transferred, and after hearing this, Yu couldn't help but sympathize with the divine dragon here. Wukong came up and scratched his head and asked, "You are the god of super science?" "Right." Yu nodded and said, "That's right. I was brought here just by luck. I'm really sorry to bring you here suddenly. Can you show us the Super Saiyan God?" Yu shook his head calmly. "I said that you don't have to apologize, and I don't mind, and I originally planned to try it by transforming into a Super Saiyan God." So Yu closed his eyes, felt the power of the gods flowing in his body, and then concentrated the power on his back and burst out. At the moment of transformation, the originally clear sky was shrouded in golden auspicious clouds, and the auspicious clouds actually produced alternating changes of the 4 seasons for a while, and then the original silver-white aura on Yu's body began to burn and gradually turned red, and finally the red aura rushed into the sky, and the original silver hair completely turned red. Of course, not only did the hair turn red, but the eyebrows also turned red, and the whole person became more petite. "Is this the god of super science? I can't feel the breath at all," Wukong exclaimed. Although he couldn't feel the breath, Wukong knew that Yu in this form was very powerful. Beerus, who was originally drinking a cold drink, drank all the soda in the cup and put it on the table, then stood up and looked at Yu, who had transformed into the god of super science, with great interest. Yes, this transformation is indeed much more powerful than their Super Saiyan transformation. Lord Beerus praised it falsely, but don't say it's so deadly. The so-called Super Saiyan God is just an increase in strength. Maybe one day there will be Saions who can surpass me now only by relying on Super Saiyan transformation. You're quite modest, then let me see if Kai Yin's disciple is qualified. Come on. Yu smiled bitterly. She was not modest, but Broly in this time and space was still surviving with his father in the wilderness, but Yu didn't plan to say it directly, because she didn't know what the consequences would be. "Then please advise, Lord Beerus." Yu said that he smashed a punch wrapped in God's breath at Beerus, and Beerus also stretched out a hand to take Yu's punch, and the result of this punch was better than Wukong and all of them combined. Not bad strength, worthy of the Super Saiyan God I dreamed of. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus. After saying that, Yu kicked up again. Beerus also defended with his knee, and then Beerus punched Yu's face, and Yu also caught Beerus's fist with his other hand. Then a powerful burst of divine breath erupted from the two of them, causing the entire earth to tremble. It's such a powerful force, and it feels like it's too much to withstand just a simple temptation to attack Earth. Vic put his hand in front of his forehead, his arms in front of him, tried to stand firm, and said with a solemn face. And Yu naturally sensed the shaking of the earth, and said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, why don't we go to the universe to fight? Anyway, as a god, I can also move in a vacuum. Okay, I can let go of my hands and feet when I go to space." So the two flew directly into space, and when they saw the two of them flying into space, Bulma immediately took out a capsule and conjured a spaceship. "Everyone, get on the ship, let's go to space to watch the battle." So everyone got on the ship without saying a word, and Vegeta was also extremely reluctant to get on the ship. After all, he couldn't feel the power of God on Earth. He could only go to space to watch the battle with his own eyes. Chapter 48. In the infinite expanse of the universe, two powerful forces are constantly colliding, but the aftermath of each collision will cause the planets along the way to turn into powder. Yes, I didn't expect you to be quite proficient in mastering this power." Beerus's fist couldn't help but praise after colliding with Yu's fist. "That is, I have broken through cultivation step by step to this step, and I will naturally be able to master it proficiently." Saying that, Silyu kicked Beerus in the chin, but Beerus just raised his head to avoid Silyu's kick, and directly turned around and kicked Silyu in the abdomen. Silyu hurriedly leaned down and crossed his arms to block Beerus's kick, and Silyu only felt that his arms were shaken and hurt. However, Beerus took the opportunity to kick Silyu away with his other leg, and watching Silyu fly out, Beerus wondered. "By the way, did that little girl from the king god of the time realm teach you the skills of the gods?" "No, Lord of the king of the time realm, she asked me to cultivate the power of the gods first." Beerus put his index finger and thumb under him and said. "Also, now you are only a preliminary master of the power of the gods, and the divine skills of the king of the time realm are the most difficult and powerful existence to learn among the divine skills. In this case, I don't use the divine skills to bully you." "Thank you so much, Lord Beerus." "So, you said that he moved behind Beerus in an instant, intending to surprise Beerus." However, Beerus had already sensed Silyu's teleportation, although Beerus would not teleport, but for Beerus, who was the god of destruction, it was not a threat at all, and he directly tied Silyu's sneak attack fist with his tail. Then Silyu was thrown out by Beerus's tail, and after Silyu stabilized his body, Beerus's figure disappeared in front of him, and Silyu immediately turned around and smashed the punch that gathered the power of the gods. It happened to collide with Beerus's fist, and the aftermath of this fist collision did not know how many distant galaxies were wiped out. The people watching the battle on the spaceship were directly dumbfounded, and they saw at a speed visible to the naked eye that because of the collision between Beerus and Silyu's fists, the aftermath dissipated, and the bright light of the distant starry sky quickly dissipated. Anyone with common sense knows that every bit of starlight represents a star, and basically a slightly brighter star may have a greater mass than the sun. What's the matter? Why did the distant galaxies disappear in the aftermath? And Weiss, who had some time boarded the spaceship, said while eating ice cream. Because their energy waves can cancel each other out when they are closer, and the farther the aftermath is transmitted, because the expansion of the universe makes their waves gradually unable to cancel, so the more destructive they are. Kling swallowed and said. In this way, if they continue to fight like this, the entire galaxy will dissipate, right? Don't worry, they are fighting like this, and if they don't punch 3 times, the entire universe will be consumed in the aftermath of their collision. Seeing Vessa's face telling the extremely terrible truth, everyone immediately panicked. Then what should I do? We must stop them. But now there is no way to stop it, even if Goku and Vegeta are combined, they can't survive in a vacuum. However, Weiss said calmly. Don't worry, someone will stop it, isn't she coming? Just as Silyu and Beerus's fists collided again, a petite loli with short orange front hair and pink skin stood between the two, and this lori stretched out a finger to create an invisible shield between the two. When Silyu saw the person coming, his face changed slightly. Lord Realm King God, why are you here? And Beerus was also slightly surprised. Kai Yin. Without saying a word, the Realm King God directly struck Silyu on the head with a hand knife. Even Silyu, who was now transformed into a super race god, felt pain again, so he covered his head with a big bag and said. It hurts, Master. Why are you so heavy? You still ask why? Are you planning to tear down the universe of this time and space? And look at how many galaxies you are destroying now. Hearing the scolding of the king god of the time realm, Silyu also came to his senses, only to realize that he had just fought a little high, and was controlled by the warlike nature of the scions. I'm sorry about this, Master. Beerus, on the other side, tried to sneak away, but was stopped by the king of time. Lord Beerus, you too, how many years have you been a veteran god? Why are you fooling around? Although you are the god of destruction, it is your duty to destroy, but the entire 7th universe is gone, and you will also be punished, do you know? Said The king god of the time realm while sticking his waist, and Beerus was also a little weak when he was sprayed, he had just woken up, and he accidentally played too much. Actually, if you don't come, I can undo the aftermath, but Lord Beerus already has distant planets in the aftermath of your battle, and the aftermath has disappeared. Beerus couldn't justify anything for a while, and there were indeed planets that had been reduced to dust in the aftermath of their battle. Everyone on the spaceship was also quite surprised to see the king god of the time realm who was able to reprimand the two of them. Of course, it was enough to be shocked to block the god of destruction and the super scion god with just one finger before. Looking at the shocked crowd on the spaceship, Weiss, who was still enjoying the ice cream in the cup, explained to everyone. That realm king god who looks like a little girl is the legendary time king god who guards multiple time and space Lord Kane-sama. Time realm king god? Wukong couldn't help but be surprised. Among the realm king gods they had come into contact with before, even if there was that old realm king god with magical spells, he was not very powerful in terms of combat, let alone the other two. And now this realm king god has refreshed their opinion that the realm king god is a waste when it comes to combat. And the king god of the time realm naturally noticed Vess, so without saying a word, he teleported to the spaceship with Suyu and Beerus. Lord Weiss, you two, as Lord Beerus's guardian and master, why don't you look at it? Ha ha ha, I wanted to stop it, but you just appeared, so I just didn't take action. Hearing that Vis was actually Beerus's master, Gaku was surprised. Since you're Lord Beerus, are you more powerful than Lord Beerus? It's a little bit of 100 million. Suyu complained inwardly. However, in the next second, Suyu looked up and saw his master's unkind gaze. Suyu, do you know what's wrong? S appearance has destroyed the original development of this time and space. Master, you can't blame me, I was brought to this time and space as soon as it was dark, you have to ask Lord Beerus. Suyu decisively threw the pot to Beerus. Beerus coughed a few times when he heard this. Ahem, that little girl herself is a god, so even if she travels through time and space, it is not illegal, in short, it is so. Beerus's words sounded reasonable, but he was too weak to look into the eyes of the King of Time. The King of Time had the urge to immediately release his power, but he endured it. Master, don't be angry, I'm wrong, okay, don't be angry. Looking at the playful and cute appearance of this disciple in front of her, in the end, the king god of the time realm chose to forgive, and then she raised her hand and launched a time lapse to restore the damaged starry sky as before. Awesome! The destroyed galaxies have been repaired. Can the original realm king god be so powerful? Wukong lay on the window, looking at the restored starry sky outside the window. He couldn't help but admire. Okay, Suyu, we should go back. I will teach you well when I go back this time. Got it, Su. You knew that this time he would go back without the love of the king god of the time realm. Ahem, Kane, you can't just take this little girl away. I've been looking for the Super Saiyan God for a long time. You can fight with another Super Saiyan God, like the Monkey King over there. Gaku, who was eating melons and watching the show, looked confused, but he is not the god of Super Saiyans. Actually, the god of Super Saiyans can be born in other ways besides cultivation. Master, I'm sorry, can you let me continue to fight Lord Beerus, because I still have all my strength to use, and I feel very uncomfortable if I don't use all my strength. Suyu felt that if he didn't completely let go of his hands and feet to fight with Beerus, he would be as uncomfortable as ants crawling. And everyone heard that the girl in front of him actually had a whole card? Chapter 49. And on the other side of the original time and space, Tenunks asked. Gohan. Brother Gohan, Sister Suyu, what whole cards does she have? And Gohan also shook his head. She has followed this Suyu to cultivate for so long, and she doesn't know what whole cards Suyu has. On the main plane, Beerus became even more excited when he heard about it. Oh, you who can force me out of 70% of my strength to suppress it, you still have whole cards. According to Beerus's calculations, the Super Scion God probably has a strength equivalent to 60% of his ordinary form, so he is curious how much strength Silyu can let him exert after using his whole cards, and whether he can force him to use the divine skill. And the King God of the Time Realm also showed a helpless look, and sighed after frowning. I know that you Scions are aggressive, even if you are a girl, forget it, since you want to fight, you can do it, but don't fight here, you can't afford to continue fighting here, said. The King God of the Time Realm snapped his fingers, and then everyone moved to a white space, and then the King God of the Time Realm lightly clicked, and a huge plane appeared. This is the rift in time that I occasionally find, the strength of the space here can carry your battles, and here you can fight boldly with confidence. Great, thank you Master, but Master, can you create a sun that is the same distance as the Earth? Seeing the apprentice's request, the King God of the Time Realm naturally nodded, so he created the sun in this space by the way. Humph, what a nice place! Beerus glanced around with a satisfied expression. So the two of them landed on the plane. Beerus smiled evilly and said, "Come on, little girl, let me see your so-called whole cards. Then please take a good look at Lord Beerus." In fact, the reason why Silyu showed his whole card was that no enemy could force him to use his full strength in the past. So he kept this whole card. Seeing Silyu gather the power in his hands, everyone didn't understand what Silyu was going to do, and Vegeta, who was holding his arms on his chest, saw this action and thought of Silyu letting the King God of the Time Realm create the sun, and immediately understood Silyu's plan. Is she going to turn into a giant ape? Hearing Vegeta's words, everyone noticed the silver tail that Silyu had been wrapping around his waist. Yes, Scions with tails can also be transformed into giant apes, how can they forget? However, Goku raised doubts at this time. Vegeta, you said that you remember that the giant ape can only increase the combat power by 10 times. Stupid, I'm talking about me at that time. Theoretically normal adult Scion giant ape will increase tenfold after transformation, but it doesn't mean that it will always be 10 times. Scions were only 3 times as big apes when they were young, and then increased with age. P.S. This is not my nonsense. In the early Dragon Ball manga, when Goku and the Turtle Immortal duel at the world's first martial arts conference, the transformed giant ape was only 3 times, and Broly in KLI didn't know how many times it had multiplied, so 10 times I guess it's just the multiplier of an ordinary adult Scion giant ape, and the same is true for the Super 4 in GT. Scientists on Vegeta have studied the giant ape. Theoretically the multiplier of the giant ape will increase with the increase of basic strength. As for how to improve this, I don't know, I only know that the female Scion her multiplier is definitely not 10 times. And here, Silyu threw the energy ball in his hand into the air, and after the energy ball exploded, an artificial moon floated in the air. Then Silyu looked up at the artificial moon in the sky, and suddenly a majestic energy came from the end of the tail, and his body became extremely hot, and his heart beat faster and faster. Then Silyu's body began to swell rapidly and silver hair grew on the surface of his body, but fortunately, the clothes of the Realm King God on his body were constructed by divine power after all, and they could grow larger with his body. Looking at Silyu, who was transforming into a giant ape, Klin remembered something at this time. By the way, I remember that the giant ape will lose his mind. Will Silyu also lose his mind if he does this, no matter how strong he is when he loses his mind? However, to Klin's surprise, Silyu actually said after the giant ape transformation was completed. Rest assured, I won't lose my mind, I have some of Vegeta's genes in my body, so even after the giant ape, I can still keep my sanity. In fact, Silyu also pinched a cold sweat. She was not really sure that Vegeta's genes would play a role, but now it seems that her worries are superfluous. Beerus, on the other hand, floated in midair and said, "Well, it's not good to transform, but your transformation doesn't seem to be as good as your Super Saiyan God transformation. Yes, so transforming into a giant ape is only the first step. And this second step is the key. Then, Suyu compressed the power of the huge giant ape in his body. Yes, the Saiyan can improve his combat power when he transforms into a giant ape, and compressing the power of the giant ape can also improve his combat effectiveness. As Suyu compressed the power of the giant ape in his body, the original body of the giant ape also shrank. Then in the shocked eyes of everyone, Suyu actually changed back again. When the smoke cleared, the original giant ape disappeared and was replaced by a royal sister with long black hair. That's right, the silver-haired girl with flat breasts, a height of less than 1.5 meters, who looked like a junior high school student, actually turned into a royal sister with long black hair and a bumpy body, with a huge northern hemisphere height of 1.78 meters. Suyu glanced at himself. Except for his tail turning red, it seemed that he didn't seem to have grown red hair, which was probably caused by the genetic defect that Dr. Gallo had made for himself. But for Suyu, this is very good. After all, the upper body is still acceptable for boys except for the chest full of red hair, but for girls, it is not as simple as ominous old age. And when I saw Suyu after the transformation in the original time and space, Gohan and Tenunx's eyes were straight, mainly because Suyu in this form was too beautiful, and Suyu in the original girl form was pure and cute. Now after the transformation, Suyu has taken a diametrically opposite style of painting, and now Suyu has long black and thick hair, like a black gem in the night, flowing with a mysterious and seductive light. Her eyes have also become deep and sharp, like a cheetah's sharp gaze. Her eyebrows are slender and elegant, slightly raised, with a high nose bridge and plump lips to outline her unique face, exuding a heart-warming sexy charm. In terms of figure, it is even more plump and well-proportioned, with soft curves, and Suyu, who is now in place, exudes a strong confidence and charm all over his body at this time. Suyu looked at his new transformation and said, "This is the whole card I have always kept, although I have not been able to transform into a Super Saiyan because of genetic defects, but I still want to name my form Super Saiyan 4. Unlike the Super Saiyan God, who has increased in the level of breath, the simple increase in strength can actually compete with the Super Saiyan God, and even more powerful in terms of strength. Not bad, not bad. I know that some people must say that the Super Race God kills the Super 4 in seconds. As for whether it can really be said, you are right, but I just want to say that in my book, the King God of the Time Realm appears. Then it's going to be set in the Dragon Ball Superheroes recently. In the Dragon Ball Superheroes Time Patrol, Goku and Super Goku have teamed up. The two are both based on Super Saiyan 123. Didn't say that the normal state of Time Patrol is very powerful, and then Super 4 Super Blue Perfect Freedom Super 4 Limit Breakthrough greater than or equal to Extreme Omen. At present, the protagonist's Super 4 is equal to Super Sai Red because the protagonist transforms into Super 4 for the first time, and Super 4 is divided into First Super 4, Perfect Super 4, and Superimposed Divine Power Super 4 Limit Breakthrough. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for the compliment. However, Beerus questioned, but this whole card of yours is generally similar to the Super Saiyan God. Is it? If Beerus-sama and I superimpose the Super Saiyan God, how should Beerus-sama deal with it? Suyu shouted. And his originally black hair turned red. Looking at Suyu, who was superimposed on the two forms, Beerus, who was still a little joking, became serious. And Suyu also put on a fighting posture and said, "Lord Beerus, you must not use the divine skill, like any freedom. Extreme intention skill or self-extreme intention skill." Beerus smiled slightly and put on a posture to meet the attack. "It seems that you know a lot. I have heard of the self-extreme intention skill. What is the self-extreme intention skill? Could it be that it is my destructive form?" "Don't worry, I said I wouldn't use the divine technique on you, including destruction. Come on, let me see how powerful you are when the two states are stacked." Chapter 50. Facing the new form of Silyu, Beerus originally wanted to attack, but Silyu's speed was beyond his expectations, and when he reacted, Silyu's punch had already come to him. So Beerus was forced to switch from attack to defense, and his arms were protected in front of him to block Silyu's punch, but the force of this punch exceeded Beerus's expectations, making Beerus retreat many steps. Beerus didn't expect that he would be able to suppress the other party with 70% of his strength before, but he didn't expect that after the other party changed, he didn't even resist 80% of his strength. Lord Beerus, it's better for you to use all your strength, as long as you don't rely on the magic of the gods, I won't lose to you. Beerus looked at his arm, then at Silyu and said, "Yes, you're quite confident. What is your posture called?" "I named it Super 4 Limit Breakout, but because I just mastered this power, my form is not perfect Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break." "Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breakthrough? It seems that I can't underestimate it." Saying that, Beerus exploded again. This time he definitely didn't spare his hand, and Silyu also exploded directly, and the figures of the two kept flashing and colliding in the air. Because they couldn't feel the aura of the gods, the onlookers could only watch with their eyes, and at this time, even Gohan, who was the most powerful of the several people, Gohan and Vegeta, had a hard time catching the movements of Silyu and Beerus with their eyes. In the original time and space, Gohan was shocked to see the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 break through the boundary. Originally he thought that as long as he could also break through the Super Saiyan God, then the gap between himself and her might be able to close. As a result, looking at the newly transformed Silyu now, Gohan is very unwilling to be left behind by Silyu. Obviously he was far above the girl at the beginning. When was he left behind by the girl? "Hey, I knew that little girl had this kind of hole card, so I played with her." Hearing this voice, Gohan and Tenunks were still watching the battle between Silyu and Beerus in the other time and space on the screen. As a result, they suddenly realized that something was wrong, and the two of them quickly turned around and saw Beerus and the Great Realm King God Bu standing behind them on their side. "Lord Beerus, Lord God of the Great Realm, when did you stop?" "Not long ago, when that little girl was taught a lesson by the King God of the Time Realm, I saw a few of you looking around here, and I also looked curiously, and I chose to temporarily stop fighting with the King God of the Great Realm." And the Great Realm King God Bu showed a sincere smile and said, "I was a little worried when I saw Silyu disappear suddenly, so I persuaded Beerus to stop fighting. But I didn't expect her to be summoned away by Beerus in another time and space." And Beerus looked at himself in another time and space fighting Silyu with a look of regret, as if he had chosen the wrong person. Although the strength of the Great Realm King God Bu is good, but he and him are like fighting with cotton, especially all kinds of strange magic. I feel very unhappy, and I feel tired after fighting for a while. Where is it like that little girl, not only transformed into the god of Super Saiyan, but also transformed into Super Saiyan 4. And superimposed the two states. Now that little girl is fighting with herself in another time and space, it really makes me quite envious, and the most important thing is that the thought that the little girl is from her own time and space, it is even more unpleasant. So Beerus looked at Gohan and Tenunks, and looked at them carefully. Gohan and Tenunks were stared at a little hairy, but they didn't dare to object. It took a long time for Beerus to speak. "Can you two transform into that Super Saiyan 4? And the two of them quickly shook their heads at the same time and replied dryly, "No. Wouldn't she be a Saiyan, but you can't. That Beerus Sama Silyu has a tail, and we don't have it, so we can't." "So what about your tail?" Tenunks was the first to reply. "My tail was cut off by my parents when I was born. And it never grew back. My tail was cut off by Uncle Vegeta when I was fighting Uncle Vegeta, and it never grew back. It's really not good to protect your tails, waste, forget it, VES, you should guide the two of them well and let the two of them break through the Super Saiyan God as soon as possible." Looking At Silyu, who was fighting in time and space over there, Beerus's eyes were hot, and he originally planned to wait for Silyu to return to this time and space to fight with Silyu, but just now, if the king of the time realm god said, it is estimated that even if he comes back, he will have to stay in the nest of time for a while, so he simply asked Weiss to guide these two scions to cultivate. Yes, Lord Beerus. Vis was happy to accept it, and Gohan and Tenunks didn't expect to have a surprise. And the great realm king god Bu also smiled and congratulated Gohan and Tenunks. Congratulations, Lord Weiss, his level as a teacher is higher than all of us realm king gods combined, and with him helping you to comprehend the Super Saiyan God faster than Silyu. Hearing the praise of the great realm king god Bu, Vis waved his hand a little shyly and said, Lord of the great realm king god is really a false praise. And Gohan and Tenunks hurriedly bowed down to express their gratitude. To Beerus and Ves. Thank you, Lord Beerus, thank you, Lord Ves. However, Beerus snorted coldly. Humph, it's not for nothing that I help you. Yes, Lord Beerus, what is the price you can say, we will do it. Seeing that the two of them were so sincere, Beerus didn't pretend to say directly. I saw that the thing that Weiss on the other side of the plane has been eating, you should have it here. Parfait ice cream? Of course there is, does Lord Beerus want to eat that? Humph, how can just one food be satisfied, you should have more delicious food on Earth. Of course, if Lord Beerus wants to eat, you can come to Earth and eat whatever you want. Tenunks patted his chest and assured, for being a rich N generation, it is not bad money at all, except for the time when the androids were wreaking havoc, the Earth has long been restored to life, and most of the dead people have been resurrected, so I am not worried that no one knows how to cook all kinds of food. However, at this time, Gohan thought of one thing. That Lord Beerus, in fact, Silyu's cooking is also quite delicious, especially all kinds of Chinese food, which impresses me deeply. When I practiced with Silyu in the Spirit Time House, Silyu could make a variety of delicacies every day, especially Chinese cuisine. I ate Sichuan cuisine and Chinese cuisine for a long time, and I didn't repeat it every day. When Beerus heard this, his eyes were even hotter, and he decided that even if he angered the king god of the time realm, he would take Silyu from her hands, and he couldn't let go just because he could make all kinds of delicious food. What? You said that the king god of the time realm is tricky? Don't be afraid, he still has Ves, and Ves should also be excited. What are you afraid of when the time comes? Silyu, who was originally fighting in the main time and space, suddenly felt a chill down her spine, as if someone was eyeing her. Chapter 51. But Silyu, who was fighting fiercely, couldn't manage so much, so Silyu, who was floating in the air, gathered his chi into his hands while panting heavily, and at the same time his hands were tied around his waist and posed in the shape of calyxes. Turtle faction. It seems that you can't keep up with your physical strength because of 2 new transformations in a row, so I'll accompany you to the end. Beerus also gathered the energy in his hand, and then raised his hand to Silyu. After the blue energy of the Qigong wave was released, it collided with the purple energy of Beerus, and the collision of the 2 powerful energies actually caused the extremely strong time gap to vibrate. Give up, 2 new transformations in a row are a big burden on your body, admit defeat. Beerus said as he released a purple wave of energy with one hand. Hoo, how can it be? As a scion. This situation. How could I admit defeat, although I am only a man-made scion, but I am also proud of being a fighting nation, since my physical strength is not good, then let's burst out, drink. Silyu shouted, and his whole body breath exploded again, and the energy output in his hand increased instantly, and the 2 energy waves were originally evenly matched. Because Silyu exploded, the blue energy wave actually pushed the purple energy wave back. Seeing that his turtle sect Qigong was about to devour Beerus, the energy wave disappeared in an instant, and seeing the disappearance of the energy wave, Silyu was stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood, and while showing a relieved smile, his body also changed back to the original form of a silver-haired girl. Beerus! My lord! Those who use the power of the gods! You lost! Saying that, Silyu closed his eyes and fell from the air, and Beerus couldn't help but sigh. Just now he was carelessly pushed back by Silyu, and then his body subconsciously used destruction, destroying Silyu's turtle faction Qigong wave. In the process of falling, Silyu felt that he was being hugged by someone. Silyu barely opened his eyes, saw the person holding him and called master, and then completely fell unconscious. Really, you scions are like this, said Cain, the king god of the time realm, looking at the silver-haired girl in his arms. Very helplessly. And Weiss also came to Beerus's side and smiled. How does Lord Beerus feel? Very good, but at the last moment, I was careless and habitually used destruction, absolutely not intentionally. Even if I was hit by that energy, I could carry it, but forget it, since I used the destruction, it means that I lost, then I will not destroy the earth. Hearing Beerus's words, the hearts of the earth warriors were finally relieved. At this time, Wukong raised his hand and shouted at the king. God of the Time Realm! Lord God of the Time Realm, you just said that the Super Scion God has other ways to be born besides cultivation. What is that way? Well, telling you and using this method to transform into a battle with Lord Beerus is the real history. Listen to Gaku. The origin of the so-called Super Scion God has to be traced a long time ago, when the planet of the Scions was not the planet Vegeta. A Scion man named Yamaxi had an upright heart and rebelled against the tyrannical ruler with 5 companions. He was hunted down by the combatants, and at a critical moment, Yamaxi transformed into a Super Scion for the first time, and later fought his way out of the encirclement. His changes and terrifying combat prowess shocked the other Scions. Although Yamaxi was later defeated by the Sea of Men tactics, it became the beginning of the legend. Later, Yamaxi's soul wanders around and continues to search for 6 Scions with righteous hearts, in order to pursue a more powerful savior, the Super Scion God. As for the fact that in addition to cultivation, you can also transform into a Super Scion God through a special ritual, then 6 upright Scions will concentrate the energy of their righteous hearts on one of them. Everyone's eyes lit up. When they heard this method is simple. Is it so easy to transform into a Super Scion God? Vic nodded, and Klin clenched his fists excitedly and said, Gaku, you can try to transform in this way. I'm sorry, Klin. I don't want to transform in this way. Before Kling could finish speaking, Gaku decisively chose to refuse, which made Kling and the others very puzzled. Gaku, don't you want to transform into a Super Scion God? Yes, but I still don't want to transform with the help of other people's powers. Vegeta clenched his fists and echoed. That's right, I don't care what that Yamosi thinks. Anyway, I just want to rely on my own strength to transform. That female Scion can do it, and there is no reason why the prince who is a Scion can't do it. That's right. And it was said that it takes 6 Scions, and now that Silyu is in a coma, there are only 5 left. It's not enough at all. Goku's words made everyone present fall into deep thought, and at this time, Bidalai raised her hand and said, Actually, there is a Scion, she is in my belly. And Gohan on the side was surprised and said, Why didn't you tell me if you have it? After learning that he was a father, Gohan became very happy. Of course, this scene was also seen by Gohan and Tenunks in the original time and space, and Tenunks couldn't help but tease. Brother Gohan, congratulations on becoming a father. When I was a father, that's me over there. Gohan looked up at himself in the main plane, and felt as if he was even more jealous. He actually had a child, and he obviously fought a lot more than himself over there, but his younger self became a father in advance. The camera shifts to the main space-time. Even if there is a 7th Scion, Gaku and Vegeta will not choose this way, and then Vegeta pointed to the smiling Goku and said, "Kakarot, I have mastered the way to surpass you. The way to surpass me. I, Vegeta, as a Scion Royal Clan, will not lose my mind when I transform into a giant ape, but as a low-level warrior, you will lose your mind." Hearing Vegeta's words, Goku also understood, and immediately frowned and said, "You actually want to transform into Super Saiyan 4, it's too late. Ha ha ha, this is to go to the bloodline advantage, if you want to blame your parents for not having royal blood." Looking at Vegeta with a smug face, Goku felt angry, but he couldn't help it. The King God of Time, Kai Yin, looked at this scene and sighed again and shook his head. "Why are you sighing, Lord of the Time Realm?" Seeing Weiss asking, the King of Time God said bluntly, "Because of Suryu's appearance. A strange parallel world has been created." Just as Vegeta was triumphant, Gohan asked a question. "Uncle Vegeta, we don't think our tail has grown in a long time." Vegeta was stunned when she heard Gohan's words, as if this was the case that their tail had not grown. "This seems to be the same, by the way, Vegeta, do you know what's going on? Why hasn't our tail grown?" "I don't know." Ever since she was able to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta didn't care if her tail could grow. Seeing that Vegeta didn't know what was going on, Goku turned his head to look at the King God of the Time Realm again and asked, Lord of the Time Realm, you should know what the reason is." In the face of Wukong's inquiry, the King God of the Time Realm, who was holding Suryu, nodded. "Of course I know this, there is a cell in your Scion body called the S cell. The more cells of this kind, the easier it is to transform into a Super Saiyan and the more powerful it is, and this kind of cell needs a peaceful mind to be born, which is why Goku, as a low-level fighter, was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan." Wukong nodded when he heard this, then scratched his head again and said, "But what does this have to do with our tail?" "Of course it does, your Scion tail has an inhibitory effect on S cells, and likewise S cells have an inhibitory effect on tails. Which means that the number of S cells in your body today is so large that it is impossible for you to grow a tail again." Hearing the explanation of the King God of the Time Realm, everyone suddenly realized. "But Suryu, she is so strong." "That's because Suryu, she has never broken her tail. That's it." For a while, Goku and Vegeta were in a predicament, but they didn't expect the tail to be so important. Vegeta, in particular, thought he could surpass Kakarot, but in the end he was overjoyed. "Wait a minute, isn't there still Dragon Ball?" Chapter 52. So Vegeta immediately said excitedly, "In that case, how about using the Dragon Ball to make a wish and grow a tail?" "I'm afraid that the Earth's Shenlong can't do this wish." Shenlong said that he can't do things that exceed his own strength. When Wukong died for the first time, we collected all the Dragon Balls and originally made a wish to let Vegeta die violently, but Shenlong said he couldn't do it. At that time Vegeta's power surpassed him too much, he couldn't interfere with the body of the strong, and the same goes for the tail. Hearing this, Vegeta's mouth twitched, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. "Well, but Klin, didn't you make a wish to remove the bomb in the body of number 17 and no 18? "Stupid, the bomb in my body at that time was not a part of my body, of course it can be removed." Number 18 holds her and Klin's daughter Marin and looks at Goku with retarded eyes. Wukong scratched his head when he heard this, and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, it seems that I made a mistake. Is there any other way for Lord God of the Realm to grow his tail back at that time?" "Of course, for example, ask a god with divine power to help you pull your tail out, and in the process you need to take off your pants to expose your buttocks, or use an artificially made machine to generate 100-fold or even 1,000 times the bolt's rays." Hearing these two methods, Vegeta and Goku's faces changed. The former took off his pants and pulled out his tail method was too shameful, which was too humiliating for Vegeta, the Prince of Science. Even Wukong said with an embarrassed face. Lord of the Realm God, your first method is too ashamed. I'm not a child, it's okay for a child to take off his pants. It's too much for an adult to take off his pants. Hearing Goku's words, Tenunks and Goshen, who are children, hurriedly said. No, no, no. Even children can't take off their pants casually. Yes, if you take off your pants casually, your mother will spank you. Anyway, when I was a kid, I didn't have any shame in taking off my pants and fishing with my tail. Everyone was speechless when they heard this, especially when Bulma remembered Goku's various shameless actions when she was a child. Well, if she said it, it is estimated that Vegeta would be even more angry than when she just broke out to beat Beerus. As for the second method, Vegeta snorted coldly. Humph, the second method is, to put it bluntly, it is still a method of borrowing external forces. If it is not a last resort, we Scions disdain to use this kind of cheating means. The means of cheating? Is it cheating to make a wish to grow a tail? In this way, Goku and Vegeta gave up the giant ape route, and looked at the history being corrected back, and the king god of the time realm was also a sigh of relief. You'll see you again in the future, said. With a wave of her hand, she sent the group in front of her back to the earth of the main time and space, and she also took Suyu back to the nest of time. It stands to reason that Suyu will have to rest for at least a while before waking up. However, for the king god of the time realm, time is not a problem at all. I saw that the king god of the time realm exerted time acceleration on Suyu's body, and just one breath of time was a day and a night for Suyu. After seeing the apprentice's physical strength recover, the king god of the time realm decisively threw the silver-haired girl to the ground with a thud. The silver-haired girl, who was sleeping, couldn't help but moan, and then woke up and covered her ass. Hey, it hurts, who doesn't have a merit heart so early in the morning? It's me. Looking at Kai Yin, who had a gloomy face, Suyu, who was still a little dazed, immediately sobered up. Master, it's you. Master. You still know that I am your master, do you remember what your master and I do? Suyu said with a little weakness. Maintain the stability of time and space, and ensure the normal operation of history. I was summoned by Lord Beerus. Why don't you tell them how to become a god? Do you have to fight Beerus yourself? At that time, Suyu only wanted to fight, and he forgot about it in excitement. You should know what punishment you will have for disturbing time and space as a guardian of time and space, right? Master remembered that you would spare me the first time I was looking at the silver-haired girl with her hands folded and her face pitiful. The king god of time sighed. Well, if it's the first time you've been you, I've been you. Hearing this, Suyu was very happy and jumped 3 feet high. But you're going to have to train hard in the next few days, and in view of your poor physical strength, I'm going to arrange special training for you. As he spoke, he directly conjured a set of heavy gravity suits on Suyu's body, and directly pressed Suyu down. You're going to have to wear this for the next few days until you can move normally as you normally would, and remember not to transform, said the King of Time, turning and entering the central palace of the Nest of Time. Suyu, who was lying on the ground, looked at the king god of the time realm who left, and couldn't wait to raise a middle finger, saying that he would spare himself, but this was not the same punishment. Although the appearance is a lorry, but it is similar to a menopausal woman. You say that if you don't change your body, I won't change your body, watch me change quietly. Saying that, Suyu controlled his breath and quietly turned into a Super Saiyan god, and sure enough, the pressure disappeared immediately after the transformation, but just when Suyu was complacent, a clock dial appeared on the gravity suit on his body, and then the minute hand was reversed, and Suyu changed back to his ordinary form. At this moment, the voice of the king god of the time realm came out of the palace. Don't think about transforming, I said, I put the power of time on this dress, and once I detect that you are transforming, the time will be reversed. Don't think about playing tricks, and you're right, I'm in menopause, so the gravity of your gravity suit is directly doubled. So Yu, who finally got up, immediately climbed down again. This time his body became heavier, and for a while Yu wanted to cry without tears. Master, aren't you afraid of breaking your apprentice's body? Don't worry, when you are about to die, I will launch a time rewind to ensure that you will not die. Of course, the results of the exercise will be retained, and the two will not return to zero with the reversal of time. In short, you can't die. So I don't even have time to rest. Yes, but I'll help you make a time jump that will instantly get your body back to its best. Of course, when Yu was training, Gohan and Tenunks in the original time and space, and Goku and Vegeta in the main time and space were also cultivating with Whis in their respective time and space. And just as the great realm king god said, several people cultivated in their respective time and space for a few months before breaking through to the Super Saiyan God. Inspired by Yu, Gohan and Tenunks were also surprised to find that the Super Saiyan God could be superimposed with their mysterious form, and they named this form Super Saiyan God Full Potential. Chapter 53. After a few days of punishing physical training, Yu's body was finally able to move freely while wearing a gravity suit. At the same time, it naturally overcame the problem of battery life, and now if you transform into a Super 4 boundary breakthrough again, you won't be able to lift your transformation because of too fast physical exertion. Taking off the gravity suit, I feel relaxed and not like my own body. Yu said in surprise as he felt his relaxed and dexterous body. Now I'm more confident in the face of Lord Beerus. Okay, alright, Lord Beerus didn't use the divine skill to fight you, it was completely up to you, and the gods are very different from the gods after using the divine skills and before using the divine skills, so I plan to teach you about the divine skills of the king god of the time realm. Hearing that he could learn the skill of the gods, this suddenly made Yu feel extremely surprised. Can I finally learn? That's amazing. Yu was excited because the king god of time in front of him was much more powerful than the king god of time he had seen in the anime, and he used the power of time and space superbly. Master, what are you going to teach me? Time pause, time rewind, or time erase? However, the king god of time shook his head. Although these three divine skills are only the basis for mastering the power of time, it is still a little difficult for you now, so today I will teach you the foundation of the foundation, time acceleration. Yu was a little stunned when she heard that time acceleration was actually the foundation of the foundation. How could this be different from what she knew? Master, you said that time acceleration is just the foundation of the foundation. Why is it very surprising? Yu nodded. In her cognition, time acceleration should be more powerful than what she said, right? However, the king of time shook her head, and she took out a seed, which quickly burst out of the shell in the hands of the king god of time, and then took root, sprouted, blossomed and bore fruit, and then quickly withered and died, dissipating into a cloud of white sand and dissipating into the air. What did you see? Yu swallowed and said tentatively. See that under the acceleration of time, life goes from birth to death. That's right. Have you ever thought about the question, that is, if I don't do time acceleration, will these life processes still appear? Of course it will, this is a normal life course. Yes. At the same time, it is also the result of the normal flow of time, and I just follow the trend to speed up the speed. Now you understand why time acceleration is the easiest of the time system god techniques. You also completely understood now, whether it is time suspension or time reversal, these are the direction of the reverse time flow, which belongs to the contrarian trend, so it is relatively difficult. And the king god of the time realm continued. Although time acceleration is only the foundation of the foundation, if you cultivate to the extreme, it is also quite a tricky existence for the enemy and enemy, after all. Everything in the universe is not eternal and unchanging in the face of time. So you also understood the meaning of the myth of the king of the time realm, although the time acceleration was very basic, but at the same time, the upper limit was also very high. And he could almost defeat the enemy with one move if he cultivated to the extreme. Then Master, teach me quickly, as long as I can speed up time and directly turn the other party into a dry bone, won't this be a sure win? However, as soon as Su Yu finished speaking, he was knocked by the king god of the time realm with a hand knife. Su Yu covered his head and said with a look of grievance. Oh, what are you doing, Master? What are you doing? You want to learn to run before you learn to walk, and it's better to speed up your enemy's time than to learn to speed up your own. Speed up your own time. That's right, the time to speed up the enemy can be killed with one hit in most cases, but this is too difficult for you right now, and you must ensure that the acceleration is fast enough, otherwise it will become a buff instead of a debuff for the enemy, so you must first practice using time acceleration on yourself. Hearing this, Su Yu also suddenly understood. I see, Master, you mean to increase your speed through time acceleration, right? Time acceleration can naturally increase your own speed, but do you think that's the end of it? Then what's more, if time acceleration affects itself, what else is there besides speeding up? Okay, you can attack me, I'll only use the initial time to speed up myself to deal with it. Hearing what the king god of the time realm said, Su Yu was naturally unceremonious. After all, the previous special training had allowed her to accumulate a belly of fire, so without saying a word, she directly transformed into the strongest Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. However, he punched down and missed, and then every time he attacked, he would be interrupted by the king god of the time realm, and he couldn't attack the other party at all. This is just acceleration in your mouth, but there is also the fact that you need to charge up your strength to release the turtle sect Qigong wave, otherwise the power will be greatly reduced. But for me, although I also need to charge up, but in your eyes, I don't need to charge at all, and I can directly charge the turtle sect Qigong after instantaneously. Even your so-called teleportation requires a certain amount of preparation time to activate, but with time acceleration, teleportation becomes a real teleportation, understand? Hearing the teachings of the king god of the time realm, Su Yu also understood. It turned out that time acceleration can also cancel the precast swing, so that some charged skills can be released instantly. And that's not all, as long as you accelerate fast enough, then you can do this. Saying that, the king god of the time realm in front of him suddenly turned into 10 king gods of the time realm, surrounding Su Yu from up and down, left and right, front and back. After image fist, isn't it a clone fist? That's right, this is neither an after-image fist nor a doppelganger fist. Every one of me in front of you is my body, it's just that the acceleration is fast enough, so that you can perform a real tenfold turtle sect Qigong wave. Saying that, the 10 king gods of the time realm instantly sent a wave of turtle sect Qigong to Su Yu, and in this way, Su Yu was defeated after being hit by the real tenfold turtle sect Qigong without even touching the corner of the clothes of the king god of the time realm. After the smoke and dust cleared, Su Yu once again turned back into a normal silver-haired girl. And she was quite embarrassed at this time. It seems that I still have a lot to learn, as he spoke, Su Yu slowly closed his eyes and fell from the sky. Just like last time, Su Yu still felt a warm embrace. Forget it, after so many days of hard work, it doesn't take time to speed up, so let you have a good rest. Looking at the silver-haired girl who fell asleep in her arms, a kind smile appeared on the face of the king god of the time realm. Chapter 54. In the nest of time, after a few months of practice, Su Yu also initially mastered the skill of time acceleration, and saw that above the nest of time, 5 Su Yu appeared at the same time to perform the turtle sect Qigong and release it towards the center of the 5 people. After cancelling each other out in the end, 4 of the 5 Su feathers disappeared and only one remained, falling to the ground. At this time, the king god of the time realm also walked over and said, "Good job! You have already mastered the time acceleration. It's not that you teach it well, master. By the way, when will I be able to learn time rewind, time pause or time deletion? Wait for the time, you are skilled enough to accelerate the time skill. By the way, I just have a task for you." Hearing that there was a task handed over to him, Suyu guessed. Could it be that a new dark dragon ball has been discovered? However, to Suyu's surprise, the king god of the time realm shook his head. "No, the figure of the dark dragon ball is not so easy to spot. Yes, I plan to form a space-time patrol." "Time and space patrol, master, can you just summon it with the scroll of time?" Suyu remembered that the original time patrol was originally summoned by the King of Time through the scroll of time and the memories of Tenunks. "No, I don't plan to form the space-time patrol team in your memory, to fight against Mecha Capra. In addition to our multiverse, we also need other multiverse people to help us, so I want you to personally invite people to form the space-time patrol team as the captain." "Me? Su." Yu pointed at himself and said with an embarrassed expression, "Master, you know me, I'm very afraid that you will let me invite others. I believe in your charm, you can definitely do it, besides, I just assigned you a task, you have no right to refuse." "Master, how can you be the same as a black-hearted capitalist boss?" However, the king god of the time realm nodded directly and said, "You will treat me as a black-hearted capitalist. You admit it, what else can I say, so you can only take on this task head-on." "Okay." At this moment, the king god of the time realm suddenly raised his head, as if he felt something. There has been another dark dragon ball, and this plane seems to be the plane where evil dragons are raging. Hearing this, Suyu remembered the two heavyweights in the original space-time patrol, Shi Sun Wukong and Shi Sun Vegeta. The two of them came from the parallel time and space of GT, and since they wanted to form themselves, they simply pulled these two people through. "It's really dozing off and encountering the pillow that came to the door, master, I'm going." So Suyu did not hesitate to raise his ring of time, felt the breath of the dark dragon ball, opened a gate of time and space, and then said to the king of time realm, "Master, you are waiting for my good news." Then Suyu stepped into the gate of time and space and disappeared. On the earth of another parallel universe, the Super One-Star Dragon turned its head in disbelief and looked at the Four-Star Dragon that locked himself as a strongman. "What are you going to do with the Four-Star Dragon? Are you going to blow yourself up?" "The self-explosion is almost the same, and then I will break out the highest temperature I have ever had, and you will definitely not be able to resist it." At this time, the Super One-Star Dragon was sad and angry. It didn't expect the Four-Star Dragon to betray itself and get out of his control, and although he was in the state of a Super One-Star Dragon at this time, it was not in a full state because of the lack of a 4-star planet. "Damn, if it weren't for the lack of a Dragon Ball, how would I be?" Seeing this, Goku, who had shrunk his body, also shouted at the 4-star Dragon, "No, 4-star Dragon! Don't worry, Goku. I'm fine." Saying that, the 4-star Dragon was about to cast a panic inner fire needle, but at this moment, suddenly a black space-time crack appeared, and a dark 5-star planet that emitted a dark aura appeared and directly possessed the Super One-Star Dragon. "What? Hehe, what a powerful force, get out of the 4-star Dragon!" The Super One-Star Dragon that was originally locked by the strongman Lockman burst out with powerful power, and directly exploded and flew out of the 4-star Dragon that locked him. Seeing this, Wukong hurriedly caught the 4-star Dragon that was shocked away. "How are you, 4-star Dragon?" The 4-star Dragon shook his head as he stabilized his body. "I'm fine, but that energy is so familiar." At this time, the body of the Super One-Star Dragon that obtained the Dark Dragon Ball also turned red and black. "Ha ha ha, yes, yes, it's this power, even if the 4-star Dragon doesn't have your 4 planets?" Now I have become more powerful than ever, even if I have just gotten a Gita, I will not be afraid anymore. Looking at the 5 dark planets on the pectoral muscles of the Super 1-star dragon, the 4-star dragon finally remembered. I remember, this dark dragon ball is the root of the birth of all evil dragons, including me, in the past, and we were affected by the dark dragon balls in the past time and space to accumulate negative energy. As soon as everyone heard this, they immediately understood the horror of this dark dragon ball, and just as the dark Super 1-star dragon said, the dark Super 1-star dragon at this time was already powerful to a certain extent. However, in terms of breath, it still hasn't surpassed the Super 4 Vegeta who just merged, but there is no exaggerated gap just now. But now that Goku and Vegeta can't fuse, the Super 1-star dragon has been upgraded to the Dark Super 1-star dragon, and the original disadvantage has been further expanded. Just when the group, including little Wukong, fell into a state of despair. Oh, who are you talking about? At this time, another space-time crack appeared, and a silver-haired girl came out of the space-time crack. Feeling the breath of the silver-haired girl, everyone couldn't feel the breath on the girl, only little Wukong could feel the breath on Suryu's body. Wukong secretly wondered if the girl in front of him was the god of super science. But the silver-haired girl's costume and earrings showed that the other party seemed to be a king god of the realm, and the tail behind her indicated that the girl was a scion. Of course, the god of Jebet, who was watching the battle on the star of the king of the realm, wondered. Ancestor, this costume of hers should be the god of the king of the world, but I have no impression. However, the god of the old king of the world directly knocked the god of Jebet with a fist. Idiot, don't you think of anyone in combination with her appearance in the space-time rift? The god of Jebet, who was covering his head, suddenly remembered when he heard the hint of the old king god. Ancestor, do you mean that this girl is related to the king god of the time realm? The old world king god with his hands behind his back smiled. The dark Super 1-star dragon looked at Suryu with a solemn face at this time, because it couldn't feel the strength of the other party, so it opened its mouth and asked. Who are you? I'm just a passing alternate realm king god. Hearing that the other party called himself the realm king god, the dark Super 1-star dragon naturally didn't pay attention to it. The realm king god? A group of soft-footed shrimp. Alternate realm king god, ants, go die. So the dark Super 1-star dragon raised his hand and shot a ray of dark energy towards Suryu, but to the surprise of the dark Super 1-star dragon, his extremely fast ray actually didn't hit. The opponent's speed was so fast that he didn't see it clearly, and the dark Super 1-star dragon was kicked down from the air by the opponent and smashed heavily into the broken bricks and tiles on the ground. What? Suryu's blow made the desperate GT warriors feel deeply shocked, and the dark Super 1-star dragon was kicked down like this. Chapter 55. The dark Super 1-star dragon lying in the ruins directly exploded and shook the ruins around him into powder. He looked up at Suryu, who had kicked himself to the ground, and was very angry, because although he was kicked down, he was not injured, which showed that although the other party was fast, he did not have much strength, which was simply a shame. Such a weak person should have been like an ant in front of him, but he successfully made him lie in the ruins. So the dark Super 1-star dragon directly exploded again and rushed towards Suryu. This time he vowed to take down this ant. But the punch with all his strength still missed. Looking at the disappeared Suryu, the dark Super 1-star dragon looked around, but heard Suryu's voice from behind. Are you looking for me? The dark Super 1-star dragon hurriedly turned around and saw Suryu followed by another punch, still missing. Mingrui felt that Suryu was bound to appear behind him, so another roundhouse kick, but it still missed. The anxious dark Super 1-star dragon attacked one after another, but it couldn't even touch a single hair of Suryu, and even Suryu yawned. This uncle is really too slow, he can't touch anyone at all, isn't it that the uncle calls himself a dragon? You are a miscellaneous fish? I think you call the Dark Super 1-star miscellaneous fish, hee. The Dark Super 1-star dragon felt that his fist was hard, and he wanted to give the silver-haired girl in front of him a few more punches, but he couldn't hit it, but the strength between the two was very different. Why couldn't he beat each other? Damn it, you ant, you will perish with this planet. Chi Dark Super 1-star dragon simply flipped the table, directly condensed a huge ball of dark energy, and laughed. Ha ha ha, what about your speed? As long as I destroy this planet, you can't live, and before the absolute power gap, any skills, including your speed, are pale and powerless. Oh, that's right, in the face of absolute power, no matter how fast the speed is, it's just scraping, but well, how do you know that I don't have strength? Don't you see my tail? At this time, the Dark Super 1-star dragon suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was also a scion, so Yu shouted and transformed into Super Scion 4. That's Super Scion 4, it feels a little different from what we transformed. And Xiao Fang said with a look of adoration. Wow, so beautiful, with such a great figure, can I be like this in the future? Hearing Xiao Fang's words, Yu turned his head and said. Of course you can, after all, Xiao Fang. Your talent is no worse than your father. Yes, but you seem to know about us. Of course I do, but I'll wait until this guy is settled. Yu pointed to the Dark Super 1-star dragon that condensed a negative energy ball in the air. And the Dark Super 1-star dragon sneered. Humph, isn't it Super Scion 4? The two Super Scion 4 were not my opponents before, and now that I have become so powerful, Super Scion 4 is not my opponent. Oh, that's right, your form is really difficult to solve with Super Scion 4, unless you transform further. Looking at Yu with a smile on his face, the Dark Super 1-star dragon suddenly panicked. Could it be that this female scion of unknown origin in front of him has mastered a further transformation? And Gaku was also surprised. Further transformation. Could it be Super Scion 5? However, Yu shook his fingers and said. No, no, no. I haven't mastered the Super Scion 5 transformation yet. Hearing Yu's words, the Dark Super 1-star dragon, who was originally a little flustered, breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, what did I think? It turns out that it's just pretending, you and the earth will turn into cosmic dust, said the Dark Super 1-star dragon and threw the dark negative energy ball in his hand, and for a moment everyone present became nervous again. But are you mistaken, although I can't become Super Scion 5, but I can superimpose other transformations and surpass Super Scion 4. After speaking, Yu's body burst out with a red aura, and at the same time, his original black hair also turned red. Super Scion 4, Limit Breakthrough. Then Yu came to the negative energy ball and smashed the huge dark negative energy ball with one punch. Looking at the newly transformed Yu, and seeing the opponent punch to kill his own negative energy ball, the Dark Super 1-star dragon once again felt the pressure of facing the Super 4 Gogeta just now. Although he just said that he was completely free of the Super 4 Gogeta, it was just lip service. After all, he had gained such a powerful power, he couldn't say that he still couldn't beat the Super 4 Gogeta. And Goku and Vegeta were also eye-catching, and there was actually a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4, which instantly ignited curiosity. How did this form become? Dark Super 1-star miscellaneous fish, you are right, any skill is pale in the face of absolute power, but what you don't figure out is who has absolute power. Saying that, Yu moved in an instant, came to the Dark Super 1-star dragon, and punched the Dark Super 1-star dragon in the abdomen. Feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, the Dark Super 1-star dragon was sure that there was nothing wrong with it. This pain was given to him by the Super 4 Gogeta not long ago. Then Yu punched and kicked the Dark Super 1-star dragon. The Dark Super 1-star dragon tried to resist, but it was useless, because Yu's speed was too fast, and the world's martial arts were only fast and unbreakable, plus absolute strength. so the Dark Super 1-star dragon could only be aggrieved and beaten. And Wukong and Vegeta were also quite shocked when they watched the Dark Super 1-star dragon being beaten. This new transformation of the Super 4 was so powerful. After beating the Dark Super 1-star dragon, Silyu used the time acceleration again, and suddenly turned into 10 Silyu Dark Super 1-star dragons and surrounded them. Although my endurance is far greater than that of the Super 4 Vegeta, I won't be too profligate, so go die, Dark Super 1-star dragon. True 10 times Turtle Sect Kigong. Because the Turtle Sect Kigong came from all directions, this time the Dark Super 1-star dragon was unavoidable, and in a burst of screams, he straightened his body step by step towards complete dissipation. After destroying the Dark Super 1-star dragon, the Dark 5 planets flew out with the other Dragon Balls, and Silyu grabbed the Dark 5 planets, and as a result, the Dark 5 planets in his hands directly turned into sand and dissipated in the palm of his hand. It turned out to be a fake, and the improvement is not very big, and looking at the Super 1-star dragon that was destroyed, everyone immediately cheered. And Wukong flew in front of Silyu and looked at Silyu's transformation and asked tentatively, "Could it be that the form you just formed is the Super Saiyan God superimposed on the Super Saiyan 4? Do you know the Super Saiyan God?" "Of course, I know that Lord Beerus made me suffer a lot back then." "Then you didn't follow Vis to destroy the cultivation on the God planet?" "No, I haven't seen Lord Beerus since." Now Silyu understands that Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue belong to branch evolution. Ahem, this is not nonsense, but Shi Sung Kong said that he had seen Beerus and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 56. Hearing what Wukong and others said, Silyu also nodded and said, "I see, you didn't follow Weiss to practice, so you don't have the Super Saiyan God and the Super Saiyan God above the form. And because you haven't cultivated, you can't take the initiative to become the Super Saiyan God. Of course, you in a parallel world followed Vis to the God of Destruction to cultivate, and developed the Super Saiyan God upper form." Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists unwillingly. It turns out that the Super Saiyan God can still be cultivated, damn it. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the 6 Dragon Balls that were originally lying on the ground emitted golden light, and at the same time, the body of the 4-star dragon also emitted golden light, and before the 4-star dragon could say anything, the 6 Dragon Balls flew to the side of the 4-star dragon, and then with a golden light, the Divine Dragon appeared. For a while, everyone was surprised that he didn't summon the Divine Dragon. Why did the Divine Dragon suddenly appear on its own? Perhaps sensing everyone's doubts, Shenlong also spoke. "The reason why I took the initiative to show up is to apologize to you. And I apologize for bringing the earth to the brink of destruction because of me." And little Wukong shook his hand and said, No, it's not your fault that Shenlong, maybe we really misused the Dragon Ball excessively, and that Black Dragon Ball is the real reason, isn't it? Thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, that Dark Dragon Ball has been destroyed, and from now on, the evil dragon will not reappear. And you can use the Dragon Ball boldly in the future." Hearing the dragon's words, everyone cheered, and if the evil dragon still appeared, it would be a yarn. At this time, little Wukong couldn't wait to ask, "Shenlong, what about the 4-star dragon?" "Don't worry, the 4-star dragon is not an evil dragon for a long time, and he will automatically appear when I disintegrate." Hearing this, Xiao Wukong's hanging heart finally relaxed. "Then Shenlong, can you repair the destroyed earth and resurrect the dead?" "Of course, this is my responsibility." Then Bulma suddenly thought of something and asked, "Divine Dragon, I remember that you can't resurrect people who have died once?" So the red light flashed in Shenlong's eyes, the destroyed city was repaired, and Wukong closed his eyes and felt cleansed chi. "And I also gave one of you a surprise," said. A green figure appeared in front of everyone, and Gohan rushed up to hug the green figure at the first time. "Uncle Vic!" "Gohan!" Vic was also surprised. Didn't he maintain order in hell? Why did he suddenly come back to life? And when he looked up and saw the Earth Divine Dragon, he remembered that the Earth Divine Dragon could only be resurrected once. "It was the Divine Dragon who resurrected me." Gohan nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Vic, now that the dragon has been upgraded, he can resurrect people who have died and resurrected again." "Wait a minute, if I am resurrected, then the Black Star Dragon Balls will not also." "Don't worry, I have collected all the Black Star Dragon Balls. And then I will leave them to you whether they will be destroyed or sealed." As the dragon spoke, 7 Dragon Balls with black stars floated in front of Vic. Looking at the 7 Dragon Balls, Vic directly raised his hand to destroy the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls. 3 wishes fulfilled, goodbye. After saying that, the Divine Dragon turned into 7 Dragon Balls, 6 of which flew around the world, and only 1 4-star remained, turning back into a 4-star dragon. Looking at the Dragon Balls flying around the world, Xiao Fang hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute!" However, the figure of the Divine Dragon had disappeared. Xiao Wukong asked suspiciously, "Xiao Fang, what are you going to wait for?" Looking at Xiao Wukong with a puzzled face, Xiao Fang was angry, and pointed to Xiao Wukong's nose with his waist and said, "Grandpa, you are embarrassed to say, don't forget that you are still a child's body now, you quickly change me back, you look like this, I am going crazy." Xiao Fang clenched his fists and said angrily, but Xiao Wukong didn't care and put his hands behind his head and said, "What's so crazy about being crazy, Xiao Fang? You want to take me to see my classmates, I can become Super 4. It's not a matter of not being able to see your classmates, in short, Grandpa. You have to turn back into an adult, you have to turn back to an adult." Xiao Wukong was yelled at by Xiao Fang, and hurriedly raised his hand in front of him, and his body retreated and promised, I know, when the 1-year cooldown period is over, I will collect Dragon Balls again and turn back into an adult." 1 year, there is still 1 year left, that is, do I have to grow up with such a grandfather for another year? Looking at Xiao Fang with a lost face, Xiao Wukong scratched his face and said, Xiao Fang hates me like a child so much? It's been a while since we got along. Little Wukong is really incomprehensible, and Su Yu looked at the abnormal Xiao Fang, and suddenly had a bold guess, maybe Xiao Fang is not because she hates the child's Wukong too much, on the contrary, because she likes the childlike Wukong for a long time, but for some reason, the more she likes it, the more she hates it. Of course, Su Yu chose to see through it and not say it, some things are not good to say, so he said, "Actually, Wukong, you don't have to rely on Dragon Ball to solve this situation, and her real-time realm king god is my master, she can also help you change back to your original appearance." "Really? That's great, can you let me meet the Lord God of the Time Realm?" Seeing Xiao Wukong's excited appearance, Su Yu coughed a few times and said, "It's not impossible to meet Lord God of Time Realm, but Mr. Wukong, do you want to join the Time and Space Patrol team formed by Lord King God of Time Realm?" "Time Patrol? What is that?" As you can see, the Dark Dragon Ball is a product of the Dark Demon Realm, and they want to interfere with the time and space of the multiverse through the Dark Dragon Ball. And Lord God of the Time Realm, she naturally wants to maintain the stability of the multiverse space-time, and naturally wants to form a team to fight all kinds of space-time crimes and repair space-time. To put it simply, you may join the Time Patrol team to travel through time and space and encounter enemies that you have encountered or have not encountered, and their strength will also be strengthened by the Dark Dragon Balls like the Dark Super 1-Star Dragon. Defeat them, collect the Dark Dragon Balls and hand them over to the King of Time God to seal. Then Su Yu added, "After joining the Time and Space Patrol, you can practice about the power of God and break through Super Saiyan 4. Just like I just transformed into Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. Hearing this, where Goku and Vegeta are not moved, they can become stronger and fight with masters of various time and space. This is like a dream. Great, I'm going to join the plane patrol. It's funny, Kakarot, I'm not going to let you get stronger alone, I'm going to join too. At this point, however, objections were expressed. No, I'm against it. Chapter 57. Naturally, it was Kiki, who was Goku's wife, who was the wife of Goku, and Goku scratched his head in confusion and said, "What's wrong with Kiki? You still say what's wrong? You haven't been home for so many years, you still ask me what's wrong. I finally went home and became like this, and then I had to leave to collect Dragon Balls in the universe, and a series of things happened after I came back, and now I want to leave again. Do you still have this home in your eyes, or do you dislike me Lao Zuhuang and don't want to go home?" And little Wukong looked at Kiki, who was about to cry, and panicked, thinking carefully about himself for so many years. He was indeed quite unconscionable, although his two sons have grown up, but he rarely goes home. "Kiki, don't cry for me. This Kiki lady, you don't have to worry. In fact, joining the Time and Space Patrol team is like going to work normally, working from 9 to 5, working 8 hours a day, working 5 days a week, weekends, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and all kinds of holidays, all of which are paid vacations. You don't have to worry about Mr. Wukong can't accompany you. Our company? No, our Time Patrol team, especially our boss Lord Wang Shen of the Time Realm, is a conscientious boss." Hearing Suryu's words, Kiki wiped her tears, looked up at Suryu, looked at Suryu's eyes, and asked, "Really? Then there is still a fake, and there are also entry benefits, you wait." Saying that, the small golden hole out of thin air in front of Suryu's body, this is Suryu's portable storage space. And then Suryu reached in and touched it, and quickly took out 2 pills. "This is a youth medicine given to me by Lord God of the Time Realm, which contains the power of time, and the user can restore the peak of youth, and can maintain youth for a long time, but Mr. Wukong will definitely not need it now, but you will definitely use it, Ms. Kiki." Hearing the effect of this small pill, Kiki, who became a half-aged, naturally brightened her eyes, so she took one directly and took it, and then saw that the wrinkles on her face disappeared quickly, and her skin instantly became tender and tender, and now Kiki and her daughter-in-law Bidalai stood together like sisters. And Gohan and Goten were stunned. This is their own mother. Especially Gohan's heart is more complicated. He glanced at his father, who was younger than his daughter, and then at his mother, who was about the same size as his wife. What happened to his family? How is Ms. Kiki doing now? How? Of course it's okay, Wukong, go quickly. Seeing that his wife didn't object, little Wukong was also relieved. As for the other one, Suryu asked Vegeta directly. "Yo, Mr. Vegeta, who is this youth pill for?" Vegeta didn't answer but snorted coldly. The meaning was self-evident. Suryu threw it directly to Bulma, and Bulma naturally didn't hesitate to eat it when she saw Kiki, who had regained her youth. And Suryu said to Wukong's apprentice Ou Buletin, "Actually, Mr. Bu has not disappeared either, just let the Dragon Ball help you unfuse in the coming year." Ou Buletin was naturally very happy when he heard it. He was very guilty because of the merger with Mr. Bu before, which made Mr. Satan sad, and now it is great to be able to dissolve the merger. "Thank you for letting me know how to do this." And Suryu looked at Wukong and Vegeta and said, "Mr. Wukong and Mr. Vegeta, you want to join the Time and Space Patrol, right? Then come with me." "Wait a minute, I will also join the Time and Space Patrol." At this time, Xiao Fang also took the initiative to ask Ying to apply to join. After all, she is also quite adventurous, but Gohan reprimanded with a serious expression. "No, Xiao Fang, you're going to start school in a while, you still have to go to school, you've been delayed for a while." I don't want to, I'm going to take an adventure with my grandfather. Looking at his wayward daughter, Gohan also had a headache, and at this time Silyu spoke. Actually, Xiao Feng, it's not impossible for you to join the space-time patrol, you can use your vacation time to work part-time, but you usually have to go to school. How can Gohan? Hearing the part-time job during the holidays, Gohan frowned, saying that it was because he was against going to school, but in fact, he was worried about Xiao Feng's safety. Gohan, you just let Xiao Feng use the vacation time to work part-time, and it will be fine with me. Gohan saw that Goku said that, can he still object? Since Dad, you said so, that's the only way to go. Hearing Gohan nodding in agreement, Xiao Feng was naturally very happy, and then directly pounced on Goku and hugged Goku's neck and said happily. Great, Grandpa, you are so good. Xiao Feng is very happy, because Wukong is always able to understand himself. Unlike the grandfather of the same class, there is a natural generation gap, and there is no generation gap between her and her grandfather, and she can understand herself better than her father, which is not too cool. At this time, the 4-star dragon also took the initiative to ask Ying to apply and said that he also wanted to join the space-time patrol, and Silyu also thought about it and agreed. After all, now the 4-star dragon is the embodiment of Wukong's righteous chi, and its combat power is comparable to Super Saiyan 4, which is definitely qualified. So Silyu returned to the nest of time with Wukong, Vegeta, Xiao Feng and the 4-star dragon. Yo, Master, I'm back. It's back, my good apprentice. Yes, Master, you see I brought these. As a result, Silyu turned around and found that Wukong, Vegeta and the others were motionless. This. I stopped time. Ah, Master, what are you stopping, this? As a result, before Silyu's words were finished, he was beaten by the king god of the time realm again. Silyu covered his head and said aggrievedly. Master, what are you beating me again? What are you doing? When did I say the benefits you mentioned, good guys work from 9 to 5, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and work 5 days a week, when did I say it? Ah, Master, don't be like this, in fact, the time node for them to go back is not at your disposal, as for how long it has been in between, it is not up to you to decide. This. Am I angry about this? I am angry that you promise. Wantonly. Silyu scratched his head and said. Master, you can't blame me, if I don't say so, they won't be able to come. Looking at the aggrieved apprentice, the king god of the time realm sighed helplessly. Forget it, remember you can't talk nonsense next time. Okay. I saw the king of time realm wave his hand, and time began to flow normally again. After resuming the flow, Silyu naturally introduced the king god of time to everyone behind him. Regarding the appearance of the king god of time, because of the case of Xiao Wukong, everyone did not dare to underestimate the king god of time, and Xiao Feng muttered, why is it that both the king god of time and the candidate of the king god of time are about the same age as themselves, even if they are big? Then the lord of the time realm heard that you can turn me back to normal. Of course it will be a piece of cake for me. I saw that the king god of the realm of time gave little Wukong a little light, and little Wukong instantly grew up and changed back to the appearance of the most young and powerful. It's amazing, Xiao Feng, you see that I have changed back. It's changed back. Wukong looked at Xiao Feng very puzzled, why didn't the other party have the slightest surprise, shouldn't he be very happy? And Silyu also said. You guys talk first, and I'll go and pull the 2 team members. Saying that, Silyu opened another door of time and space, and walked in. The door of time and space had just closed automatically, and it opened automatically, and Silyu walked out again, followed by 2 familiar young people. Goku saw the young man with a scar on his face and said in surprise, you are Gohan, and Xiao Feng was also puzzled. You are Dad? Dad, how did you become like this? And Gohan, who had a scar on his face, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Goku. Father. Chapter 58. And Tenunks, who was behind Gohan, also looked at Vegeta suspiciously. Father, how did you cut your hair? And this Mr. Goku, wait a minute, brother Gohan, are they their father and Mr. Goku from another plane? Gohan nodded and said. Looks like it should be. What are you talking about with Tenunks, Dad, and what is the scar on your face, Dad? Xiao Fang asked as she stepped forward to look at Gohan suspiciously. And Gohan shook his head and said to Xiao Fang. I'm sorry little sister, I'm not the father you know, although my name is Son Gohan, but I'm not married, let alone have a wife and children, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Hey! At this time, Su Yu came up and coughed a few times and said. I'm sorry Xiao Fang disappointed you, he is indeed not your acquaintance with Son Gohan, he is the isotope of your father's parallel time and space, from the time and space where I am. Vegeta raised her eyebrows when she heard this. At this time, Goku suddenly scratched his head. And said, it turns out that you are Gohan and Tenunks in the future time and space, alas, but I remember that Tenunks, you said that Gohan didn't die in battle, did he use the Dragon Ball to resurrect again? Tenunks pointed to himself in confusion and asked in surprise. Mr. Goku, are you talking about me? But I don't know Mr. Goku, and it's the first time I've met Mr. Goku today. Oh, isn't that right? Didn't you travel through time and space to give it to me? Vegeta on the side said impatiently. Stupid cockroach! Hasn't your body changed back and your head hasn't changed back yet? This Tenunks and Gohan are from a parallel time and space that we don't know. After Vegeta's awakening, Goku understood. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken, because we've seen Tenunks on other planes. Wukong said apologetically with his hands folded in 11 faces. No, father, you don't have to apologize, to be honest, I'm very happy to see you, even if it's you in another time and space, I don't know if I have a request. What a request, just say it. Can I hug you? Hug? Of course I can. Before Goku's words fell, Gohan hugged Goku with a strong stride, and Goku was a little stunned, but he still hugged Gohan. Feeling the embrace of a long absence, Gohan, who has always been extremely strong, and has never cried even if he has been forced into a desperate situation by androids several times, can't help crying for a while. Father, I really miss you. Xiao Fang didn't expect to see her father cry one day, and she seemed a little overwhelmed. All right, Gohan, don't be too sad, we'll see each other a lot after joining the Space-Time Patrol. After hearing Goku's comfort, Gohan quickly stopped crying and let Goku. At this time, Xiao Fang also handed over the handkerchief. Looking at the handkerchief handed by Xiao Fang, Gohan was stunned for a moment and then quickly said. Thank you. It's okay, I didn't expect you to cry too, Dad, although you are not the dad I know, but Dad, you cry so much, there must be a particularly heavy experience. Gohan didn't expect that the daughter from parallel time and space in front of him would be so caring. Yes. Then tell me what you've been through, and most importantly, what happened to this woman, there are no white-haired female scions on our plane. Vegeta asked, pointing at Su Yu. Here's the thing. Gohan slowly recounted his experience. And the 3 people and 1 dragon from a time and space similar to GT also listened to Gohan's narration. In this way, we who had been following Vessa's training were invited to join the Time Patrol. Android 12. Is it an android made from me and Vegeta and the other 2 Scion cells? Goku also looked at Su Yu curiously, no wonder he felt the aura from Su Yu, both him and Vegeta and other familiar breaths. And the corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. What is the cell of the other 2 scions? Naha, forget it, Mr. Wukong, do you make your eldest brother Raditz sad when he hears this? It seems that the Shalo of your plane is not the Shuru of our plane. Our Shalo said that you killed Tenunks and you seized the time machine, not stole the time machine. Kill me. Tenunks was startled. That's right, if I don't show up, according to the normal development of history, after Gohan, you first broke an arm to protect Tenunks, and then you died on the battlefield after encountering androids again, and then you were left with Tenunks, a warrior, although you finally solved NOS 17 and 18? But you were killed by Shuru before traveling through time. Tenunks's unlucky man. That's right, according to our Shuru's description, Tenunks, you were probably killed around your age. Tenunks touched his neck and said. Stupidly, thanks to Sister Suyu's appearance. Otherwise I would have been unlucky. Then Tenunks looked up and asked. So what happened to you, father, and who is that golden-skinned man? My name is the 4-star dragon. And I am the incarnation of the 4 planets in Earth Dragon Ball. Hearing the introduction of the 4-star dragon, Gohan and Tenunks were quite surprised. Dragon Ball can also become a spirit in these years. So Goku also told Gohan and Tenunks about his experience in that time and space. Especially when talking about the evil dragon, the expressions of the two became extremely solemn, but fortunately, at this time, Suyu spoke in time. Don't worry, the Dragon Balls of our time and space are not polluted by the Dark Dragon Balls, and they will not accumulate negative energy to give birth to the evil dragon. Hearing this, Gohan and Tenunks breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 59. In the sky above the nest of time, Goku, who has transformed into Super Saiyan 4, spreads out his hands to gather energy. On the other hand, Gohan transforms into the Super Saiyan God full potential form, and his fingers are placed in front of his forehead to accumulate energy. 10 times the Turtle Sect Kigong. Demon penetrating light killing cannon. They. 2 of them released their kills at the same time, and 2 powerful energies collided in the air, but neither of the 2 powerful forces could help anyone. Wow, I didn't expect this dad to be on par with Grandpa, it's really amazing. In Xiao Fang's subconscious, her grandfather has always been the strongest. She still remembers that her father and Uncle Wuxian were controlled by Bibi and hurt her, but as a result, her grandfather directly beat up and transformed into a Super Saiyan father and uncle with normalcy. It's just that now his grandfather is full of firepower, and he has used 10 times the strongest skill to use the Turtle School Kigong, and he can only fight with his father in another time and space. Eventually, the 2 of them fell to the ground and lifted their transformations, and Goku couldn't help but sigh. Gohan, you're really amazing. No, you haven't used your full strength yet, father. No, it's already used, and unless I borrow their power, it won't get any stronger. Of course, in addition to the battle between Goku and his son, Vegeta and his son also completed the fight, and after coming to the nest of time, with the help of the King of Time, Vegeta also grew a tail, so he can transform into Super Saiyan 4 without the help of a machine. However, the result was still the same, and after the 2 of them fell to the ground, Vegeta snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect you and that kid to master that strange transformation. This is thanks to Sister Suyu and Lord God of the Old Realm. Otherwise Brother Gohan and I would not have mastered the form of full potential. Then Tenunks subconsciously looked around and found that the silver-haired girl was missing. What about Sister Suyu? At this time, Xiao Fang jumped out and said, Sister Suyu. She went to other multiverses to pull people. Sister Suyu, she's quite busy. Vegeta said impatiently. Leave that woman alone, Tenunks will tell me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God through cultivation. So that I can surpass that guy from Kakarot. Goku on the side put his arms behind his head and said with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Vegeta, you are too cunning, you actually want to be the first to become the god of Super Saiyans. However, Vegeta pointed at Goku's nose and said. Hey, what do you guys know, you have changed through rituals and experienced that kind of transformation, but I haven't changed, so I want to become a Super Saiyan God through cultivation and prove that as a Saiyan Prince, my talent is stronger than yours. Hey, if it weren't for Lord Beerus, I wouldn't have chosen to transform into a Super Saiyan God with the help of other people's strength. Although Goku admits that he fought very happily after transforming into a Super Saiyan God, it was not his own strength after all, and he was not very willing. All in all, Kakarot, I'll be the first to become a Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough before you. Come on, Vegeta, then let's see which of the two of us breaks through first. Looking at Goku and Vegeta, who were arguing, Gohan and Tenunks also showed helpless expressions. At this moment, the King God of the Time Realm came out and said, "Another Dark Dragon Ball has appeared, Suyu has gone to other multiverses to recruit members. So then come and collect the Dark Dragon Ball and give it to you Gohan first." Leave it to Gohan? After all, Goku's biggest purpose in joining the Time and Space Patrol was to fight, so when he heard that there was a mission, he couldn't wait to go out. The mission was given to Gohan because Gohan is the most powerful of you. Hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Xiao Fang all looked at Gohan in surprise. Gohan, on the other hand, smiled wryly. "It's worthy of being the King God of the Time Realm, and I can't hide this from you. Gohan, why didn't you use your strongest strength when you fought just now?" Facing the old father's question, Gohan said helplessly, "Father, you didn't come up with Super Saiyan 3 when you fought Uncle Vegeta." Goku was speechless for a while. Vegeta almost didn't hold back when she heard this. "Humph, if there is really a father, there must be a son. Anyway, let's go collect the Dark Dragon Balls first, and we'll discuss the rest later." Okay. So the King of Time God threw a ring of time to Gohan, and Gohan saw Suyu use the ring of time, so he also used the ring of time to open a spatial crack, and then stepped into it. At this time, Goku couldn't help but ask, "Lord God of the Time Realm, who is the enemy that Gohan is facing?" The enemy he is facing is Frieza after the resurrection of another time and space. Frieza? Do you need Gohan to deal with Frieza? Goku couldn't figure it out. Now for him, Frieza and Churu together were not enough to play on his own, and even ordinary Super Saiyans didn't need to change. However, the words of the King of Time God that followed surprised Goku and various Vegetas. After 4 months of cultivation, Frieza's strength is no longer weaker than yours. As soon as these words came out, the first thing that was unbelievable was Vegeta. "What are you kidding? That bastard of Frieza has surpassed us after 4 months of cultivation. Now that we have practiced for decades, we have far surpassed Frieza at the time of Namek. How did he catch up with us in just 4 months?" Hearing that Frieza had caught up with them after 4 months of cultivation, Vegeta felt that he had cultivated to the dog for so many years. Believe it or not, see for yourselves. As he spoke, the King of Time summoned a screen that showed Frieza, who had returned to Earth, and his Frieza Legion. This was recorded a few hours ago, and you can take your time and watch for yourselves. As he spoke, the King of Time turned to leave, and everyone looked solemnly at the picture on the screen. And Xiao Fang looked at the picture and saw Gohan panting in a green tracksuit at a glance. "Is that the father of which plane? So young, doesn't he look very powerful?" Vegeta guessed. "It seems that Gohan in that plane has abandoned training again. I don't know how much strength is still retained." And Goku also scratched his head in distress and looked at Gohan in a green tracksuit and glasses. "Really, Gohan's kid is really wasted enough, and I won't rush it. In that plane." And at this time, Tenunks was different from Goku and Vegeta. He said, "Maybe Gohan brother in that time and space just doesn't look good. I believe that as long as that Gohan brother moves, he will definitely be invincible. Obviously, because he grew up behind Gohan's ass since he was a child, Tenunks is very confident even in the face of Gohan in other planes. However, the slap in the face soon came, and Gohan, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan on the screen, was directly punched by Frieza in the first stage. Tenunks was stunned, while Goku covered his face. How much is this kid ruined? Humph, that time and space Kakarot was too indulgent of his son. What kind of Saiyan is this? This appearance is even more regressive than the original Demon Slayer Bu. Even Xiao Fang, who is her own daughter, is difficult to look at. Let's not talk about Gohan here, even if it is her own father Gohan, although he is not Grandpa's opponent, but in addition to Grandpa and Vegeta, his father is the strongest, and Gohan who was punched by Frieza in the picture is simply beyond her imagination, and even Xiao Fang doubts that Gohan in that time and space can beat her. Chapter 60. On the nameless island of the Earth in the main plane, a battle is going on for the fate of the Earth at this time. After the resurrection, Frieza led his legions here, and most of the people on Earth gathered here, except for Goku and Vegeta, who were out to practice. And as the former savior of the Earth, the main time and space Gohan seems to have become the pillar of everyone, but fortunately, although it has been abandoned for a long time, he saw that Beak was beaten by Frieza's subordinates Red Bull and Takuma, and he turned back into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage. Although Red Bull and Takuma were stronger than the original Canute team because of their role as Frieza's sparring partners, and even included Frieza's Namek, Gohan, who transformed into Super Saiyan, directly knocked the two to the ground. For a while, the members of the Frieza Legion were shocked by Gohan in the Super Saiyan state, and none of them dared to rush forward, even if Frieza gave an order. So without saying a word, Frieza killed all the disobedient and fearful men, leaving only a loyal butler who looked like a dwarf winter melon. What a bunch of shit, it seems necessary to let me do it myself. Frieza jumped straight out of his floating stroller, and then pointed at the master who transformed into a Super Saiyan, So Gohan, and said with a smile, "Son of the Monkey King. Then start with you first." Originally, Gohan was ready to meet him in a battle stance, but in the next second, Frieza's face full of evil smiles appeared in front of him. Then Onkyujo felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his brain went blank, and in an instant he lost consciousness and collapsed. The warriors were worried when they saw Gohan being knocked out by Frieza's punch, and Frieza smirked. "Oh, roar, roar, it seems that Sun Wukong's son is not very good. I thought that at least I could make a few moves with me in this form, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. It seems that I have become too strong, ha ha ha." Seeing Gohan fall, Vic, who was actually a few years older as his father, rushed to the first stage of Frieza for the first time, but his fist was directly pinched by the other party. "Oh roar, don't worry, then, I'll send you to hell one by one." "Shut up Frieza, I'm not going to let you hurt Gohan." Vic threw another fist, only to be caught by Frieza. "Humph, you don't seem to know the gap between you and me," Frieza said as she tore off Vic's arms, and then kicked Vic away, causing Vic to fall to the ground. And Nobi Gohan, who was lying on the ground and looked like Nobi Nobita, regained consciousness, but he was still unable to stand up, and the punch from Frieza just now was simply too painful. "Compare. Gram. Uncle." Vic stood up from the ground, stretched out his arms vigorously, and stood in front of Gohan and said, "Gohan, I won't let you die. Oh, it's interesting. So let me have fun." Saying that, Frieza's fingertips kept shooting death rays, and deliberately lowered the energy, not killing Vic but torturing Vic. Under the continuous shooting of death rays, Vic's body quickly became full of holes. Although Vic has a strong ability to regenerate, his physical strength is soon depleted due to continuous regeneration. Looking at Vic, who was recovering more and more slowly, Frieza felt that he was tired of playing. So he turned one hand behind his back and pointed the other finger at Nobi Gohan and Vic, and his fingertips converged into an energy bullway. "Humph, this king is very merciful, let the two of you die together." Although the others wanted to go up to the rescue, they were also injured a lot in the battle just now. Bulma was also calling for Ves, but on the planet of destruction, Ves was eating pizza, and the crystal ball on the staff happened to be covered by the pizza box discarded by Beerus, so he did not receive Bulma's distress signal. At this time, Vic once again put his arms in front of Gohan in the same posture as before. Looking at this scene, Nobi Gohan burst into tears. If he could cultivate well, even if he maintained his previous level, the result would not be like this, and he was extremely remorseful for a while. Die! After saying that, the energy ball gathered by Frisia's fingertips shot out, and just as he was about to finish Gohan and Vic, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Vic, and then crushed Frisia with his bare hands to shoot the death energy ball. Seeing this scene, it was not only Frisia who was stunned, but everyone present who saw the person who crushed Frisia's energy ball was also stunned. Vic looked at Nobi Gohan lying on his stomach behind him in disbelief, and then saw the person who was blocking him and crushing the Frisia energy ball with his bare hands, and wondered. Gohan! It's my Uncle Vic, and the next battle will be handed over to me. Naturally. The person who came was Shisuan Gohan, and Klin directly shouted. What's the matter? How come there are two Gohan? And Tianjin Fan immediately noticed the difference between the new Gohan and the wild Bigo rice lying on the ground. No, this Gohan seems to be more mature, and he still has a scar on his face. Vic asked, puzzled. What's going on? Gohan. No, because I'm the son Gohan from another plane in the future. And I'm from the same plane as the man-made Scion number 12, so you know. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that this was Gohan from the future time and space. No wonder it was more mature than Nobi Gohan lying on the ground. And Frisia understood. Oh, I didn't expect there to be a son from another time and space. This is really an accident. If I kill his current son and his future son together, then he must be in pain, ha 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 ha. Frisia laughed proudly, although he couldn't feel the breath of the time in front of him, but it must not be much better than lying on the ground. Instead of ignoring Frisia's provocation, he pressed his hand in front of Vic, and soon Vic was all healed from his injuries and accepted Captain Gohan's anger, and his strength was restored. Vic looked at his body in disbelief. The future Gohan would actually be a milkman? My body is. This is a skill I learned when I was practicing on the planet Adrath, and then Uncle Vic, you will take over there. I'm going to get out of here. I know. Vic saw that at this time, he was suppressing his anger, especially when he looked at Nobi Gohan who was lying on the ground. Vic was really afraid that Gohan would punch Nobi Gohan. Vic immediately turned around and left the battlefield with Nobi Han, who was lying on the ground. Frisia looked at Vic who was leaving the battlefield with Nobi Han, and laughed. Do you think you can escape? And Frisia raised his hand to kill the two Vics who had left the battlefield. However, as soon as Frisia raised his hand, his arm was grabbed by someone, and Frisia felt a sharp pain in his arm, and turned his head to see Sitsun Gohan with a calm face but a look of anger in his eyes. Frisia, don't force me to be completely angry. Looking at Shisuan Gohan's eyes, as if letting Frisia see the Monkey King who was also provoked by himself on Namek back then, Frisia couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and the fear of being dominated by the Super Saiyan came to his heart again. Chapter 61. However, Frisia quickly suppressed the fear in his heart, because now he is not what he used to be, not to mention that just now he knocked down this time and space no Gohan with one punch, although the time in front of him looks strong, but it will definitely not be strong there. So Frisia sneered. It's up to you, King Ben. As a result, Frisia was directly punched by Gohan, and blood flowed from the corner of Frisia's mouth that flew out, but he had just stabilized his body in the air, but he was kicked from behind by Gohan, and then Gohan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Frisia and kicked Frisia in the abdomen, and Frisia immediately vomited out the acid water in his stomach. Of course, Gohan didn't let Frisia go, but continued to beat Frisia one after another. Looking at Frisia, who was violently beaten by Shi Suan Gohan, Klin's eyes widened in shock. Gohan in the future is so powerful, even if he doesn't become a Super Saiyan, he can beat Frisia violently, and our combat power is not the same dimension as him at all. Gohan. Although Big saw Shiken Gohan for the first time, according to what he knew about this space-time field Gohan, Shigohan was very angry now, and Big could guess that the reason for his anger had something to do with him. And in the nest of time, looking at Gohan who beat Frisia, Tenunks, who has been with Gohan for a long time, swallowed his saliva and said, "Brother Gohan, he seems to be really angry, I have hardly seen this kind of anger." Although Gohan had expressed his hatred for androids 17 and 18 in front of Tenunks, he was not angry to that extent. After beating Frisia violently, Gohan kicked Frisia from the air to the ground. Frisia lay on the ground. Gohan landed in front of Frisia who climbed on the ground and said, "Transform, let me see how strong you have become this time." Hearing this, Vic thought of something and immediately shouted, "Gohan, quickly deal with him, don't let him transform, otherwise he will be in trouble." However, a sneer appeared at the corner of Gohan's mouth and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Vic, everything is in my expectation, I won't let him die easily, I will crush him with absolute strength, and it will be worse than killing him." "Don't be too arrogant, Scion, the transformed king is unimaginable." So, Frisia roared directly after getting up, and with the white aura rising, Frisia turned into his former final form, and at the same time his original appearance. Feeling Frisia's powerful aura, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Clinchin Fan and the others. "It's so powerful, how did he become so powerful?" And feeling Frisia's breath, Big's face turned greener. After the transformation was completed, Frisia's injuries were not only healed, but at the same time, his original embarrassed appearance was also gone. "Oh roar, how can you be intimidated by the power of this king?" But in the face of the proud Frisia, Shi Suan Gohan said calmly, "The way you look, it's not that good." "Damn, I'm going to see how hard your damn Scion mouth is," said. A punch that slammed into Gohan's face, and Gohan took Frisia's punch in a normal manner, and Frisia's punch only made blood flow from the corner of Gohan's mouth. "Didn't you hear me when I told you to show all your strength?" And Gohan burst out with a silvery white aura in front of him, a wisp of bangs hanging down from his forehead. And then punched Frisia with a backhand punch. Looking at Gohan with such a posture, little Tenunks and little Goten naturally recognized it. "It's this form again, and it's finally appeared. Yes. I remembered that my brother used this gesture to beat Majin Buu in the first place. That's right, it feels like this future Gohan is much stronger than when he beat Majin Buu at the beginning, and this time it's a sure win." At this time, Nobi Gohan also reluctantly stood up. Looking at the appearance of Shi Suan Gohan after his transformation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had also transformed into this form, but now it is difficult for him to become like this, and in the future time and space, he will not only change if he wants, but even become stronger. And Gohan, who has transformed into a form with full potential, was beaten to Frisia again, and Frisia, who had just recovered from his transformation, was hammered again, and even finally was directly pressed by Shi Suan Gohan on the cliff body of the island to come to a classic panion. At the same time, Tur Gohan looked at Frisia who was pressed into the mountain, and said in a commanding tone, "I said that I want you to use all your strength, did you hear it?" Facing the repeated humiliation of Turing Gohan, Frisia suddenly became furious. "Damn Scion monkey, then let this king send you to death," said. Frisia's aura surged again, and the entire mountain was shattered by Frisia's breath, and then the whole body burst into golden light. Frisia's original white skin turned golden, and the golden Frisia appeared. Frisia, who was already full of oppression, was even more oppressive in the eyes of Bik and others, and as mortals, they could not feel the breath of God. Therefore, they couldn't feel the strength of Goku and the others, so in their opinion, Frisia's aura at this time was the most powerful enemy they had ever seen, and there was no one. See, this is the true strength of this king, Scion, you're finished. After saying that, Frisia kicked up, but to the surprise of Golden Frisia, Shizun Gohan actually caught him with this kick and grabbed his calf. If that's all you're capable of, you'll end up there. Frisia. In an instant, a red aura lit up around Shizun Gohan, and his hair turned red. Super Saiyan God full potential is here. And Goku and Vegeta, who were cultivating on the Destruction God Star, stopped, and the two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Kakarot, do you feel it? I feel it, it's the breath of Frisia and Gohan. Not only is Frisia resurrected, but his strength is not below you and me. Yes, but when did that kid learn to be the god of super science? NVES, who was eating pizza on the other side, also saw that the crystal ball of his staff showed a missed call. Chapter 62. After hearing Bulma's story, Goku and Vegeta of the main plane came to their senses. Gohan from the future plane, it's amazing. Hey, that Frisia guy is really resurrected. For Vegeta, Frisia is definitely the guy he hates the most, but he didn't expect to be resurrected now. Let's go Vegeta, let's go back to Earth. Goku stretched out his hand, but Vegeta, who was a Tsundere prince, could hold Goku's hand and put it directly on Goku's shoulder. Wait a minute, take us along, it's more than 40 minutes to fly from here to Earth, and ice cream can't wait that long. Obviously. Beruth and Weiss were looking forward to Bulma with an oversized parfait ice cream in hand. Okay. So Goku took the group back to Earth with a teleportation, and as soon as he returned to Earth, Goku saw the passionate collision between Gohan and Golden Frisia, and the two figures kept drawing the air in the air with the sound of explosion. Vis and Beerus made a beeline for Bulma, eager to sample the oversized ice cream parfait. Goku looked at Gohan who collided passionately with Golden Frisia and couldn't help but sigh. Future Gohan is really powerful, his Super Saiyan God is actually so much more powerful than our Super Saiyan God, and it is on par with our Super Saiyan Blue, how did you do it? Tisk, Kakarot, don't you see that? That kid doesn't seem to be an ordinary Super Saiyan God, he is so powerful when he superimposes other powers. It seems to be the same, the Super Saiyan God is really convenient, everything can be stacked. At this time, the battle between Gohan and Golden Frisia, who had transformed into a mysterious red, could be described as evenly matched. And this time, although Frisia was not crushed by Gohan like the previous forms, but basically opened 5 or 5, but Frisia's mentality collapsed a little. It stands to reason that he crushed all the enemies after transforming, but now it is this situation. And Gohan, who fought with Golden Frisia, saw Frisia's heart. It seems that this new form of yours has not brought you the desired effect, you are starting to panic now, Frisia. Shut up and shut up. Because he was poked in his heart by Stokaihan Sout, Frisia was angry and sped up his attack, but he was still caught by Stokaihan Gohan. What's the use of saying so much, you don't have anything to do with me, don't you? That's right, this new form of yours is indeed not simple, and it is even stronger than me in terms of strength, and I can only make up for it in speed skills, but you are also in a hurry to solve it quickly, because this form of yours can't last long. Hearing Gohan's words, Golden Frisia couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He didn't expect his shortcomings to be seen, yes, he had just cultivated and broken through to the golden form, and he couldn't wait to come to the earth to seek revenge, and he hadn't completely mastered this form yet. You. By the way, my father and Uncle Vegeta have returned from destruction, and if I'm guessing right, they're just as powerful as I am. What are you talking about? Frisia looked at Goku and Vegeta, who were watching the battle, and he couldn't feel Goku and Vegeta's breath. Frisia, don't worry, according to my father and Uncle Vegeta's character, they won't make a move until I lose, because you don't have the qualifications to let us defeat you together, and I said I'd crush your pride. Damn, Scion Monkey! Saying that, Golden Frieza attacked the mysterious Red Gohan in a more swift way, but his fierce attack was still easily defused by Gohan. Even in the back, Shi Gohan was able to defuse Golden Frieza's attack without using skills, and after looking at the already panting Golden Frieza, Shi Gohan said coldly, "Frieza, your physical strength has begun to decline, and you are not my opponent at all. If you come less, it is not known who will win and who will lose, and besides, this form of yours has not completely crushed this king. Frieza is still not dead to this day, when you told us on Namek that you still have 3 transformations, which made us desperate at the time, and now I want to tell you this, although I have not changed 3 times, I still have 2 more transformations." Hearing Shi Sun Gohan's words, Golden Frieza, who originally thought that he had the strength to fight, fell into a stupor, and actually had 2 transformations? Where did the hateful Scion get so many transformations? Then let you see my next transformation. Originally, Patrol Gohan's red hair turned upside down as if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and at the same time, his color changed from red to blue, and his aura changed to blue. Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Full Potential, and Vegeta and Goku, who were originally watching the battle, were also completely shocked. If the previous mysterious red they still have the confidence to fight with it, but now the mysterious blue, even if the 2 join forces, it may be difficult to compete with it, unless they use fusion dance step fusion or earring combination. Sure enough, Gohan, this kid can transform into Super Saiyan Blue like us, and superimpose his original special form, and actually become even more powerful than us. That kid in the future, he will actually become so powerful. Vegeta looked at Gohan who had transformed into Mystic Blue, and then looked at Gohan in a green tracksuit on his side. The gap between cultivation and non-cultivation is so huge. And Tenunks, in the nest of time, sighed. Sure enough, Gohan was quite angry, otherwise he wouldn't have transformed into this form to crush Frieza. And when Gohan looked at Gohan who had transformed into Mystic Blue, he couldn't help but sigh. Gohan of your time and space is so powerful, it seems that I still can't supervise Gohan enough on my side. That kid is actually on par with Siryu's girl. Are all the people in Siryu's time and space so terrifying? Why does Lord Beerus want to fight that Gohan? Asked Weiss, who was eating a smoothie. There's no need, I've fought with Siryu's girl before, and this form is not much different from Siryu's form. Beerus said and ate the ice cream in front of him again. And Gohan, who transformed into Mystic Blue, completely crushed Frieza in the golden form. Compared to before, Gohan no longer retains the strength to hit Frieza, and after a violent beating, Gohan in Mystic Blue form has to admit that this form Frieza is resistant to beating. It can be called the most durable golden sandbag in history. However, in the end, Golden Frieza was beaten back to normalcy by Gohan of the times, and then Gohan stomped Frieza under his feet. Frieza, your full strength is no more than that, and Frieza, who was trampled under the feet of Shi Sun Gohan, simply felt extremely humiliated. Damn, hateful, hateful. At this moment, Shi Sun Gohan felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito in his back, and turned around to find that Frieza's dwarf Winter Melon military master had actually used a ring-shaped pistol to shoot Frieza's death ray at himself. No, it can't be. Frieza's dwarf Winter Melon advisor looked incredulous and fired a death ray at Shi Sun Gohan, but it landed on Gohan like a raindrop, not to mention being injured, not even breaking the defense. Gohan looked at the death ray hitting him and suddenly realized. I see, Frieza, you have stored your chi in the ring under your hand, and you plan to take your opponent by surprise, if the opponent relaxes his vigilance. He may really be plotted. This is my personal explanation, mainly because the Super Blue was knocked down by a small pistol in the original book is too outrageous to explain at all. Chapter 63. Shi Sun Gohan didn't take much care of Frisia's military advisor. A direct glare wiped out Frisia's military advisor. Then Gohan turned to Frisia and said, "If it were my father, he might let you go and let you cultivate, but I won't show mercy to any enemy after the hellish apocalypse. If the sneak attack is your last resort, then that's the end of it, Frisia." "Damn, how can this king be, in that case? Let's all disappear together." Saying that, Frisia planned to blow up the entire earth directly, but Gohan in the mysterious blue form reacted extremely quickly and directly kicked Frisia off the ground with a heavy kick. "Too slow, Frisia, your movements are too slow in my eyes." The gap between Gohan Toki, who has a mysterious blue form, and Frisia, who is in the fourth stage, is like a cloud and mud, and Gohan, who is always vigilant, directly sees through Frisia's movements. And Frisia, who had suffered the heavy kick of the mysterious blue Gohan, had rejuvenated his pupils, lost consciousness and passed out, and then fell to the ground weakly. Later, when Gohan gathered energy in his hand, intending to finish Frisia completely, but at this moment, the black crack reappeared, and the Dragon Balls wrapped in dark aura flew out of it and merged into Frisia's body. Looking at the dark Dragon Balls that appeared, Shi Sun Gohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally waited for the appearance of the dark Dragon Balls, and Frisia, who was lying on the ground unconscious, instantly opened his eyes, and then slowly stood up and looked at his body with an unbelievable look. "Sparasi, ha ha ha, I didn't expect this king to be able to gain such a powerful power, wah ha ha ha." Saying that, Frisia's aura began to rise, and Goku and Vegeta, who were still in the mood to watch the show, couldn't help but show a look of horror, because they felt that Frisia's aura had surpassed the two of them, and it was constantly improving. "What's the matter with that black Dragon Ball? Why does it make Frisia's aura keep rising? Damn, Frisia's strength is getting stronger again." Kling looked horrified, and he began to retreat. It appeared again, and last time Shuru was possessed by the same black Dragon Ball at the last moment, and he defeated Gohan at that time with one punch. "Tisk, I didn't expect this black Dragon Ball to have such a terrifying boost to Frisia, Gohan, be careful." Hearing Big's reminder, Shi Sun Gohan turned his head to the people of Big and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Uncle Big, I came to this plane for this dark Dragon Ball." Frisia looked at Gohan, who was still smiling, and was annoyed. "I didn't expect you to laugh even now, damn Saiyan monkey, today I'll let you see how terrifying this king is who has completely stimulated his potential." Frisia, whose aura had risen rapidly, became faster and then turned into a golden Frisia again, but the transformation has not stopped, and the aura is still improving, until the original golden transformation turns bright black, and the transformation does not stop coming down. Black Gold Frisia is here. And Beerus, who was eating ice cream, finally stopped and looked at the battlefield. But Vis was still gulping down the ice cream, but he said, "Why, is Lord Beerus finally moved? But that black and gold form of Frisia can threaten Lord Beerus in terms of strength. Hey, what about the strength? As long as I use the magic of God, I can easily destroy him. If that kid can't solve Frisia, then I will mention him to solve it." And after Kurikan Frisia felt his new form, he seemed to forget the humiliation just now, and even laughed at Shi Gohan in turn. "See, thanks to you, this king was able to transform into such a powerful form." However, Shi Sun Gohan still commented on it without being salty. But that's it. As a result, these words angered Kurokain Frisia again, and Kurokain Frisia rushed in front of Tokaikan Gohan again, intending to knock out Tokaikan Gohan with one punch like he had just done with Nobi Gohan. As a result, he punched down, and instead of knocking out Gohan with one punch like he had just done, he was blocked by Shi Sun Gohan with two hands, although it was a little difficult, but he still blocked it in the end. Humph, yes, it seems that Saiyan Monkey still has some skills, so can you still block it next? So Black Gold Frisia kicked up, and Gohan in his mysterious blue form used all his strength to dodge Frisia's kick, but as soon as he dodged, he was whipped out by Frisia's tail. As he flew out, he smashed a mountain behind him into a pile of rubble. Seeing that Gohan was knocked away, Vic couldn't help but shout, "Gohan!" and Goku smiled. "Don't worry, Vic, you can't feel Gohan's breath, so you're in a hurry, but don't worry, Gohan's breath hasn't weakened." Looking at Goku with a smile on his face, Vic felt like he was dreaming back to the Saru contest of the year. "Hey, as a father, you are smiling like a father watching your son being beaten. And I'm just like Gohan's own father. And Kurikan Frisia doesn't feel the breath of God. So he thinks that his move can at least hurt say Gohan. Ha ha ha, are you still hard-mouthed now?" But when the smoke and dust cleared, although Shizun Gohan's clothes were a little torn, he walked out intact as before, and saw that Shizun Gohan was not injured as he thought, and the black gold Frisia, who was originally 3 points proud, had the same black skin as his skin. "Scion Monkey! You! Frisia, have you forgotten something? I just said that I have 2 more chances to transform, and now you see that I am the penultimate transformation, and then I finally transform, Frisia." The overly smug black gold Frisia only remembered this again, but he comforted himself that his black gold form was far stronger than the previous gold form. "Don't be afraid that you can win." And then Gohan exploded again, and Vegeta looked shocked. Can that kid continue to transform? And Goku looked as he expected. Sure enough, Gohan still has a transformation, and Weiss, who was eating ice cream, said, "Oh, what an accident, Lord Beerus, you should be a little panicked now, if Mr. Son Gohan over there learns the divine skill of Lord God of the Time Realm. You will not have the slightest advantage. Hell, wait until he learns it, but I'll see how strong he is without using his divine skills." Beerus put down his spoon completely and looked at the battlefield. After a burst of white light, Gohan transforms into a new form, similar to the appearance of the teenage Super 2 Gohan, Saru game period, with silver hair and eyebrows, and a silver aura and pink lightning around the body. Super Saiyan God, full potential, evolution is here. At this time, Shizun Gohan looked at his form and said, "This is the new transformation that I mastered not long ago, because I am unwilling to be guarded by her, out of my anger against myself for many years, the strongest form developed under the guidance of Lord Vis and Lord Beerus. I will name this form the Beast form. Come on, Frisia will let you see which of you and me is the strongest." Actually, I'm skeptical about whether the Beast Gohan in the original book surpasses Black Gold Frisia. After all, the gold content of winning a Red Saru controlled by Vic is not very high, and this Red Saru is set to be completely able to surpass Broly, and he was also broken by Fat Godunks. So I designed this Beast Gohan to superimpose a lot of last beasts from Mysterious to Super Red to Super Blue. It should be able to surpass Black Gold Frisia, right? Chapter 64. At this time, Frisia looked at Gohan, who had transformed into a beast form, and was very uncomfortable. "How many colors can your Saiyan hair turn into? Black, gold, red, blue and white, how is it endless?" Just like Frisia wanted to kill Gohan in seconds just now, a punch directly hit the black gold Frisia in the beast form, and Frisia in the black gold form didn't react at all. Then Beast Gohan blasted black gold Frisia into the air, and then Beast Gohan flashed behind black gold Frisia with his back to black gold Frisia, and suddenly black gold Frisia was shot down from the sky by several explosions on black gold Frisia. Black gold Frisia got up from the ground in embarrassment, and looked at the Beast Gohan with his back to him and rushed up again, but the Beast Gohan didn't even look at it, raised his arm and hammered it back, and hit black gold Frisia in the face. Kyuganium Frisia covered his face in pain, but the Beast Gohan didn't give Kyukan Frisia a chance to react at all, and directly kicked Kyusan Frisia into the sky. Black gold Frisia gritted his teeth and raised a finger to gather the ball of energy. "Damn the Scion monkey, die!" But just as black gold Frisia was still accumulating energy, a wild beast Gohan appeared in front of Black Gold Frieza with energy in his hand, and said to Black Gold, "Frieza, I'm tired of Frieza, you can go back to your hell." Oh no! Seeing the energy that Beast Gohan's hands had already gathered, Frieza knew that he had lost. Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. Beast Gohan a Turtle Sect Kigong Wave engulfed the Black Gold Frieza in front of him, and after the engulfed Black Gold Frieza struggled in pain for a while, he was wiped out by the Beast Gohan's Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. Eventually, Frieza returned to the underworld 4 months after her resurrection, and the 7 planets of darkness were recovered by Shisuan Gohan. Looking at the eliminated Black Gold Frieza, Beerus turned and tasted the ice cream with Vess. And Goku also breathed a long sigh of relief and sighed. Gohan in the future is still really powerful. Humph, sooner or later, I will reach a level beyond that. Vegeta clenched his fists. He understood that the Super Saiyan God was just the beginning, and his next goal was to break through the Super Saiyan Blue. And the most shocking thing was Gohan in the main time and space. He looked at the invincible self in the future time and space. If he cultivated well, maybe he would be standing there himself, instead of almost seeing Big Dai in front of him. And after collecting the Dark Dragon Balls, Gohan did not leave, but fell in front of the main space-time no Gohan wearing a green tracksuit. "Gohan, calm down, actually." Bick looked at the cold-looking Shigzun Gohan, who was really afraid that he would slap the Nobi Gohan of the Dead Lord's plane. "Don't worry, Uncle Vic, I know what to do." At this time, Goku also patted Vic's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Vic, whether it's the current Gohan or the future Gohan, it's very gentle. And nothing will happen." Hearing Goku say this, Vic could only stop it with a green face. And Nobi Gohan looked at Shisuan Gohan and scratched his head and said, "This. Anyway, thank you, I'm from another time and space." "Thank you, am I done?" "Right. I'm sorry. You should have said sorry to Uncle Bick, not me, to be honest. I was so angry just now that it was you except Frieza, you know? If it weren't for beating Frieza to vent his anger, and now I even want to beat you up, obviously if you had used the strength he had when he faced Lord Beerus, Uncle Beach wouldn't have almost been killed by you, you know." Nobi Gohan lowered his head deeply and said in a dejected manner, "I know, if I hadn't wasted my cultivation, I wouldn't have become what I am now. As the same person, we have the same interests and hobbies, and I also like to read, and I often read all kinds of books, but I have never abandoned my cultivation, for no other reason, because in my time and space, my father left me when I was a child, and then androids appeared and they killed everyone, including Uncle Vic, and I was the only one to fight before Tenunks grew up. Do you know how I spent more than 10 years like purgatory on Earth?" Gohan excitedly grabbed Nobi Gohan's collar, and Nobi Gohan also recalled how the future time and space were fragmented from the mouth of future Tenunks. "I've heard Tenunks say. So why are you the way you are?" Hearing Shisuan Gohan's question, Nobi Gohan couldn't say anything for a while. Could it be that because of his father and Uncle Vegeta's protection of the Earth, he can sit back and relax and even stop practicing? Obviously, the sudden attack of Frieza had already told him what the consequences would be. "To be honest, I really envy you, you know? I'm more jealous of you than anger, jealous that you are with your father, jealous that you don't have to go through purgatory on Earth, jealous that you have a younger brother that I don't have, jealous that you have a happy family, and even a considerate daughter in the future, and I, at your age, I have only one relative left with my mother, unlike you who have almost everything." As he spoke, he let go of Nobi Gohan's collar and smiled bitterly. Hearing Gohan's words, everyone also fell silent, and they could imagine how heavy the experience of this seemingly invincible future Gohan in front of them was. In this time and space, I really hope that you can understand how beautiful the life you have. Do you have to be like me to distribute cultivation after losing everything? Today you waste your cultivation and lose Uncle Vic, so what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Don't wait until you lose everything and then regret it. In the end, after Shizun Gohan said this, he used the ring of time to open the door of time and space and left silently. As for how he would decide in the future in this time and space, it was no longer up to him to decide, he just told himself what he wanted to say to himself in this time and space. And after the time tour Gohan left, Nobi Gohan stood in place and pondered for a long time, and it was obvious that his self in another time and space had a great stimulation for him. That's right, reading is my hobby, but it's absolutely wrong to waste my cultivation for the sake of my hobby. I can't always think about letting my fathers guard everything in front of me, just as I said in the future, if I lose Uncle Big today, then what will he lose tomorrow? Gohan can't imagine. So just when Beeruswis and the others were about to return to the Destruction God Star after eating and drinking enough on Earth, Gohan, who had changed into a Kame Senryu martial arts uniform, flew over sweating profusely. Father, Uncle Vegeta. Lord Beerus, I want to practice with you too. Chapter 65. As soon as Gohan returned to the nest of time, he saw Xiao Fang rushing towards him, so he hugged Gohan's waist and coquettish. Dad, you're really amazing, no wonder Grandpa once said that as long as you cultivate well, you are the strongest, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Gohan touched the head of this daughter from another time and space, feeling as if the whole person had been healed, and Goku also patted Gohan on the shoulder and gave Gohan a thumbs up. Gohan is really amazing, it seems that I have to work harder, Dad. No, Father, you will always be the strongest in my eyes. There. Goku grinned as he scratched his head. I didn't expect that bastard of Frieza to become so powerful, Tisk. If Frieza is resurrected next time, he must be handed over to me, I must personally solve that bastard of Frieza. You are not allowed to rob me, understand? Regarding Vegeta's speech, Goku and Gohan both knew Vegeta's past, so they could understand Vegeta's feelings, so they nodded in agreement. Gohan then handed over the Dark Dragon Balls to the King of Time to seal them, and now the Dark Dragon Balls have successfully sealed 3 of them. Later, the King God of Time began to teach Goku, Vegeta, and Xiao Fang the cultivation methods of the 3 Super Saiyan gods, as well as the skills of Gohan God. A day later, Suyu, who had gone to other multiverses, returned, followed by a tall, muscular, and angular man. Hey everyone, I'm back. Su. Yu greeted everyone, and Gohan saw the strong man behind Suyu and asked suspiciously. Who is this? Oh, he's a member of the team I pulled from other multiverses. Named Jonathan Joestar. And Jonathan also took the initiative to step forward to introduce himself, stretched out his hand to Gohan and said. Hello, my name is Jonathan Joestar, you can call me Jojo directly, I was originally a Ripple warrior, and now I have become a stand-in messenger. Gohan took Jonathan's hand and shook it, introducing himself as well. My name is Son Gohan, I am a martial artist, that is my father's son Wukong, standing next to him is my father's friend Vegeta, that child is my daughter's son Xiao Fang, and that purple-haired youth is Tenunks. Gohan introduced Jonathan to everyone present. Wukong looked at Jonathan curiously, he felt that Jonathan's chi was not very strong, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Jojo. Right. That's right. What is that Ripple warrior and stand-in messenger? The so-called Ripple warrior refers to a person who uses Ripple to fight, and Ripple can be seen as a special kind of chi, although this kind of chi cannot be released, but it has the effect of strengthening the body, delaying the aging of the body, and prolonging life. Hearing this, Wukong couldn't help but exclaim. Amazing! If you cultivate this kind of chi, can everyone live as long as the old grandfather of the turtle immortal? Hey, we Saiyans don't need to delay aging, we Saiyans can maintain a long period of youth. But Vegeta Ripple can prolong life, and I feel like we can learn from this point. Vegeta didn't say anything more, but it was good to be able to prolong her life. So what is the stand-in messenger? The stand-in messenger is. At this time, Soo-yu said to Jonathan. Jojo. You show your stand-in and let them see if they can see it. Understood. Jonathan then summoned his avatar, and Gohan, and Tenunks, as well as Goku. Saw a golden figure emerge from Jonathan's back, with a large body. The stout figure had a headdress that covered the base of its nose, and its face and triangular inversion resembled the red crown of Egypt. It is equipped with a small simple double diving cylinder on the back and is connected to the back of the mask by a short double-ridged trachea. From the back of the waist to the front of the shoulders, it is fastened with a thick puffed ribbed belt. There are heart-shaped decorations on the chin, abdomen, and knees. That's right, he is the original Dio's stand-in, the world. When Soo-yu went to Jonathan's world, he originally planned to directly pull Jonathan into the gang, but he accidentally encountered Dio, to be precise, Dio from other JoJo parallel worlds, and has a stand-in world, beyond heaven. In the end, the JoJo of various parallel time and space united to successfully defeat Heaven Dio, and after defeating Heaven Dio, Jonathan inexplicably awakened the world of stand-ins, and it was also a perfect version of the world that could stop for up to 9 seconds. I don't know if you want to see this plot. I feel like the response from everyone who wrote the JoJo plot last time wasn't so enthusiastic. If you want to see it, deduct 1. Is this a stand-in? It looks amazing. But for Vegeta and Xiao Fang, they were confused, they didn't see anything. Therefore, when they heard Goku's admiration, they couldn't help but say, Kakarot, what are you talking about? Yes, Grandpa, what did you see? Why can't I see anything? Goku scratched his head and wondered. You can't see it. Can't you see such a big figure? And at this time, Soo-yu held his chin and said thoughtfully. Sure enough, it's similar to what I guessed. People who have the breath of God or have changed into a Super Sai God can see the stand-in, and Vegeta, Xiao Fang, you haven't changed into a Super Sai God, so you can't see the stand-in. I see. By the way, is there anything special about this stand-in, Jojo? This stand-in of mine is connected to my body. It's equivalent to another me. It's just that it can't be too far away from me. If you have a special ability, you can stop for 9 seconds. It's awesome. To stop for 9 seconds. For Goku, if he can stop for 9 seconds, then the battle will be like a tiger's wings. Vegeta understands what it means to be able to stop for 9 seconds in battle. In this way, the stand-in is really powerful. It's equivalent to doubling the combat effectiveness while being able to stop for 9s. It's just cheating. That Sister Soo-yu, do you have a stand-in? Xiao Fang guessed that Soo-yu went to that world, and he should bring back the souvenirs of that world. I didn't expect to be guessed by Xiao Fang, and I also awakened a stand-in in that world because of some kind of coincidence. Saying that, Soo-yu showed off his stand-in, and judging from the appearance, Soo-yu's stand-in was a silver smooth female doll. Although Xiao Fang still couldn't see it, she continued to ask. Sister Soo-yu, what is your stand-in ability? Some people say that Tanjiro of Demon Slayer Blade travels to JoJo to learn ripples, and I want to send Tachio to the world of Demon Slayer Blade to accept Tanjiro as a disciple and start the plot. Chapter 66. Hearing Xiao Fang's inquiry, Soo-yu stretched out 2 fingers, and said with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. My stand-in currently has 2 abilities. First of all, the first is disguise. Disguise. That's right, Xiao Fang, look behind you. As a result, Xiao Fang turned around and found that there was still a person standing behind her, and her breath was exactly the same, and she was immediately startled. You? Who are you? You? Who are you? Not only did the girl behind him speak exactly the same as herself, but her expression and posture were also exactly the same. Soon Xiao Fang remembered the disguise that Soo-yu said, so she immediately understood what was going on. It turns out that the disguise is like this. Sister Soo-yu, don't move first, let me see how the disguise is. Okay. Originally, Yu thought that Xiao Fang's look was just a look, but he never expected that after looking at it for a while, Xiao Fang actually started to move her hand directly, and started to grope up and down against Yu's stand-in after camouflage. Fortunately, the other party is just a little girl, and the groping is not too much. If it is a rough man or something, I am afraid that I can't help but aura the other party a whole page. Well, it's exactly the same. What a powerful disguise. No, it can't be said to be exactly the same. In fact, it's still slightly different. It's just that you haven't noticed it. This disguise of mine seems to be perfect, but there is always a slight gap with the original owner in some positions, because the person who imitates it is different, so the detail gap is not the same. Xiao Fang, don't you feel that there is any gap between me, the stand-in, and you? There's no gap. Where? And then Wukong said. I know this, the color of the pupils of this disguised Xiao Fang is different. And the color of the disguised Xiao Fang's pupils is redder. Wukong has been with his granddaughter for so long, and he can see the gap between the fake Xiao Fang and the real Xiao Fang at a glance. Oh, is that so? It seems to be worthy of Grandpa. Xiao Fang was reminded by Wukong, and only then did she realize that there was a difference in the color of the fake Xiao Fang's pupils in front of her. Not only that, but if the other party's strength surpasses me, I can't imitate it. Of course, if I imitate my own words, it will naturally be 1000% similar. What about my sister's second ability? This second kind is abstract. My stand-in can randomly draw an attribute card from a person. A person can only draw it once and the attribute is also random. Of course, the person being drawn won't lose the attribute that was drawn, and then I can give this randomly drawn attribute card to others. Let others have the corresponding attributes. Randomly select attributes to give attributes. Seeing that Xiao Fang was puzzled, Yu had no choice but to demonstrate it again. The random attribute I drew from me was the silver hair and red pupil, and then I gave you this attribute card. Yu's stand-in took out a card and inserted it into Xiao Fang's back, and Xiao Fang, who was originally black-haired and black-eyed, became the same silver-haired and red-eyed as Yu. Looking at her changed appearance, Xiao Fang felt very excited. Okay, have I become as powerful as Sister Yu? Xiao Fang said that she began to explode excitedly. Only to find that she found that her strength had not been improved. How can this be? Obviously, I have become the same as Sister Yu. Xiao Fang, haven't you heard? You only get the attribute card of silver hair and red pupils, and you don't gain power. Is that interesting? Alas! Do you think you can draw a random card to draw a good thing? My silver-haired red-pupiled card is a white card, which is equivalent to the R card in a mobile game. Xiao Fang, who had played the mobile game, naturally knew what Yu meant. No wonder you can only change your appearance, it turns out to be just an R card. Sister Yu, you must tell me when you draw SSR that day. Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and said. Where is SSR so easy to draw? First of all, it can be confirmed that not everyone has SSR attributes, and all those who have SSR attributes are dragons and phoenixes among people, and secondly, a person's attributes are also very complicated, and it is even more difficult to extract the desired attributes. That's it, Sister Yu, you come and draw my attributes to see what you can draw, and by the way, recycle your attribute card, otherwise my going to school will be too eye-catching. Okay. Then Yu pulled the attribute card back from Xiao Fang's body, and took Xiao Fang's attribute card by the way. Yu looked at Xiao Fang's attribute card, and unexpectedly found that it was a blue quality SR card, so Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Yes, I actually drew the SR card. SR card, Sister Yu, what is the attribute of this card of mine? Well, strange girl. Who blames the girl? People have always been a lady, okay. Hearing. This word directly stimulated Xiao Fang, for no other reason because Xiao Fang's early love fell out several times, all because those boys were afraid of her strange power, afraid that she would be killed by her accidentally, so Xiao Fang hated that someone called her a strange girl. And Wukong also stepped forward to look at Xiao Fang's attribute card, and couldn't help but sigh. This ability is really peculiar. By the way, take a draw of the attribute card on my body. Seeing Wukong pointing at him, Su Yu was naturally not polite, and directly drew Wukong's random attribute card. After the results were drawn, Su Yu found that this was actually a blue quality SR card. I didn't expect to get the SR card drawn on your grandfather and grandson, it's really a bit of a surprise. Grandpa's is also an SR card, what kind of attribute is that? Su Yu turned the card over, and a few words were displayed on it, martial artist. Yes, this is a martial artist, that is, this card can give others Wukong's martial arts and combat experience, but it will not directly give the other party strength. Your grandfather and grandson cards just make up a pair of combination cards, which can basically reach the level of SSR. That's SSR. That's right, the monster girl and the martial arts are beast mock, and it's normal to be able to reach SSR. Is that Su Yu's sister? SSR card, the rarest card. How could it be? And there is a on the SSR, which is the real rarity. Well, that's it, you can still combine. How many cards can Sister Su Yu bear at most by herself? If you say one person, it's theoretically two, and if you have good qualifications, you can withstand three. By the way, don't talk about these, Gohan Tenunks. The 4-star dragon and Vegeta, you also let me draw it, and see your attributes. I don't know if everyone is satisfied with the ability of this stand-in? Don't ask why it's random if it's not random, then the protagonist is directly invincible anyway. You can help give this stand-in a name. Chapter 67. Of course, Su Yu said so, but how could the arrogant Vegeta take the initiative to step forward, but he only snorted coldly and did not express his objections. So Su Yu was the first to take Vegeta, but it turned out that the card was only a white quality R-grade card, and the attributes on this card made Su Yu laugh a little. Sister Su Yu, what are you laughing at? It's okay, I just accidentally found a card from Mr. Vegeta's personality that best matches Mr. Vegeta's personality, Tsundere. As a result, these words almost made several young people cover their mouths and laugh. Wukong scratched his head and asked, "What is Tsundere?" Xiao Fang, why are you all smiling? Xiao Fang explained helplessly. Sure enough, Grandpa, you are still old. In fact, a common character attribute of characters in Tsundere anime games, simply put, in order to describe the true and soft side of the heart, to cover up the shy and make a tough and arrogant attitude, and a synonym for words and deeds that are inconsistent on the surface, it is often used to describe the characters who usually speak with thorns, have a tough and arrogant attitude, but are ashamedly sticky to the characters around them. Under certain conditions, hearing Xiao Fang's explanation, Wukong thought about it, and it was really like this. Well, if you think about it. Vegeta couldn't help but retort. Shut up, Kakarot, I'm not that kind of person, I'm a proud Scion Prince, how can I have that kind of character, I can't be mistaken. But Vegeta, you usually look cold to Bulma, but as soon as Bulma encounters any danger, you change your appearance. Xiao Fang, let me tell you, it was when Lord Beerus came to Earth. Okay, shut up, Kakarot, haven't we fought in a long time? Come on, this time I'm going to defeat you, Kakarot, completely. Hey Vegeta! As a result, Vegeta instantly turned into a Super 4 and rushed to Goku, and Goku was also forced to turn into a Super 4 to fight, and the two rushed into the air to fight. And looking at the two of them who collided passionately, Xiao Fang tilted his head and said, I remember that Grandpa didn't fight Vegeta not long ago? Sure enough, as Su Yu's sister said, Grandpa Vegeta is at Tsundere. And Suyu then drew out 2 attribute cards of Scholar and Gentleness on Gohan and Tenunks. Needless to say, these 2 cards are naturally white quality R cards. When Suyu stretched out his hand towards the 4-star dragon, the moment he pulled out the attribute card, the entire attribute card emitted a golden light. Wow, golden legend! The golden light card also attracted everyone's attention, and Xiao Feng, who was especially curious, couldn't wait to ask, is this going to the SSR card? What kind of card is Sister Suyu this time? Don't worry, let me see. Suyu turned the card over, and there were 2 words on the attribute card. Sun. Awesome, it's an SSR level card. I almost forgot that you can simulate the sun with a 4-star dragon. It's okay, but even if I simulated the sun, I didn't defeat Wukong in the first place. Do you want to take back the card of the 4-star dragon? Facing Suyu's inquiry, the 4-star dragon waved his hand and said, no need, just give this card to Miss Suyu. I believe that Miss Suyu will not abuse this card. Okay, by the way, if any of you want to use this card, it's pretty good to simulate the temperature of the sun's surface. As a result, all the people present chose to refuse. After all, as a scion, they would not rely on the strength of others unless they had to. So Suyu had no choice but to put these attribute cards first. By the way, Sister Suyu, what is the name of your stand-in? The name of my stand-in is very simple, Phantom USB Flash Drive, which corresponds to the 2 abilities of my stand-in, and my stand-in growth attribute is S, that is, my stand-in can also be upgraded. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up when she heard this. It's really amazing, I really want to have a stand-in. Okay, don't talk about this, something must have happened during the time I've been away, can you tell me? Of course, Sister Suyu, let me tell you. My father is super powerful, even more powerful than my grandfather, you know. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Suyu looked at Gohan. Gohan looked at Suyu's gaze was actually a little dodgy, and his eyes looked elsewhere. And Xiao Feng, who was precocious, couldn't help but have a bold guess when she saw her father so beyond. Could it be that the father of this time and space likes Sister Suyu? But it is quite reasonable to think about it, remembering that my father had told him about his experience before, and I knew that Sister Suyu appeared at the most desperate moment of my father, because the appearance of Sister Suyu not only eliminated the artificial man and got rid of despair, but also brought new hope and resurrected all relatives and friends except for Grandpa. And Sister Suyu is also very cute, although her figure is on par with her as a minor, but her figure is great after transformation. But the problem is that Sister Suyu, she is a brother and sister with her father in blood. For a while, Xiao Feng's mood was a little complicated. And when Suyu heard this, now Gohan has actually become more powerful than Super 4 Wukong. Xiao Feng, can you tell me more about what happened during this time? Xiao Feng. Seeing that Xiao Feng was still distracted, Suyu couldn't help coughing a few times and said, ahem, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng woke up like a dream and asked, hey! Sister Suyu, how? What's wrong? What's wrong, why are you distracted? What are you thinking? No, cough cough, Sister Suyu, I'll tell you about it. So Xiao Feng told Suyu what happened during this time. Suyu was very surprised when he heard it, and looked up at Gohan and asked, Gohan, you actually defeated Black Gold Frieza? Gohan touched his nose when he heard this, and said, it's a fluke, I don't think Frieza has completely mastered his black and gold form, otherwise I'm afraid I'll have to fight hard. Isn't there anything else to master? That's not easy. Suyu clearly remembers that the Black Gold Frieza in the comics defeated the bipolar intention, and this expressive power alone is definitely the first person outside the gods, but I didn't expect to be defeated by Gohan now. But think about it, now that Gohan has comprehended the existence of the breath of God, it is not so outrageous to be able to defeat Frisia, who has not fully mastered the black gold form. So Silyu looked at Gohan and said excitedly, "Very good Gohan, we haven't fought for a long time, do you want to have a passionate collision?" And Gohan looked at Silyu, who was burning in fighting spirit, and felt helpless. Other girls either like makeup and beauty or shopping, why does this girl in front of her like to fight so much? And Silyu was also very pleased, watching Gohan feel like her own cub had grown up, and sure enough, Gohan, who was dedicated to cultivating, was beyond her imagination. And Xiao Fang found that her worries were purely superfluous. The character of this Silyu sister in front of her was exactly the same as her grandfather in some aspects. Her brain was full of muscles, and as for love, it was basically impossible. Chapter 68. On the red-dyed streets of the setting sun, the figures were sparse, and a door in time and space suddenly appeared in the corner, and a silver-haired girl appeared from it. The silver-haired girl sighed as soon as she came up and looked at the street in front of her. "How do I feel that I have joined a company that is even darker than 050, and I am about to carry out a mission just after I come back." So, you couldn't help but complain, remembering that not long ago she had planned to have a hearty battle with Gohan, but at this time, her master, the king of the time realm, Kane, informed her that she had found the Dark Dragon Balls in the other multiverses, and asked her to set off to collect the Dark Dragon Balls immediately. This made her plan to fight Gohan completely ruined. So Silyu reluctantly came to a parallel world in this multiverse. Looking at the world in front of him, Silyu couldn't help but be a little curious about which multiverse this would be. So Silyu closed his eyes and felt the breath of the people around him, and soon Silyu felt a chaotic and evil aura, which was a bit similar to the evil dragon she had seen, but it was much weaker than the evil dragon's aura. And that evil aura seems to be attracting the aura of many ordinary humans to approach. Feeling this situation, Silyu naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he directly moved there in an instant. On the other side, where Silyu felt the evil aura, a small and cute girl with pink hair tied into a double ponytail with 2 red ribbons and burgundy eyes was looking around nervously, wearing a school uniform consisting of a light brown shirt, a black plaid skirt, white stockings, and a pair of brown leather shoes. The girl's name is Madoka Kame, and she is an ordinary junior high school student who attends the 2nd grade of the municipal Mitakiera Junior High School. The reason why Kameka is so nervous is because the surrounding environment is very weird. The surrounding walls are like Picasso's ink paintings, although the colors are bright, but there is an indescribable weird feeling, and the dark ink on the walls will flow, which becomes even more weird. Not only that, but from time to time there were rows of strange creatures on the ground with black heads but human bodies, and all this in front of her made her feel very scared. As for why she strayed here, it was not long ago that a white-haired girl who called herself Oriko of the United States wanted to hunt her down, and as for the reason, it was inexplicable that she would destroy the world. If it weren't for the fact that she could use spherical gems to emit lasers, Kameka would have really thought she was a girl who had committed a second disease. It stands to reason that she has no chance to escape, but at this time, a girl with short orange hair appeared and tied up American Oriko with a chain, which gave her a chance to escape. However, she had just escaped, and while entering an abandoned factory, she ended up in this strange place for no apparent reason. She had barely gone when she saw a group of people walking in the same direction with blank eyes, and no matter how much she asked, the group of people would not answer her questions. "Don't shout, they're all controlled by the witch, no matter how much you shout, it won't help." Suddenly, a voice came from his head, which made Shikamuan startled. At this moment, a strange creature that looked like a rabbit jumped out. "Hello, Madoka Kame." Talking rabbit. "No, I'm not a rabbit, my name is Kewpie." The cute little rabbit-like creature introduced itself. For today's experience, Kameka was a little overwhelmed, first the white-haired girl who performed strange magic, then this strange place, and then this strange creature that resembled a rabbit. What the hell is going on? You come with me first, it's not safe here, said Cupid and ran in one direction, and Shikamin looked around with some fear, so he had to follow. Came to a corner. At this time Kame Yuan didn't know whether he was tired from climbing the stairs or because he was nervous, and he gasped for breath. What the hell is going on? What is a witch? As you can see, witches are the embodiment of despair, and this is the witch's enchantment, and usually witches hide in their own enchantments and spread despair everywhere. Enchantment. Yes, as an ordinary person, once you step into this enchantment, you can't leave. Hearing this, Kamin couldn't help but feel a little desperate, so he continued to ask. Can the witch do whatever she wants? Can't the government and the country detect it? No, ordinary humans can't see witches, and witches will also use witches' kisses to control humans, just like you see the group of people with bright eyes. They have been hypnotized by witches. Hearing this, Lu Muiyuan's pupils dilated with fright. Do you mean those people are going to die? That's right. Hearing Cupid's words, although he was a little trembling with fright from this strange scene, he shouted. No. After saying that, Camu Yuan was about to turn around and go back to stop it, and seeing that he was leaving Kamido, Cupid jumped on Kamido's shoulder and said. Why do you want to stop it when you are so scared? Fear is of course, such a weird thing, but I can't absolutely sit idly by, I don't want to see someone die in front of me. Well, there's a way to defeat the witch. Hearing Cupid's words, Shikame Daka stopped, turned his head to look at Cupid on his shoulder, and asked. What's the solution? That's to become a magical girl. Magical girl? Hearing this, Kameka was very surprised, she didn't expect that this thing of a magical girl really existed. That's right, just sign a contract with me, Madoka, I can not only help you become a magical girl, but also fulfill one of your wishes, how about it? In fact, as a second-year junior high school student, Kaminan is in the age of the second year of secondary school, so she also fantasized about becoming a magical girl, and even drew her own appearance after becoming a magical girl in her notebook. So when she heard that she could become a magical girl, she almost subconsciously wanted to say yes, but then a blurry picture suddenly flashed in her mind, in which a black-haired figure told her not to become a magical girl. So when it came to his mouth, he swallowed it back and replaced it with a sentence. Let me think about it. And Cupid was also curious why it suddenly changed its words when it felt the girl's desire to become a magical girl. But it doesn't matter, now it just needs to work harder, and it's not afraid that Kamin won't sign a contract with it. Kameka came to the empty-eyed people again to wake them up, but they were controlled by the witch's kiss and walked out of the hall sluggishly. So Kameka was forced to come to the hall, and then countless black shadows converged into a huge black monster. The monster was a bit like a bird's beak doctor but with huge scissors in his hands. And at this time, Cupid jumped in front of Kamin and shouted. It's not good that the witch has appeared, Madoka Xiao, come and sign a contract with me. To become a magical girl. For a while, Madoka hesitated, do you want to become a magical girl? Chapter 70. And Shikamewan asked a little timidly. Then may I ask, what is your name of this sister? To be honest, although Lu Muan feels that the age of the silver-haired girl is at most 1 or 2 years older than in appearance, but the temperament she exudes is like that of an adult, so Lu Muan calls it her sister. My name is Su Yu, by the way, little sister, what's your name? My name is Lu Mu Yuan. Lu Mu Yuan, well, I'll call you Madoka in the future. Madoka, do you want to be a magical girl? Hearing Su Yu's inquiry, Madoka's eyes flashed with confusion, and he hesitated for a long time and said. I don't know. Madoka didn't understand that she had obviously dreamed of becoming a magical girl, but now that the opportunity was in front of her, she hesitated. Why? Su Yu smiled slightly. Then don't think about why, you can't go wrong by trusting your instincts, and I also think that becoming a so-called magical girl must have some price, right, Cupid? Silyu set his eyes on Cupid, and Cupid chose to remain silent again. At this time, suddenly a crystal ball struck at the side of the deer circle, and the speed was so fast that the deer eye circle couldn't react at all. However, Silyu on the side quickly grabbed the flying crystal ball, and then the crystal ball exploded. Seeing this violent explosion, Lu Yuan shouted nervously. "Not good, sister." Silyu. As a result, after the smoke cleared, Silyu stood intact. "Don't worry, this little bit of smoke won't work for me." Silyu looked at the gate not far away and said. "It's all here, show up." So a white-haired girl in a white gothic lowly suit walked out. She was the American Oriko who chased and killed Madoka Shikame not long ago. And when the American Oriko saw that her sneak attack was blocked, her face was naturally not much better. "It's you, why haven't you let me go? I've already said that in order for the world not to be destroyed, you must die. You say I'm going to destroy the world, why am I going to destroy? There are some things you don't have to know, in short, you have to die," said. That the American Oriko threw out more than a dozen crystal balls. This time the crystal balls did not fly out, but directly shot out a series of lasers. It was obvious that the American Oriko wanted to break through Silyu's defense through the numerical advantage and shoot Shikame-do. But she finally underestimated Silyu. Silyu didn't move in place now, and the laser that originally shot out was directly reflected back and shattered the crystal ball of the American Oriko. "This little sister, it's not good that you plan to kill people in front of me like this. What the hell are you from a magical girl? Why don't I see the future without you?" The second and most important thing is to be able to see the future, because in the future, Kameka Madoka transformed into the strongest witch in history and destroyed the entire earth, and in order to prevent the destruction of the earth, she had to kill Kamine in advance. It's just that she is very puzzled. There is no silver-haired girl in front of her in the future she sees. Magical girl? I'm not a magical girl, that's something only a fool would do, I'm just a passing martial artist. Obviously, these words made the American Oriko's expression stiffen, and then said. But only a fool can become a magical girl, so the martial artist passing by, since you are not a magical girl. Don't meddle in it, Shikame-wan must die or the whole world will perish. That's not okay, it's my business that the world is dying. I just made a wish to Cupid to destroy the entire universe, but Cupid didn't agree. Silyu spread his hands and said helplessly. Sure enough, it's just a liar who engages in pyramid schemes, and he can't even destroy the universe. American Oriko was dumbfounded. If it weren't for the other party's strong strength, she would still think that the other party was a patient who escaped from that mental hospital. By the way, there is one more thing. Who said that Madoka has nothing to do with me anymore? Not only was American Oriko puzzled, but at the same time, Shikame-wan was also puzzled. Me? That's right. So Silyu came to Lumu-yuan and said. Young girl, you have a spiritual light spewing out from the heavenly spirit cover, you know, you look soft and weak at a young age, but as long as you practice martial arts, you are a once-in-a-century martial arts wizard. If one day you are allowed to open up the second vein of Rondu, you still don't fly to the sky. I have the turtle immortal stream martial arts I want to teach you, and in the future, the task of punishing the evil and maintaining world peace will be handed over to you, okay? For a while, the atmosphere at the scene was strangely quiet. And Cupid reacted. Isn't this a peer who came to rob people? That Sister Silyu, do you mean that you want to take me as an apprentice? That's right, let me tell you, don't think about becoming a magical girl, there is neither a falling pie nor a free lunch in the world. That Cupid chooses to keep silent about the side effects of becoming a magical girl, and it's unreliable to think about it if you think about it with a wish. And look at the magical girl over there, kill and kill at every turn, this is the side effect of becoming a magical girl. You don't want to be like her, right? Besides, you've seen that witch or something, it's not my opponent at all. If you become a martial artist who can not only strengthen your body and protect the world, but also do whatever you want, how about it? Madoka, you want to become a magical girl. As a result, before Cuppy's words were finished, he was grabbed by Suyu. There's no place for you to talk here. Then Suyu threw the Cuppy in his hand to the American Oriko and said, you don't want her to touch Madoka either, since that's the case. I'll leave it to you to deal with. Instead of taking Cuppy, she threw out a crystal ball and blew up the flying Cuppy, sending flesh and blood flying. This scene frightened Lumyuan a lot, and he couldn't help but scream. It's this Cuppy. See, Madoka, as a magical girl, you have such a grudge against Cuppy. Do you still want to be a magical girl? Chapter 71. Although because of Suyu's words, Xiao Yuan felt that Cuppy seemed to be hiding something. After all, as long as he was not a fool, he could clearly see that there was something wrong with this. It's just that she didn't expect that this magical girl named American Oriko would directly blow up Cuppy's flesh and blood, which made her feel physically uncomfortable. Why? To kill. Kill, I do want to destroy it completely if I can, but it's a pity it's not dead. Come out, Hubpai. Hey! As a result, in Madoka's astonishment, another Cuppy jumped out, and it seemed to say in a resentful tone. Really, can you not destroy my body? One of my bodies is very precious, you have destroyed it so completely, I can't even eat it. Okay, as an emotionless existence, do you still complain? Don't make me sick like this. At this time, Suyu patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder, which was already a little confused, and said, surprised? Isn't this a typical insect swarm consciousness? In short, it's better for you not to contact this weird existence. Okay. At this time, Cuppy also turned his head and asked, my existence is weird? What about you? Who are you, Suyu? You are definitely not a human being. Or a human as I know it. Cuppy clearly felt that Suyu's essence was definitely not the same kind of existence as the Earth humans it came into contact with, so it questioned Suyu. Do I need to answer you? Don't think I don't know you exist, Cuppy. No, Hatchers to be exact. Of course, I don't actually have the right to interfere with what you do, but don't provoke me, or be careful that I make you a spicy rabbit head, said. Suyu's fingertips shot out a light, blowing Cuppy's body apart. And Suyu turned his head and said to the American Oriko, I hope you give up chasing and killing Madoka, she is my apprentice after all. Because of my arrival, you see that the future is no longer accurate, and she will not become a magical girl. I know that you are very obsessed, and it is useless to say it, but you must know that you are definitely not my opponent. At this time, Madoka couldn't help but ask the American Oriko. Where is the person who just saved me from you? That magical girl has been killed by me. American Oriko said in an extremely light tone, and the words fell on Shikamewan's ears felt quite harsh, and at the same time, she couldn't help but be shocked. Death. Isn't it weird? It's cruel to be a magical girl, although walking on the edge of death, wandering with death is the normal state of magical girls. Don't substitute the magical girls in the game anime into reality. But as magical girls, shouldn't you be partners and enemies to destroy witches together? Why do you still fight each other? Madoka Shikame couldn't help but roar, and the thought of the magical girl with short orange hair dying to save her made her feel uncomfortable and even more incomprehensible, and at the same time looked at the American Oriko with hatred in her eyes. It's said that you don't understand magical girls. I said you don't understand. Naive ideas like yours are only available to people who have just become magical girls. It's like the rookie egg who just sacrificed himself to save you. The cruelty between magical girls is not understood by the flowers in a greenhouse like you. And it's much better for her to die in my hands than to know the truth about the magical girl for me. The witch has to be destroyed. Other magical girls have to be destroyed. Of course you're in it. Hearing the American Oriko's speech, Kameka said that she was shocked while not understanding. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a magical girl, it seems that you can't reconcile. Silyu could see that the future outcome of the American Oracle was probably only one way to destroy. Anyway, if you're lucky today, you picked up a life, and if you want to become a magical girl in the future, I'll kill you mercilessly. The American Oracle with the ability of prediction is not afraid that Kame Madoka will secretly become a magical girl, so she turns around and plans to leave. Wait a minute, don't go. Shikamin unexpectedly stopped Oriko America, although her whole body was trembling. After all, in the face of a murderer, there was no reason not to be afraid. What am I going to do? If you just attack me, I don't care, but you just killed someone who wanted to save me, I will never let you go, absolutely not. Shikame Madoka felt restless at the thought of being killed by the person who had just saved her, so she made up her mind that she would avenge her. Looking at the deer who hated herself, American Oriko was not surprised, but as calm as ever. You are not the first person to want to kill me, and you will not be the last in the future, I have long been prepared. Come on, as long as you want to kill me, you can come at any time. After all, I am also a magical girl, and I am also an existence that should have been destroyed. Sister Silyu, please train me to be a martial artist. Yes, the fighting spirit is burning well, since you have said so, then go and practice with the teacher. Okay, wait a minute, Master, do you want to cultivate now? But it's getting dark, if I can't go home in time. Don't worry, you'll go home, Phantom USB flash drive. Saying that, Silyu summoned his stand-in, and looked at the silver smooth female doll that appeared behind Silyu. Yun showed a look of surprise. What is this? Oh? You actually saw it, but it was also different from you. Ordinary people can see witches, so naturally you can see my stand-in. However, because the experience of today's experience was numb, the look of surprise was fleeting, but soon he was surprised again. I saw the silver doll shake her hand, and then after a few squirms, her appearance completely changed into her appearance. Although there will be a slight difference with you, it is okay to fool your parents and the people around you for a few days. Ah, Sister Silyu, does she have my memory? Of course there is, I said that my stand-in can imitate you, inside and out, including memory. Hearing this, Yun was a little panicked. Didn't his memory also be known to Silyu? Although my stand-in can imitate you inside and out, I won't know your memory, you can rest assured, and how about you be able to follow me boldly to practice these days? Hearing Silyu's words, Yun breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded and said, of course. I said I had to make her pay. The person who protects herself is killed by others for herself. She can't choose to ignore it. Since you can't become a magical girl, then become a martial artist. Chapter 72. At the same time that Silyu was training Lumo Yuan, in the temple of the king of the time realm, Gohan and Tenunks, who were originally practicing, were stopped by the king god of the time realm. So Gohan and Tenunks could only stop and fell in front of the king god of time. Gohan and Tenunks said, "What's the matter? Lord Cain? Could it be that the dark dragon ball has appeared again?" King Qian of the time realm nodded slowly. That's right, but in addition to the dark dragon ball, there are also people who have committed crimes through time and space, and it is necessary for you as a time and space patrol to punish the criminals, and Goku, Vegeta and Jonathan have gone on a mission, so the next task will be handed over to the two of you. Then Cain raised his hand and projected a screen, and a super blue Wukong immediately appeared on the screen, and the scene of a super blue form Goku falling from the sky was immobilized through his body. However, unexpectedly, the person who made the super blue Wukong so embarrassed was actually another black-clothed Wukong with pink hair. To Mr. Goku? Gohan shook his head and said, "No, it's my father with blue hair, but the pink-haired man is definitely not my father, and my father will never show that evil smile." That's right, that so-called Black Goku is actually called Zama's, and you can see that it is the posture of Zama's, the king of the 10th universe, who used the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish to exchange his body with the 7th universe Monkey King a year later in that plane. Gohan was shocked to hear Kane's words, that is, this person stole his father's body? Kane-sama, what the hell is going on? Then let me tell you slowly, but you too don't lose your mind because of anger when you hear about it. Okay. And Kane slowly told the two of them about the origin of Zama's. Zama's was originally the king of the northern realm of the 10th universe, and because of his super strength and strong sense of justice, he was appreciated by the current 10th universe king god Gervas, and is being trained to become the new king god of the realm. However, Zama's has always been prejudiced against human beings, believing that they are barbaric and unreasonable, and have no value to be guarded by the gods. However, Gervas didn't notice his apprentice's twisted mind. One day after Zama's learned of the existence of Wukong, so Zama's planned to kill the teacher, but he succeeded, snatching the Ipotara earrings and time ring to become the king god of the 10th universe, and used the Super Dragon Ball to exchange the body of Sun Wukong a year later in another time and space, and became the Sun Wukong with the face of Sun Wukong, Zama's heart, and killed the Zamas who had the face of Zamas and the heart of Sun Wukong. Kane said as he played the screen, and Gohan saw that after Zamas seized the body of his father in that plane, he not only killed his own father but also killed his mother and Goten, and his body trembled. Brother Gohan, calm down and don't lose your mind. I know, don't worry, Tenunks, I won't lose my mind. Then the king god of the time realm continued. Then Black Goku killed all the realm king gods in his universe, and then traveled through time and space to meet another time and space Zamas, that is, the time and space where Tenunks, who gave Goku the special medicine in the past, and destroyed the Super Dragon Ball after another Zamas made a wish to get immortal, and the two of them carried out the Human Zero plan. Looking at Zamas and Black Goku, who were wreaking havoc on the screen, Tenunks couldn't help but ask. What about Lord Beerus? He shouldn't sit idly by. Right. It's a pity that Lord Beerus from that time and space is dead. Dead? How is it possible? Who can kill Lord Beerus? Gohan and Tenunks had expressions of difficulty in their eyes. Even if the two of them were combined, they didn't win against Beerus, who used the divine skill, and they couldn't imagine that someone would kill Beerus. However, Kane shook his head and said, no one killed Beerus in that plane, but the death of the realm king god of that time and space led to Beerus's death, and the lives of the god of destruction and the king of the realm god are bound. But if the god of the realm king dies, the god of destruction will also die. Gohan and Tenunks didn't expect that the life of the god of destruction and the king of the realm was actually bound, and then Kane also showed the two of them how another future king god of the space-time realm died. It turned out that there was also a Majin Buu in that time and space, but there was no interference from Suyu in that time and space, only Tenunks remained, and after a difficult battle, Tenunks defeated Bobatai and Dapra to prevent Majin Buu from resurrecting. However, because the Realm King Excalibur was petrified by Dapra, the old Realm King god in the Excalibur died before it was released, and the Eastern Realm Kings Xian and Jeffet of the second time and space were also killed on the battlefield, and finally Beerus died in his sleep in that space-time, the god of destruction died, and Ves, who was an angel, also fell asleep. And when Tenunks saw Bulma, another future plane, die at the hands of Black Goku, he almost lost his mind in anger, but fortunately he was suppressed by Gohan on the side. They also understand why Kane said let them not lose their minds. At this time, the two of them couldn't wait to go to that plane, so Kane sent the two to that plane. Looking at the two who had left, Kane said with a sad face, I hope that plane will not be cleared by Lord Xuanwang. And in another futuristic plane, Tenunks gritted his teeth and looked at Black Goku and Zamas in front of him, while behind him, Vegeta carried Goku who was injured and unconscious. Vegeta said to Bulma, who had come to this plane with them, Bulma, start the time machine. Okay. Bulma took out the capsule and fell to the ground, and a time machine appeared. This time machine was the time machine that Shalo had taken in the same time machine, that is, the time machine of Suryu's time and space was repaired by her. And several people came to this time and space together. In fact, at first they heard Beerus's assurances that those who were destroyed by him Beerus would disappear in any future, and Zama's was no exception. However, when they returned to this plane, Zama's was still alive and kicking, and it turned out that Black Goku and Zama's were not affected by the change of time and space when they wore the time ring. As a result, several people had to fight again, but Black Wukong, like Kai Hang, became stronger the more he was beaten, and Zama's used his immortal body to hinder them, so several people were in trouble. In order to fight for Goku and his parents in another time and space to escape, Tenunks dragged Black Goku and Zama's alone. But this also put him in danger. Seeing Goku, Vegeta and Bulma who escaped, Black Goku was naturally very annoyed, so after beating Tenunks violently, he planned to deal with Tenunks. However, suddenly a figure appeared and kicked Black Goku away, and Tenunks barely looked up and saw a figure he didn't expect. Brother Gohan. Compared to Gohan in the main plane, Gohan with a scar on his face in front of him was more familiar to him, and for a while Tenunks felt that he was not dreaming. Chapter 73. After Lumo Yuan made up his mind, Suyu was naturally quite satisfied, and Xiao Yuan raised questions. Where is Master going to train these days? Of course, I'm going to a place where I'm going to be in a paradise. I saw Suyu snap his fingers, and a door appeared in front of the two of them out of thin air. It's magic. Magic. Magic? Well, to be precise, spells are more suitable, but forget it, anyway, the same way. But Master, aren't you a magical girl, aren't you? Why do you use magic? Suyu twitched the corners of his mouth. Who told you that whoever uses magic must be a magical girl? Is like riding a white horse, Prince Charming, can't it be Tang Seng? Genocide can only be a mustache, can it be a Jew? Madoka was stunned, as if this was really the case. By the way, your physique is too weak now, and you will die instantly when you enter the Spirit Time House, so let's help you. So Suyu took the strange power girl and martial artist from Xiao Fang and Wukong respectively. The card is stuffed into the small circle. Madoka felt like she had gained a lot of power and something more in her mind after being inserted into the two cards. These two attribute cards are just experience cards that are temporarily lent to you. After all, they are just foreign objects, and if you want to be strong, you have to rely on yourself. Let's go, let me go in. I will train you to turn these two attribute cards into your own real attributes. Okay. So Lu Mu Yuan followed Suyu into the Spirit Time House, and after entering the Spirit Time House, Lu Mu Yuan immediately understood why Suyu would give her the attribute card, because even if she gained great strength, she almost fell, and she obviously felt that her body had become extremely heavy. Master, it's so heavy here. Lu Mu Yuan felt that he was already panting and sweating after only a few steps. Of course, the gravity here is 10 times stronger than outside, the air is thinner than the outside, and then you have to train here until you have complete control of your body. Is it like that? For the next few days? No, for the next few years, by the way. 1 year here equals 1 day outside. 1 year equals 1 day. That's amazing. Another thing, now that you're growing your body, you'll be noticed something strange if you stay here for a few years. Lu Mu Yuan thinks about it. As a second year of junior high school, her body is developing rapidly, and she has stayed in the past 3 or 4 years to go out as a high school student, so it's strange not to be seen. And Suyu seemed to think of something, and took out another attribute card. Fortunately, when I killed the Pillar Man, I drew this Immortal SSR attribute card from a few of them, and Madoka, you also happen to be able to fuse more than 2 attribute cards. So Suyu also integrated the immortality attribute of the Pillar Man into the small circle. Lumo Yuan didn't expect that she could still experience the feeling of eating Tang monk's meat, but she suddenly realized that her immortality meant that she would never develop. Then don't you want to be flat for the rest of your life? No, her chest is only a little bigger than Yu. She doesn't want to be like this for the rest of her life. That master, I won't be like this for the rest of my life, right? The immortal attribute card will indeed make Xiao Yu and you don't grow up again, but don't worry. These attribute cards are only temporary. And your body can continue to grow after you leave here. Hearing this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he can still develop in the future, and he doesn't have to live a lifetime like his master. Of course, Su Yu didn't know how Lu Yuan arranged her in his heart. So in this way, Lu Yuan followed Su Yu to practice in the Spirit Time House, and after a few years of practice, Lu Yuan cultivated and mastered the power of attribute cards, and successfully integrated this external power into his body. Even if Su Yu withdrew the attribute cards of the martial artist and the strange power girl, it would not have much impact on Shikamewan, and Su Yu was also amazed at Shikamewan's qualifications. Theoretically, Lumo Yuan is just an ordinary earthling, but she never expected that even if she didn't rely on attribute cards, just 4 years of cultivation in the Spirit Time House would make her an ordinary girl who had never killed a chicken, and she became a powerhouse who could destroy a city at will. And the moves taught by Su Yu are also learned very quickly, even if they are teleported, they can be completely mastered in a year and a half. So after 4 days in the outside world, Lu Yuan returned to his home, although there would be a slight gap in Su Yu's stand-in imitation, but in just 4 days, Lu Yuan's family did not notice anything unusual. When he returned to his home, Madoka Kame chose to sleep beautifully. In her sleep, she saw the ruined city, and saw a black girl fighting a huge monster, but the black girl was no match for the giant monster. Madoka Kame subconsciously wanted to manipulate his body to fly into the air to fight the monster, but found that he couldn't control his body. And at this time, Kuppy also jumped out and said, "It's really amazing, she can fight for so long, but she still can't win in the end." And she looked anxious in the dream. "No, I can't let her fight alone." "Oh, so you've thought about it, are you going to sign a contract with me to become a magical girl?" The dream self hesitated, and the black girl shouted even though she was shot down by a monster. Don't promise it, Madoka. But I can't watch you die, I've decided." Seeing that the dream self wanted to agree, Kameka quickly shouted, "Don't." As a result, she suddenly woke up from the bed, and was stunned to find that she seemed to be dreaming just now. How could she have such a strange dream? So she turned to look at her alarm clock, and found that it was time to get up, and before the alarm clock went off, Kame Yuan turned off the alarm clock. The thought of meeting his friends and classmates after a 4-year absence made him feel a little excited. After washing up, he accompanied his family to leave the house after breakfast, saying goodbye to his parents and his younger brother. And as Kokyum's mother, Kokyum Kenko noticed that her daughter was a little strange. "Husband, you don't feel that Madoka has been very strange since last night, and last night the child saw me and threw herself into my arms excitedly, and it felt like I hadn't seen her for a long time." Kame's father, Tomohisa Kame, put down the newspaper and thought. "Yes, it doesn't seem to be, but as an adolescent girl, it's normal to be so coquettish. Isn't it? Forget it, what do I think about so much, I'm still too busy with work." And Kamido, who was walking on the street, looked at the students around her who were wearing the same school uniform as her, and then she felt a breath creeping behind her. Chapter 74. Sensing that someone wanted to sneak attack him from behind, Lu Yuan subconsciously dodged, so the people behind him directly pounced into the air, almost stumbling and falling to the ground. And Madoka also saw that the person who attacked him was his friend, Sayaka Miki, who had light blue hair, 2 yellow hairpins in his hair, sea blue eyes, a plaid skirt school uniform, dark purple and blue stockings, and a bit of tomboy temperament in his personality and appearance. Seeing that Madoka Kameka dodged her sneak attack, Sayaka Miki complained about sticking her waist. "Really, it's almost there, why did you dodge it in the end, Mantu card, Madoka, do you have eyes behind your back?" "I didn't have long eyes, I just felt Sayaka's arrival, and then I dodged it." "How do you feel it? Do you really have a sixth sense when it comes to steamed bun cards?" Sort of, right." "Humph, you must have seen me early and deliberately dodged me and made me fall, right?" Sayaka Miki pretended to be angry and asked about Madoka came, and looking at Sayaka Miki in front of her, Madoka quickly waved her hand and said, "No, it's not. It's nothing, it's deliberate. Come and compensate me." As she spoke, Sayaka Miki pounced on Madoka with a hungry tiger, and then scratched the itchy part of the deer. Although Madoka could easily dodge Sayaka Miki's two hands, she could only bear it in order not to arouse the suspicion of her friend, and after a while of playing, the two returned to the classroom. Kamine had just put her school bag on the table, when Sayaka Miki suddenly said, "By the way, have you heard about the steamed bun card? It seems that a transfer student is coming to our class." "It's just a transfer student, nothing unusual." "Right. After experiencing so many outrageous things that transcend common sense, and at the same time practicing in the spirit time room for 4 years, Madoka has long been surprised by the ordinary existence of transfer students." Hey, our life in school can be described as the same, and finally a transfer student appeared. Why are you so calm with a steamed bun card?" "Well, this." For a while, Madoka didn't know how to explain it, and she could show a smirk. Fortunately, the class bell rang at this time, so Sayaka Miki had to return to her seat. As the bell ends, a short-haired woman with glasses in a teacher's uniform walks in, and she is Madoka's homeroom teacher, Sayadome Kazuko. At the same time, he is also a friend of Madoka's mother, but although it's the same age as her mother but it's never married, it's an older leftover girl. And after entering the class, because yesterday's love affair collapsed and spit bitterness on the students could only smile bitterly at their own homeroom teacher and break up again, and they had long been accustomed to it, but I just hoped that the homeroom teacher would not remain single after they got married, it would be too tragic. After spitting out the bitter water, Sayadome Kazuko, who realized that she had lost her temper again, pretended to be normal, and then coughed a few times and said, "Ahem, cough, don't care about what the teacher just said, by the way, I haven't introduced it to my classmates yet, there is a new transfer student in our class today." Hearing this, it immediately caused a commotion in the class, and the students were all whispering about something. And Sayadome Kazuko said to the door, "Ahem, come in." The door was gently pushed open. And with a faint creak, the atmosphere of the whole classroom instantly froze. The arrival of transfer students is always a curiosity, especially for such a charismatic girl. She walked to the podium step by step, revealing an aura of mystery from her long, straight black hair. The purple pupils shone like jewels. Her fair skin exudes a fresh scent, and her whole person is like a princess coming out of an iceberg. The black hairband on her head outlines her perfect hairline, revealing an indescribable elegance. On the podium, she stood up straight and wrote her name in beautiful handwriting, Xiao Mian. She said the cold words lightly, "My name is Xiao Mian, please give me a lot of advice." Although her tone was cold, her snow-like appearance made Madoka feel in a trance, as if she had seen this girl somewhere. Suddenly, Madoka suddenly remembered that this black and straight girl was not the girl she had seen in her dream last night. But it's strange that she hadn't seen each other. Just when Madoka wondered what was going on, she suddenly felt this girl named Xiao Mian looking at her. If it was the previous self who was looked at by Xiao Mian with a cold gaze, he would definitely be a little cramped and uneasy, but now Xiao Yuan is not the same as before, and he is also a high school student in terms of mind, so he doesn't take Xiao Mian's cold gaze seriously. And Xiao Mian also looked at Shikamewen's reaction. I don't know why she felt that there was something wrong with this Shikamewen. In short, she was soon assigned a seat by the teacher. In fact, even if the teacher didn't arrange it, she already knew where her position was, and countless reincarnations had long been familiar with the road. After class, Xiao Mian was greeted warmly by several female classmates in order to come up, and inquired about Xiao Mian's situation. Xiao Mian-san, which school did you go to before? Tokyo Mission School. Xiao Mian replied indifferently without being humble or arrogant. What clubs have you been involved in before? The Department of Sports, the Department of Culture. What brand of shampoo did you use? Such beautiful and smooth hair. A group of girls asked around Xiao Mian, and Xiao Mian replied indifferently from beginning to end. Sayaka saw the situation on Xiao Mian's side and sighed at Madoka. It's really popular. By the way, do you know her steamed bun card? She seems to have looked at you deliberately in class. I don't know, at least I don't know her. Lu Muan can say for sure that although he has seen it in his dreams, it is not officially seen, right? Yes, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Mian come up to find herself, sure enough, the other party seemed to know her. Can you take me to the health room? Xiao Mian's tone was very flat. Of course, Xiao Mian-san. Seeing Xiao Mian so straight to the point, Xiao Yuan naturally would not refuse. She wanted to see what medicine was sold in the gourd of this new transfer student. Incredible, Xiao Mian looked at Madoka in front of her. It seemed that Madoka in this reincarnation had lost the weakness she had before. What's going on? Could it be that Madoka has become a magical girl? No, now Madoka doesn't have the breath of a magical girl, and she hasn't become a magical girl, so what's going on? What's wrong? Xiao Mian, let's go. Madoka's words interrupted Xiao Mian's thoughts, but fortunately, she had already passively practiced her poker face after so many reincarnations. Well, let's go. Chapter 75. Walking on the way to the health room, Madoka deliberately slowed down her pace, only to see that it was the first time she came to this school, but she knew exactly the direction of the health room. This made Madoka even more suspicious, so she asked. Rumura-chan, how do you know I'm a health commissioner? I heard Sayadome-sensei say. When Madoka came, seeing that there was no one around the hallway, she stopped and said. Rumura-chan. You're lying. Hearing this, Xiao Mian stopped. Her heart was very surprised. This situation had never appeared in the previous reincarnation, and every time she could use this kind of lie to successfully prevaricate the past. And from the very beginning, the deer circle in front of him is a little different from the deer eye circle that he has recognized in previous reincarnations. The temperament seems to be more mature and confident, a little like what it looks like after gaining the power of a magical girl, but the problem is that this deer eye circle shouldn't have signed a contract with Cupid. So Xiao Mian still pretended to have no emotional fluctuations and turned her head and said. I didn't lie. No, you're lying, Hao Mula-chan. First of all, if the teacher would tell the new students that they have difficulties and want to go to the health room, they can come to me, the health committee. But how do you know that I am the health committee member? Lu Miwan? Then take a step back. The teacher told you my physical characteristics, but you didn't even confirm it and let me lead the way, as if you had known me for a long time. As Kamin said this, he saw Xiao Mian's fist clenched, and it seemed that he had guessed correctly, so he continued. The most important thing is that from the time I left the classroom to the present. Why is it Rumor-chan who leads the way? Lu Miwan's series of questions made Xiao Mian unable to find a suitable excuse for a while. I have another question, that is, this is obviously the first time I've seen Rumla-chan, but why do I feel so familiar with you? What the hell is going on? Madoka's questioning made Xiao Mian realize that this Madoka was completely different from the Madoka she had met before. Is it because I have reincarnated too many times that this little circle is different? But this question is not important. What matters is whether there is a chance to change in the future. Xiao Mian raised her head and looked at Madoka. took a deep breath, and her tone became serious. Kamin, do you think your life is precious? Do you care about your family and friends? Madoka immediately nodded and replied. Of course. My friends and family are very important to me. Xiao Mian pondered for a moment and continued. Then if you really cherish all this, you must not become another you. Otherwise you will lose everything. Madoka was silent, as if thinking about Xiao Mian's words. Xiao Mian looked at her and felt that she was struggling inside, so she emphasized again. You just be a simple ordinary person, live an ordinary life, and don't look for any changes. After saying that, Xiao Mian turned around and prepared to leave. However, Xiao Mian took a step, but suddenly heard Madoka's words. To be honest, I don't understand what you mean. That's right, I long to live a peaceful and happy life with my family and friends. If anyone can break this peace, I will definitely nip it in the bud. Xiao Mian was taken aback. She didn't expect Madoka to say that. She turned to look directly at Madoka, who looked directly at her. Xiao Mian found that she actually saw Madoka's own consciousness in Madoka's eyes. There are some things I have to do, otherwise I will be uneasy inside. At this time, Kameka remembered the magical girl who was killed by the American Oriko in order to protect herself, and she couldn't forget that girl, so she had to ask the American Oriko for justice for the magical girl. Yan Chan, although I don't know what you've been through, but you must know a lot of things. What should you not hold in your heart? How to say it? It's the first time we've met, but it feels like we've been friends for a long time, and it's magical. So if there's anything you want, don't hold it in your heart. If you can, tell me. Before Xiao Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Mian hugged her. Madoka felt that the girl behind her seemed to be crying, but luckily there were almost no people in this hallway. Kameka felt that the body of the black, straight girl behind her seemed to tremble. I don't know how long it took for Xiao Mian to let go of Madoka and wipe away her tears. I'm sorry, you'll find out later. The black-haired girl returned to her usual coldness and turned to leave. Looking at the black-haired girl who left, Shikimka felt very uncomfortable in her heart, and she didn't understand what was going on. But since Xiao Mian didn't want to say it, then Lui Yuan wouldn't force the other party to say it. Soon the class bell rang again, and the two returned to the classroom and continued the class, and soon Xiao Mian became very eye-catching, because she was confident when she was asked and answered by the teacher, and her answers were methodical, like a school bully. Of course, those questions are not very difficult for Komedo, and she is not very difficult. Don't look at the 4 years she has practiced in the Spirit Time House, but in the 4 years of this practice, she has not fallen behind in her studies. After all, Su Yu repeatedly emphasized in front of her that the core meaning of the Turtle Immortal Stream martial arts is to cultivate well, eat well, study well, relax well, and rest well, advocating an all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, beauty, and labor. Then there was the physical education class, but the eye-catching thing in the physical education class this time was not Xiao Mian, although Xiao Mian's physical performance was excellent and even broke the record. However, these were inadvertently surpassed by Kamedaka, especially when playing baseball. The opponent hit a home run and was scared by Kame's jump of several meters high. And Kamin finally realized that he seemed to have accidentally used some force to show too much. There is no way, she didn't mean it. The main thing is that her physique has long exceeded the abnormality, and it will be more laborious to reduce her performance. How do you explain that? Chapter 1 Lo Sion Warrior, Asking for Flowers, Asking for Collection. In the dark universe, deathly silence. There are only countless planets of different sizes, dotted in the vast expanse of space like stars. Suddenly, a small universe spaceship wrapped in a white halo gallops past the pitch-black universe, almost in a flash, at an astonishingly fast speed. 2 days, there are 2 more days until we reach Earth. Lin Yan sat in the spaceship of universe, narrowing his eyes slightly, eyes filled with excitement, staring at the flickering planet and the remaining days on the display screen in front of him, muttering to himself. It has been a full month since he came to this place, and during this month, he spent most of his time on his way to the Earth. Lin Yan is an online novel author who rushes to the street. After typing all night, the mobile phone on the bedside suddenly exploded. When he woke up again, he had appeared on a strange and desolate planet, and got a new body. On that planet, except for the bare mountains with a bit of yellow, there is an octagonal monster the size of a cow. There are no flowers, trees, trickling streams, and no human figure. After calming down, Lin Yan knew that he had time-traveled by combining the current situation and the bloody routines of countless time-traveling novels. And the only message left by this new body is, Planet Vegeta, Scion, and a spaceship of universe. That's right, I really crossed like a dog, and crossed into the dangerous world of Dragon Ball, becoming an exiled low-level Scion warrior. When he just crossed, Lin Yan was very frightened and annoyed. Even if others crossed the Dragon Ball world, they would still become the main characters in Dragon Ball, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta, important characters in Dragon Ball. It's good for me, not only did I travel to a garbage planet that doesn't shit, but I also became a low-level Scion with a combat power of less than 2000 and didn't even know his own name. However, this annoyance gradually dissipated after a few days. Because Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised to find that after time traveling, he actually got a golden finger, something like a duplication system. Then Lin Yan had a thought, and saw a virtual projected image appear on his retina. Host, Lin Yan. Copied skills, none. Reproducible skills, none. Originally, he wanted to verify what was going on with this replication system. It's just that on the barren planet before, there wasn't even half a person, so his copied skills would show nothing. In this world where universes are destroyed at every turn, crises are lurking all the time, so I must become stronger to ensure that I will not be strangled to death by other strong people like ants. This is also the reason why I want to rush to the Earth in such a hurry. First, the Earth is relatively safe now. Second, I can also try to see if my golden finger can copy the skills of Son Goku and other Z warriors on the Earth. Third, I urgently need to become stronger now. And the spiritual time room of the Temple of Heaven on Earth is an excellent place for cultivation. After thinking about this, Lin Yan slowly closed his eyes again. After nearly a month, he is almost used to this lonely and boring day. There are only 2 days left, and he will soon reach the Earth. Up. The spaceship is still galloping rapidly in the universe. And it is getting closer and closer to the Earth. P.S. The new book sets sail. I really need everyone's support. Pippi Shrimp is very sincere book collection. Friends who have flowers, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets, please vote for Pippi Shrimp, One Piece. Every flower, every evaluation vote is the driving force for Pippi Shrimp's code. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 2 Arriving on Earth, Copying Chi Yuan Zhan, Ask for Collection, Ask for Flowers. Time is like running water, 2 days are almost fleeting. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the violent vibration of the Universe spacecraft woke him up. Has it arrived yet? Lin Yan opened his eyes and looked at the screen in front of him. The remaining days had become 0, and he had already arrived on Earth. What? Just when Lin Yan's Universe spaceship landed on the ground, a panicked voice sounded suddenly. Is that Scion's Universe ship? How is that possible? And at the place where the Lin Yan Universe spacecraft landed, 4 figures appeared. If Lin Yan sees them, they will be very familiar. Because the 4 people in front of me are all important characters in Dragon Ball. They are Son Goku, Son Gohan, Kling, and Yaki Lobe. At this moment, Kellen's whole body trembled. Looking at the Scion Universe spaceship that suddenly appeared in front of him, he cried out in horror. A Vegeta just now almost killed them all, and now there is another Scion Universe spaceship. I don't know what kind of scary guy will come out of it. What? Is the Earth really going to end this time? At this time, Son Goku's bones had been crushed by Vegeta after turning into a giant ape, and he couldn't move at all. Now even a common man can easily kill himself. When Yakilobe on the side saw the universe ship, he hid behind a huge rock in panic. Creak! And at this moment, the hatch of the universe spacecraft was opened a crack. Krillin clenched his fists tightly and looked at the opened universe spaceship with heavy eyes. Goku and Gohan were seriously injured, Piccolo and Tien Shinyan Yamcha were all killed by Vegeta and Nappa. Now the only one who can fight is himself alone. Creak! There was another crisp sound, the cabin door was fully opened, and a figure in a panic walked out of the universe spaceship. The reason why I say embarrassed is because the person who came out of the universe spaceship has a messy jet black hedgehog head, bare naked to the upper body, and only a piece of animal skin covers an important position. And this person is Lin Yan. If it really is Scion. When Klin saw the familiar hairstyle and the flexible tail behind him, his whole body trembled violently because of extreme fear. Krillin. The moment Lin Yan stepped out of the universe spaceship, he saw the familiar little bald head. The sole character in Dragon Ball, from the protagonist at the beginning, has become a soy sauce character who is trying to find a sense of existence in the end. Afterwards, Lin Yan glanced around and saw two other figures lying on the ground, who were also very familiar. Son Goku, Son Gohan. Lin Yan yelled again in surprise. He never thought that he would meet these people as soon as he arrived on Earth. And it looks like, this time should be when Vegeta left the Earth just after he injured Son Goku and others. There is still a faint breath. Is it Yakirobe? Lin Yan, who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, knows that coward Yakirobe must be hiding somewhere at this time. You, how do you know us? Hearing that Scion in front of him actually called out their names, Kellen's terrified eyes showed a trace of suspicion and confusion. Is it because of the combat power detector you are carrying? Klin still maintained his posture of being ready for battle at any time, looked at the combat power detector worn by Lin Yan's ear, and asked vigilantly. He knew that Scion was carrying a combat force detector as well as a communication function, which Vegeta told them. Could it be, this guy came to help Vegeta because he knew they defeated Vegeta? How do I know about you? Lin Yan took a step forward, with a smile on his face, and said slowly, You may not believe me, I know you better than you yourself. As for this thing, it's been broken long ago, and it's just for being handsome. After Lin Yan's faint voice fell, he took off the combat power detector next to his ear, threw it on the ground, and crushed it with his foot. Nice to meet you, Clint. Lin Yan walked to Clint's side step by step, and said with a harmless smile on his face. Wait. Kellen hurriedly shook his hands and backed away. Although he felt that the guy in front of him was not as strong as Vegeta, he still couldn't overcome the fear that Scion brought to him. Don't worry. There are good and bad Scions, and I, like Son Goku, belong to the good category. Lin Yan didn't care about Kellen, who was in panic, and grabbed Kellen's hand. Just when Lin Yan took Kellen's hand, a line of small characters appeared on the retina. Copyable skills, Chi Yuan / whether to copy. Looking at the small words, Lin Yan recited directly in his heart excitedly. Copy. Just after Lin Yan's voice fell, with a thought, he saw the illusory projection appear on the retina. Copied skill, Chi Yuan / Copyable skills, Kamehameha Wave, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, copy or not. It's gone. What the hell? Lin Yan almost jumped up excitedly. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived on Earth, I would meet Son Goku, Kellen, and others. Moreover, his own replication system was so powerful, the moment he came into contact with Klin, he copied Klin's Chi Yuan Zhan. At this moment, Lin Yan seemed to see himself standing at the tip of the universe, overlooking the gods. P.S. The new book sets sail. I really need everyone's support. Pippi Shrimp is very sincere book collection. Friends who have flowers, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets, please vote for Pippi Shrimp, One Piece. Every flower, every evaluation vote is the driving force for Pippi Shrimp's code. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 3 The Replication System Against the Sky, for subscription. After copying Klin's Chi-Yuan / Lin Yan let go of Klin's hand decisively, and appeared beside Son Goku like a cunning rabbit. Only Kellen was left with a confused face. What happened just now? Are you okay? Kakarot. Lin Yan seemed to be very concerned about Son Goku, helped Son Goku up, patted Son Goku's shoulder lightly, and asked. And at this moment, a line of small words blue appeared on the virtual screen of the retina again. Copyable skills, Kamehameha Wave, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, copy or not? Copy. Lin Yan nodded excitedly without any hesitation. Just copied Klin's Chi-Yuan / which made Lin Yan completely believe in his copying system. It's a mess of cowhide. I don't need to do anything at all, and I don't need to be threatened by the system, let alone complete the tasks specified by the system, to copy other people's skills. You really aren't with Vegeta. Son Goku looked at Lin Yan with droopy eyes, and asked in a very weak tone. Of course, like you, I am also an Earthling with a Scion body. Lin Yan smiled sincerely. Although the Earth he said was not the Earth he lived in, he would never destroy it. Because in the days to come, he will still live here. Ha, ha ha. I believe you, from your eyes, I can see that you don't have the violence and cruelty of Vegeta and the others. Son Goku smiled far-fetchedly and said. The Scion in front of me has completely different eyes from Vegeta Raditz and the others. Woo woo woo. At this time, a low roar sounded from the sky, and a mini helicopter landed from above the heads of Lin Yan and others. It's Teacher Wushan and Bulma. Clint spoke excitedly. And the moment the helicopter landed, a sharp voice sounded eagerly. Gohan, my Gohan. Shishi pushed away Master Roshi in front of him, and appeared in front of Son Gohan in an instant, with an astonishingly fast speed. Totally ignored Lin Yan the terrible Scion. As for Master Roshi and Bulma, they looked at Lin Yan with fear on their faces. The face that resembled Son Goku and Raditz made them feel scared and dare not go forward. Shishi, Gohan is fine, but Goku seems to be hurt a little bit more. Krillin looked at Shishi who was holding Son Gohan, and said. Gohan, it's all right, Mom won't let you leave me again. My poor Gohan, at a young age, got involved in the battle of adults. Shishi didn't hear Kellen's words at all, and still hugged Son Gohan tightly. This made Lin Yan feel that Shishi is still the same Shishi. Kling, that Scion, what the hell is going on? Bulma and Master Roshi moved behind Klin little by little, looked at Lin Yan vigilantly, and asked. I don't know, but now it seems that although he is also Scion, he seems to be different from Vegeta. Clint shook his head and explained. If that Scion was as vicious as Vegeta, he would have killed them all just now. You, who are you? What's your name? Bulma hid behind Klin, with mixed expressions of curiosity and fear on his face, looked at Lin Yan and asked weakly. Lin Yan stroked his chin, thought for a while before speaking. Because of his previous body, he didn't know his name at all, and now he can only be called Lin Yan. My name is Lin Yan, so I'm Kakarot's big brother. Now that I am a serious Scion, I naturally want to be called Son Goku Scion. After finishing speaking, Lin Yan turned his attention to Bulma. At this time, Bulma was wearing a streamlined ponytail, wearing blue short sleeves and khaki shorts, showing off her slim figure, and at the same time, that girlish feeling overwhelming. Slender beautiful legs, fair skin, and big watery eyes are definitely a different existence for female divine grade. It's simply not comparable to those vulgar fans of the anchors in my own world. What do you mean, even Goku's big brother? Hearing Lin Yan's perfunctory answer, Bulma whispered angrily. But don't dare to be too obvious. If you want to know more about me, I suggest you take me back to your home first, and you can study it slowly. Lin Yan said seriously. He has just come to Earth now, and he has no place to stay yet. If you live in Bulma's big villa, it must be excellent. TCH. You think beautifully. Bulma pursed his lips, and secretly said in his heart, even if I, Bulma, were beaten to death, I would never bring such a savage to live in my home. Lin Yan didn't care about Bulma's words, anyway, sooner or later he would definitely live in Bulma's big villa. After looking at Son Goku, he then said, if you continue to ink, Kakarot may be about to burp. P.S. The new book sets sail, please collect it, ask for flowers. Pippi Shrimp kneels down to thank all the big guys. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 4 Surprised Bulma, please subscribe. 3 hours later, in a luxurious villa in Zidu. Hey Bulma, can you help bring in my new clothes? Thanks. In the bathroom, Lin Yan yelled to the outside very naturally while enjoying the cozy feeling. It felt like calling a friend I was very familiar with, very natural. To be honest, in the month since he came to this world, Lin Yan never had such a comfortable shower. On that barren planet, he didn't even find clean drinking water. I don't know how this guy from before lived to such a big age in that place. Hearing the very natural commanding voice, Bulma's face was very ugly, full of anger, and the hand holding the clothes squeezed the clothes tightly. Tankaiu. What does this annoying guy think of me, Bulma? His servant. Bulma thought through gritted teeth. As the little prince of this villa, I have always stretched out my clothes, stretched out my hands to eat, and opened my mouth. I was always served by others. When did I ever do such a thing as serving others? Kellen and that turtle old man are really two guys, they even said that their home is relatively big, so let this dangerous guy live in his home first. I don't know what's going on in their minds. After sulking for a few minutes, Bulma still opened the outer door of the bathroom and threw the prepared clothes in. Creak. 3 minutes later, the bathroom door was opened. I said, do you want to be so black when you take a bath? Bulma turned her head angrily, just when she was about to reprimand Lin Yan. Before the last word trace was uttered, his pupils shrank, revealing a surprised expression. N.A. Nanny? The ugly duckling has turned into a white swan. Bulma looked at the man in front of him in a daze, a tall man in his early 18s, with jet-black prickly hair, and sharp facial features. The black martial arts uniform seemed to fit very well, and the faint smile on the corner of his mouth also made Bulma dazed for a while. He was completely different from the unkempt and foul-smelling barbarian from time to time. Are there flowers on my face? Seeing Bulma staring blankly at him, Lin Yan smiled and asked lightly. No. No. After Bulma was briefly absent-minded, he immediately woke up. How could I act like a nympho in front of a strange man? This suit seems to fit you well. Then quickly changed the subject. It fits pretty well, thank you. Lin Yan also answered in a very gentlemanly manner. Looking at Bulma at such a close distance, the exquisite facial features are like finely carved jade, and the slightly dull, watery big eyes add a bit of innocence. Lin Yan was in a daze for a while. Traveling to the world of Dragon Ball, if you miss this peerless beauty, you might as well hit yourself to death. At this moment, Lin Yan secretly vowed in his heart that he must take down Bulma and not leave it to that arrogant guy Vegeta. Let's go see how Kakarot is doing now. Lin Yan knows that feelings cannot be forced. The frog must be boiled in warm water, penetrated bit by bit, and let her fall in love with you bit by bit without knowing it. Although the time may be a little longer. Bulma nodded. He was sulking just now, but he forgot that Gaku and the others were still in the hospital. Reminded by Lin Yan, Bulma also felt that she really should go and see Gaku and the others. In the next time, both Lin Yan and Bulma arrived at the hospital. Because of Piccolo's death, the gods of the earth and the 7 Dragon Balls also disappeared together, but fortunately, Kellen heard the conversation between Vegeta and Nappa. In Piccolo's hometown, a place called Namek, there is also a 7 Dragon Balls. Maybe you can use the Dragon Ball there to resurrect Piccolo, so that the gods of the earth and the 7 Dragon Balls can also be resurrected again. And they also learned the location of the Namek Ball from King Kai. But the only question now is how to get to that distant planet. Now I know the location of Namek and the method to revive Piccolo, but the question is how should we get to Namek? Even with the latest power engine developed by my dad, it will take more than 4,900 years to reach Namek. Said. 4,900 years, this is a terrifying number for them. Among them, who can live for more than 4,000 years? Hey! Have you forgotten that I in Nappa's universe spaceship, if you take that thing and reach Namek, it will only take about 10 days. Lin Yan looked at the frowning crowd, and said calmly. Yes. Yes, Sion's universe spaceship is much more advanced than Earth's technology. As long as my father and I make some improvements, we will definitely be able to reach Namek at the fastest speed. Reminded by Lin Yan, Bulma spoke excitedly. Pa, the new book is about to start, I hope everyone will support and encourage it, and friends who spend a lot of money, try to hit Pippi Shrimp as much as possible. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. About Jia Zhang. Been revisiting Dragon Ball lately. Sudden burst of inspiration, I really can't help it, brothers, let's do it, let's do it. Seeing that everyone has to talk about their own updates first. Let's talk about Pippi Shrimp here too. A minimum of 4 chapters are guaranteed to be updated every day, because there is still the Dragon Ball Universe Master to be updated, there is no way to guarantee too many updates. Next is to add more. For every 1,000 evaluation votes, a new chapter will be added. For every 3,000 flowers, a new chapter will be added. For every 5 people who donate daily, a new chapter will be added. In fact, it's not that Pippi Xia thinks his face is too big, but that there are too few settings, and it's really hard to come out. Brothers, if you think the Dragon Ball series fan fiction written by Pippi Shrimp can still be read, please enter Let It Go. The new book sets sail, let's make an appointment. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 5 Entering the Spiritual Time Room, Book Collection, Asking for Flowers. In the following time, Bulma used research as an excuse to borrow Nappa's universe spaceship from the Cultural Relics Civil and Military Bureau. Started remodeling with his dad, Dr. Breves. Son Goku needs to be observed and treated in the hospital for a month because of the serious injury. Although he was very unwilling, Immortal Karen's fairy beans hadn't been planted yet, so he had no choice but to stay in the hospital. As for Lin Yan, under Kellen's guidance, he went to the Temple of Heaven. Because my current combat power is only 2,000 points, which is much worse than Son Goku. In this dangerous world, I may be killed at any time. You must let yourself grow up in the shortest possible time. And the spiritual time room of the Temple of Heaven, 1 year of cultivation in it is equivalent to 1 day outside, it is a very suitable place for cultivation. After arriving at the Temple of Heaven, Kellen and Lin Yan explained their intentions and told Bobo that they would go to Namek to find the Dragon Ball to resurrect the God of God. After that, Bobo agreed to Lin Yan without any hesitation. Let him enter the spiritual time room to practice. In the spiritual time room, the temperature difference inside is very large. During the day, it can reach more than 60 degrees Celsius, but at night, it will drop to -50 degrees in an instant. Moreover, the gravity inside is 10 times that of the Earth, so although it is a perfect place for cultivation, it is also a very tortured place. It's really boring to stay here for a year or two in the future. After entering the gravity room, Lin Yan stood at the door of the spiritual time room, looked at the endless white space in front of him, and smiled helplessly. But fortunately, I also stayed in that universe spaceship that can only accommodate one person for nearly a month before, and I am almost used to the boring and lonely feeling. Besides, the environment here is much better than that in that universe spaceship. Okay, let's start practicing. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, fixed his gaze, and then stepped into the spiritual time room. When the first foot stepped on the white ground, a terrifying force of gravity made Lin Yan's body sink directly. If he hadn't made preparations long ago, he might have been crushed directly by the terrifying gravity. After all, my current weight of 180 jin would instantly become 1,800 jin under 10 times the gravity. It was like carrying a 1,800 jin boulder, and the body sank uncontrollably. Call. Lin Yan took a deep breath and stepped in with the other foot. The whole body was as heavy as if it had been filled with lead, and there was a cold sweat on his forehead. While Lin Yan was enduring the terrible gravity in the gravity chamber, Bulma and Breves also started to modify the universe spacecraft. If Dr. Breves wants to complete the transformation of the universe spacecraft alone, it will take at least 10 days. But if you join forces with Bulma, it will probably only take 3 or 4 days. After Kellen brought Lin Yan to the Temple of Heaven, he returned to the hospital again. In this way, half a day passed quickly outside. It's just that half a day in the outside world is equivalent to half a year in the spiritual time house. At this time, in the gravity room, there was only a figure in tattered clothes standing on the white ground. Turtle. Pi. Chi. Gong. Bo. A deep voice came from his throat, and Lin Yan clasped his hands together, and a blue energy ball condensed in his palm. Aha! Then with a loud shout, Ki Blast directly punched forward. The moment the energy ball was hit, Lin Yan's body burst out like lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Kamehameha wave, and his hands went directly towards the Kamehameha wave. After rubbing his feet against the ground and blasting back tens of meters, the Kamehameha wave exploded directly. Burst. Boom. At the same time as the terrifying explosion sounded, Lin Yan's body was directly blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Haha! I'm really a masochist. Feeling the soreness coming from his whole body, Lin Yan got up, and said to himself with a wry smile. The clothes on his upper body had all been turned into dust, and then he limped towards the small resting room at the door. Although I worked very hard every day for the past 6 months, endured the boring days, and even made myself scarred. But he could feel that his current combat power was no longer comparable to that of half a year ago. And now, I have been able to master Kijin Slash, Kamehameha Wave and Kaioken proficiently. As for Spirit Bomb, I haven't tried it yet. But this has made me very pleased. In the next half-month, I will continue to challenge my limit and squeeze my potential as a fighting nation scion. I hope that in the next year and a half, I can smoothly become Super Scion. After all, Namek himself must go, because Jinyu's Special Forces Guldo's time pause ability and Namek Dende's healing ability both make him very coveted. If copied, it will be a very good life-saving skill in the future. It's just that Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, is also a character that is not easy to mess with. Frisia in the ultimate form has a combat power of 120 million points. Only by becoming a Super Scion, may he be able to defeat him. After thinking about it, Lin Yan rested for a while, ate something to satisfy his hunger, and then walked into the white space again. P.S. new book set sale, book collection, asking for flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for rewards. Various postures and various demands. Can you guys satisfy me? Hey hey! Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 6 Mr. Popo's Request, for collection, for flowers. Outside, 2 days almost flew by as Bulma and Dr. Breves were still busy modifying the universe ship. And Son Gohan and Kling's injuries are almost recovered. In the end they decided to let Son Gohan, Kellen, and Bulma go to Namek to find the Dragon Ball and resurrect Piccolo. Now Z-Warrior, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, and Yamcha of the Earth have died, and Son Goku is seriously injured in the nest, and the only ones who can go to the Namek Ball to find the Dragon Ball are Son Gohan and Kellen. Although Shishi tried his best to prevent Son Gohan from going to Namek, but in the end he couldn't hold back Son Gohan, Son Goku, and others, and finally had to let go of his mouth and compromise. Of course, this is because King Kai at least told them that the residents of Namek Ball are a group of peace-loving people, and going to Namek Ball will not encounter any danger, so Shishi reluctantly agreed. If the guys from Namek are as evil as Piccolo, even if Son Gohan said something, she would never agree. In the spiritual time room of the Temple of Heaven. 2 years, 2 full years, it seems it's time to go out. Lin Yan walked to the door of the spiritual time room, looked at the white space, and said lightly. At this time, Lin Yan looked a bit embarrassed, with his shirtless upper body showing his muscular muscles. Much stronger than 2 years ago, the whole person looks more mature, especially those dark and clear eyes, more tenacious. Then Lin Yan didn't hesitate any longer, and directly pushed open the door behind him, turned around and walked out at a leisurely pace. After all, if he stayed in the spiritual time room for more than 2 days, he would be left in this different space forever. You finally came out. As soon as I went out, I saw Mr. Popo who had been guarding the door. There was a little inconceivability in those round eyes, and a flat voice said. Before entering the spiritual time room, Lin Yan's strength was not very strong. At most, the people in Piccolo Lin were slightly stronger. Originally, Bobo thought that Lin Yan could stay in the spiritual time room for at most half a day. That's the limit. Unexpectedly, he stayed for 2 days at a stretch. It was a full 2 years in the spiritual time room, and the climate in the spiritual time room was very different. Coupled with the boring and lonely, most people couldn't even hold on for a few hours. So Bobo couldn't help admiring Lin Yan. Well, thank you Mr. Popo for taking care of me these days. Lin Yan also nodded very politely and said with a smile. It can be seen that his mood and state are very good at this time. I have prepared some food for you, come with me. With a flat expression on his face, Bobo said to Lin Yan in a slightly hoarse voice. Hearing Bobo's words, Lin Yan nodded and did not refuse. Although there is plenty of food and water in the spiritual time room, the food inside can only fill one's stomach. As for the taste, it is really not flattering. Lin Yan, who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, also knows that the cooking skills of Mr. Popo and King Kai are quite good. After practicing for so long, it happened to be a good meal. After walking for a few minutes, the two came to an exquisite house, and they saw a table of delicious food with all kinds of colors and flavors. Lin Yan didn't care about anything, and just swallowed the jujube in a frenzy. After obtaining this Scion's body, Lin Yan's appetite was astonishing. Of course, for Scion, this can only be regarded as a routine operation. Belch. 5 minutes later, Sun Lin Yan finally burped, leaving only a stack of plates full of leftovers on the table. It's been a long time since I've eaten so full, it's so comfortable. Rubbing his bulging stomach, Lin Yan said contentedly. I have squeezed myself in the spiritual time room for 2 years, and now I realize that it is such an amazing thing to feel physically and mentally happy to have enough food. Please, please find the Dragon Ball and revive the gods, Okay. After Lin Yan was full, Bobo, who had been standing straight to Lin Yan's right, suddenly spoke. Lin Yan looked up, just in time to meet Bobo's gaze. It was still wide open, still dull, but there were a few more crystal tears. Lin Yan could see that there was still some expectation in Bobo's eyes. Seems to be waiting for Lin Yan's answer. Looking at Bobo's expectant eyes, Lin Yan hesitated for 3 seconds, then nodded very seriously. Don't worry. I will definitely resurrect the gods. Bobo and the old god have accompanied each other for countless years in this temple of the gods. When they get old and become companions, the god suddenly disappears. Bobo's feeling of loneliness is indescribable. Whether it is out of sympathy for Bobo, or the future of the earth, I should resurrect the gods. Thank you Mr. Popo for the hospitality, the meal is delicious. Then Lin Yan stood up, patted Bobo on the shoulder, and said with a smile. It can be regarded as a comfort to the lonely Bobo. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for favorites, ask for favorites, say important things 3 times, friends who like you must bookmark them. In the end, friends who have spent money on tickets, come here. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 7 The Open Brives Couple, please collect, ask for flowers. In the following time, Lin Yan was not in a hurry to return to Earth, because Dr. Ge Labo and Bulma probably did not remodel the spaceship of universe so quickly, and it would be a waste of time for him to go back now. In the original Dragon Ball, Mr. Popo's strength is capable of dealing with Super Saiyan's Son Goten and Trunks at the same time, although the Super Saiyan of the 2 little devils is a bit watery. But no matter how it is Super Saiyan, it can't be too bad, so Lin Yan wants to fight Mr. Popo. Although in the 2 years in the spiritual time room, I have improved so much that even I was a little surprised, but my actual combat ability is very weak. When this body was on that barren planet, at most it had some battles with some ferocious beasts in order to survive, and it never had any actual combat with humans at all. And now if he returns to Earth, the fighting power of Son Gohan and Kling is simply not enough for him to practice, and Son Goku's injury is too serious. Even if he recovers, he will not be able to compete with himself. So if you want to practice actual combat, Mr. Popo is a very good candidate. 5 days passed again. And for Lin Yan who was training against Mr. Popo, these 5 days almost passed in a flash. Of course, during these 5 days, Lin Yan also proved one thing, that is, Mr. Popo, who has hardly made any shots in Dragon Ball, does have some strength. At least their combat effectiveness is much higher than the current Son Goku and Vegeta. As for why he didn't make a shot when Raditz and Vegeta appeared on Earth, that's unknown. Mr. Popo, thank you again for your hospitality and cultivation these days, I must go back now. Lin Yan tidied up briefly, changed into a set of clean clothes, and said to Bobo. It has been 7 days since I came to the Temple of Heaven, and Bulma and the others should have almost finished transforming the spaceship of universe. In the past few days against Bobo, although he didn't go all out, it was quite fruitful, and he didn't improve much after staying. Time to follow them to Namek to meet Frieza and his Jinyu special forces. Bobo nodded. Lin Yan could see the reluctance in Bobo's eyes. Bobo is also very happy to be with Lin Yan for the past few days. Then Lin Yan didn't hesitate any longer, and with a leap, he turned into a stream of white light and jumped down from the Temple of Heaven. Lin Yan went straight back to Bulma's villa. When I arrived in the yard, I only saw Dr. Briefs and his lovely wife lying on the deck chairs in the yard, enjoying a pleasant afternoon. What's going on? Aren't Dr. Briefs and Bulma transforming the universe ship? How come you have time to bask in the sun? Lin Yan looked at the 2 of them and thought with some doubts. Then he walked in front of Dr. Briefs and asked, Excuse me, is Bulma at home now? Yo! Are you Bulma's boyfriend? You look so handsome. The moment Dr. Breve's wife saw Lin Yan, she didn't care about Dr. Breve's beside her, and said to Lin Yan directly with a sweet smile. "Would you like to drink a glass of orange juice and go on a date with me?" giggling. After she finished speaking, she actually covered her mouth and smiled. Lin Yan looked at Bulma's mother in front of her. She had golden curly hair, and a yellow striped tight dress outlined a sultry figure. Her smooth and fair skin showed no trace of the passage of time, and she smiled sweetly. It can be said to be a perfect combination of charm and purity, and looks more like Bulma's sister. "Sorry, orange juice and dates later, I have something to do with Bulma. Is she home now?" Lin Yan resolutely refused, but how attractive Bulma's mother is, after all, she is no longer her kind. Seeing Lin Yan's serious face, Dr. Breves on the side said to Lin Yan, "You mean Bulma?" She was already driving that spaceship in the morning and said she was traveling to that planet. It's... What? Have they gone to planet Namek? Lin Yan frowned and said in a low voice. Originally, he thought it would take at least 10 days for Dr. Breves and Bulma to transform the universe spacecraft, but now it seems that it will be much faster than he expected. Fortunately, Frisia and the others should have about half a month to arrive at Namek, and Bulma and the others should be in no danger for the time being. "Excuse me then. I'll go first." Lin Yan turned around and was about to leave. He wanted to go to Son Goku to see if Son Gohan and Kellen went with Bulma. The two of them can protect Bulma as well. And just as Lin Yan turned around, Dr. Breve's voice sounded from behind again. "That kid, how far have you and Bulma got? Kiss on the mouth? Have you ever had sex? When can we hold our grandson?" Hearing Dr. Breve's unrestrained 4 consecutive questions, Lin Yan's body trembled slightly, and a black line flashed between his brows. "I didn't expect this old guy's question to be so tricky." Then he turned his head and replied embarrassingly, "For the time being, not yet. As for the grandson, I will try my best." After finishing speaking, Lin Yan jumped with both feet, and disappeared into the courtyard surrounded by White's arrogance. P.S. The new book sets sale, please collect it. After reading it, if you think it is still possible, please move your fingers to collect it. By the way, leave some flowers, comment tickets, or something, let me know that you have been here. Hehe. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 8 Namek in Danger. In the following time, Lin Yan went to the hospital where Son Goku was, and learned from them that Bulma did go to the Namek ball with Son Gohan and Kellen. This also made Lin Yan breathe a sigh of relief. With Son Gohan and Kellen around, it's relatively safe. Then Lin Yan brought his universe spaceship to Dr. Breve's home, asked him to modify it for himself, and then set up a 300-fold gravity chamber. It will take at least 5 or 6 days to go to Namek. In these few days, I can just consolidate my strength in the gravity room. This is not a difficult task for Dr. Breves, and he seems very interested. According to Dr. Breves' estimation, it will take about 10 days for his universe spacecraft to be transformed. After all, without Bulma's help, and only need a gravity chamber, this is not an easy task even for Dr. Breves. And during these 10 days, Lin Yan stayed in the backyard of Bulma's house almost every day to practice some weight-bearing strength and speed. Now the time is tight, and he must use every minute and every second to improve himself. These days, Lin Yan completely regards this place as his own home, and Bulma's parents are also very hospitable. Not only did they not dislike Lin Yan, but they took care of Lin Yan as their own son-in-law. This made Lin Yan more firm in his previous goal, to take down Bulma, a rich and beautiful goddess. Just like that, 10 days passed by little. And Bulma, Son Gohan, and Kellen, after several twists and turns, also reached the Namek ball smoothly. "Look, have we arrived yet?" In the spaceship universe, Kling standing by the cabin window suddenly found a green planet in front of him. "Yes, we have indeed reached the Namek ball. Bulma looked at the display screen of the spacecraft excitedly and said, "What a beautiful planet!" Looking at the emerald green planet, Bulma said in a daze. "Okay, you two stand firm, we're going to find a place to land right away." After a brief absence, Bulma returned to the pilot's seat, ready to land. Son Gohan and Kellen are also very obedient and put on their seat belts. It's no joke in space, and naturally everything must listen to Bulma. 3 minutes later, Bulma finally found an open place and landed the Universe spaceship. The three stepped off the Universe spaceship and looked around. The Namek ball is actually very similar to the Earth, but the environment is much better than the Earth, with green mountains and clear water. The environment is very good, and the fresh air makes people feel more comfortable. Of course, this may also be the reason why the three of them stayed in the spaceship universe for 10 days. Where should we go to find the Dragon Ball now? Son Gohan looked at Kellen and Bulma, and asked in a childish voice. He just wants to find Dragon Ball quickly and let Shenron revive Piccolo Uncle, so that he will feel less guilty. After all, Piccolo Uncle was killed by Nappa to protect himself. Hey! I have already prepared for this. Bulma smiled triumphantly, and took out a Dragon Ball radar from her pocket, which she deliberately made when transforming the Universe spaceship. With the Dragon Ball radar, we'll have all the Dragon Balls in no time. Then Bulma directly pressed the activation button of the Dragon Ball radar. Diddy diddy! At the same time as the Dragon Ball radar made a crisp mechanical sound. 7 light spots appeared on the screen, and 4 of them seemed to be put together and seemed to be still moving. I found it, but how are those 4 Dragon Balls together? Bulma spoke with some puzzlement. Kling and Son Gohan looked in the direction pointed by the Dragon Ball radar. Suddenly, Kellen's body trembled, and his brows furrowed tightly. And Son Gohan on the side also showed the same expression. You feel it too? Gohan. Kellen looked at Son Gohan, and suddenly said inexplicably. Well, a very strong chi. Son Gohan also frowned and nodded, and replied. Ah, what are you two talking about? Bulma looked at the inexplicable 2 people in front of him with some puzzlement, and asked. In the direction where the 4 Dragon Balls gathered, there was a strong aura just now, and that aura was stronger than Vegeta. Kellen clenched his fists tightly, frowned, and said in a deep voice. Could it be a Namek? Bulma leaned to the side of the 2, and at the same time spoke with some fear. Probably not. Lord Kai said that the Namek people are a peace-loving nation, and the aura just now is very evil. Kellen still explained in a low tone. At this time, in the distant universe, a huge spaceship of the universe quickly slid across the void. My Lord Frisia, we're only 5 days away from reaching the Namek ball. A respectful tone came from the swishing large universe spaceship. At this time, in the spaceship of universe, a rather handsome man with light green skin and dark green hair spoke. And in front of him was a small man with purple and red complexion sitting in the mobility vehicle. There are 2 pointed horns on the top of the head, and the most impressive thing is the evil smile on the corner of the mouth. P.S. Please collect, please collect. Spend a lot of money, give rewards and reminders, let's throw it over and knock me out together. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 9 Vegeta goes to Namek. Hey. Thank you Mr. Sabo, how is the situation with Mr. Dodoria? Frisia, who was sitting in the mobility vehicle, smiled softly, looked at Sabo in front of him, and asked. For one's subordinates, the title can be regarded as respect. I have already collected 4 Dragon Balls. Don't worry, King Frisia. When we get to Namek Ball, all 7 Dragon Balls will be collected. Sabo said with a smug look on his face. Of course, being able to become the capable general of the universe Emperor Frisia is something that many people dream of, and he is indeed worthy of his pride. I am assured that Mr. Sabo and Mr. Dodoria are doing things, so I look forward to good news. Frisia still had a sinister look on her face, and said lightly. Dodoria was originally invading from a planet near Namek. When Vegeta got the news of the Dragon Ball, Frisia immediately asked Dodoria to go to Namek to find the Dragon Ball. But having said that, this time about the Dragon Ball, thanks to that fellow Vegeta who went to that place called Earth. Sabo said suddenly. But the words are full of disdain. That wild monkey who has no strength but is extremely arrogant, gets angry when he thinks about it. If King Frisia didn't allow it, he would have taken care of Vegeta long ago. Well, this time Vegeta did have some credit, but his purpose of looking for Dragon Ball should be the same as mine, wanting to live forever and then betray me. This point, what Vegeta did really disappointed me. Frisia said in a sinister voice. Clenching his fists tightly, Red's pupils were filled with murderous intent. And at this time, in a treatment room on an unknown planet, a familiar figure stood in a healing device filled with green healing liquid. Bare upper body, showing solid muscles, eyes closed, heart-shaped spire, impressively is the 10,000-year-old Vegeta in Dragon Ball. And in the treatment room, there are two weird-looking universe people who are constantly busy. At this moment, Vegeta's eyelids, who had been closing his eyes tightly all the time, trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, it opened directly. The two universe people in the lab watched Vegeta open his eyes, and quickly turned off the healing device. Master Vegeta, you finally woke up. I didn't expect you to be injured so badly. It seems that you have met a strong enemy in this mission. Master Vegeta, your injury has healed, but there is nothing we can do about your tail. The two of them still seemed intimidated by the thought of Vegeta. He was trembling while speaking. It doesn't matter, it will grow out by itself in the future. Vegeta said disapprovingly while getting dressed. Is King Frisia on this planet? After Vegeta finished dressing, he turned and asked the two of them. No, King Frisia just went out 2 days ago. A bird-headed universe man answered. TCH, are you tired of staying on this planet again? Vegeta snorted coldly and said to himself. Also, Mr. Chuyi said to find him in the training room after you recover. Another universe person continued. Cut, Chuyi. Tell him, lousy Vegeta has no time to waste with him. Vegeta curled his lips and said dismissively. I and that guy have never met each other, how could I listen to him and obediently go to him? The most important thing for me now is to go to the Namek Ball quickly, get the Dragon Ball and make a wish to make myself immortal. In this way, I will definitely find a way to defeat Frisia and replace him as the Emperor of the Universe. Let Sion's name spread in the universe again. Of course, he must go to the Earth where he was humiliated, and kill them all. Then Vegeta walked out of the treatment room directly. But, Master Vegeta. The two people behind wanted to chase, but it was already too late. And not long after Vegeta went out, a guy with purple skin appeared in front of him. Chuyi. Vegeta frowned, this annoying guy. Yo Vegeta, I heard that you suffered a big defeat this time, even Nappa and Raditz were killed. What kind of god, Sion, the invincible fighting nation, is in such a mess? Chuyi put his hands on his hips and said with a provocative smile. Clearly trying to annoy Vegeta. But he is not afraid, because he and Vegeta both have a combat power of 18,000, and even if they really fight, they will not be able to tell the winner. This is also the capital for him to provoke Vegeta unscrupulously. Go away Chuyi, I don't have time to talk to you now. After Vegeta frowned, he gave a light reprimand and walked directly past Chuyi. Wait Vegeta. Chuyi put his right hand on Vegeta's shoulder, and just as he was about to continue speaking, Vegeta's right elbow fell heavily on Chuyi's waist. Chuyi suddenly shrank his pupils in pain, let go of Vegeta, and hugged his waist with his hands. Take care of your dirty hands next time, or I'll scrap it. Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth and said proudly. After the battle with Son Goku, although he was seriously injured and almost died, his combat effectiveness has improved a lot. The current self is not something that Chuyi can stop. B. Vegeta, you not only acted without authorization, but also dared to hit me, waiting for you King Frieza to come back from the Namek Ball. Before Chuyi finished speaking, Vegeta grabbed Chuyi's collar and his face changed dramatically. What did you say? Frieza went to Namek. That guy must have heard about the Dragon Ball from his combat power detector. But... damn it! Vegeta threw Chuyi out, and ran directly to his spaceship of universe. P.S. Asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for evaluation tickets, book rewards and reminders, all kinds of requests. Brothers, I would like to ask for your opinions on the name of the protagonist. Because my setting is to travel to a low-level scion who can't remember his name, so the protagonist in the article naturally uses his previous name. But this is indeed a bit contrary, but I can't think of a better and more fluent scion name for a while. I hope you guys can give me some advice and share your thoughts. Grateful. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 10 Start Gravity Room Practice, subscribe. Damn bastard, that bastard Frieza, actually listening to my detector. Vegeta walked very fast, with an angry face, clenched his fists tightly, and cursed. Frieza and the others obviously had the upper hand at this time, and he must find the Dragon Ball before Frieza and the others, and make a wish for himself to obtain immortality. If Frieza's wish comes true, then he will really be trampled under his feet forever in this life. This is something he will never allow to happen. Then, with a flash of his body, he got into his own universe spaceship and pressed the start button. The spaceship flew out like a fired shell. But... damn it, wild monkey, I will never spare you. Chuyi looked at the streamer that disappeared into the air, with a ferocious look in his eyes. I must have been too careless just now to suffer from Vegeta. For so many years, he and Vegeta's fighting power has always been evenly matched, and his fighting power is absolutely impossible to surpass his own. Even if I catch up with Namek, I must teach him a good lesson. No, kill him directly. Since Vegeta has betrayed King Frieza will not blame him for killing Vegeta now, and maybe he will reward him. Thinking of this, Chuyi quickly found his universe spaceship, and followed Vegeta's spaceship to Namek. On the way, Chuyi also told Sabo that Vegeta had defected and went to Namek. King Frieza got the news from Chuyi, saying that Vegeta has betrayed, and now he has gone to the Namek Ball. His purpose should also be to go to the Dragon Ball. In space, inside Frieza's giant universe spaceship, Sabo, who received the news from Chuyi, said to Frieza. There is a look of gloating in his eyes. Humph, that kid Vegeta has always been ambitious and doesn't obey my orders very much. It's expected that he will rebel now, but he chose to oppose me at this time, which is really a very unwise choice. Frieza said in a flat tone, Vegeta's betrayal was within his expectations. It's just that with his 18,000 combat power, he can turn him into a speck of dust in this universe with a flick of his finger. It's like Planet Vegeta more than 10 years ago. Afterwards, everyone saw the gloomy cold light frantically surging in Frieza's eyes. Everyone couldn't help shivering. They knew that Frieza was already angry at this time, and Vegeta's end would be very miserable. And at this time on Earth, Lin Yan's universe spaceship has been remodeled. Looking at the huge universe in front of him, Lin Yan secretly clicked his tongue. This is the great power of science. In just 10 days, Dr. Breves turned his little thing that can only accommodate one person into such a colossus. How is it, are you satisfied? Dr. Breves raised his head, looked at the surprised Lin Yan, and asked with a little satisfaction. Of course, with his ability, he does have the capital to be proud of. For ordinary scientists, there is simply no way to complete this difficult task. Satisfied? Very satisfied, thank you very much. Lin Yan nodded like a chick pecking rice, and thanked him. The universe spaceship has been fully remodeled, and the gravity chamber you want has been completed for you, but due to time constraints, the gravity chamber can only reach 200 times the gravity. Dr. Breves explained. It is really not difficult for him to build a gravity chamber with a gravity of 300 times, but 10 days is too urgent. As a result, he could only create a gravity chamber 200 times larger. 200 times is enough. Lin Yan nodded and said. With my current strength, a gravity chamber of 200 times is almost enough. The reason why I said that I need 300 times of gravity is also for future plans. But after returning from the Namek ball, let Bulma help him upgrade, it's not a big problem. Thanks again Dr. Breves, time is running out, I'll go first. After Lin Yan thanked Dr. Breves again, he directly stepped onto the spaceship universe. Because the general operation of the universe spacecraft has not changed, Lin Yan started the universe spacecraft with ease, and disappeared into the backyard of Bulma's house. Oh! He's a frizzy boy like Goku. I wanted him to drink a glass of orange juice before leaving. At this time, Bulma's mother came over, holding 2 glasses of orange juice in her hands, looking at Lin Yan who was leaving in the dust, and said in a seductive numb tone. After Lin Yan's universe spaceship completely disappeared from their sight, they turned around and entered the house. The modified universe spacecraft is a bit faster than before. In just a few minutes, Lin Yan has left the Earth. It's time to start practicing. After Lin Yan changed the landing location of the universe spacecraft to Namek, he left the operating room and walked into the gravity room. Then directly adjust the gravity to 100 times. In the original Dragon Ball, Son Goku's combat power of 180,000, with Kaioken turned on, can withstand 100 times the force of gravity. My current combat power is far higher than this value, and 100 times the gravity should not be particularly difficult for me. And at the moment when the gravity chamber was activated, Lin Yan's body sank suddenly, and the color in the entire gravity chamber turned dark red. However, 100 times the gravity did not make him feel difficult. P.S. The first day is coming soon, everyone who has flowers and tickets, please vote for Pippi Shrimp, thank you very much. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 11 The Frightening Vegeta. Then, he waved his fists and began to practice. Just a few minutes later, I felt the feeling of strenuous effort, and my forehead was dripping with sweat. But the more this is the case, the more you can challenge your limits and stimulate the hidden potential in your body. In this way, time passed day by day. For Lin Yan who was practicing, the past few days seemed to pass very quickly. But for Bulma, Son Gohan, and Kling who are in Namek, every minute is suffering. Because not only do they want to collect Dragon Balls, but they also have to keep their aura down all the time to avoid that evil aura and avoid being discovered by him. This sneaky feeling, like a mouse crossing the street, made them very uncomfortable. At this time, in a relatively secluded cave, Bulma and Son Gohan are sitting in a capsule house. And in the middle of the three, there is an orange Dragon Ball, the size of a basketball, with 4 red stars inlaid in the middle. All 3 of them had sad expressions on their faces. What should we do now? That evil guy is on this planet, we dare not look for Dragon Ball blatantly. Son Gohan was a little discouraged, and said with a drooping face. It took 2 days of hard work to find a 4-star planet, and even if they found all the other 3 Dragon Balls, they couldn't get the other 4 Dragon Balls in the hands of that evil guy. In this case, their wishes will not come true. How about we take this 4-ball back to Earth first? After all, wait for Goku to recover from his injuries, and then grab the remaining Dragon Balls from that guy's hand. After thinking for a long time, Klin spoke. Although this method seems to him to be very cowardly and timid, but judging from the current situation, this is the best way. If they still stay on this planet, they might not only not get other Dragon Balls, but even their lives cannot be guaranteed. Son Gohan looked at Kellen, although he really wanted to quickly find all the Dragon Balls and revive Piccolo Uncle, but based on rational analysis, what Kellen Uncle said was correct. When the three of them can't do anything else at all now, maybe the only 4-star planet will be taken away by others. Hey Kellen, let me tell you why you are so greedy for life and afraid of death as a big man. Now that you have come here, it would be too embarrassing to go back like this. Hearing Kling's suggestion, Bulma reprimanded angrily. I just think that face is more important than life. Klein muttered softly. I am really afraid of being killed. After all, I have already died once. If I die again, I can't even revive the Dragon Ball. Bulma aunt, Kling uncle is right, we will only put ourselves in danger if we stay here now. Son Gohan also opened his mouth to explain. Although, very unwilling. Bulma frowned slightly, and she knew the current situation in her heart, but it was too embarrassing to go back in such disgrace. After a few people hesitated for half an hour, they finally decided to go back to Earth first and make a long-term plan. After Son Goku recovers, Namek the ball again. Then the three walked out of the cave, and Bulma reluctantly took the universe spaceship out of the capsule. And just when they were about to take the universe spacecraft back to Earth, suddenly a powerful breath came from the distant sky. And that breath is very familiar. Yes, it is Vegeta. That guy has come to Namek too. Kellen spoke in horror, and subconsciously stepped back. The same was true for Son Gohan, his pupils shrank tightly. They were all too familiar with Vegeta's aura, and he could feel that Vegeta's aura at this time was stronger than when he was on Earth. Vegeta, why did he come to this planet too? When Bulma heard the name Vegeta, his face turned pale as if he had been greatly frightened. The scene where that guy killed Piccolo and Tien Shinyan and others on Earth is still vivid. Thinking of this, the bodies of the three began to tremble uncontrollably. If Vegeta knew they were here, he would definitely kill them. Earth's Dragon Ball disappeared after Piccolo was killed, and Vegeta must have come for Namek's Dragon Ball, and now there is another Vegeta. Kellen said with an incomparably dignified expression. The evil aura before, plus a Vegeta, any one of them has the strength to kill them instantly. Come on, quickly hide in. Sensing that Vegeta's breath was getting closer, Klin quickly pulled Son Gohan and Bulma up and hid in the cave. Boom! And just after the three of them hid in, Vegeta's universe spaceship directly hit the ground not far from the cave, smashing the ground into a deep pit. Then Vegeta came out of the pit. It's over, our universe spaceship hasn't been put away yet. Bulma looked at the universe spaceship in front of the cave and murmured. Now, they will definitely be discovered by that guy. P.S. Set sail for the new book, ask for collection, ask for flowers, book rewards, all kinds of requests. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 12 Lin Yan arrives at Namek. That's Sion's universe ship. The moment Vegeta stepped out of the deep pit, he saw the universe spaceship. Although it has been remodeled and its size has grown a lot, it was still recognized by Vegeta at a glance. Then step by step towards the universe spaceship. Da-da-da! Vegeta's low footsteps, every step seemed to step on the hearts of Kellen and Son Gohan, making their hearts beating nervously. When Vegeta walked up to the universe spaceship, a cold smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is that so? Get out! Then Vegeta turned around and shouted directly into the cave. Because at that moment just now, he felt two faint auras. Even though those two auras are trying their best to hide it, it is impossible to completely hide one's aura at such a close distance. Since returning from the Earth, he has also learned the method of sensing chi like the people on Earth, so now he doesn't need a combat power detector at all. What? Vegeta found us. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Kellen's face turned ashen for an instant, and it was really going to be over. That fellow Vegeta had suffered so much humiliation on Earth, and with his brutal character, he would never bypass the three of them. After hesitating for half a minute, Son Gohan and Kellen had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk out. At worst they would fight him. Oh? So it's the two of you. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan and Kellen, who came out of the cave, with a ferocious smile on his face. Especially when I saw Son Gohan, I thought of Kakarot, that low-level scion that people hate to the bone. After the faint voice fell, Vegeta's body flashed out, and then slammed into the lower abdomen of Kellen and Son Gohan. Puff! The two spit out a mouthful of sour water almost at the same time, and fell to their knees directly on the ground, their bodies arched into a boiled prawn, with painful expressions on their faces. Vegeta didn't kill them because he knew that Frieza and the others were already approaching the Namek ball, and it would be useful to keep these two little devils. Although the two brats in front of me have mediocre fighting power, their mosquito legs are meat. If they want to get the Dragon Ball, maybe they can help me. You two, you must obey my orders from now on, otherwise I will break your necks immediately. Vegeta threatened the two with a cold voice. He knew that the two of them came to Namek to find the Dragon Ball as well. It's just that that thing will only belong to him, Vegeta, in the end. Kellen and Son Gohan looked at each other, then nodded tacitly. Now that they have been discovered by Vegeta, they have no choice. If they reject him now, they may really be killed by him. And it will expose Bulma's whereabouts. Now he can only pretend to surrender, follow Vegeta, and then think of a way. It's better to drag Goku or Lin Yan. The strength of the two of them should be able to beat Vegeta and Namek's other tough guy. In order to prevent you from making small moves, there is no need for this thing to exist. Vegeta smiled evilly, then turned around and slammed directly at the universe spaceship of Son Gohan and the others. Boom! The moment Ki Blast hit the universe spaceship, more than half of the universe spaceship was blown away. Kellen and Son Gohan gritted their teeth tightly. There is really no way. That guy Chuyi is coming soon. The most important thing now is to collect all the Dragon Balls before Frieza reaches Namek, and we can't get entangled with that trash Chuyi. Thinking of this, Vegeta said directly to Kellen and Son Gohan, "You two, come with me." Then, the three of them disappeared in front of the cave. But Bulma, who was still in the cave, was already frightened out of his wits, and his face was pale. Gohan and Kling were taken away, and the universe spacecraft was destroyed by that bastard. Thinking of this, Bulma felt a little terrified. How should I go back? After another half-day, Frieza and his team finally arrived at the Namek Ball. After learning that Vegeta had arrived in Namek, Frieza did not hesitate to let the 5 members of the Jinyu Special Forces also rush to Namek. It's not because Vegeta is difficult to deal with, but because the members of the Jinyu Special Forces are equipped with the most advanced combat power detectors, and their detectors can know the whereabouts of Dragon Ball. He doesn't want to capsize the boat in the gutter and let that wild monkey Vegeta pick up the leak. In this way, Vegeta took Kellen and Son Gohan to deal with Frieza and others. 5 days passed without knowing it. At this time, in space, a universe spaceship gallops past. Lin Yan, who is riding on the universe spaceship, is currently cultivating hard in the 200 times the universe spaceship. Chi Yuan / Kamehameha Wave. Supreme Kai, 10 times. After Son Goku practiced the Krillin, he copied and Son Goku's trick again. Call. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards the door of the gravity room step by step. The steps are light, and it doesn't seem to be too constrained by the 200 times the gravity. There are still 2 hours, Bulma, you have to hold on. Lin Yan looked at the time on the display in the control room. It's about an hour to Namek. I don't know if Bulma and the others have encountered any danger. Have Frisia and Vegeta arrived in Namek already? P.S. Brothers, begging for collection, Hwawa, review votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 13 Stimulate Potential, Reproducibility, Seeking Collection, Seeking Flowers. In the next hour, Lin Yan took a shower and changed into clean clothes by the way. Is it finally here? Lin Yan looked at the emerald green planet from the window of the spaceship universe, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining an arc of excitement. Guldo's time pause ability and Dende's healing technique are really getting closer to me. 5 minutes later. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and Lin Yan's universe spaceship directly smashed a big hole in the ground. And not a gentle landing like Bulma. At this moment, in a house in Namek, a huge old man of Namek was sitting weakly on a throne. Here comes another one, is the end of Namek coming soon? The old man's tone was very weak, his eyes were drooping, and it seemed that it was very difficult to open them. He could feel a huge aura appearing on the Namek ball again, and that aura was very similar to the demon that had killed many of his own people before. Don't worry. Great Elder, I will definitely protect your safety. In front of the Great Elder, a young Namek who looked exactly like Piccolo said to the Great Elder with a firm tone. And beside the young Namek, stood a little green, with the same worry on his face, rubbing his hands together. At this time, Lin Yan had already stepped out of the universe spaceship. Where did it land? Lin Yan looked around and asked in doubt. Although Namek has only 100 inhabitants, the planet is quite large. It is not easy to find Bulma and the others. Unless there is a fierce battle on this planet, then I can rely on Chi to find them. After thinking about it, Lin Yan used the flying technique to slowly float his body in mid-air. Only by standing high can he see far away. Sure enough, just after Lin Yan stayed in the air and scanned around, he saw a building that looked like a few huge silkworm chrysalis on top of a huge peak. That thing should be the house of the Namek people. After thinking about it, Lin Yan made a flash and jumped towards the house. In just 10 seconds, Lin Yan has already appeared on Ju Feng. However, he was blocked by a Namek. Lin Yan is quite familiar with this person. Niru. Lin Yan cried out in surprise. The guy in front of him is the last fighting Namek of the Namek Ball, Niru, the guardian of the Great Elder. Now that Niru appears here, it means, the Great Elder of Namek is very likely to be in the house in front of him. Hearing the stranger in front of him call out his name, Ni Lu was obviously startled, but then his face became more serious. Keep your eyes on Lin Yan. Get out of the way, I want to see your Great Elder. Lin Yan straight to the point and said bluntly. Since we landed here directly, it would be a bit unreasonable not to meet the Great Elder. But who are you? If you dare to take half a step forward, I will kill you. Neil also responded to Lin Yan in a cold tone. His job is to protect the Great Elder, and he will never let anyone with malicious intentions disturb the Great Elder, unless he is killed. Just relying on your 40,000 point combat power to kill me, I'm afraid you take yourself too seriously. Lin Yan said disdainfully. If he really wanted to kill Neil, it would be almost an instant. Let him come in, Niru. Suddenly, a weak voice accompanied by a cough came from the room. After Neil frowned. He turned sideways and got out of the way. Lin Yan just walked in. Take the liberty to disturb, and I hope the elder will not be offended. Looking at the Great Elder in front of him with weak breath, Lin Yan cupped his hands, and spoke in a gentlemanly manner. Ahem. It's okay, you're here for the Dragon Ball too? The Great Elder asked directly. Because the guy before, all came for Dragon Ball. Say yes, say no and no. Lin Yan replied ambiguously. In fact, the purpose of his coming here is mainly to copy the skills of Dende and Guldo, and to ensure the safety of Bulma. As for the Dragon Ball, I really don't have much interest now, because I can copy other people's skills. Thinking about it, I don't have any wishes for Shenron to realize. However, I still have one thing, please help the Great Elder. Lin Yan suddenly had an idea and said. Say it. The Great Elder nodded. It seemed that it was extremely strenuous for him to say one more word. Trouble the Great Elder to stimulate my potential for me. Lin Yan said without hesitation that in the Dragon Ball, after Klin and Sun Gohan were exploited by the Great Elder in front of them, their combat power went from a mere 1,000 to more than 10,000. Tenfold growth. Since you opened it yourself, why not try it? See what kind of level you can reach after developing your potential. After a little hesitation, the Great Elder waved to Lin Yan and said, then come here. Hearing the Great Elder's words, Lin Yan walked up to the Great Elder. The Great Elder's hand directly placed on top of Lin Yan's head, and in an instant a white halo enveloped Lin Yan's whole body. Lin Yan suddenly felt a very powerful force surging in his body crazily. The whole body is full of strength. At the same moment, a line of small words blue appeared on his retina. Reproducible skills, potential stimulation, whether to replicate. Lin Yan was surprised. What a surprise! I chose without hesitation. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for favorites, ask for favorites. Beg for flowers, beg for flowers, beg for flowers. Ask for a vote, ask for a vote, ask for a vote. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 14 Spike Leakum, for subscription. Ahem. The Great Elder coughed violently again, and the hand on Lin Yan's head was directly bounced away by a terrifying force. Swipe. At this time, Lin Yan was surrounded by a raging white arrogance. He could feel his aura at this moment, which had increased a lot compared to before. If calculated according to combat power, his current combat power has completely broken through 3 million, or even higher. As for what level he has reached, he is currently not sure how much it is. The Great Elder. Seeing the Great Elder who was coughing violently, Nai Lu and the little guy next to him hurried forward worriedly to check the situation of the Great Elder. I'm fine. Hey. The Elder took a few heavy breaths, and then slowly closed his eyes. It seems that helping Son Goku develop his potential just now also consumed a lot of his physical energy. Are you Dende? Suddenly, Lin Yan looked at the little one in green and asked. Ah, Dende was startled at first, then turned around and nodded dully. How did this stranger know his name? I'm Gohan and Kling's companion, do you know where they are now? With a sincere smile on his face, Lin Yan walked up to Dende, put his right hand on the top of Dende's head, rubbed Dende's head, and asked. And the moment Lin Yan came into contact with Dende, the illusory image on the retina reappeared. There is a small line of blue on it. Copyable skills, healing. Whether to copy? Copy. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan said in the affirmative. The purpose of my coming here, copying Dende's healing technique is one of the important ones, how can I miss it? Successfully copied. Copied skill, healing. Then, a line of small characters appeared on the retina again, easy and concise. You are the companions of Krillin and Gohan? That's great. After hearing Lin Yan's words, the vigilance on Dende's face disappeared in an instant. If it was Krillin and Gohan's friends, it would definitely not be a bad person. They flew away in that direction just now I heard another demon who killed a lot of Namek said, it seems that some powerful guys called Jinyu came to Namek. After that, the demon took Krillin and Gohan away already. Dende pointed to a direction to the south, and said with some concern. It seems that the demon Dende is talking about is Vegeta, so the Jinyu special forces have come to the Namek Ball. Well, thank you Dende. Lin Yan waved his hand to Dende, and after saying something to the elder, his body flickered, and he flew directly in the direction Dende pointed. The speed was very fast, and it disappeared from everyone's sight almost in an instant. At this time, in a barren and inhabited valley in Namek, there were 7 figures. One of them was already lying on the ground. Look carefully, the one lying on the ground is Vegeta, the spire is very eye-catching. And a burly man with an orange punk head stepped on Vegeta's head with his right foot. This person is Likum of the Jinyu Special Forces. And not far from the two of them, I saw Kellen and Son Gohan, both of whom were also covered in scars. At this time, they seemed to be imprisoned in mid-air, motionless. And under the two, there is also a dwarf who looks exactly like a frog, has green skin, and has 6 eyes. With both palms aimed at Son Gohan and Kling, he took a deep breath. There were also 2 other figures floating in mid-air, with their arms folded around their chests, and they looked like they were watching a play leisurely. I feel their anger. At this time, Lin Yan, who was flying at a high speed, suddenly felt the 7 auras. One of them is very faint, and the other 2 are very familiar, obviously belonging to Kling and Gohan. Brush. When the slight sound of breaking through the air sounded, Lin Yan's body disappeared into the air again. Hey, Likum, don't play anymore, kill them quickly, so we can go back to King Frieza. Just Likum, who was floating in mid-air, said. After all, it's too boring to clean up this kind of garbage. Likum nodded. Although he hasn't played enough, he has completely lost interest in Vegeta. Then he flashed straight away, seeing the 2 brats attacking Guldo in mid-air, he punched them with bowl-sized fists. What? It's over. Kellen looked at Kolim who had appeared next to him and Gohan almost instantly, and screamed. This guy even picked up Vegeta casually, that punch will definitely kill them. Boom. Boom. 2 deep voices sounded, and Kellen and Son Gohan subconsciously closed their eyes and frowned, as if they were waiting for the call of death. 1 breath. 2 sucks. 3 sucks. After 3 inhalations, they didn't feel any pain. Instead, a familiar breath appeared in their minds. Then the 2 opened their eyes in surprise. Just saw the fluffy tail. Linear. Lin Yan. Both Kellen and Son Gohan cried out excitedly. You, who are you? Likum looked at the guy blocking his fist in front of him, and asked in a cold voice. How dare you stop yourself from killing someone, you are simply asking for your own death. A dead person is not entitled to know my name. When Lin Yan's faint voice fell, he withdrew his fist and punched Likum's chest again. The speed was so fast that Likum had no chance to react. Afterwards, Lin Yan's fist directly sank into Likum's mouth, and streaks of blue light shot out from Kolim's mouth. Burst. The next moment, it exploded directly. P.S. The data has not been rising, and it is written that there is a lack of motivation. Brothers, if you have a lottery ticket, throw some to Pippi Shrimp. If you have any comments and suggestions, you can also mention them. Good suggestions, Pippi Shrimp will definitely adopt them. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 15 Killing Guldo, the copying time is suspended, for collection, for flowers. What? Kellen and Son Gohan screamed in horror, shrinking back uncontrollably. What just happened? Lin Yan appeared in an instant, instantly killing Likum without giving him any chance to react. But Likum's combat strength was as high as 40,000, and even Vegeta was played like a child in front of him. He was instantly killed by Lin Yan just like that. Is this too strong? Shock, unparalleled shock. Of course, not just Krillin and Son Goku, but Keith, Bart, and Guldo. They all have shocked expressions on their faces, as if they haven't fully realized what happened just now. Kulam. Killed by. After 5 full seconds, Geese and Bart reacted and spoke in a blunt tone. Although Likam's combat power is weaker than the two of them, he still has a combat power of 40,000. Even if the Scion sneak attack, it is absolutely impossible to kill Likam in an instant. Then, that guy, who is it? And Vegeta, who had been lying on the ground dying, also struggled to stand up again. Looking at Lin Yan in disbelief, especially the tail wrapped around his waist. That is the symbol of Scion. No. Impossible, after the death of Nappa and Raditz, Scion is obviously left alone, Kakarot and his half-breed kid, how could there be other Scions? Absolutely impossible. Vegeta shook his head and muttered dully. Look at that guy's fighting power. Keith suddenly spoke. Then Bart quickly pressed the combat power detector next to his ear. Diddy. 5,000, how come there is only 5,000 combat power? It's impossible, how could 5,000 combat power kill Likam in an instant? Bart shook his head and said. But that guy clearly shows only 5,000 combat power, and his combat power detector is the latest model, there is absolutely no chance of mistakes. Hearing Bart's muttering, Geese also pressed his combat power detector. Diddy. 5,000, also 5,000, what's going on? At this moment, the two were puzzled. How could a combat power of 5,000 instantly kill Likam, who had a combat power of 40,000? That guy must have used some means, or a way to suddenly increase his combat power. Fortunately, we caught up. Lin Yan, on the other hand, completely ignored everyone's horrified gazes and looked at Guldo on the ground. The guy hasn't been killed by Vegeta yet, that's great. I was afraid that I was late just now, so I was at a disadvantage this trip. The moment Guldo was pushed on top by Lin Yan, he instantly felt that he was enveloped by a breath of death, and his body retreated subconsciously. At this time, Lin Yan didn't hesitate at all, and his body disappeared out of everyone's sight. When it appeared, it was already behind Guldo. The palm was directly attached to the back of Guldo's head. At the same time, a line of small words blue appeared on Lin Yan's retina again. Copyable skills, time pause, whether to copy. Copy. Lin Yan affirmed directly in his heart. Copied skill, time pause. Then, the small words blue appeared again, indicating that Lin Yan had copied Guldo's time pause ability. Your mission is complete, go to hell. When Lin Yan's indifferent voice fell, a ki blast blasted out from the palm of his hand. And Guldo didn't even let out a scream, he was directly swallowed by ki blast. After everything returned to normal, there was only a deep abyss left in place. And Guldo had disappeared. In an instant, 2 members of the Jinyu Special Forces were eliminated. How is it possible, that guy's combat power has soared to 50,000 just now? Geese looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. The moment Lin Yan killed Guldo, his combat power soared to 50,000 points. Could this be his true fighting power? No wonder Likam was able to kill Likam in an instant in a sneak attack. Bart, let's deal with that guy together. Keith frowned and spoke. The fighting power of 50,000 has completely caught up with the fighting power of the two of them. In order not to cause unnecessary complications, they should attack at the same time now, and kill the Scion in front of them as quickly as possible. Although Bart was a little bit unkind, he still nodded. This guy killed 2 members of their Jinyu Special Forces at once. Although Likam and Guldo died, I didn't feel sad at all. But they've worked so hard for months to pull off the perfect pose, just ruined by a Scion. For that alone, there is absolutely no forgiveness for this damn Scion. Afterwards, the two looked at each other and nodded, and their bodies were shot out like an arrow off the string. P.S. Brothers, please collect and ask for flowers. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 16 Test Time Pause Ability. Seeing the bodies of Geese and Bart flashing towards them, Sun Gohan and Kellen shrank back subconsciously. Those two guys have a combat power of more than 50,000, which is a lot more than them. If they fight, they will be affected if they are too close. Lin Yan looked at Geese and Bart, who were approaching in a flash, and a wicked smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let him try it out. What kind of effect does Guldo's time pause ability have? Time pauses. Suddenly, both hands were aimed at Geese and Bart, and a deep cry came out of Lin Yan's mouth, and then he held his breath. And just when he called out the 4 words time pause, the whole space turned red, and time suddenly stopped. Geese and Bart rushed towards Lin Yan's body, just like that, in a forward posture, motionless, still in mid-air. And the shocked expressions on the faces of Kellen and Sun Gohan suddenly froze. Lin Yan glanced around. Within a dozen feet of Fang Yuan, time really stopped at this moment. Qi Yuan slash! With a cry in Lin Yan's heart, he raised his palms high, and 2 gold round wheels appeared in Lin Yan's palms, spinning at high speed. Then, he directly slashed at Geese and Bart. Bark! 2 crisp sounds sounded almost simultaneously. Call! Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan held the breath for a long time, and finally exhaled. When Lin Yan started to breathe, everything returned to normal again. Sun Gohan and Kellen looked at each other, always feeling that the feeling just now was very familiar. Boom! Boom! At the same time as the 2 deep voices sounded, the bodies of Geese and Bart fell directly to the ground. Then the body became 2 halves, and the incision was abnormally smooth. His eyes were round, as if he had been terrified, but he was already dead. What? What? What happened to the 2 of them? Kellen and Sun Gohan were stunned. What happened just now? They didn't even know what happened. The bodies of Geese and Bart appeared in front of them. This is too incredible. Hoo! Lin Yan gasped for 2 big breaths, feeling that his physical energy consumption was quite huge. It seems that although the ability to pause time is very abnormal, it also consumes a lot of physical energy. This is something he didn't know before. It seems that this ability can only be used as a last resort in the future, if the time is stopped but there is no way to deal with the enemy. The consumption of physical energy will make him fall into a very passive situation. But, damn it, that guy actually learned Guldo's ability to pause time. And Vegeta at the side, looking at Lin Yan, gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Because he had been in contact with Guldo before, had a lot of festivals, and had a little understanding of Guldo's time-suspended energy. The guy just now must have used the time pause ability to kill Geese without all of them noticing, Bart. But, how the hell did he learn that bastard Guldo's time stopping? Vegeta is puzzled. After Lin Yan took 2 deep breaths, he walked towards Sun Gohan and Kellen. Then they directly grabbed the wrists of the 2, and the bodies of Kellen and Sun Gohan were directly covered with a light green halo. What are you doing? Klin frowned and asked, wondering what Lin Yan was doing grabbing the 2 of them. But after a short while, he suddenly felt that his physical strength was recovering little by little, the pain on his body was also weakening little by little, and the wound gradually began to heal. This guy, who the hell is he? Not only is he powerful, but he also has superpowers of healing. Both Kling and Sun Gohan thought in shock. It would be a real misfortune if Lin Yan were their enemy. After only half a minute, Lin Yan released the wrists of both Sun Gohan and Kellen. The 2 of them moved their bodies, the pain completely disappeared, the wounds healed, and their physical fitness returned to its peak state. Thank you. Kellen expressed his thanks a little excitedly. In fact, it was really dangerous just now. If Lin Yan hadn't appeared at the critical moment, he, Gohan and Vegeta would have been killed long ago. Thank you Lin Yan uncle. Sun Gohan is also very well behaved, thank you excitedly. Lin Yan waved his hand, walked towards Vegeta, and then directly put one hand on Vegeta's back. A steady stream of energy was directly input into Vegeta's body, and Vegeta fully recovered after a while. Cut, annoying guy, I won't thank you. After Vegeta glanced at Lin Yan coldly, his body flickered and flew directly to other directions. Live well. Without you in Dragon Ball, there will be much less joy. Lin Yan looked at the direction in which Vegeta disappeared, and murmured. Geth and Bart were all killed. At this moment, Jinyu, who had just taken the Dragon Ball from Vegeta and others, had a very ugly expression on his face, and said through gritted teeth. Because their combat power detectors have the function of eavesdropping when they are turned on, and at this time the life characteristics of the four of them have completely disappeared. Bastard! No matter who you are, I will definitely cut you to pieces. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 17 Desperate Jinyu, please collect and ask for flowers. Lin Yan was not in a hurry to leave after easily killing the 4 members of the Jinyu Special Forces. Instead, he stood there, as if waiting for something. On the other hand, Klin and Son Gohan stomped their feet anxiously. Just now Lin Yan killed 4 members of the Jinyu Special Forces in an instant by some means. But if you don't hurry to leave now, I'm afraid Jinyu will be summoned, and even Frieza, who is too powerful to predict. When the time comes, I want to leave again, but it will not be so easy. 2 minutes later, Kellen finally couldn't bear it any longer, and said, Mr. Lin Yan, why don't we leave here first? Otherwise, it won't be so easy for Jinyu and the others to leave after a while. Klin's worries were not unreasonable. After all, half a month ago, Lin Yan's combat strength was only over 2,000. Even if it is soaring now, it can kill Geese and Bart and others, but Jinyu, the captain of Jinyu's special forces, can feel that it is definitely not comparable to Geese and others. Strong enough to make one's heart tremble. Jinyu? I'm waiting for him. Lin Yan didn't look back, but looked ahead and said with a sneer. Now that 4 members of Jinyu's special forces have been killed, let's send Jinyu to hell by the way. Otherwise their formation would not be perfect. It's just that I don't want to find him for a Jinyuman name Ek, so I just wait here for him. At this time, Lin Yan's aura was released. If calculated according to the combat power, it should be 50,000 combat power. This level of fighting power is enough to attract Jinyu to come. Sure enough, only 10 minutes later, Lin Yan felt a strong aura. Brush! Almost instantly, a white light group appeared in front of Lin Yan and Kellen. Then that layer of white light disappeared, revealing the original appearance of the visitor. Purple skin, 2 black sharp horns on both sides of the head. Wearing a universe suit. It's finally here. Jinyu. Lin Yan pursed his lips, slowly raised his head, and looked at the purple figure that suddenly appeared in midair. The captain of Jinyu's special forces. Jinyu. Kellen and Son Gohan looked at Jinyu with horrified faces, and leaned against Lin Yan's back inadvertently. The moment Jinyu appeared, his eyes swept around, and he saw the bodies of Geese, Bart, and Kolim lying on the ground. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shone with coldness, as cold as ice. In this universe, someone actually dared to be an enemy of their Jinyu special forces, and even killed 4 of their members. Shame, this is a great shame. Absolutely, absolutely unforgivable. Then he looked at Lin Yan with a look of overwhelming anger. You did it. Jinyu's cold voice almost chilled the temperature of the entire space. What do you say? Lin Yan looked relaxed, shrugged, and asked back, the answer is already very obvious. The Jinyu in front of him has only a combat strength of 120,000. In front of him, he is at best a jumping and cheerful grasshopper. It is very easy to kill him by strangling him. 50,000 combat power? It really surprised me that I was able to kill Geese and Bart, but you have completely angered me. If you don't destroy your village today, it will be hard to vent your anger. Jinyu gritted his teeth, and the words popped out from between his teeth. In fact, garbage like geese doesn't care if he dies. But now that he has designed such a good team shape, it will be in vain. And if this matter spreads in the future, it will be a great shame and humiliation to him. And this kind of humiliation can only be washed away with the blood of the bastard in front of him. Really? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Yan said with a look of disdain. A mere 50,000 combat power, dare to speak so brazenly, bear my wrath. Wild monkey! Jinyu let out a roar, and his body flew towards Lin Yan like lightning. The fist as big as a sandbag hit Lin Yan directly. Boom! It's just that the next moment, Lin Yan easily caught his hard-hitting fist. It looked extremely relaxed, because Lin Yan's feet didn't take half a step back, and stood there calmly. Is this your anger? It's too weak. Let me show you my anger. Lin Yan smiled coldly, with a wicked sneer on the corner of his mouth. Aha! Afterwards, a roar came from Lin Yan's throat, and in an instant, a burst of White's arrogance burst out directly from Lin Yan's body. The terrifying breath directly sent Kellen and Sun Gohan flying. Drip, drop, drop. At this moment, the combat power detector in front of Jinyu began to make a rapid mechanical sound. I saw the numbers on the combat power detector start to soar. 100,000. 120,000. 150,000. 180,000. Burst. When the number on the combat power detector showed 180,000, the combat power detector exploded directly. And Lin Yan's aura is still rising. No. Impossible. Jinyu spoke in a daze, shocked, terrified, and unbelievable. All kinds of expressions intertwined and surged in his eyes. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, brothers. Thank you brothers for your support. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 18 Lovely and Poor Bulma. Feel it, this is my anger, Jinyu. Lin Yan's eyes turned cold suddenly, and he yelled at Jinyu. Then I saw the hand blocking Jinyu's fist squeezed, and then pulled back. Jinyu's body was pulled back directly. Then his right knee hit Jinyu's lower abdomen heavily. Puff! Immediately, a mouthful of old purple blood spat out from Jinyu's mouth, his pupils contracted continuously because of the heart-piercing pain, and his body was trembling while holding his stomach with his hands. He never thought that this guy's fighting power would become so high suddenly, and he suffered such a serious injury with just one knee. Boom! The next moment, Lin Yan directly hit Jinyu's neck with an elbow, and Jinyu's body was immediately embedded in the ground. The overwhelming pain made him feel like he was going to die at any moment. Let's go! After two easy attacks that seriously injured Jinyu, Lin Yan then spoke to Kellen and Sun Gohan, who were in a state of stupor. The two nodded in confusion. How could they have never imagined that Jinyu, whose fighting power was so high that Vegeta's expression changed and made them tremble, would be dealt with by two ordinary punches like this? Lin Yan, that scion, to what extent has his strength been raised? Whoosh! Then the three of them jumped and flew away. Seeing Lin Yan and others leave, although Jinyu endured the overwhelming pain, he was grateful in his heart that his life was saved. The combat power of that guy just now completely surpassed that of number 18, and might even reach the strength of King Frisia. He wanted to kill himself, it was too simple. And just when Jinyu was still rejoicing that he was not directly killed, a terrifying blue energy ball suddenly flew through the air, very fast. Rumbling! Before Jinyu recovered, the energy ball exploded instantly. After the smoke dissipated, a dark pit appeared on the ground, and Jinyu was completely gone. In midair, Kellen looked at the huge mushroom cloud behind him in horror, and quickly swallowed his saliva. This guy Lin Yan not only has super strength, but also has Sion's decisive and violent personality. If it was Goku just now, Jinyu has lost his combat power, so he would never kill him. Mr. Linear. Lin Yan, where are we going next? Kellen swallowed again and asked. In the tone, extremely odd. First, Lin Yan's strength is really too strong, so strong that he fears. Second, he just saved his life and Gohan's life, so he is their savior. In terms of emotion and reason, I should have an attitude of awe towards him. Go to Bulma, don't know if she's hurt. Lin Yan spoke in a calm tone. Although Namek is not dangerous, Frieza and his ants will definitely search the entire Namek for the Dragon Ball. If Bulma is found, it will be a little troublesome. Well, we know where Bulma is. Kellen nodded. Lin Yan thought the same as himself. Although he has been following Vegeta for 5 days, he is also very worried about Bulma. After all, she is a weak woman. If she meets Frieza's subordinates, she has no ability to resist at all. Then the three of them directly turned into 3 white light spots and disappeared into the air. And Bulma stayed in that cave for 5 days. In the first 2 days, some of Frieza's men almost found her, scaring her out of her wits. At this time, it became a bird of fright. Brush! With the sound of breaking through the air, the bodies of Lin Yan and Kellen landed in front of the cave. Bulma Ant is inside. Son Gohan pointed to the cave and said excitedly to Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded. He could feel a faint breath. It should be Bulma. Bulma's aura is too weak, so even I can only feel her aura from this distance. Then the 3 of them walked in. It was dark inside the cave, and the footsteps of the 3 of them sounded very clear. Da-da-da. And at the next moment, a sharp voice suddenly called out. Ah ah ah! Accompanied by that terrified scream, a black figure rushed out, waving a wooden stick in its hand, and threw it at Lin Yan. Bulma, it's me. Lin Yan grabbed the stick, saw Bulma's face clearly, and said quickly. At this time, Bulma finally saw Lin Yan and Kellen clearly. The whole person was stunned, and a group of tears of grievance suddenly overflowed uncontrollably like a flood that burst a bank. The delicate and pitiful appearance is lovable. It's okay Bulma. Lin Yan directly took Bulma into his arms, patted her on the back, and comforted her softly. You actually left me here alone. Do you know how I spent these 5 days? Bulma rested on Lin Yan's shoulder, crying pear blossoms with rain, crying about the sadness of the past 5 days. It seems that I want to pour out all the grievances. P.S. Please beg, collect, hide. Beg for flowers, beg for flowers, beg for flowers. Ask for evaluation tickets, price tickets. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 19 120 million combat strength, please collect and ask for flowers. After a full 10 minutes, Bulma's roar of the rainstorm finally turned into a soft sob. At this time, the 4 people walked out of the cave. Bulma hastily wiped away tears, trying to look as untroubled as possible. When he saw Lin Yan's shoulders that were almost wet with his own tears, he lowered his head a little bit shyly. Lin Yan looked at the slightly shy Bulma, and it seemed that the Bulma in front of him was slightly different from the carefree character in the original Dragon Ball. Are you all right? Lin Yan put his hand on Bulma's shoulder and asked softly. The tone is as gentlemanly as possible, gentle. No. It's okay. Bulma raised his head, looking at the handsome face so close to him, he suddenly lost his mind again. Then he shook his head dully, as if he had completely forgotten the fear just now. Ha ha ha. You were really embarrassing just now, Bulma, you actually woo. At this time, Kellen saw that Bulma's frightened mood had calmed down a little, so he imitated Bulma's cry just now and mocked. Damn K. Kellen, try to learn again. Bulma looked at Klin, the coquettish look disappeared immediately, and angry flames spewed out of his charming eyes and scolded. This little bald head, it's okay to leave her a real lady in such a ghostly place, but now she dares to make fun of herself. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back just now. Seeing that Bulma was angry, Kellen quickly held back a smile and said. At this time, Lin Yan said to the three of them, I'm going to find Frisia next, and the two of you take Bulma to hide from the elder first. Kellen and Son Gohan both know where the great elder lives, and Bulma stays there first, which is currently the safest place. Is that guy Frisia really strong? How much better than Jinyu? Hearing Lin Yan's serious tone, Kellen also asked seriously. From the mouths of Vegeta and Jinyu, it can be known that Frisia should be a very strong guy. It's just that as for how strong it is, he doesn't have a clear concept. Lin Yan looked at Kellen amusedly, thought for a while and said, in terms of combat power, Jinyu has a combat power of 120,000, while Frisia has 120 million. Of course, this is Frisia's ultimate form. What? 120 million. How is that possible? Hearing that appalling number, Kellen and the others were stunned instantly. Jinyu is so strong, only 120,000, and that Frisia has a combat power of 120 million. That would be as strong as 1,000 genius. In this universe, how could there be such a guy? For Kellen and others, this is simply unimaginable. The two tried their best to calm down their terrified mood. A mere Vegeta with a fighting power of only 18,000 almost destroyed the entire Earth, and Frisia with a fighting power of 120 million, what kind of terrifying existence will it be? Then, so what is your current combat power? Are you sure you can beat Frisia? At this time, Bulma came back to his senses, looked at Lin Yan with some worry, and asked. To be honest, no, because my current combat power is only a little over 5 million. Lin Yan shook his head, smiled and said. When I was in the spiritual time room for a year and a half, I already had 3 million fighting power, but it seemed that I had encountered a bottleneck and it was difficult to increase. In the next 6 months, he was almost training some moves and physical strength. And the training in the gravity chamber of the spaceship is actually just training one's own physique, and the combat power has not improved much at all. It's just that the potential of the great elder Namek has been stimulated, but his combat effectiveness has almost doubled. 5 million. Although it sounds like an astronomical figure. But compared with 120 million, it feels a bit insignificant. Then you went to find him, didn't you go to die? Bulma said worriedly, she didn't know why she was worried about this guy who had only met a few times. It is indeed dangerous, but danger and opportunity coexist. Lin Yan continued to speak. Although my combat power is only more than 5 million, but that's just normal. If you use Kaioken 20 times, your combat power will increase to about 110 million. Even if you can't beat Frisia by then, you won't lose easily. And with my current physique, I can definitely withstand 20 times the load brought by Kaioken for a long time. Besides, this time, I mainly want to use the super power of Frisia to let myself break through the limit and become Super Saiyan. In this way, his road to become a strong man can be regarded as the real beginning. In this case, we really can't help much, then we will wait for your good news with the great elder. Kellen said tremblingly. Although the tone was full of fear, it was also true that they only had a fighting power of more than 10,000 at most. Compared with 5 million and 120 million, two are just a drop in the bucket. He doesn't even have the qualifications to put a gap in someone's teeth, so following along might just add to the chaos. Looking at Kellen who was sweating profusely, Lin Yan nodded. They went, it was really useless, but would only get in the way. P.S. Brothers, please collect, ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Thank you brothers. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 20 Vegeta challenges Frieza. Kellen and son Gohan finally took Bulma to the Grand Elder. And Lin Yan also began to feel the breath of Frieza and others. It's just that at this time, that guy Vegeta went to find Frieza before Lin Yan. After being healed by Lin Yan, Vegeta felt strength in his body. Since he was wounded by Sabo and healed in Frieza's universe spaceship, his combat strength has reached 35,000. And after Lin Yan healed the serious injury this time, he actually felt his fighting power soaring, and his body was full of strength. That force definitely has a fighting power of more than 120,000 to 30,000. This also made him very confident to go to Frieza to single out. In front of Frieza's universe ship, Vegeta stands with his arms akimbo. Hey Frieza, get out of here, I'm going to teach you a good lesson today from Vegeta. Then he began to declare war loudly without shame. Bold Vegeta, you dare to call King Frieza by his first name, you are so impatient. In front of the universe spaceship, there were 6 or 7 universe people standing, glaring at Vegeta and cursing. Vegeta, an idiot, is so stupid that he can betray King Frieza, but he dares to come to provoke trouble at this time. What an old birthday star hangs himself, thinking that his life is too long. Oh? Is that? Vegeta looked coldly at the 6 or 7 people in front of him, all of whom had a fighting power of 5 or 6,000. In the Frieza Legion, it also belongs to the advanced warrior, but for the current self, it is just an ant. Afterwards, he directly aimed at several people with one hand, and a terrifying energy ball condensed out from his palm. How dare you yell in front of me, Lord Vegeta, damn it! And at the moment when the word dead was downstairs, the energy ball in Vegeta's hand exploded instantly. Burst. Almost instantly, the energy ball exploded from the center of several people. The terrifying explosion directly blasted a big hole in the ground, and mushroom clouds soared into the sky. Those 6 or 7 universe people didn't even scream, and were blasted out of the debris. Cut, a bunch of trash. Looking at the little bits of debris that were still burning, Vegeta said contemptuously. The eyes are arrogant, and at the moment it is completely arrogant. Hey! Vegeta, it seems that you have not only become stronger, but also courageous. You dare to challenge me? Just as Vegeta's contemptuous voice fell, a feminine sneer suddenly came from midair. Vegeta followed the trend and saw Frieza, who suddenly appeared in midair, sitting in the mobility vehicle. He was looking at himself with a gloomy face. Oh, Frieza, you finally came out, let me Vegeta kill you with my own hands today, and let you see how powerful Saiyan is. Seeing Frieza appearing suddenly, Vegeta did not panic, but still said arrogantly. It seems that the increase in combat power has made him a little too conceited. Really? Then I have to take a good look at what you, Saiyan, are capable of. Frieza's body flew out of the aircraft lightly. Landing directly in front of Vegeta, he said with a relaxed face. It seems that the death of Jinyu and his subordinates just now is not worth mentioning to him at all. Then you'll be fine. Vegeta smiled evilly. Ha ha, ha ha. A deep roar came out of Vegeta's throat, and then Vegeta's breath began to explode instantly. Diddy diddy. And the combat power detector in front of Frieza began to ring loudly. Burst. Immediately afterwards, the combat power detector in front of Frieza exploded directly. Over 100,000 combat power, Vegeta, your growth rate really impresses me. Just after the combat power detector in front of him exploded, a surprised expression appeared on Frieza's face. His combat power detector is an old model, which can detect a combat power of less than 100,000, and at this time Vegeta's combat power has obviously exceeded 100,000. In just a few days, I didn't expect Vegeta's combat power to improve so much. While being surprised, it also made Frisia determined to kill Vegeta. Vegeta, definitely can't let him grow up. Die! Frisia. After showing all his strength, Vegeta rushed towards Frisia with a flash of his body. Throw a punch at Frisia's disgusting face. And Frisia was neither slow nor fast, and with a slight flash of his body, he took away Vegeta's attack. Hey, Vegeta, your speed is too slow. Frisia taunted Vegeta while avoiding Vegeta's attack. But, you damn bastard, how dare you look down on me? Being ridiculed by Frisia, Vegeta gritted his teeth, turned around and attacked again. But still no way to attack Frisia. Hey! I can't even hit a punch. It's really disappointing. Frisia still laughed coldly. But at the next moment, a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. Seeing Vegeta's fist hit him, his body dodged cleverly, and then his fist struck out like lightning. Boom! With a muffled sound, Vegeta's fist directly stayed in the air. And Frisia's fist sank heavily into Vegeta's lower abdomen. Ah! Vegeta opened his mouth wide, his pupils were constricted sharply, with a pained look on his face. A wild monkey is indeed a wild monkey, and it is only worthy of being trampled underfoot. When Frisia's cold voice fell again, directly aimed at Vegeta's mouth, a red light flashed out. Then it shot into Vegeta's mouth, and Vegeta's body flew out immediately. P.S. Please. Oh, I don't want to talk about it, it's too tiring to talk about it. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 21 You are too weak, Frisia. Boom! Vegeta's body was directly sent flying by the terrifying impact force, and smashed heavily on a boulder 10 feet away. A hole the size of a thumb appeared directly in the mouth, and bright red blood kept coming out of the wound. No! Impossible! Vegeta's pupils were constantly constricting, and fear, horror, and despair surged crazily in his eyes. How could he be defeated by Frisia when his strength had obviously improved so much? This should not be the result. Although he couldn't believe it 10,000 times in his heart, he had to believe that Frisia was really too strong. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat him. And now, maybe I will die soon, and stay on this planet forever. Unwilling, deep unwillingness. I have not regained the glory of Sion, and I have not killed Frisia to avenge all Sions killed by Frisia. How could I just die like this? It's just that the gradually disappearing consciousness made Vegeta unable to think about it anymore. Ho 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 ho! Vegeta, I'll send you to hell to accompany your stupid father. The moment Frisia's cold laughter fell, a purple energy ball appeared again on his fingertips, and it directly blasted towards Vegeta. This time, he wanted to make Vegeta completely dead, and let him know what a stupid choice it was to go against him. Brush! And at the moment when Frisia's energy ball was released from his hand, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. Then a figure suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta, and slapped Frisia's purple energy ball away. Rumbling! When the energy ball hit a high mountain, it exploded directly. The gravel fell one by one, showing its terrifying power. Forgiveness and forgiveness, Frisia. A faint voice sounded. Lin Yan slowly raised his head and looked at Frisia. Fortunately, I rushed over at the fastest speed after I felt Vegeta's breath just now. Otherwise Vegeta is cool now. What? Sion. The moment Frisia saw Lin Yan, he noticed the flexible tail behind him. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, apart from Vegeta and his two men, there is actually Sion living in this world. It seems that what I did 10 years ago was not thorough enough. Suddenly so many wild monkeys popped out. Who are you? You're not stupid enough to fight me, Frisia. But after a moment of surprise, Frisia said with a sneer. No matter how many such wild monkeys come, they cannot be their opponents. If you want to kill them, it's just a snap of your fingers. As you can see, a scion. Lin Yan shrugged and continued, oh yes, please remember my name, Lin Yan. Because of this name, you may remember it forever. Looking at Lin Yan's calm expression and listening to his arrogant tone, Frisia also knew that this guy must also be looking for his own bad luck. Hey, stupid scion, always so pretentious, can't see how weak he is, just because you want me to remember him forever, he is even more arrogant than Vegeta. Frisia ridiculed Lin Yan again with his trademark magic laugh. In his opinion, Scion is just a group of arrogant and mindless wild monkeys. Try it. Lin Yan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, his body burst out like lightning in an instant. The speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage on the spot. What? Seeing Lin Yan, who made a sudden move without saying a word, Frisia uttered in horror. Lin Yan's speed was so fast that even Frisia only saw a black figure grazing towards him. And Vegeta, not at the same level at all. Boom! The next moment, Frisia's body flew upside down, directly smashed the ground into a deep hole, and then bounced out of the ground for a distance of tens of feet before stopping. Pooh! Frisia spit out a mouthful of saliva mixed with purple's blood, and the next second, the pupils of that bloody red were as cold as ice. It's been a long time, no one has dared to be so presumptuous. A mere scion, a wild monkey allowed himself to suffer this kind of humiliation, it really is full of anger that can't help but burn. Frisia stood up slowly. Damn wild monkey, I will never let you go. Roaring almost insanely, Frisia touched the ground with her toes, and her body directly slid towards Lin Yan. In his opinion, that wild monkey was just a little faster at best, and the sneak attack made him suffer just now. This time, I must teach him a good lesson. Boom! The next moment, a low crash sounded. What? What? Frisia's horrified voice sounded again. Because at this moment, his fist was tightly held by Lin Yan, and his attack just now had no effect on Lin Yan at all. Like a rock, it didn't move at all. You're too weak, Frisia. At the same time Lin Yan's faint voice fell, his right leg swept out like lightning and kicked Frisia directly in the chest. Frisia's body flew upside down again. This form of Frisia has a fighting power of only 530,000, while his normal fighting power has reached 5 million. If Frisia didn't become the ultimate form, if he used 50% of his power, it would be impossible for him to be his opponent. P.S. Please bookmark, friends who have finished reading, please remember to bookmark. Also, if the evaluation tickets for everyone's flowers are not sent out every day, they will be cleared the next day. These don't cost money. If you still have flowers and evaluation votes, please vote for Pippi Shrimp. Thank you, thank you. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 22 The Transformed Frisia. Boom! Frisia fell heavily to the ground again, then got up quickly. This time, the resentment in his eyes was as raging as a flood, as if he wanted to tear Lin Yan to pieces immediately. Damn wild monkey, you are really good at pissing me off. But next, I will make you feel the fear from hell. Frisia's entire face was twitching from extreme anger. Glaring at Lin Yan, the words popped out from between his teeth. As a genius of the frozen demon family, he has always been the one who controls the life and death of others. When did he suffer such humiliation? Moreover, it is still Scion whom I look down on the most. This is a great shame for him. Only with the blood of the two wild monkeys in front of him can the endless anger be eliminated. Ah 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 ah! The next moment, a sharp and piercing roar came from Frisia's mouth. Obviously he is ready to transform. Although he really didn't want to admit it, he also knew that the fighting power of the wild monkey in front of him had far surpassed his own. If it was an accident or a sneak attack that he knocked himself away once, then 2 times would be enough to prove it. So if I don't make a second transformation, I really can't deal with that nasty wild monkey. But at this time, waves of air swept in all directions like blades. The whole ground began to shake violently, and Frisia's body was also covered with a layer of purple light, and at the same time purple and red lightning flashed, and the size of the whole person more than doubled. Whoosh whoosh! And at this moment, a few small voices suddenly came to mind. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Sun Gohan, Kellen, and Dende appeared beside Lin Yan. What are you two doing here? Didn't I tell you to protect Bulma? Lin Yan turned back, looked at the two and asked coldly. Don't think that I have the upper hand now, but after a while Frisia becomes the ultimate form and uses 100% power, then this battle is completely beyond my control. At that time, it may affect them, and the terrifying impact may cause them to lose their lives. Gohan said he wanted to bring Piccolo back to life quickly, so. Kellen spoke with some guilt. In fact, he had persuaded Gohan before that now is not the best time to summon Shenron. But Son Gohan is very persistent and wants to come here now. If you can't beat him, you can only follow him. Mr. Lin Yan, don't worry, Bulma is protected by Neil Big Brother, so it's safe. At this time Dende also speaks for Son Gohan in a childish voice. This is the end of the matter, and it is useless to blame them now. Dragon Ball should be in the spaceship, hurry to find it, I'll hold Frisia. Lin Yan said to Klin. There are also considerable benefits to bringing Piccolo back to life. Because I can temporarily copy his regeneration ability for my own use, as for later, I can copy Majin Buu's infinite regeneration or Zamaisu's immortal body. After the three heard Lin Yan's words, they looked at Frisia who was transforming in horror, and then rushed into the universe spaceship in a panic. At this time, Frisia's transformation has also been completed. At this time, Frisia was more than twice as big as before, and his appearance was almost exactly the same as his father Kurd. The two sharp horns facing the sky are in a curved shape, exuding a gloomy and cold light. Frisia naturally also noticed the thoughts of the three of Kellen, and wanted to intercept the three of them with a flash of his body. I have worked so hard to find the Dragon Ball for so long, and finally got it together, and I have all the elites under Jinyu's special forces, Sabo and Dodoria. If he just made a wedding dress for someone else in the end, that would be absolutely unbearable for him. Brush. Almost at the same time, Lin Yan's body burst out, appearing in front of Frisia almost instantly. Your opponent is me, Frisia. Lin Yan stood in front of Frisia and said coldly. It seems Frisia this guy is also quite arrogant. After experiencing his own strength, he turned into a second form. With a combat power of 1 million, he is still not his opponent. Cut, damn wild monkey, die for me. Lin Yan's repeated provocations made Frisia explode instantly, and slapped Lin Yan. A purple energy ball blasted directly at Lin Yan. Boom! The next moment, Lin Yan's position exploded, and Frisia's body circled a strange arc and rushed towards the universe spaceship. It's okay for that wild monkey to clean him up later, but the three little ghosts must not let the Dragon Ball be taken away. Otherwise, all my previous work would have been in vain. I said, your opponent is me, you can't go anywhere without defeating me. Suddenly Lin Yan's body appeared in front of Frisia again, blocking Frisia's way. Good, so fast. Frisia looked at Lin Yan in surprise at this moment, and murmured in a low voice. After becoming the second form, not only has the size increased, but the strength and speed have also doubled. Unexpectedly, even so, there is still no way to beat that wild monkey in terms of speed. Then, I can only kill him, and then kill the three little devils. Thinking of this, Frisia touched the ground with her toes, the ground instantly cracked, and her body appeared in front of Lin Yan. Launched a stormy attack on Lin Yan. P.S. It's been 4 days since I started writing, and there are less than 1,000 collections, it's really uncomfortable. If it weren't for the flowers and evaluation votes, it would be okay, I would really feel a little bit broken. Sorry to whine. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 23 Frisia Ultimate Form. Yay! The sharp cry was accompanied by fists like a storm. Although Frisia's attack was very fast and fierce, it did not cause any damage to Lin Yan at all. Almost all of them were easily dodged. Damn wild monkey! Hundreds of punches were thrown out, but they didn't touch Lin Yan's clothes at all, which made Frisia a little unbearable, so he let out an angry roar. Roll! Seeing Frisia's chaotic attack, Lin Yan directly seized the opportunity and punched Frisia in the face again. Boom! Frisia's body flew out immediately and hit the ground heavily. And Lin Yan is actually very entangled in his heart now. In fact, if Frisia uses all his cards and surprises him, he should be able to kill Frisia. It's just that if this happens, the plan to use Frisia's strength to challenge the limit and become Super Saiyan will be ruined. Wild monkey, absolutely cannot forgive. Just when Lin Yan was still hesitating, Frisia's resentful roar sounded again. His eyes were already bloodshot, showing that he was extremely angry. Ah! Then a shrill scream came out of Frisia's mouth. In an instant, waves of terrifying aura spread out in all directions with Frisia as the center. I saw that the ground under Frisia's feet began to crack and collapse. Lin Yan could clearly feel that Frisia's aura had exploded exponentially at this moment. Is it finally going to become the ultimate form? Frisia. Lin Yan pursed his lips. In that case, let's see how powerful Frisia in the ultimate form is. At this time, Kling and Sun Gohan have found the 7 Dragon Balls hidden in the universe spacecraft. They took it out, and when they felt Frisia's terrifying aura, the bodies of the 3 trembled with extreme fear. What are you 3 doing? Why don't you summon Shenron quickly? Seeing the terrified eyes of the 3 of Frisia, Lin Yan scolded coldly. If Frisia becomes the ultimate form after a while and exerts 100% power, the development of the situation will be beyond his control. Yes. Klin nodded quickly, then jumped 100 feet away, and put the Dragon Ball down. Dende began to say some name-X spells to summon Shenron to the Dragon Ball, and at the same time that Dende was chanting, a layer of gold halo appeared on the 7 Dragon Balls, shining. At this moment, Frisia's body had completely disappeared into the billowing smoke. But Lin Yan could feel that powerful aura, indicating that Frisia had become the ultimate form. A group of damned ants turned me into the ultimate form, and then, you can enjoy this feast of fear. A bone-chilling voice came from the thick smoke. Creak. The sound of crisp footsteps approached a little bit. Whoosh. Then, at the same time as the slight sound of piercing through the air, a figure flashed out and shot at Lin Yan like an arrow from the string. Almost instantly, he appeared in front of Lin Yan. The speed is completely unmatched by the second transformation. Lin Yan crossed his arms and stood in front of Xiang. Boom! A low, muffled sound came out, and Lin Yan felt an unparalleled terrifying force coming from his arms. His feet brushed against the ground and he retreated, his body backed out uncontrollably. There are 2 shocking deep ravines left on the ground. That guy actually directly used 50% of the power of the ultimate form. Lin Yan dropped his arm and said in a low tone. The ultimate form of Frisia, the combat power is only around 3 million. But Frisia's punch just now is absolutely impossible for a combat power of 3 million to strike. Brush. After knocking Lin Yan away with a punch, Frisia obviously didn't want to get entangled with Lin Yan now, and flew towards Kellen and the others with a flash of his body. The speed was so fast that even Lin Yan only saw an afterimage of purple. When Kellen and Sun Gohan felt Frisia's breath, they backed away in horror and almost sat down on the ground. Kaioken, 10 times. A roar came from his throat, and a red flame of energy instantly appeared around Lin Yan. At the same time as the energy arrogance appeared, the body disappeared in a flash. Qi Yuan slash. Immediately afterwards, 2 Qi Yuan slashes condensed in the palm, and slashed towards Frisia. Frisia also seemed to feel that the 2 Qi Yuan slashes were not simple, but the speed slowed down a little. Lin Yan seized the opportunity and flew directly in front of Frisia. I told you, you're up against me, Frisia. Lin Yan looked at Frisia with indifferent eyes, and said lightly. At this time, Frisia's figure is even smaller, and she doesn't look as scary as the previous 2 forms. But Lin Yan could feel that this petite body contained the power to destroy the world. P.S. Please collect, ask for flowers, book review tickets. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 24, Shenron appears, Piccolo resurrects. Certainly, arrogant wild monkey, you should be less complacent. Frisia glared at Lin Yan, and said through gritted teeth. He never thought that a mere scion would dare to be so presumptuous in front of him. Get carried away? Maybe. Lin Yan shook his fist, feeling the terrifying power, and said with a slight smile. At this time, I have used Kaioken 10 times, and the combat power should have reached 55 million, while Frisia's 50% combat power in the final form has reached 60 million. The next battle may be quite tricky. But the more you do this, the more you can stimulate your potential, maybe you can break through your limit and become Super Scion. Unpleasant wild monkey, take your life. Frisia let out a sharp roar, and his body instantly turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan also didn't give up much, and at this moment, he also used his speed to the limit. Bang bang bang! In an instant, muffled hums sounded, and rings of explosions spread in the air. Deep pits appeared one after another on the ground. Kellen and Sun Gohan watched the battle in front of them dumbly, which was completely beyond their comprehension. At this time, the bodies of Lin Yan and Frisia could not be seen at all, and they could only feel the powerful impact force sweeping towards them. Come out! Shenron! Namek! As Dende's voice fell, the gold light in the 7 dragon balls instantly condensed together and soared into the sky. A meandering gold lightning formed, and in the next second, the entire sky instantly turned from day to darkness, like the end of the world. Only the gold lightning could be seen. Then, that gold lightning turned into a green dragon. It's just that the giant dragon that appeared in front of them didn't look like a dragon, but more like a huge green toad. Is this Shenron of Namek? Kellen looked up at Shenron in astonishment, and said inconceivably. It is bigger than the Shenron of the earth, and its appearance has also undergone a greater change. Humans who summoned me, tell your wishes. There are only 3, and I can fulfill any wish. Namek language. Shenron Polenga looked down at the crowd, and said lightly. Gohan, Kling, what wish do you wish for? Dende looked at Kellen and Sun Gohan and asked. Dende, resurrect a Namek on earth called Piccolo. Without any hesitation, Sun Gohan spoke directly to Dende. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Dende nodded, and once again spoke to Shenron Polenga in a Namek language that Kling and Sun Gohan could not understand. This is very simple. Shenron Bolunga nodded, and said in a calm tone. Beep. I saw a red light flickering in Shenron Polanga's eyes. Okay, your first wish has been fulfilled, the Namek named Piccolo has been resurrected, tell us your second wish. Polenga spoke again. At this time, Piccolo, who was practicing on the planet King Kai, suddenly had the halo above his head disappear. Gohan, Kling, the second wish transfers me to Namek. After Piccolo was resurrected, he spoke directly to Sun Gohan and Kellen through King Kai's superpower. He also wanted to try how capable Frisia, who even King Kai was afraid of, was. Yeah, I got Piccolo uncle. Hearing that extremely familiar voice, Son Goku nodded excitedly. Then told Dende the second wish. At this time, Frisia's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that the dragon ball that he spent so long to collect would be taken advantage of by these damned ants. I absolutely can't let them go like this. After thinking about it, a purple energy beam appeared directly on Frisia's fingertips, and shot toward Dende and Kling. Cut! Lin Yan frowned. Frisia's attack speed was extremely fast, it was beyond the reach of Kling and Sun Gohan. After thinking about it, his body flashed, and he appeared directly in front of the purple energy beam, and flew out with a slap. Hey, you've been fooled, wild monkey! At this time, Frisia suddenly smiled triumphantly, and his body flashed directly towards Kellen and others. Although Lin Yan's speed is very fast, it is obviously impossible to intercept Frisia now. Frisia appeared in front of Kellen and Sun Gohan in an instant, and kicked the three of them flying with a sweep. Let me live forever! After kicking the three of them away, Frisia yelled at Polenga excitedly. But what Frisia didn't expect was that Shenron Belenga seemed to have not heard his words, and Frisia had no chance at all. Retarded! Lin Yan said disdainfully. Because he knew very well that Shenron of Namek had to make a wish in the Namek language before he could cast it, otherwise how could he have made him appear in front of Bolunga so easily to make a wish? Please transfer Piccolo to this Namek. Namek! At this time, Dende in the distance stood up a little staggeringly, and said to Polenga. Understood. Hearing what Dende said, Polenga spoke again. Then a red light flashed in his eyes again. Your second wish has also been fulfilled, let's say your third wish. At this time, Polenga spoke hastily. But, hateful little bug! How dare you challenge my bottom line again and again, go to hell! Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 25 100% power, please collect and ask for flowers. A gloomy roar came out of Frisia's mouth, and then a purple energy ball the size of a basketball was squeezed out of the palm of his right hand, and he threw it towards Dende, Kling, and the others. Frisia, the majestic universe emperor, was being teased by these tiny ants time and time again, which made him completely angry. These few people are absolutely unforgivable, and they must be made to pay the price in blood. Looking at Frisia's attack, Lin Yan frowned tightly. Even he could feel the terrifying aura in that energy ball, that guy Kellen absolutely couldn't avoid it. If it is really hit, it will definitely end up in an explosion and death. Damn, what a burden! Lin Yan gritted his teeth, if these guys don't show up, he can have a good fight with Frisia. But now it has become his own trouble. At that moment, Lin Yan flashed the idea of not caring about the three of them, anyway, he and them are not related. But when he looked at Kellen and Sun Gohan who were full of horror, they couldn't help but soften their hearts. Time pauses. Suddenly, a deep roar roared from the bottom of Lin Yan's heart. Then, within 10 feet of Fang Yuan, all things completely stopped at this moment. Frisia's body was still and didn't understand. Kellen, Sun Gohan, and Dende also froze at that moment with their frightened expressions. And that basketball-sized energy ball also stopped in mid-air. While Lin Yan took advantage of this moment, his body suddenly flashed, and he appeared directly beside Kellen and Sun Gohan. He picked up the three of them and threw them out. I said silently in my heart, this is the last time. Using time pause is a very energy-consuming thing, even for him whose combat power has reached 11 million. Call. 3 seconds later, Lin Yan took a deep breath, the ability to pause time disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Hum. A low buzz sounded, and Frisia's energy ball directly blasted Kling and Sun Gohan where you were just now. Rumbling. The next moment, the entire ground began to tremble violently, and an explosion of energy rose from the ground, forming a circular arc. Huge mushroom clouds soared into the sky. It can be seen how powerful Frisia's energy ball was just now. What What's going on? The three of them looked dull. Weren't they at the place where the explosion happened just now? Why did it suddenly appear here? But soon they realized that Lin Yan must have saved them, and there was no one else but him. Especially when they watched Lin Yan panting heavily, they also understood that Lin Yan had consumed a lot of physical energy. Fortunately, Lin Yan rescued them just now, otherwise the three of them would be like that gravel, turned into universe dust. Mr. Lin Yan, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Lin Yanzang. Kellen and Sun Gohan spoke gratefully at the same time. After all, Lin Yan has saved them twice. The last time, this is the last time, get out of here, I will never waste my energy to save you next time. Lin Yan yelled angrily in an icy voice. Just now, the pause of time spent too much energy, which put him in a very passive situation. The current situation is very bad. Looking at Lin Yan, who was suddenly enraged, the three of them seemed to be frightened, their bodies dodged quickly, and they retreated to a distance. Now that their two wishes have been fulfilled, if they take the risk of staying there again, it will be almost courting death. Wild monkey, it's you again. Frisia clenched her fists tightly, the corners of her mouth trembling wildly. But after a short while, the gloomy rage dissipated slowly, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Although I don't know how you saved the three brats just now, it seems that your physical fitness has been greatly affected. Then, I will do my best to kill you idiots. Frisia really didn't know how Lin Yan saved those three little devils in such a short time, but it was obvious that he had expended a lot of energy. This approach is completely picking up the sesame seeds and losing the watermelon. And now I don't want to entangle with them anymore, I will use 100% of my power to kill them completely. Next, it's a delightful hell feast, prepare to bear my wrath. Sion, woohoo! Frisia let out a high-pitched laugh that was as creepy as a devil. Then the body slowly floated into the air. Ah ah ah! There were sharp screams after that, and purple lightning bolts appeared beside Frisia. Terrifying waves of air instantly swept across the audience, and the dust spread like waves in circles. Is that guy finally going all out? Lin Yan looked at Frisia with deep eyes, and said in a low tone. He could feel Frisia's breath rising again, like a bottomless pit. It seems that he intends to use 100% of his strength to completely defeat himself. Damn it, I consumed too much physical energy just now, I don't know if my current body can withstand 20 times Kaioken. Lin Yan frowned, thinking about it. If it was before, he would definitely be sure to cast Kaioken 20 times, but now, he is not too sure. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Grateful. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 26 Shenron disappears. That's so scary. As for Kellen and the others in the distance, feeling the terrifying aura, their expressions were extremely flustered and terrified. At this time, Frisia's aura has doubled compared to before. Although Lin Yan had told them before that Frisia's actual combat strength was 120 million, feeling that aura personally and hearing it from Lin Yan were completely different concepts. It almost made them feel hopeless. Can Lin Yan uncle beat Frisia? Sun Gohan frowned tightly, and said to himself. He could naturally feel that Frisia's aura was so powerful that it was simply unparalleled. This kind of aura was beyond their imagination. And Lin Yan also said before that Frisia's combat power reached 120 million, while his combat power was only 5 million. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart, but he just didn't want to accept it. No. Impossible, he can't win at all. Kellen's expression was very ugly, he shook his head in a daze and said. Lin Yan's aura at this time was not at the same level as Frisia's, and he had consumed a lot of energy just now because he saved the three of them, and his aura became disordered. It's impossible to beat Frisia like this. It's even possible to get killed by Frisia. Dende, please heal Vegeta. Immediately, Krillin turned his head and spoke to Dende. The current situation is very unfavorable to them, so they can only put all their eggs in one basket. He knew very well that it was impossible for that guy Vegeta to become better just because he saved him, but now they needed Vegeta's fighting power. After all, mosquito legs are also meat. Vegeta and Frisia are already mortal enemies, and the enemy of an enemy is a friend. As long as Frisia can be defeated together, it will be relatively easier to deal with Vegeta later. No, he killed a lot of Namek balls, I'm not going to save him. Dende shook his hands, his head shook like a rattle, his body kept moving back, with anger and panic on his face. In any case, he will not save the scion who killed his compatriots. I can't say anything. Dende, listen to me, if you don't save Vegeta, maybe more Namek people will be killed, and even the whole Namek will be destroyed. Do you want to see this ending? Kellen said very seriously. He's not making a fuss out of thin air, and that's the way it is, once Frisia can't get his wish. In his rage he would surely kill everyone, even destroy Namek. Cruel Frisia, absolutely do something like this. Dende. Son Gohan also turned his pleading eyes to Dende. After hearing Kellen's words, Dende clearly showed a struggling expression. On the one hand, he really didn't want to rescue the demon who killed so many of his compatriots. On the other hand, he also doesn't want more compatriots to sacrifice because he didn't save Vegeta. Tangled, torn like tangled. Dende, there will be no time in a moment. Both Kellen and Son Gohan urged. If Lin Yan is defeated, even if Vegeta is cured, it will be useless. After hesitating for dozens of seconds, Dende finally nodded reluctantly amidst a struggling expression. Then Kellen quietly appeared beside Vegeta and brought Vegeta over. Fortunately, there is still one breath left. Then Dende pointed his palms at Vegeta, and wisps of light red energy injected into Vegeta's body. The thumb-sized hole in Xian Cao gradually healed. Then, Vegeta frowned, and then opened his eyes. TCH. What's going on? Am I not dead? This was Vegeta's first thought upon waking up. He was pierced through the mouth by Frisia's attack just now, so it is impossible to survive. Then he turned his gaze and saw Kellen and Son Gohan. Great, Vegeta, did not die, and the power in my body has increased so much. Feeling the terrifying power in his body, Vegeta said excitedly. It seems that every time Scion is brought back from the brink of death, his fighting power will skyrocket. Are you okay, Vegeta? Kellen looked at the awakened Vegeta and asked. Kling's voice pulled Vegeta back from his thoughts. Go away, I'm going to find Frisia now. Before Vegeta finished speaking, there was a huge change in an instant, the voice stopped abruptly, and the waves in his heart were churning. What? Is this really Frisia's anger? Just now Vegeta was completely immersed in the joy of his resurrection and power improvement. Only at this time did he feel the unimaginably strong aura, and he knew that it belonged to Frisia. But that bastard, the aura before was obviously not so exaggerated. Later, when Vegeta's family looked at Frisia and Lin Yan, their brows frowned even deeper. Because it wasn't until Frisia's aura rose to an almost incomprehensible intensity, even that lowly Scion's aura was far surpassing him at this moment, it was astonishingly high. But, damn it, I am Prince Scion, these hateful bastards have surpassed me one by one, and take me for someone. Vegeta's fingertips dug deeply into the flesh, and the blood dripped down the fist to the ground. Compared with the pain in the palm, what made Vegeta feel the pain more was the feeling that his most important dignity was trampled upon. But when everyone didn't pay attention, Shenron directly turned into 7 streamers and shot them in different directions. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 27 20 times Kaioken. Cuckoo! A strange sound came from Frisia's body. At this moment, Frisia's body suddenly began to swell, and his muscles more than doubled in size. Waves of purple arrogance swirled around his body, and Frisia's aura was finally released at this moment. Rustle! Then, streaks of red-hot lightning fell from the sky, shattering the earth in an instant, the mountain collapsed in an instant, and the lake rolled. The terrifying aura formed ripple-like waves, hitting the face in circles. Lin Yan covered his face with his arms, and his face was very ugly. Frowning and thinking, is this the 100% power of Frisia's ultimate form? It really is amazing. Compared with Lin Yan, the horror and fear of Kellen and others have reached an incomparable level. Looking at the collapsed mountains, the crazy and turbulent tide, and the purple thunder and lightning falling from the sky, it seems like a scene of the end of the world. It's over, we're really going to die here this time. Kellen looked at the apocalyptic scene in front of him in a daze, and murmured. The strength of Frisia, even if Piccolo is resurrected and Vegeta is cured, even if all of them work together, it is impossible to win. No chance at all. Kling uncle. Son Gohan glanced at Kellen, whose face was full of panic and despair, and was also terribly afraid in his heart. Frisia, that bastard has such terrifying power. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, staring at Frisia in mid-air. Thankfully he challenged Frisia ignorantly before, fortunately he didn't try his best. Otherwise, he might be able to strangle himself to death with just one finger, although he really doesn't want to admit it. If this continues, I will definitely die here together with that group of lifeless things. My son-in-law, King Vegeta, must not just die like this. Vegeta gritted his teeth and thought, if the green hills are left, there will be no firewood. As long as I save my life today, one day I will be able to become a Super Saiyan, and then I will find Frisia to wash away the shame. After thinking about it, without any hesitation, he flashed his body and flew out at the fastest speed in the opposite direction of Frisia. Oh? Want to run, Vegeta? You are so naive. Frisia looked at Vegeta's rapidly disappearing vest, and at the same time as the devilish laughter fell, the body disappeared in the original place in an instant. Then Lin Yan and the others heard a muffled sound, and Vegeta's body flew upside down in a diagonal line, directly smashing into the lake. The hellish feast of fear has not yet begun, how can you go? Vegeta. Frisia's body appeared on the lake, and said coldly. He knew it was impossible to kill Vegeta with his attack just now, because he controlled the power. Vegeta, and the three brats must die in extreme fear and despair. Watching hope disappear little by little. That kind of scene, just thinking about it, can make people feel the excitement of dancing. And his hope should be the Saiyan in front of him. As long as he is killed, Vegeta and the three little ghosts will fall into extreme fear and despair, and that is what he likes to see the most. So, what I have to do now is to kill that disgusting wild monkey in front of me bit by bit. Burst. Call. And at this time, Vegeta's body shot out of the lake, panting heavily. Obviously, although Frisia's attack just now didn't kill him, it wasn't too pleasant either. Da-da-da. Frisia walked towards Lin Yan step by step, the corners of his mouth showed a devilish evil curve, coupled with the purple-black lip color, he looked even more creepy. Are you ready to face the fear of death? Saiyan. When he walked all the way in front of Lin Yan, Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to Lin Yan with a murderous look in his pride. Do you really think you've got a winning ticket, Frisia? Lin Yan raised his mouth and asked Frisia with a sneer. At this time, he no longer cared about whether his body could hold it, he had to use 20 times Kaioken. Only in this way can we be able to compete with Frisia, otherwise, Kaioken's 55 million fighting power, which is 10 times that of Kaioken, cannot resist Frisia's 120 million fighting power at all. Hey! Do you still have to resist desperately at this time? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Frisia didn't care at all and laughed. Scion, a group of stinky monkeys, are arrogant and arrogant, like to get carried away, always can't see their own position, thinking that they are really a fighting nation. And this naive and funny self-feeling is an important reason why they disappeared in the long river of history. The moment the words fell, Frisia's body flashed out instantly. He wanted to show this stinky monkey how vulnerable the Scions were in front of his Frisia. Seeing the moment Frisia flashed out, Lin Yan showed a violent look on his face. Then, fight! 20 times. Kaioken. A deep voice came out of Lin Yan's mouth, and the next moment, a red flame of energy surged up all over his body. The halo of red also reflected on Black's hair, standing up high. Lin Yan could clearly hear that after casting Kaioken 20 times, there were muffled creaking sounds from all parts of his body. Then he ignored the piercing pain, clenched his fists, and directly met Frisia's fist. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets. To be honest, I also feel a lot of shortcomings in this book, so let's write it like this first. Finally, I am very grateful to those who voted for this book with flowers and comments. Thank you for your support and hi Han. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 28, Duplicate Universe Viability. Boom. In the next second, the entire ground collapsed instantly, and thick smoke swept in all directions like a wave, mixed with a terrifying air wave. Let the whole scene look even more shocking, turbulent. Kellen, Vegeta and the others retreated subconsciously, not wanting to be involved by that terrifying shock wave. And in the very middle of the smoke, the thick smoke was blown away, and the bodies of Frisia and Lin Yan clearly appeared in the middle. At this time, both of them were almost exhausted, and it was obvious that Lin Yan seemed to be struggling a little more. The blue veins on both arms squirmed like little snakes, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was congested with blood, showing his strength to the extreme. And at this moment, a small line of blue suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan's eyes. Discover duplicable skills, universe survivability, death ray. Duplicate? Lin Yan was surprised, but at the same time he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that his hidden system could also replicate the ability to survive in Frisia's universe. Copy. Without any hesitation at the moment, he said to the system. The ability of the universe to survive may seem useless, but if there is no universe spaceship, or if Namek is destroyed in a short battle, then its advantage will be reflected. This is also in Dragon Ball. Why did Frisia want to destroy the Namek ball when he was fighting Son Goku? Because even if Namek is destroyed, he can still survive in the vacuum of the universe, and Scion doesn't have this special ability. As for the Death Ray, it is the unique ability of Frisia, Cooler, and others, that is, they can shoot energy rays from their eyes, and when fighting with others, it has an unexpected effect. For Lin Yan, this is really a surprise. But when Lin Yan was very excited, Frisia's face was full of horror. He didn't expect the guy in front of him to take his attack again. It is obvious that his fighting power just now cannot exceed his 100% strength. And when Frisia was shocked, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and 2 scarlet energy rays shot out from his eyes, pointing directly at Frisia. What? Frisia was shocked. Wasn't it his own death ray that this guy cast just now? How did he know his own skills? But before he had time to think about it, the 2 rays of light burst out. Frisia could only withdraw his strength, retreated his body, and then dodged Lin Yan's attack. But, damn, that guy, how could Kakarote's Kaioken? At this moment, the smoke and dust disappeared little by little, and Vegeta looked at the red arrogance surrounding Lin Yan from a distance. Exactly the same Kaioken cast by Kakarote on Earth. It can instantly increase the speed and strength of a body to a terrifying level. Kakarote used this ability to take the bastard and defeated himself. No wonder his aura just now was completely outmatched by Frisia, and he was able to block Frisia's attack the next moment. The more Vegeta thought about it, the more unwilling he became, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Obviously, he is the son of King Vegeta with the best potential, the advanced genius warrior. But he was overtaken by the subordinate warrior again and again, which made him very crazy. Lin Yan's strength has improved again, or maybe, we don't have to die. Looking at Lin Yan who blocked Frisia's attack, and Lin Yan who also launched a counterattack, hope rose in Kellen's eyes again. Lin Yan uncle, he seems to use the Kaioken that Dad learned from King Kai. Son Gohan also looked at the red arrogance around Lin Yan. Said with some uncertainty. The reason why Dad was able to fight Vegeta so hard was because he used Kaioken, and the bonus of Kaioken caused him to seriously injure Vegeta. If not, Dad would not be Vegeta's opponent at all. But how did Lin Yan uncle learn Kaioken? Did he also go to the Supreme Kai planet? Compared to the hope that appeared in the eyes of Kellen and others, Frisia's face was full of resentment. Originally, he thought that with the directness of 100% strength, he would definitely be able to clean up that stinky monkey easily. Unexpectedly, while he was improving, his strength had also been improved. But fortunately, he could see that although the stinky monkey withstood his punch, his physical fitness seemed to have a huge problem, and he couldn't resist the next attack no matter what. The final victory will definitely belong to oneself. Hoo. At this time, Lin Yan's mouth heaved violently, panting heavily. Originally, there was a lot of problems with physical fitness, and now it was even worse. The load brought by Kaioken caused Lin Yan to suffer pain that almost made him faint. Every inch of skin feels like being pricked by needles. Although Frisia couldn't feel Lin Yan's breath, he could see the small movement of Lin Yan's mouth twitching. Humph, it seems that while the wild monkey gained strength, his body also paid a considerable price. This is really great. Frisia's eyes were gloomy, thinking in her mind. P.S. Maybe there are some mistakes in this book, maybe the writing is not good enough for many readers to read it. I welcome all comments and suggestions. But I really can't bear to watch it without watching it, or just read half of the chapter and find fault in the egg. It really affects people's mood. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 29. No. It's not over yet. Seeking subscription. The so-called taking advantage of his illness to kill him, how could Frisia let go of this opportunity? Immediately, with the touch of both feet, the body directly turned into an afterimage, and shot towards Lin Yan. It appeared in front of Lin Yan almost instantly. Without any hesitation, he blasted towards Lin Yan's stormy attack. The wind-shaking air rustled, and the shadows of fists whizzed past Lin Yan's body. Every punch almost brushed against Lin Yan's clothes. Facing such a dense attack, Lin Yan could only dodge hastily. Sweat kept rolling down his forehead, and he felt that his physical strength was weakening little by little. Speed and strength are constantly flowing from the body. Boom! The next moment, Frisia's fist landed heavily on Lin Yan's chest. Lin Yan's body immediately flew backwards in a straight line. Rumbling. After smashing two big mountains, he stabilized his body. When his throat was sweet, a smear of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Frisia's punch was so powerful that Lin Yan couldn't bear it. Immediately afterwards, the red arrogance around Lin Yan's body disappeared little by little. It was obvious that the current physical strength could no longer sustain Kaioken 20 times higher. The combat power dropped sharply to its original strength in an instant. But, damn it, it turned back to normal at this time. Lin Yan sighed secretly in his heart. It was obviously a very scary thing to change back to normal at this time. Because Frisia's combat power of 120 million is completely enough to kill himself in a very short time. That guy, the Kaioken bonus is gone. Vegeta frowned, looked at Lin Yan and muttered. After the battle with Kakarot, he knew very well that once Kaioken's bonus disappears, he will enter a very weak period. There is no way to maintain the original strength at all. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. The life and death of that subordinate scion has nothing to do with him, but the problem is that once he loses, no one can stop Frisia. At that time, the few of them will definitely be killed by Frisia. But Kellen and Son Gohan were even more frightened. Just now I thought there was hope, but now the hope has been lost in an instant, and my mood fell directly from the clouds to hell. That feeling makes them very uncomfortable. After Frisia sent Lin Yan flying with one punch, there was a look of certainty in his eyes. It is impossible for him to lose the next battle. Then the body rose up into the air little by little, looked at Lin Yan below, and gently tapped out with his fingertips. A red light condensed from the fingertips, aiming at Lin Yan. Ho 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 ho, stinky monkey, your time of death has arrived. At the same time as gloomy smug laughter sounded, the energy ball between Frisia shot towards Lin Yan like a machine gun. All the energy balls gathered beside Lin Yan, but they didn't explode. Instead, they wrapped up layer by layer like silkworm chrysalis, forming a huge energy semicircle. After a full minute, the semicircle of energy has piled up like a small mountain. Go to hell! Scion! Accompanied by Frisia's sharp roar of excitement, the last energy ball on his fingertips landed on the huge energy ball. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud explosion, and the entire island disappeared instantly, turning into dust. Submerged in Wang Yang. And Lin Yan's body, together with the island, disappeared completely. A minute later, the smoke dissipated and the lake returned to calm. Kellen and the others stood in mid-air, watching the almost destructive explosion, their bodies trembled violently. Horror, unparalleled horror. Shocked. The inexhaustible shock caused the four people in mid-air to open their mouths dumbly. And at this moment, they couldn't feel Lin Yan's aura at all. Linear. Lin Yan, he's dead. Kellen muttered to himself as if he had lost his soul. Yes. How could Lin Yan survive such an almost destructive explosion, no matter how strong he is? Lin Yan's death means that all of them have to die. Bastard, how is it possible? Vegeta's eyes flickered, full of anger. That bastard's death meant that all of them had to die. They looked so strong just now, but they didn't expect to be dealt with by Frisia in just a few blows. This is thrown into Scion's face. Vegeta thought in his heart, but he seemed to have forgotten that he, King Vegeta, couldn't even make 2 moves in front of Frisia, who suppressed his strength. Is it over? Lin Yan felt that his body sank little by little in the water, and he had no strength at all. It's almost impossible to make a fist. Eyes closed, brows furrowed. No. It's not over yet. How could I fall down so easily? How could I be defeated by Frisia? Absolutely, absolutely not. The next moment, Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp cold light shot out from them. He clenched his fists violently. Because at this moment, Lin Yan felt a very powerful force suddenly appear in his body. It seemed that streams of scorching energy gathered towards his back. Although I don't know where this power came from, Lin Yan, who was exhausted, felt like a new life in an instant, full of strength. At this time, you can see Lin Yan's back, a little bit of gold's energy is constantly gathering and shining. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for evaluation votes. I don't know that big guy voted for that extra 6 points, so if you have a vote, please help. Help. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 30 Super Scion. At this time, Frisia's body was floating in mid-air, looking at the calm lake. Cut. It's such a boring battle. Since your wish has not been fulfilled, then disappear for me. Frisia let out a light shatter, with a look of resentment in his eyes. The only purpose of coming here by myself is to use the Dragon Ball to make myself immortal. Now that my wish can no longer be realized, there is no need for these hateful ants to exist with this useless planet. Then, Frisia raised his right hand high, and an orange energy ball condensed from his fingertips. At first it was only about the size of a ping-pong ball, but over time it has become enormous. Ho 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 ho, destroy them all! A devilish shrill laugh escaped Frisia's mouth. I saw that the energy ball on the fingertips was already the size of 2 or 3 football fields. The entire energy ball was like a huge fireball, exuding a terrifying temperature. It's over, this time it's really over. This time, Kellen and Son Gohan are completely desperate. No one will come to rescue them anymore, the whole Namek will be destroyed. Helplessness, despair, fear, and other pessimistic emotions quickly spread in their hearts. Once Namek is destroyed, Piccolo, who was just transferred to the Namek ball, will also die, and the Earth and the Dragon Ball on the Namek ball will disappear at that time. They will never be able to resurrect. But, damn it, I, Vegeta, can't just sit around and die. Looking at the huge energy ball above Frisia's head, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, gnashing his teeth and thinking in his heart. That energy ball can definitely blast this planet into pieces in the universe. And even if he was not killed by the explosion, he would still die in the oxygen-free universe. Piercing gun. Vegeta muttered silently in his heart, and then a ki blast appeared in his palm, blasting towards the huge energy ball above Frisia's head. Frisia seemed to have noticed Vegeta's actions long ago, and didn't take his attack seriously. Just when the piercing gun was about to attack the energy ball, another finger pointed out, and Vegeta's attack was instantly scattered. Vegeta, it seems that you are very anxious to die. If that's the case, I will help you. At the same time as Frisia's gloomy voice fell, the huge energy ball on the fingertips also came out of his hand, and fell directly into the piece of Wang Yang. The falling speed of the energy ball was not very fast. Obviously, Frisia wanted Vegeta and those nasty little ghosts to slowly enjoy the feeling of being a little closer to death and helpless and hopeless. Is this the end? Vegeta clenched his fist unwillingly, but he also knew very well that even 1,000 of them would not be able to catch that energy ball. I can only watch death approaching a little bit. Rumbling. When the energy ball was still about 100 meters away from the ground, shocking cracks instantly appeared on the entire ground due to the terrifying pressure, spreading in all directions at a very fast speed. The surrounding high mountains collapsed in an instant and were crushed into pieces of rubble. It was as if a huge whirlpool had appeared on the surface of the huge lake. The waves spread out round and round. In the end, the energy ball slowly fell to the surface of the lake, and the lake boiled instantly. And countless purple lightning bolts in the sky smashed towards the ground like a giant dragon. Wherever he went, terrifying deep ravines suddenly appeared on the ground. If you look at Namek in this Shi universe, you must see clearly visible cracks appearing on the surface of the Namek ball. A streak of scarlet light shot out from the crack. This time, you're dead, Frisia. Lin Yan was at the bottom of the lake and took a deep breath. He felt a terrifying force rushing through his body. Uncontrollable like a volcanic eruption. Lin Yan knew that this was the moment when he was close to death, and all the potential in his body was stimulated. Ha ha ha! The next moment, a hysterical roar came from the lake. The entire lake suddenly boiled more violently, and the cracks on the ground expanded, and then expanded. What? This is... Mr. Lin Yan's voice is kind, he is not dead. Horror, indescribable horror. Kellen's voice trembled violently, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Then the indescribable shock turned into a heartfelt ecstasy. Mr. Lin Yan survived such a terrible explosion. And his aura seems to be even bigger. No, it is very huge, so powerful that it has filled the entire Namek. Son Gohan and Dende also showed ecstasy. Although they couldn't feel the limit of that aura, the only thing they could be sure of was that this aura had completely surpassed at least Lin Yan. Even Frisia's aura is nothing compared to this aura. Could it be that junior scion, he became the one in legendary? Compared with the ecstasy on the faces of Kellen and others, the expression on Vegeta's face is very complicated. But more, it is unbelievable, and the stormy waves are rolling in my heart. No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a junior scion become a super scion that legendary only appears once in 1,000 years? I am Vegeta, the majestic scion prince, an advanced genius. Even if super scion appears, it should be me, Vegeta. Vegeta shook his head in a daze. Unwillingness, a strong unwillingness appeared on Vegeta's face. He didn't want to admit it, but that aura was no longer the intensity that Scion of Common could possess. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 31. You're too slow, Frisia. Rumbling. And at this moment, the entire Namek ball trembled violently. Then, the entire lake instantly turned into gold, and golden lights rose into the sky. It pierced through the sky in an instant and disappeared at the end of the universe. At this moment, the huge energy ball that had already fallen to the surface of the lake and submerged 2/3 of it actually stopped falling. What? Seeing that the energy ball stopped falling, Frisia's face changed drastically, his face turned pale with fright, and he almost went crazy. How can it be? How could his own energy ball be followed? Impossible, this is simply impossible. Even if that stinky monkey regained all his physical strength and reached his peak state again, it would be absolutely impossible for him to take this blow with all his strength. And under the horrified eyes of everyone in Brother Frisia, the energy ball that had stopped falling completely started to rise little by little. Rustle. Then everyone heard a small sound. That's Mr. Lin Yan. Although they knew it was Lin Yan for a long time, Kellen, Sun Gohan, Dende, and others were still extremely shocked when that familiar figure slowly rose from the lake. At this time, Lin Yan seemed to have changed a lot. A golden arrogance swirled around his body, flicking wildly, and the originally black hair turned golden yellow and stood tall. The eyes are narrower and longer, the pupils have turned into a light green, and even the eyes have completely changed, unusually indifferent. It's like being a different person. If it really is that legendary Super Scion. Seeing Lin Yan's figure at this time, Vegeta's pupils locked tightly, his teeth were gritted, and his face was full of disbelief. Envy, jealousy, hate. A low-level Scion actually turned into a Super Scion that only appears once in 1,000 years in Legendary. Obviously I am the Scion Prince with the highest potential and the purest Scion blood, so I should be the first to become a Super Scion. At this moment, he felt as if he had been slapped severely, and his face was hot. Humiliation, this is definitely a huge humiliation for him. Kakarot, and the bastard in front of him, not only surpassed themselves one by one, but the bastard in front of him turned into Super Scion. The aggrieved feeling made Vegeta's body tremble uncontrollably. Rustle. Gold's arrogance was raging wildly. Lin Yan didn't pay attention to Vegeta's jealous gaze, and the three of Klin who looked surprised and ecstatic. The body didn't stop until it reached the same height as Frisia. Nanny? Gold's hair. When Frisia saw Lin Yan's hair turned into gold, his pupils locked tightly, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Because their ancestors once left a saying, that is, don't mess with Scion whose hair can turn into gold. That is what the Scions of Vegeta said, the super warrior who meets once in a millennium in Scion. Super Scion. This is why I can't get used to Scion so much from the beginning, even though they are doing things for me loyally, the main reason why I still want to destroy them in the end. It's just that he didn't expect that the legendary turned out to be real, and there really was a Scion who could turn into gold hair. Frisia, thank you for making you a Super Scion, then in return, I want your life. Lin Yan's eyes were cold. Coupled with those light green pupils, it was even colder than ice, and he spoke to Frisia. If he hadn't felt the imminent death just now, he wouldn't have been able to unleash the potential in his body and become a super scion. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. More importantly, his combat power has reached 5 million, which has reached a critical point. Becoming a super scion just needs an opportunity. And Frisia's attack just now was the trigger for him to become super scion. Then, Lin Yan pushed hard with one hand, and shot out a blue ki blast from his palm, and the huge orange energy ball was directly blasted out. In the end, I don't know where it fell. Frisia's full blow, did not expect to be blown away by Lin Yan so easily. But, damn monkey, I don't care about any bastard super scion, I want you dead right now. Frisia growled. For the scion with gold hair mentioned by his ancestors, he is indeed a little jealous. But now, his combat power is strong enough to destroy the existence of the planet in an instant. I will not be afraid of super scion. At the same time as the voice fell, Frisia's body shot directly at Lin Yan like a shell fired from a chamber. Die to me, super scion! Frisia roared and punched Lin Yan directly. Boom! The next moment, when a dull sound sounded, Lin Yan's right palm directly blocked Frisia's attack. With a calm expression on his face, he didn't pay attention to Frisia's attack at all. Yay! A sharp roar came from Frisia's mouth again, and he waved his fists like the wind. There are after-images left around Lin Yan's body. It's just that although Frisia's speed was astonishingly fast, they were all avoided by Lin Yan. Frisia, your speed is really too slow. Lin Yan made a disdainful voice and joked. The current self, after becoming a super scion, has increased his combat power by 50 times. The original combat power of 5.5 million became 275 million in an instant, and how could it be compared to Frisia with a mere 120 million combat power? Damn stinky monkey, don't get carried away. Hearing Lin Yan's joking voice, Frisia's angry face became distorted. Then he punched Lin Yan's stomach again. Lin Yan turned his body slightly to the side, and then dodged Frisia's attack. Then he raised his right knee and pressed it heavily on Frisia's lower abdomen. Wow! Suddenly, a mouthful of unknown liquid vomited out of Frisia's mouth. Because of the severe pain, his face became even more distorted. P.S. Ask for flowers, please collect, ask for evaluation tickets. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 32 Completely kill Frisia. Arched body, holding stomach with both hands, it is obvious that Lin Yan's knee strike just now caused a lot of damage to Frisia. Seeing Frisia bent over in pain, Lin Yan clasped his hands again, raised them above his head, and finally hit Frisia hard on the back. Boom! The terrifying attack caused Frisia's body to go down like a cannonball. Wow! Then it shot into the lake, causing huge waves of thousands of feet. Then Lin Yan looked down at the lake, squeezed out an energy ball in the palm of his right hand, and blasted it directly at the place where Frisia fell on the lake. Clatter! The energy ball exploded instantly on the surface of the lake, setting off a turbulent turmoil in an instant, and countless surrounding islands were directly submerged by the terrifying wave. Frisia's body appeared again in the line of sight of Lin Yan and others, but at this time, there were large and small scars on the body, and Purple's blood almost covered the whole body. Hoo! The original bottom of the lake turned into a huge pit. Frisia stood in the huge pit, panting heavily. It seems that just 2 attacks by Lin Yan just now caused Frisia to suffer a lot of injuries. Of course, with Frisia at 100% power, this transformation couldn't have lasted too long. Frisia seems to be injured. Clin also saw Frisia in the middle of the deep pit. Looking at Frisia, who was covered in scars and his breathing was disordered, Clin spoke excitedly. Yeah, this time Lin Yan uncle will definitely solve Frisia completely. Son Goku held his small fist, looked at Lin Yan enviously, and said, I didn't expect that after becoming a Super Saiyan, his strength would increase so terrifyingly, and I could feel that that guy didn't use his full strength at all. Vegeta looked at Lin Yan not far away with gloomy eyes, and said in a low voice, since a subordinate Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan, then I, the majestic Saiyan Prince and the most excellent Saiyan warrior, must also be able to become a Super Saiyan. At that time, we must completely surpass that bastard Kakarot and Lin Yan. Vegeta also knows now that it is useless to be jealous or angry now, because there is no way to catch up with them. At this time, Frisia, who was at the bottom of the huge pit, had the color of hatred in his eyes as if it was real, as if it could gushes out at any time. Damn stinky monkey, die to me, die! Frisia roared hysterically, pointing her fingertips at Lin Yan, and at the same time, Purple's energy balls shot towards Lin Yan like a hail of bullets. Shhhhhhhh. But it seemed messy, but in the end it all converged on Lin Yan. Bang bang bang! The next moment, the countless purple energy balls exploded one after another, like a firecracker. At this moment, the entire sky is covered with a purple halo. The whole sky is blooming like gorgeous fireworks. Lin Yan, why didn't he dodge? Obviously with his current strength, he should be able to easily dodge Frisia's attack. Kellen looked at the distant explosion that appeared in mid-air, and said in a low and puzzled tone, TCH, Frisia's level of attack is not enough for a Super Saiyan to dodge. Hearing Kellen's voice, Vegeta spoke proudly. The current Frisia is absolutely impossible to be Lin Yan's opponent, and it will be a matter of time before he is killed. Sure enough, as soon as Vegeta's voice fell, the brilliant sparks and smoke surrounding Lin Yan completely dissipated. Rustle. Lin Yan's body was still surrounded by that golden arrogance, and it seemed that nothing happened at all. No. Impossible, how could it have no effect at all? Frisia turned livid, shook her head and said. Although he knew that he couldn't kill that stinky monkey with his attack just now, but he just stood there motionless and survived all his attacks without any damage. This is too terrifying. I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, I don't believe that I can't kill you. Frisia gritted his teeth, and once again a huge purple energy ball condensed in his palms. This time, he almost used his full strength. The wild monkey must be killed. And at this moment, Lin Yan's body suddenly disappeared, completely out of thin air. Like you said, this boring fight should be over, Frisia. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded from behind. Frisia only felt a hot energy coming from his back, and the energy ball that had just condensed in his palm dissipated instantly. The scorching energy coming from his back made him feel a breath of death. Die! Frisia! The energy ball that Lin Yan hit on Frisia's back exploded instantly, and the terrifying impact sent Frisia flying. And at this moment, Lin Yan's center of gravity sank, his palms closed together, and a deep voice came out of his mouth. Turtle. Pi. Chi. Gong. Bo. With the last word wave falling, Lin Yan's condensed energy ball blasted directly towards Frisia. What? Lin Yan, how could he be Kamehameha wave? Both Kellen and Son Gohan uttered shock at the same time. This is Teacher Wu Tian's unique skill, although they basically know it. Lin Yan, a Saiyan, has never been to the earth before except for half a month ago. And how did you learn about Kamehameha waves? When Klin and Son Gohan were puzzled, Lin Yan's Kamehameha wave directly swallowed Frisia's body. Ah! Then there was a scream of horror. In that terrifying ki blast, Frisia's body disappeared into ki blast in a straight line like smoke blown by the wind. Next, Frisia's breath completely disappeared in this universe. P.S. Looking for flowers, looking for favorites, asking for evaluation tickets. Thank you all. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 33 The Uninterested Vegeta. Frisia was wiped out. The faces of the three of Kellen showed the surprise of the rest of their lives, and they said in shock. Frisia is eliminated, which means they don't have to die. And Piccolo was also resurrected, so that Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and others can also be resurrected with the Earth's Dragon Ball, and their purpose of coming to Namek was finally realized. That's great! Kellen screamed excitedly in his heart. Finally, no need to die. The excited emotions of the few people still could not be calmed down for a long time. They really walked through the gate of hell just now. Originally, the moment Lin Yan's anger disappeared, they all thought that they must be dead. Unexpectedly, they all survived the twists and turns. But this time, it all depended on Lin Yan. Without him, they might have been killed by the Jinyu Special Forces. But... damn it, Frisia should be eliminated by me, Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists, thinking angrily in his heart. Unexpectedly, Frisia was killed by a subordinate scion. Although she saved her life, she always felt a great humiliation. This kind of humiliation made him not have the slightest favor for Lin Yan, and he even hated him as much as that guy Kakarot. Frisia was finally eliminated. Together with all his subordinates, the entire Namek was devastated and in a mess, but fortunately it was not completely destroyed. What a blessing in misfortune! Call. Lin Yan exhaled lightly, the gold arrogance around him dissipated little by little, Gold's hair also turned back to black, and the whole person returned to normal. However, although Frisia was killed with overwhelming strength just now, because of the Kaioken that was cast 20 times before, now the body seems to be split. My whole body is full of heart-piercing pain. The power of Kaioken is indeed terrifying, it can instantly increase a person's strength dozens of times, but the load on the person's body is also very huge. It seems that after becoming Super Saiyan, Kaioken should be used as little as possible in the future. At this time, Kling, Son Gohan, Dende, and others felt that they had come together. Mr. Lin Yan, are you okay? Looking at the frowning Lin Yan, Lin asked with concern. Lin Yan was not only super powerful, far beyond their imagination, but also saved several of them one after another. So he fully deserves his respect. Let me help you heal. Dende also saw the condition of Lin Yan's body. After speaking, he aimed his palms at Lin Yan, and a touch of red energy entered Lin Yan's body. Not long after, Lin Yan felt the severe pain in his body completely disappear, and his physical fitness returned to its peak state. Originally, Lin Yan thought that after copying Dende's healing technique, he could heal himself, but now it seems that he thought too much. The healing technique that I have mastered can only heal others, but cannot heal myself at all. So now I have to quickly copy a special constitution. A constitution that can't get hurt and is hard to kill. And Majin Buu's terrifying regenerative ability is his most satisfying choice, but the current Majin Buu should still be a long time away from appearing. Besides, I can't deal with that guy with my own strength now, so it's better not to provoke him for the time being. So I can only settle for the next best thing. Piccolo should be in Namek now. Although his regeneration ability is not as abnormal as that of Majin Buu, he can still regenerate missing arms and legs, although it may consume some energy. But something is better than nothing, and we can only find a general. Hey, that Scion, hurry up and tell me how to become a Super Saiyan. And just when Lin Yan was thinking about the problem, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan. With an ugly face and tense body, he asked Lin Yan very ignorantly. That tone is more like an order. Because in his opinion, he is a majestic Scion prince, no matter how strong the other party is, it is absolutely impossible for him to bow down to a subordinate Scion. Obviously he was asking for advice from others, but after being told by Vegeta, his taste changed completely. Kellen and Son Gohan looked at Vegeta in surprise, and thought to themselves. Is this guy Vegeta crazy? After seeing Lin Yan's strength, he still refuses to accept his arrogant and conceited character. Isn't this intentional death? Brush! And just after Vegeta's commanding and haughty voice fell, there was a slight sound of piercing through the air. Lin Yan's body appeared in front of Vegeta at some point, and his fingertips pressed between Vegeta's eyebrows. Ant-like thing, if you dare to speak to me in such an astonishing and disgusting tone next time, I will kill you without hesitation. Lin Yan's voice was as cold as ice, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Vegeta instantly felt enveloped by death, his back was icy cold, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, Sion, a subordinate, dared to threaten himself like this. But when Vegeta looked up and saw Lin Yan's murderous gaze, he decisively shut his mouth. He fully believed that if he said one more word, that guy would kill him mercilessly. What's even more exasperating is that he has that ability. Seeing Vegeta shut his mouth obediently, Lin Yan took his hand back and ignored Vegeta. From now on, Vegeta, the 10,000-year second child in Dragon Ball, is no longer worth mentioning in his own eyes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 34 Copy Piccolo Ability, for subscription. In the following time, Vegeta was holding back his stomach full of anger, and he didn't know where he went in his universe spaceship. And Lin Yan, Kellen, and others returned to the Great Elder. Unexpectedly, Piccolo was also in that place. At this time, the Great Elder had already passed away, and Neil disappeared. Of course, the Grand Elder was already dead when Namek Dragon Ball lost his power. Great Elder! After seeing the body of the Great Elder, Dende burst into tears. Everyone had no choice but to leave the house. Gohan, you did a great job this time. Piccolo patted son Gohan's head dotingly and said. It's all thanks to Lin Yan uncle's help, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get the Dragon Ball at all, and maybe we would be killed by Frieza. Son Gohan looked at Lin Yan, and then told Piccolo truthfully excitedly. But Piccolo, your chi seems to be much stronger than when you were on Earth. Is it true that the cultivation on the King planet is really that effective? Kellen asked curiously. TCH, that place. Piccolo frowned. Over there, he caught monkeys and beat flies every day. He didn't want to do such boring things. What kind of strength can be improved? The reason why his chi increased so quickly was because in the first half hour, Fusion had a combat type Namek, which made him grow so much. After fusion that Namek man, he originally thought that his strength should be able to defeat Frieza. But when he felt those two immeasurably powerful auras, he resolutely dismissed this idea. Even if he fused with that Namek person and his strength has skyrocketed, it is still impossible to be the opponent of Frieza and the Scion in front of him. But this matter, he didn't want to tell these people in front of him, except Gohan. Anyway, this time it was safe and sound. Piccolo was resurrected and none of us died. This is the best result. Kellen said happily. Son Gohan also nodded in agreement. The purpose of coming to Namek this time was finally fulfilled satisfactorily. But this time, it's really thanks to Mr. Lin Yan, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to successfully get the Dragon Ball and bring you back to life. Kellen looked at Lin Yan with gratitude in his eyes. That kind of gratitude comes from the heart. Don't get me wrong, saving you is just a matter of convenience. Lin Yan looked at Kellen, and said calmly. What he said was true, the purpose of coming to Namek was mainly to copy Dende's healing technique and Guldo's time pause ability. Saving the two of them is indeed a matter of convenience. However, it replicates the ability to survive in Frieza's universe, which is a pleasant surprise. Scion. Piccolo also glanced at Lin Yan coldly. The indifference and haughty tone is really unlikable. Vegeta is like this, so is this guy in front of him. However, after Lin Yan responded to Kellen's words coldly, he turned his head to look at Piccolo, and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Piccolo." Then there is the hand of friendship extended to Piccolo. Of course, this friendship hand has a purpose, otherwise he wouldn't be so bored as to shake hands with a man with a weird appearance. Piccolo hesitated for a moment, and finally stretched out his hand. Although he was very upset with this guy, after all, he did help a lot in resurrecting himself. The moment Lin Yan touched Piccolo's hand, a line of small words blue appeared on the retina. This time, it turned out to be some more words. Copy target, Piccolo. Reproducible skills, magic penetration light cannon, magic flash, magic sealing wave, superpower. There are also a series of miscellaneous skills. And behind the superpowers, it is actually marked, clone technique, regeneration technique, telekinesis, creation out of thin air, etc. Copy superpowers, and magic sealing waves. Lin Yan said directly in his mind. The regeneration technique of superpowers is the most needed for the current self. Other clone techniques, such as fetching objects from the air, are not very useful. As for Piccolo's special skill, the magic light cannon, although it is powerful, it takes too long to gather energy, and it is easy to be dodged by the enemy. So he is not very interested. For the magic flash, after copying the Kamehameha wave, the similar ki blast like the magic flash is dispensable. As for Mo Fengbo, this is a divine skill. You must know that in Dragon Ball Super, Trunks, Bulma, and others used the magic sealing wave to almost seal the immortal Zamasu forever. Although in the end Zamasu broke free because of a crack in the clay pot, but this did not affect the power of Mafengbo. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. After copying, Lin Yan let go of Piccolo's hand, and smiled as if the scheme had succeeded. Looking at Lin Yan's smile, Piccolo always felt uncomfortable, as if being taken advantage of by that scion. "Lin Yan, are you going back to Earth with us?" At this time, Bulma suddenly walked up to Lin Yan, and asked Lin Yan with some expectation on his face. But what she said changed the expressions of Kellen and Son Gohan. Lin Yan's strength has reached a terrifying level, and it can be said that it is not an exaggeration to destroy the Earth in an instant. And although this guy saved them and killed Frisia, it is not confirmed that he is a friend now. After all, the shadow left by Sion in their hearts is hard to get rid of. Lin Yan looked at the eyes of the three, and naturally understood what they were thinking. Then he said to Bulma, "No, I have other things." He didn't care about the thoughts of the few people in front of him, but he went to the Earth now, and the strength of Son Goku and others was simply not enough for him to have the effect of sparring. And almost all their skills have been copied by themselves, and there are still 4 years before the appearance of artificial humans. During this period of time, I can just go to other planets to experience it. Go to learn the stunts of people from other planets, such as the special abilities of the planet Delet's instant transmission. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Thanks for your support. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 35 Spaceship Malfunction, please collect and ask for flowers. Lin Yan could clearly see that after he said the words of refusal, a look of disappointment flashed across Bulma's face. Although it is only a flash. Okay then. Get to know each other once, then I wish you good luck. After the slight disappointment flashed away, Bulma had a free and easy smile on his face, and said to Lin Yan, "Well, no accident, we will meet again." Lin Yan nodded and spoke. 4 years later, when the artificial man appears, he must return to the Earth. The first is because of the need to copy the infinite energy of the artificial man, and the second is for the most beautiful goddess number 18 in Dragon Ball. Mr. Lin Yan, thank you again for saving us. Kellen and Son Gohan sincerely thank you. At the same time, I was secretly rejoicing that it would be great if Lin Yan didn't go to Earth. If he did, it would be like a ticking time bomb. Maybe it will explode at any time, and the power of the explosion can affect the survival of this Earth. After coming to the Namek ball, they also knew how terrifying the strong people in this world really are. After going back, we must practice desperately, in order to better protect the Earth. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing to remind you. Frisia also has a father and a big brother. Both of them are not weaker than Frisia. Presumably the news of Frisia's killing will soon reach their ears. They will definitely seek revenge on you. Lin Yan didn't finish what he said next, but Kellen and the others also understood what Lin Yan meant. Afterwards, Klin and the others, who had just recovered a little bit of relief, frowned again. Unexpectedly, such a scary guy has a father and a big brother, and his strength is even higher than that of Frisia. If they knew about Frisia's murder, they would definitely come to Earth to seek revenge. Just thinking about it, a few people felt a chill on their backs. The reason why Lin Yan told them this was not to scare them, but to make them practice harder. Especially Son Goku, who replaced him this time, killed Frisia and made him miss the chance to become Super Saiyan. I hope that when Frisia and his son return to Earth 1 year later, he can become a Super Saiyan, so that he can compete with both of them. Only in this way can we better protect the Earth. Well, there will be a Bulma later. After Lin Yan waved at Bulma, his body flashed and disappeared beside everyone. Because Lin Yan's universe spaceship landed at this place, after 3 minutes, they saw Lin Yan's universe spaceship fly directly out of Namek. Let's go back to. If Mr. Lin Yan's words are true, we must tell Goku the news as soon as possible, and at the same time practice as soon as possible, so that we won't be so helpless in the next battle. Kellen gritted his teeth and spoke. Then the 4 of them bid farewell to Dende and the other Namek people, and then flew to the Earth in the spaceship of Universe. 5 days passed quickly. At this time, Kling and Bulma have returned to Earth. At this time, Son Goku was still lying on the hospital bed, and Kellen and the others told Son Goku what happened to Namek. And emphatically emphasized the sentence Lin Yan said before parting ways. Frisia also has a father and a big brother. That guy is so strong. I didn't feel it before. After hearing Kellen and others describe Namek's battle, Son Goku felt his blood tremble in his body. There is a strong desire to fight in the eyes. Super Saiyan? I really want to fight that guy. After pursing his lips, Sun Wu whispered lightly. But it sounds like that Frisia is not an easy character to deal with, his father and big brother should be stronger. I don't know what it would be like to fight against an opponent of that level. But before that, you must seize the time to improve your strength. At this time, in Universe, Lin Yan looked at the screen in front of him, which displayed the subtitle of this big one. Because the next location I set is the planet Del, it means that there is still 1 day before I can reach the planet Del. Finally, I can learn the instant transmission of the Subdella special star. Half a day flew by again. And at this moment, Lin Yan's universe spacecraft suddenly shook violently and began to descend extremely fast. What's going on here? Lin Yan was shocked. Logically speaking, space is a vacuum zone, so there should be no advection or convection. How could the universe ship shake suddenly? But at this moment, Lin Yan suddenly saw the place next to the controller, marked with the word energy, constantly flashing red light. This kind of light seems to represent a sudden crisis. Damn, I'm out of energy. Looking at the flickering energy display, Lin Yan frowned, and couldn't help but utter a foul word. It seems that when Dr. Breves modified the universe spacecraft, he also went through precise calculations. The energy is just enough to sustain the Earth to the Namek sphere and back. This is also because he himself is too careless. The spaceship Universe crashed at extreme speed. Looking in the direction where the Universe spacecraft landed, Lin Yan suddenly saw a light green planet. The whole body is full of potholes, and it doesn't look like an inhabited block. But when the Universe spacecraft was about to fall, he suddenly felt 2 breaths. That's the breath of humanity. P.S. ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 36 Wampa-Star, Broly. After the Universe spacecraft continued to fall for 15 minutes, it finally entered the shallow green planet. After passing through the atmosphere, the spacecraft fell in a straight line at an extremely fast speed. Rumbling. 2 or 3 seconds later, the spaceship Universe finally landed. After an ear-splitting buzz, the spaceship directly smashed the ground out of this giant crater. Creak. Then the hatch of the Universe spacecraft was opened, and Lin Yan walked out from inside. What kind of place is this? Lin Yan frowned and looked around. What appeared in front of my eyes were strange undulating mountains that seemed to have been corroded. Gold's light shines on the earth, but it still gives people a lifeless feeling. And at this moment, suddenly a huge octopus spider appeared behind Lin Yan. There was a cruel look in his eyes, and then he spit out a sharp thorn from his mouth, and shot directly at Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't turn his head back, and then blasted out with his backhand, and the huge octo spider was blasted into a pile of debris. What a desolate planet! Lin Yan slowly rose into the air, looked at a desolate planet, and suddenly remembered that when he first traveled here, the conditions of the exiled planet seemed no better than here. Sure enough, there are 2 human breaths. Suddenly, Lin Yan felt those 2 auras again, and murmured in a low voice. When the Universe spacecraft fell to this planet, he felt the breath of 2 human beings. Now it is more clear, one of the auras seems to be very strong, while the other aura seems a bit weak. About a few thousand points of combat power. Would it be like me, the same exiled scion? With this kind of doubt, Lin Yan flashed his body and flew towards the place where the 2 breaths came from. 5 minutes later, Lin Yan finally saw 2 figures. At this time, the 2 were practicing in an empty field. What? Those 2 guys are indeed scion. What I thought just now was just a casual remark, but I didn't expect that there were really 2 scions. Looking from this direction, you can just see the backs of the 2 people. The most striking thing is the eye-catching tail, but only one of them has a tail, while the other doesn't. Tail, that is the symbol of scion. One of them looked old, his beard and hair were all white, and his combat power was only a few thousand points. It can be regarded as a complete piece of garbage. And the other one was younger, naked to the upper body, revealing muscular muscles, black's hair fell to his shoulders, and around his neck was a silver collar, and a piece of green's fur was draped around his waist. Then, is that? The moment that young scion turned his head, Lin Yan was completely shocked. Because of the face, he is very familiar with it. There is a shocking scar on the left side of the face, and there is also a cross scar on the front. Broly! Lin Yan cried out excitedly, unexpectedly meeting Broly on this garbage planet. Then the other old man who was sparring with him should be Broly's father, Paragus, that's right. Judging by the appearance of the 2 of them, they should be the Broly father and son in Dragon Ball Super. And just as Lin Yan's voice fell, Broly and Paragus also noticed Lin Yan, raised their heads and looked into the air. Then he saw Lin Yan standing in mid-air. You, who are you? The moment he saw Lin Yan, Paragus' eyes were full of vigilance and excitement. It has been 28 years, and their father and son have been trapped on this garbage planet for a full 28 years. Here, they associate with those monsters every day. They have no delicious food, nor clean water, but only the endless hatred nestled in their hearts. For 28 years, I haven't even seen a single person. I finally saw a figure today, so I couldn't hold back my excitement. Maybe they can use the universe spaceship of the person in front of them to leave this ghostly place. Same as you, an outcast scion. The tail around Lin Yan's waist loosened flexibly, swinging back and forth behind him. With a slight smile on his face, he said to Paragus. That's right, you are indeed a scion. Paragus nodded, looked at the tail behind Lin Yan, and said. This tail, only scion in the entire universe will have it. Broly, that super talented super scion, a fighting genius. I don't know if I can copy his fighting talent. If I can copy it, then I'm really developed. Lin Yan cast his eyes on the vigilant Broly, thinking secretly in his heart. Broly in Dragon Ball Super theatrical version, the violent form is completely capable of raging the existence of Super Saiyan God Vegeta and Son Goku. Super Saiyan's full power form, even if Son Goku and Vegeta join forces, can't take advantage of it. Even the Ultra Blue Gogeta after fighting against the fusion of the two is still capable of fighting. In a short period of time, he could raise his strength to surpass the existence of gods of destruction Beerus. If you practice well, your future is immeasurable. Even if there is no way to copy his talent, you can still have a good relationship with him. Maybe I can help myself a lot in the future. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Everyone passing by must leave your footprints. Thank you. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 37 Failed to copy. You don't have to be so nervous, I have no malicious intentions. Lin Yan looked at Paragus and Broly, who looked vigilant and on alert, and said calmly. Then the body slowly fell to the side of the two. You, how did you suddenly appear on planet Wampa? Seeing that strange scion appear beside them, the vigilance on Paragus' face still did not dissipate. But it looks more intense. Because he felt a very dangerous aura from this scion, and he couldn't see his strength at all. Don't be so nervous. I am an exiled scion just like you. The reason why I landed on the planet Wampa is because my universe spaceship ran out of energy, so I just happened to land here. Lin Yan shrugged and said truthfully. With a harmless smile on his face, he has no interest in Paragus at all. This kind of guy can kill a lot of people with a single slap. But his son Broly, that guy has a terrifying talent for fighting. Regardless of the fact that I have become a Super Saiyan now, if I start a fight with Broly, then I must be the one who dies, there is no doubt about it. Is that so? After hearing Lin Yan's words, a look of disappointment obviously flashed across Paragus' face. Originally, he planned to leave this ghost place on the universe spaceship of the guy in front of him. Now look at my hopes have been dashed. I don't know how long I will stay on this broken planet before I can go out. Hi, my name is Lin Yan, nice to meet you. Lin Yan no longer paid attention to the lost Paragus, but extended the hand of friendship to Broly. Broly frowned, still looked at Lin Yan's hand warily. On this planet, he has never seen any human beings except his father, so when he saw Lin Yan at this time, he was naturally on guard. Then he turned his gaze to Paragus, and only after Paragus nodded, Broly stretched out his hand. My name is Broly. Broly said in a low voice. However, the guard against Lin Yan seems to have weakened a lot at this moment. And just when the hands of the two were tightly held together, a line of small words blue suddenly appeared on Lin Yan's retina. This made Lin Yan's excited body tremble shudder suddenly. Copy target, Broly. Copyable skills, flying technique, great roar, super explosive bomb. Copyable talent, Broly's super fighting talent and fighting potential, whether to copy? When Lin Yan saw that line of small words blue, Lin Yan felt his breathing quicken, and his face showed ecstasy. Broly's talent for fighting. If he copied Broly's talent, he would be able to run amok in the 7th universe in a very short time. Whatzel, Majin Buu, and Zamasu, it is impossible to be my opponent. Maybe gods of destruction Beerus will no longer be an unreachable existence. Copy, immediately copy Broly's super fighting talent and fighting potential. Without hesitation, Lin Yan said excitedly in his mind. And just after Lin Yan's voice fell, a flashing red light spot appeared in front of the row of small blue characters. Behind it is written a line, "Sorry, the copy failed. Copied talents, none. Fuck, copy failed, what the hell?" Lin Yan was empowered instantly like a thunder, with a confused look on his face. This has never happened before. There is such an embarrassing thing as a copy failure. It hurts me to be excited in vain just now. This feeling, instantly falling from the clouds to the abyss, made him quite uncomfortable. With a feeling of chest tightness and shortness of breath. It's as uncomfortable as eating a lump of xiang. Obviously such a good talent is there, but I can't copy it. It's like a naked beauty lying on the bed, but you are wilted, withered, at a time like this. The feeling of suffocation that makes people crazy. Forget it, it seems that we still need to practice step by step, down to earth. At this time, Lin Yan could only comfort himself in this way. After all, the facts were already in front of him, no matter how upset he was, it would be useless. Afterwards, Lin Yan wanted to take his hand back with a forced smile. And at this moment, the small print of blue on the retina changed again. Whether to upgrade the strongest replication system. These words are much larger than usual, just lying there quietly. What? Your own replication system can still be upgraded. Lin Yan was confused again, this was completely unexpected. This is really a surprise. Lin Yan was shocked again, swallowed hard, and opened his mouth without hesitation. Upgrade. Maybe after this strongest copy system is upgraded, Broly's combat talent and potential can be copied, and it's not necessarily true. And just after Lin Yan's words fell, the big characters blue disappeared, and then a line of small characters blue appeared. The replication system has been upgraded successfully. Copy target, Broly. Copyable skills, flying technique, great roar, super explosive bomb. Copyable talent, Broly's super fighting talent and fighting potential. Do you want to copy? PS, ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets. Thank you brothers for your support during this time. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 38 Z Warrior is actively preparing for battle, please collect and ask for flowers. When the small words of blue appeared on Lin Yan's retina again, Lin Yan took a deep breath. Call. Shouldn't the replication fail again this time? With the lessons learned from the previous replication failure, Lin Yan turned out to be like a frightened bird this time. After all, Broly's combat talent cannot be compared with some miscellaneous garbage skills. Copy. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, and said this time very cautiously, his brows were furrowed, as if he was looking forward to the 5 million lottery. Hold your breath, waiting for the final judgment. Copy success. Copied skills, Broly's super fighting potential and fighting talent. Yes. The moment the line of small words blue appeared, Lin Yan cried out excitedly. That feeling is even more exciting than winning 5 million. On the other hand, Paragus and Broly looked at the ecstatic Lin Yan with doubts on their faces. I don't know what this guy is excited about. Did shaking Broly's hand make him so excited? It doesn't make sense. Aside from being excited, Lin Yan also noticed the strange gazes of Paragus and Broly. Hurry up and take back your hand. Sorry, I lost my composure. Lin Yan's excited emotions still haven't completely calmed down, he smiled at Broly, and said. Broly still looked at Lin Yan suspiciously, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that this guy was weird. In the following time, Paragus brought Lin Yan to their residence, which was the dilapidated universe spaceship that had been baptized by the years. On the outside of the spacecraft, there are some octopus spider remains, some are dried, and some are freshly killed corpses. After decomposing, there are bursts of stench. Obviously, on this planet, octopus spiders are their main food. Lin Yan covered his nose and frowned. He really couldn't stay in this kind of place. I think we'd better go to my universe ship. Looking inside the messy spaceship of universe, Lin Yan suggested decisively. He really can't stay in this place. Paragus was taken aback for a moment, and then he also understood what Lin Yan meant, but he didn't refuse, and followed. 5 minutes later, the three of them appeared at the place where the Lin Yan universe spacecraft landed. Here's some food. I don't think Broly has eaten decent food in over 20 years. After arriving inside the universe spacecraft, Lin Yan took out a capsule and threw it on the ground. It turned into a large pile of food. This was prepared by Dr. Breves and his wife when he was about to leave the Earth. Because at that time he had already decided that after solving Frisia, he would go to other planets to see. So bring a lot of food. After all, the Earth is a gourmet kingdom called the Seventh Universe, which shows how unpalatable things from other planets are. Paragus and Broly looked at the huge pile of food in front of them, and swallowed hard. Lin Yan could clearly see the longing in their eyes. After all, I haven't been exposed to normal food for so many years, the temptation is hard to refuse. Broly gave Paragus a begging look, obviously seeking his approval. Looking at Broly's beseeching gaze, Paragus nodded, saying that even he couldn't resist the all-encompassing temptations in front of him, let alone Broly. Eat whatever you want. You're welcome, I still have a lot. Looking at the two who were almost drooling, Lin Yan said generously. He still has 7 or 8 of these capsules on his body, even the 3 of them, Scion, are enough for them to eat for a long time. After hearing Lin Yan's words, the 2 of them stopped being polite, and immediately turned into a mess. Eat well, Broly, I'll start training you after eating. Seeing the 2 gobbled it up, Lin Yan said. Now I want to establish a more friendly relationship with Broly, so that he will have a good impression of me. This is also to make early plans for the Tournament of Power organized by Zeno in the future. At this time, when Lin Yan, Broly and others started to practice on the planet Wampa. All the Z warriors on Earth are not idle either. After the Earth's Dragon Ball recovered, it revived Tien Shinyan and Yamcha. The 2 of them, as well as Kellen, are cultivating desperately on Gaixian Island at this time. Piccolo is also no slouch at the Temple of Heaven. After Son Goku saw Son Gohan's amazing cultivation talent, he took Son Gohan from Shishi to the spiritual time house for cultivation. Before Frisia's father and big brother arrive on Earth, he must become that Super Saiyan. In the spiritual time room, Son Gohan was sweating and said solemnly. Since Lin Yan can become Super Saiyan, then I must be able to too. And according to Kellen and Gohan, if you want to defeat Frisia, you must have the strength of Super Saiyan. To deal with Frisia's big brother father who is stronger, he must be stronger than Super Saiyan. Frisia, Lin Yan, I really look forward to fighting with you. A surging desire to fight appeared in Son Goku's eyes, he clenched his fists tightly and said to himself. Next time you see them, you must fight them well. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. If you have a lot of votes in your hands, please vote for the new book. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 39 Leaving Wampa Star, please collect and ask for flowers. Unknowingly, a year has slipped away quietly through the fingers. But at this time, on the planet Wampa, 2 figures stood in the air, their battle uniforms covered in tatters. They were all panting heavily, obviously exhausting a lot of physical energy. These 2 figures are Lin Yan and Broly. But at this time, the ground is full of deep pits, devastated and riddled with holes. Come again! Broly shouted loudly, and his body burst out, attacking Lin Yan. Although the physical consumption is quite serious, the desire to fight in his eyes is still rising like a mountain. In this year, he never fought Lin Yan, and he could feel his blood boiling. This feeling was completely absent when I was fighting with my father. Bring it on. Lin Yan also drank it in a low voice, and his body disappeared in a flash. The bodies of the two turned into two dazzling bright green rays of light, constantly entangled and collided. And every time there is a violent collision, a huge sonic circle appears in the sky, and huge deep pits appear on the ground. Bang bang bang! Accompanied by the impacts again and again, the deep voice continued to sound. Paragas looked at the two rays of light that were constantly intersecting and colliding in the sky. His face was full of helplessness. At first he was shocked by Lin Yan's terrifying talent, because that guy could completely compete with Broly. Moreover, the growth of the strength of the two is very terrifying. Every time they fight, it is almost impossible to tell the winner. However, during this year, Broly's strength not only skyrocketed, but he also slowly learned to control his powerful strength. Except for a few runaway states in the first few battles, there was almost no emotional loss after that. I have to say that Lin Yan is indeed a very good teacher. You two stop quickly, this planet will be destroyed by you if you continue to fight. Looking at the huge pits that appeared on the ground, Paragas shouted at the two of them. The ground of Wampa planet, I don't know how much it sank after being hit by the two of them. Boom! The two punched out one last time, and after each took a few steps back, they withdrew their hands with some unsatisfactory intentions. Although the two fought very well, Lin Yan never went all out from the beginning to the end. Because if the two fight with all their strength, the planet will probably be destroyed almost instantly. At that time, I will naturally be able to survive in the universe, but Broly doesn't have that ability, so I can only wait to die at that time. After the two stopped fighting, their bodies fell slowly. Then he put one hand on Broly's body, and all the injuries on Broly's body healed. And the combat uniform on his body has also taken on a new look. Because after Lin Yan copied Piccolo's ability to create out of thin air, it is very easy to conjure a battle suit. Let's eat. Lin Yan patted Broly on the shoulder and said. The food he brought had already been wiped out by the three of them during the year, and now they could only follow Broly and Paragas to eat the big spider. But fortunately, my cooking skills are not bad. Roasting the legs of the octopus spider before eating it has a special flavor. Lin Yan gnawed on the spider leg in his hand, looking absent-minded. What's wrong with you, Master Lin Yan? What's on your mind? Looking at the absent-minded Lin Yan, Broly asked. During this year, Lin Yan taught himself many things, how to control his strength, how to control Qi, and Ki Blast, etc. As early as half a year ago, the two of them had long been accustomed to the status of master and apprentice. Lin Yan raised his head, looked at Broly, frowned and looked a little troubled, but then he said, I may have to leave this place. It was hard for Lin Yan to say this sentence. To be honest, when I came to this world, Broly was my only friend who exchanged my sincerity. I also regard this stupid-looking guy as my best friend long ago. At this time, it is really difficult to say that I want to leave. After all, it's hard for the innocent big boy who ran away from Broly. But it is absolutely impossible for me to stay with them for a lifetime on this desolate Wampa planet. I still have my own ambitions waiting to be realized. What? You're leaving? Broly was taken aback for a moment, obviously a little unbelievable. He didn't expect Master to say leave. You're leaving. But your universe spaceship has no energy, so there is no way to leave here. Paragas also said in astonishment. Without the universe ship, it would be nonsense to want to get out of here. I can survive in the universe, so it's not hard for me to get out of here. Lin Yan explained. After copying Frisia's universe survivability, surviving in the universe is the same for him as on other planets. It's just that he can't teach Broly this ability, and he can't take him out of here together. What? Are you kidding me? You're a scion too, how can you survive in the universe? Paragas asked in disbelief. Scion doesn't have that ability, otherwise, he and Broly would have left this damn place long ago. How could he stay for 30 years? Sorry Broly, I have a lot to do so I have to get out of here. Looking at the sullen Broly, Lin Yan also said struggling. He knew that to Broly, he was his first human friend, and his sudden departure would cause him great pain. It's okay, Master, BA also left me once. Broly forced a smile from the corner of his mouth and spoke. The bar in Broly's mouth, Lin Yan knew it was the creature of this planet, the big guy in green. And the fur around his waist is Ba's ears. He always carries. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 40 The storm is coming, please collect and ask for flowers. Don't be so sad, don't worry, when I go back, I will definitely come to pick you up. Lin Yan patted Broly on the shoulder and said. In the next time, I may go to the planet Delalant, and first learn the instant transmission of the Delalian, and then I can take Broly to leave this planet. In fact, to be honest, I am more interested in Jobit's instant transmission. After all, his instant transmission does not have the restriction of sensing chi, but I am afraid that I have no way to get in touch with them now. As for Paragus, it was directly ignored by Lin Yan. Broly nodded, he firmly believed in Lin Yan's words. Since he said he would come back to pick him up, he would definitely take him out of here. Okay, then I'll go first. Lin Yan removed his hand from Broly's shoulder, stood up, and said with a smile. In fact, there is nothing to be sad about. Anyway, as long as you leave here, learn instant transmission, or find the universe spaceship, you can take them away. After finishing speaking, Lin Yan jumped straight up, and his body flew out like an arrow from the string. After a moment of effort, it has turned into a small spot of light and disappeared at the end of the Wampa planet. I don't know if that guy's words can be trusted. Paragus looked at Lin Yan who disappeared, and muttered to himself. But he had no other choice but to pin all his hopes on Lin Yan. Master, he will definitely come back, I believe. Broly said with a determined look on his face. Time passed day by day, half a month passed, and Lin Yan was still wandering in the universe. During these half a month, he didn't feel any breath at all. The planets I saw were also very few, and they were all barren planets where no living things existed. While Lin Yan was wandering in the universe, Kurd, Cooler, and Frisia, father and son, were already facing the direction of the Earth, aggressively suppressing the situation. Damn stinky monkeys, I hope you are all on Earth. In a huge universe spaceship, Frisia stood in front of the cabin window, looking at the dark space, with endless hatred rolling in his eyes, and his voice was extremely cold. At this time, Frisia, although it is the ultimate form, is covered with patches all over the body, as if it has been respliced. Whenever he thinks of the scene where he was killed, the anger in his body is like a raging wave, rolling endlessly. If you don't torture that guy to death, it's hard to get rid of his hatred. Frisia, don't be so nervous, it's just a few scions, how could they be our father and son's opponent? And behind Frisia, a burly man sitting on a chair, whose appearance is almost the same as Frisia in the second form, shook the wine glass in his hand, and said lightly. But those stinky monkeys dared to resist their frozen demons, they were looking for death. A year ago, if they hadn't discovered that Frisia's life characteristics had disappeared, thought of Frisia's broken body in the universe, and then reborn Frisia through the latest advanced technology, they would have lost the genius of Frisia. This is a very heavy loss for the frozen demon race. For that alone, those scions are absolutely damned. I'm not nervous, Dad, I just can't control my inner excitement when I think that the group of wild monkeys will be trampled to death by me in the near future. Frisia clenched his fist tightly, and Purple's lightning burst out from his body. The current self has greatly increased in strength after rebirth. Even if that wild monkey turns into Super Saiyan, I can easily strangle him to death. Thinking about their terrified appearance before they died, it is really exciting. And this scene should be able to be performed soon. How can this make him not excited? But Frisia, you are useless enough to make a wild monkey mess up like this. And Cooler, who had been standing beside Kurd, suddenly smiled lightly, and laughed lightly. It's really thrown into the face of their frozen demons. Certainly. Frisia dug her fingertips into the flesh, but didn't refute Cooler's words. It's just that the resentment in his eyes has become more intense. Anger boils in his chest. And here on Earth, 1 year has passed. Son Gohan, Kaylin, and others even began to doubt whether what Lin Yan said was true. Will Frisia's father and big brother really come to Earth to seek their revenge? After all, during this year, the Earth was in a calm state, and there was no feeling that a crisis was imminent. If it's not too long, I'm afraid they will all forget about Frisia. Hey, Lin Yan lied to us. In the Kamisan house, all Z warriors of the Earth gather here except Piccolo. Maybe there's no Frisia's father or big brother or anything. After a year of peace, Kellen seemed to have forgotten the horror of Frisia. I even wondered if Lin Yan deliberately frightened them. No, I remember Lin Yan uncle's appearance at that time, it must not be a joke. At this time, Son Gohan spoke with a firm tone. Although the Earth is very peaceful now, I can feel a sense of oppression that is almost powerful. On the side, Son Goku said with a heavy tone. This feeling made him very depressed. It is definitely not groundless, maybe those people are already on their way to the Earth. But 2 years in the gravity room, plus 3 years outside, I have no signs of becoming a Super Saiyan at all. According to his current strength, it may be very difficult to defeat Frisia's father and big brother. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Because of work, the update is relatively late these days, I hope everyone will forgive me, but the 4th update can still be guaranteed. Terribly sorry. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 41 Nightmare comes, please collect and ask for flowers. Woo! Goku, don't scare us. Hearing Son Goku's words, Krillin's expression changed when he saw the serious look, and said, Goku, is what you said true? Do you feel a special powerful aura? Tien Shinyan and Yam Sha also frowned and asked. When they were on the planet King Kai, they clearly felt the powerful aura of Frisia. That is almost a power to destroy the world. Stronger than they can imagine. If his father and big brother are really stronger than Frisia, what kind of existence will he achieve? It is simply impossible for anyone to compete. Ah, I didn't feel their aura, I just had that feeling, and I don't know if it's accurate. Son Goku looked at the 3 of them and spoke. At present, he didn't feel any breath, what he said just now was just his feeling. However, although Son Goku just felt it, the brows of the 3 did not relax. Goku is definitely not the kind of person who creates something out of nothing. Perhaps, as he said, the hidden danger is really on the way. Okay, no matter what, let's practice hard. Seeing everyone's worried faces, Son Goku spoke again. I must practice quickly, and try my best to become a Super Saiyan when the danger is approaching, so that I can fight those guys. Kellen and the others also nodded quickly. After being told by Goku, they really got a little nervous. In this way, a month passed quickly. In universe, the universe ship of Frisia ETAL is fast. And in front of them, a blue planet appeared. Dad, that's the Earth. Frisia looked at the blue planet that appeared in front of her with gloomy eyes, and said to Kurd and Cooler. Hearing Frisia's words, Kurd also stood up, walked to the front of the warehouse window, and glanced at the blue planet, which was not too big or small. He said lightly, is it just such a small planet? One energy ball will be destroyed, so why bother wasting time? Indeed, destroying an Earth is a very easy task for any of the three of them. It can be destroyed almost with a gesture of the hand. That's true, Dad, but if that's the case, it's too cheap for those damned ants. I must crush their bones with my own hands. Frisia gritted her teeth and said, her resentful tone was full of boundless anger. Those ants brought me not only physical pain, but also a scar on the soul. Scars that don't heal. How could they die so easily? In that case, how can I get rid of the burning anger in my heart? Okay. Then let's go and see what that Super Scion is capable of. Looking at Frisia, whose eyes were burning with anger, King Cold spoke. Anyway, at most it is a trip. Brush. The spaceship of universe flashes away again, disappears into universe, and falls to Earth. At this time, Son Goku, who was practicing, suddenly frowned. They're coming. Son Goku suddenly felt three terrifying auras at this moment, and those three auras were very evil, and they were even more astonishing than he expected. Don't think about it, it must be Frisia and his son. Frisia is angry, how could he not die? Son Gohan on the side was terrified, and he also felt the three breaths, and one of them was very familiar. It's Frisia's anger, but wasn't that guy killed by Lin Yan uncle when he was in Namek? Why did he come back to life again? Son Gohan couldn't figure it out. Could it be that he was resurrected with Namek's Dragon Ball? Next. There may be an uphill battle, are you ready? Gohan. Son Goku looked at Son Gohan seriously, and said. Son Gohan nodded heavily, with a frightened look in his eyes. After all, that guy Frisia is really scary. He still has a lingering fear of the evil Frisia. They should be in the position over there, let's go over there. Son Goku pointed to a direction in front of him and said to Son Gohan. He could feel that the three breaths should come to that position. At this time, not only Son Gohan and Son Gohan, Piccolo, Kellen, Tien Shinyan, and others also felt the aura of the Frisia three. Because they are familiar with Frisia's breath. There are also two more powerful auras, which should be Frisia's father and big brother that Lin Yan mentioned. Although he was afraid, he still gritted his teeth and rushed towards the direction of the three breaths. 10 minutes later, Piccolo, Kellen, Tien Shinyan and others rushed to the place where the three breaths came from. And Son Goku and Son Gohan have already arrived. Hiding on a mountain top, frowning and observing the situation. Goku, Gohan. After the four of Piccolo and Klin fell down, they frowned and shouted, as if asking them what countermeasures they had. They are coming soon, everyone hide first. Son Goku didn't turn his head back, he still stared at the mid-air solemnly, and said. Each of the three breaths was so strong that he felt powerless. He originally thought that he had cultivated enough in the past 3 years, but now it seems that his strength is not worth mentioning at all. P.S. Please collect, ask for flowers and comments, big brothers. Begging. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 42 Familiar Faces. Buzz buzz. Accompanied by bursts of ear-piercing buzzing sounds, the gravel and dust on the ground rose up, and a terrifying air wave descended from the sky. Coming! Son Goku suddenly made a sound, and everyone behind him held their breath at this moment, completely hiding their aura. Accompanied by that terrifying strong air wave, a giant universe spaceship slowly descended from midair. Rumbling. Just a few seconds later, the gigantic universe spaceship landed on the ground. Creak. Then, the door of the universe spaceship was opened, and 3 figures came out first, followed by 7 or 8 strange-looking figures in universe suits, standing respectfully behind the 3 of them. And these dozens of people are the Frisia father and son and the subordinates who came to Earth to seek revenge. Is this the Earth? It looks like a planet with a good environment. Kurd glanced around, smiled coldly and said, "It's just that this beautiful planet will soon become dust in the universe. Speaking of it, it's really a pity. It seems that those idiots haven't noticed our arrival yet." Cooler looked at the empty valley, and said in a flat tone with an arc drawn at the corner of his mouth. His tone and eyes were full of disdain. "Then, let me give them a big gift first." Frisia smiled sullenly, stepped forward, and slapped her tail heavily on the ground. The ground cracked instantly, and then the right hand was raised high, and a purple energy ball appeared in the hand. At first it was only the size of a marble, but as time passed, it directly became as huge as a stone mill. This energy ball, even if it can't blast this planet into pieces, it will definitely kill more than half of the human beings on this planet. At that time, I don't know which scion and those two little devils, and what kind of expressions will they have. However, they must know that the price to be paid for offending him, the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, is definitely not something they can bear. But, damn, what does that guy want to do? Is he going to destroy the entire Earth? The people on the mountaintop in the distance looked at the terrifying energy ball that Frisia condensed, and said in a deep voice, "Even if that energy ball can't destroy the Earth, it will definitely cause the Earth to suffer huge damage. Even kill most of the humans." Son Goku is also very anxious. He must not just sit idly by, but at the moment when Frisia and the others appeared, he could feel the huge gap between them. Even if all of them fight together, there is no way to beat any one of them. Not to mention, there are three. What should I do? You can't watch that guy destroy the Earth. Tien Shinyan dug his fingers tightly into the hard ground, and said in a dignified tone. But he also felt that the horror of Frisia, father and son was not on the same level as them at all. Even the strongest Goku is far behind them. Is the Earth really doomed this time? If Lin Yan uncle was here, maybe we... Before Son Gohan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Son Goku. Perhaps even if he is here, he won't be able to deal with the three of them. Son Goku shook his head and said. Originally, he thought that fighting Frisia would make his blood boil, but now it seemed like he had been poured cold water, and he couldn't arouse the desire to fight. He is very clear that once he fails, the entire Earth will be in crisis of destruction. This is no joke. Ho 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 ho, then let the pleasant moment begin. An evil smile like a devil flashed across Frisia's face, and the energy ball on his fingertips directly pointed out. Flew towards the direction of Zidu not far away. Then a look of anticipation appeared on his face, waiting for the next exciting and gorgeous fireworks. And at the moment Frisia released the energy ball from his fingertips, a key blast also suddenly appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! At the same time as the low-pitched sound of breaking through the air, a strand of blue's key blast directly collided with purple's huge energy ball. Boom! The next moment, purple's energy ball exploded like fireworks. The terrifying shock wave generated by the explosion directly collapsed several nearby mountains, and a huge charred pit appeared on the ground. What? Both Frisia and Kurd were surprised, but they didn't expect Frisia's energy ball to be blocked. Then he turned his gloomy gaze to the place where the key blast flew out just now. Son Goku knew that since he had already made a move, he couldn't hide any longer, so he jumped up and appeared in front of Frisia, father and son. Frisia, I will never allow you to destroy the Earth. Son Goku punched me, stared at Frisia firmly, and said coldly. You are, Scion. The moment Frisia saw Son Goku, he was startled suddenly, because that face, that voice, and that hairstyle all made him feel very familiar. Suddenly, a clear picture appeared in my mind. 24 years ago, on planet Vegeta, when he was destroying planet Vegeta, only one Scion stood up to fight against him. Frisia, this is my final attack. That voice suddenly appeared in Frisia's mind when he saw this face. Oh? So it's Scion's son, no wonder he looks exactly the same, even with the same rebellious expression. After a moment of absence, Frisia looked at Son Goku jokingly and said. However, as long as you are Scion, you will be damned, and your end will be the same as your father. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 43 Cooler's Amazing Speed. My dad. Son Goku froze for a moment. It seemed that what Frisia was talking about should be his biological father on planet Vegeta, but he had no impression of him at all, let alone feelings for him. Well, although I don't know what you're talking about, I absolutely don't allow you to run wild on Earth. At the same time as the cold voice fell, Son Goku separated his feet, sank his center of gravity, and made a fighting posture with his hands clawed one after the other. He knew very well in his heart that under such circumstances, fighting was inevitable. You won't allow it? Ho 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 ho. Scion, are you going to laugh at me? Just because you want to stop me, Frisia, this is really the funniest joke I've ever heard. Hearing Son Goku's words, Frisia let out a sharp, devilish laugh as if he had heard the funniest joke, and pointed at Son Goku's disdainful opening. Scion is as arrogant as ever, so arrogant that people hate it. Is that so? Then why were you almost killed by Lin Yan, who is also a Scion? Frisia's sharp laugh is very uncomfortable, even annoying. Son Goku suddenly smiled and said. Both he and Lin Yan are Scion, since Lin Yan can become a Super Scion and beat Frisia, then he can too. What? Hearing Son Goku's words, the smile on Frisia's face stopped abruptly, followed by endless anger. His face was so gloomy that he was about to drip ink, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Being defeated by that dirty wild monkey and almost being killed was a pain he would never forget. His body, his soul, his dignity are all damaged beyond repair. He will never forget that uncomfortable and suffocating feeling, and he doesn't want to be mentioned. But this wild monkey was so ignorant that he dared to mention this matter that most aroused his anger in front of him. Absolutely, absolutely damn. You guys, let me kill all the people on Earth. Frisia turned his head, gritted his teeth and gave orders to the 7 or 8 universe people behind him. At this moment, Frisia, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, is so angry that he almost loses his mind. Surging killing intent surged in his eyes. Yes, Lord Frisia. The few people behind looked at the furious Frisia, and nodded respectfully with horror. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew towards the town of Zidu. The combat power detector shows that there are a large number of humans over there, although the combat power is all rubbish with a combat power of less than 10. At this time, Piccolo and others with the cat behind were trembling all over their bodies. Furious Frisia, that aura made people feel even more desperate. It's, monster, you survived the hands of such a monster in Namek. Yamcha looked terrified and muttered to himself in a daze. When they were on the planet King Kai, they had felt the breath of Frisia, but feeling it at such a close distance is a completely different feeling. They will definitely be all killed, and the entire Earth will be destroyed, there is no hope at all. TCH, Son Goku is out, how can I hide here? Piccolo gritted his teeth, thinking about it in his heart, struggling crazily on his face. If you keep being timid like this, it is impossible to improve your strength at all, and you will never be able to catch up with Son Goku's footsteps. Then, the body flashed out and appeared directly in front of a universe person. Hat. With a punch, it directly penetrated the mouth of the universe man. Piccolo uncle. Seeing that Piccolo had gone out, Son Gohan also followed and kicked another universe person away. Although I may be killed, I can't shrink back at this time. Tien Shinyan also gritted his teeth, and landed next to Piccolo and Son Gohan, looking at Frisia and his son with serious eyes. Oh, I thought I would be safe if I escaped from Namek, but I didn't expect to die. With fear and helplessness on his face, Kaitlin finally stood up. He knew very well in his heart that with Frisia's brutal character, he would definitely be killed by them all, and then the earth would be destroyed. So he has nowhere to escape. Fang Zheng is dead anyway, dying standing up is better than dying on his stomach, he looks more manly. Crazy, they are all crazy, we will all be killed by those monsters. At this time, everyone went out, only Yam Sha was weak behind a piece of gravel, still in a state of absence, talking to himself with a terrified expression. But he can't be blamed for this, after all, among all of them, his strength is the lowest, even if he goes out, he won't be of much help. After Piccolo, Sun Gohan, and others went out, they easily intercepted those 7 or 8 universe people and killed them all. Hey! I didn't expect so many people to be hiding. Those 2 brats are also there. It saves me a lot of time to find them. When Frisia saw Piccolo and others appearing, she was slightly startled at first, and then said in a soft voice. Those 2 brats were the main culprits who sabotaged his plan of immortality. Apart from that wild monkey, the 2 of them he wanted to crush to death most were the 2 of them. Oh? Is there even a helper? Then, let me play too. Cooler, who was standing behind Frisia without speaking, suddenly became interested when he looked at Piccolo and the others, and let out a creepy laugh. The body flashed, leaving only an afterimage on the spot, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Piccolo. Good, so fast. Horror, surprise. Sweat broke out on Son Goku's forehead instantly. He didn't even see clearly how that guy appeared beside Piccolo and the others just now. Didn't see anything clearly. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 44 King Kai's Last Solution. Seeing Cooler suddenly appearing in front of Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Goku retreated instinctively, and there was a sound of panic in their throats. The fear that Frisia brought to them a year ago lingered in their hearts again. It was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react at all. My God, are we really going to fight this monster? Tien Shinyan also had a look of horror on his face, thinking in horror. If that guy wanted to kill Piccolo, the current Piccolo must have been a cold corpse, and there was no room for resistance at all. As for Piccolo, his pupils kept constricting, his forehead was sweating, and the breath of death enveloped him instantly. Ho 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 ho! Are you scared out of your wits like this? It seems that compared to that Super Saiyan, you are really weak like a few ants. Frisia narrowed his eyes slowly, looked at Son Goku and said with a cold smile. That laughter was as creepy as a devil's laughter. But, damn it, that guy is really too strong, my strength is not at the same level as theirs. Son Goku also narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking anxiously in his heart. But his mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. It's just that I thought about it for a long time, but I didn't come up with an effective method. In the face of absolute strength, there is no opportunism at all. Cooler ignored Son Goku and Frisia, but raised his fingertips slightly. Pointing to Piccolo's mouth, the gloomy voice said, then who should start this game? Is it you, or is it you, or is it you? Cooler pointed at Tien Shinyan, Kellen, and Son Gohan one by one, and said jokingly. And the feeling of waiting to be judged made the 3 of them terrified to the extreme. Because they don't know who that guy will attack first, and who will be killed first. Your face makes me very uncomfortable, let's start with you. Suddenly, Cooler looked at Piccolo's eyes suddenly turned cold, and pointed his fingertips directly at Piccolo's right mouth, and a purple beam of light flashed past. Bark! Before everyone could react, the beam shot out from Piccolo's back. But Piccolo's body flew upside down in an instant due to the huge momentum, and hit the mountain heavily. Wow! Then a mouthful of Purple's blood spit out, and the whole person limply lay on the ground. Piccolo uncle! Piccolo! Piccolo! Son Gohan, Son Goku, and the others shouted out in shock almost at the same time. Unexpectedly, Piccolo was instantly killed in an instant. Son Gohan flashed and appeared directly in front of Piccolo, looking nervously at the dark hole in front of Piccolo. Fortunately, it only hit the hunk on the right side without hurting the heart, so the breath of Piccolo uncle can still be felt. That guy must have intentionally not killed Piccolo uncle, otherwise, with his strength, trying to kill Piccolo uncle would be as simple as drinking water. So who's next? Cooler's eyes swept over Kellen, Tien Shinyan, and Son Gohan again. Then the gloomy gaze finally fell on Tien Shinyan. Tien Shinyan only felt a thump in his heart, as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake, and the breath of death rushed to his face instantly. Be careful with Tien Shinyan. Son Goku seemed to see that Cooler was going to attack Tien Shinyan, so while reminding Tien Shinyan, his body flashed directly towards Cooler, trying to stop Cooler. Want to save someone? Take care of yourself first. The stinky monkey. Frisia's mouth showed a frightening arc, and then it also flashed out. The speed obviously surpassed Son Goku completely, and he appeared in front of Son Goku in an instant, punching Son Goku's head with a punch. I don't mean to hold back at all. What? Son Goku was shocked. He didn't expect Frisia's speed to be astonishingly fast, then he quickly raised his arms and merged to block in front of him. Boom! The moment the deep sound sounded, Son Goku flew out like a fired shell, directly smashing a mountain before falling down. Ahem! Coughing twice violently, a mouthful of blood spurted out, Son Goku felt dizzy for a while. The punch just now was really terrifying, his arms almost completely lost consciousness in an instant. Good! What a terrifying power! Son Goku lowered his hands, his brows furrowed deeper. Whether it is speed or strength, Frisia completely surpassed himself. If the fight continues like this, they really have no hope of winning. Although he doesn't want to be discouraged, it is a fact. Is this the end? Frisia looked at Son Goku, obviously injured by the punch he had just received. He didn't even use a tenth of his strength for that punch just now, otherwise that stinky monkey would have been decapitated. But if it ended like this, it would be too boring. How could you let them die like this without nagging the expressions of grief, fear, despair, and heart-piercing on their faces? At the same time that Son Goku was punched by Frisia, Tien Shinyan was also punched by Cooler, his body hit the ground heavily in a straight line, and he fainted immediately. At this time, King Kai and Earth's god Shendo were feeling the aura of Frisia and Son Goku with strong worried faces. It's over, it seems that the Earth is really hopeless this time. King Kai rubbed his hands anxiously, but his 3,000 points of combat power couldn't help them at all. How to do? King Kai kept wondering, with a very heavy expression. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. It is to communicate directly with the gods and souls of the earth. Master Kai, do you have any way to restrain Frisia and the others? In the Temple of Heaven, the God of Heaven spoke excitedly. At this time, Lord Kai took the initiative to contact him. He must have thought of the team uniform Frisia and the others. I did think of a way, but I just don't know if it's feasible. Listen carefully. King Kai didn't hide anything, he just expressed his thoughts to the gods. And the first step of this method is to find 7 Dragon Balls. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Grateful. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 45 Bulma's Wish, Lin Yan is back. Well, I know Lord Kai. After listening to King Kai's method, the immortal nodded very seriously. Although he felt that Master King Kai's method was not the best solution, but now it seems that this is the only way to save the earth. Actually speaking, this is actually a dangerous gamble. It's just that it seems that Son Goku and Piccolo can't resist Frieza and his son at all, and they can't care so much. Mr. Popo, I'm going to visit the Earth, you take good care of the Temple of Heaven. After the immortal greeted Mr. Popo, he immediately jumped down from the Temple of Heaven. Soon, the figure of the fairy appeared in Bulma's house. What? Frieza and the others are already here. Bulma looked at the fairy with a face full of horror and asked. For Frieza, that universe-level big villain, she has great fear in her heart. Of course, I also feel afraid of this fairy who looks the same as Piccolo. After all, Piccolo a few years ago wanted to rule the world. Well, Goku and Piccolo may not be able to get rid of Frieza and his son, so now we need to use the power of Dragon Ball. The fairy nodded, and said eagerly. Because the Frieza father and son want to destroy the Earth is too simple, when they get tired of playing, the Earth will be destroyed by them in an instant. You wait. Hearing the urgent tone of the fairy, Bulma also said very seriously, and then walked into the room. Half a minute later, he came out again, holding 7 Dragon Balls in his arms. During this year, Goku and the others have already collected all the Dragon Balls, just waiting for Frieza and the others to come in handy. Bulma said to the fairy while walking. It seems that 7 Dragon Ball finally came in handy, and they were right to plan for a rainy day. After placing the Dragon Balls on the ground, Bulma yelled directly at the 7 Dragon Balls. Come out! Shenron! Because I have used the Dragon Ball countless times, I am quite familiar with the spell to summon the Dragon Ball. After Bulma's voice fell, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground emitted a golden light, and after a short while, the 7 golden lights gathered together and shot up into the sky. It turned into a meandering gold beam, when the sky suddenly darkened, and the gold beam turned into a green Shenron, hovering in mid-air. It looks much more pleasing to the eye than Belenga of the Namek Ball. Humans who summoned me, tell me your wish. I can help you realize any wish. Shenron stared at Bulma with a rough tone and asked. Ah, what is the wish? Suddenly, Bulma remembered that the fairy never told her what to wish for. And just after the sky darkened, Son Goku and others suddenly changed their expressions. They knew that Bulma had summoned Shenron. Why did Bulma summon Shenron now? Did she think of a way to deal with Frieza and the others? Son Goku frowned, thinking. Shenron is their last hope. It was originally planned to transfer all the Earthlings to other planets after they were killed. But now, although they are at a great disadvantage, they haven't lost yet. Why did they summon Shenron at this time? Son Gohan, Kellen, and the others also looked puzzled. This was a bit different from what they had discussed before. Goku, listen to me, it's like this. And just when Son Goku was puzzled, King Kai's voice suddenly appeared in Son Goku's mind. Frieza, what's going on here? Kurd looked at the suddenly darkening sky and asked Frieza. But, damn it, is Earth's Dragon Ball resurrected? Looking at the situation in front of him, it was exactly the same as when the Namek Ball Shenron appeared, Frieza said through gritted teeth. But from Vegeta's detector, they clearly know that the Earth's Shenron should have disappeared. In the yard of Bulma's house. Wish. The god frowned, not knowing whether the next wish was a blessing or a curse. But then he gritted his teeth and said, please send Lin Yan to Earth. What? Lin Yan? Hearing Shang Xianfeng's wish, Bulma was taken aback for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Yes. Why didn't she think of it? Lin Yan could easily kill Frieza a year ago, and he must have gotten stronger a year later. Frieza and his son are absolutely impossible to be Lin Yan's opponent. Shenron, please bring Lin Yan to Earth. Bulma looked up to Shenron and repeated. Okay, let me try. Shenron spoke again. Because although it is not difficult to send a person to the Earth, if that person refuses to come back, there is no way for him to force him back. Beep. A red light suddenly appeared in Shenron's eyes. 1 breath. 2 sucks. 10 sucks. After 10 full breaths, Shenren still didn't speak. Both Bulma and Shenxian held their breath, with nervous expressions on their faces. You must come back. Lin Yan. Bulma clenched her fists tightly, praying silently in her heart. If Lin Yan refuses to come to Earth, then their wishes will be granted, and Shenren may disappear. Almost everything before them will be ruined. The Earth is really alone and helpless. Okay, your wish has come true, Lin Yan has been sent to Earth. Just when Bulma and Shenxian were too tense to speak, Shenren's voice suddenly sounded. Then, there will be a time later. After Shenren's voice fell, it directly turned into 7 gold rays of light and disappeared in different directions on the Earth. Great, great, Lin Yan is back, the Earth is saved now. Bulma Blue's eyes flickered with surprise, and she spoke excitedly. But the gods on the side were not as happy as Bulma. On the contrary, they seem very entangled. On the one hand, Lin Yan is their last hope. On the other hand, after all, Lin Yan is a scion, a brutal fighting nation. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 46 Klin's death, Goku's anger. But where was Lin Yan sent to? After Shenren disappeared, Bulma remembered that they just let Lin Yan return to Earth. But it didn't say where it appeared. Since he has already arrived on Earth, he should rush over soon. The fairy said. With Lin Yan's speed, as long as he is on the Earth, it shouldn't take too long to get to the place where Son Goku and the others are fighting. Now that Lin Yan is back, I'll go and see how he handles Frisia's villains. There was a touch of excitement on Bulma's face. He suddenly smiled and said, it seems that at this moment the fear of Frisia has weakened a lot. Forward. The fairy face is speechless. Lin Yan's appearance, for the Earth, I don't know whether it will be a timely help or a worse situation. At this time, Lin Yan was standing on a piece of ice. Frisia and the others really came to Earth, but I didn't expect that Son Goku hasn't become a Super Saiyan yet. Feeling those breaths, Lin Yan whispered to himself. In fact, it is not too much of a surprise that Son Goku has not yet become a Super Saiyan. After all, in this year, he has not been tempered by the edge of life and death. At the same time, there has been no violent rage, and it is expected that he has not become Super Saiyan. Then his body flashed, turned into a stream of light, disappeared into the air, and rushed towards the place where the breath of Son Goku, Frisia, and others came from. Although I don't know what they wished with Shenren, but I have no interest in playing anymore. Frisia watched the sky return to daylight and knew they had made their wish with the Dragon Ball. This made him very angry, and he wanted to have fun before killing them. But now, he no longer has that mood. But, who should start this massacre first? Frisia's gaze swept over the faces of Son Goku, Kellen, Son Gohan, and Tien Shinyan one by one. Finally, he turned his attention to Klin. The little bald head was the weakest, and when he was in Namek, preventing him from becoming immortal, this little bald head was a big hero. So it's perfect for him to start first. As for the scion in front of me, let's save it for the last. After all, good things are always more delicious if they are saved until the end. And the moment Klin was pushed on by Frisia, his body backed away subconsciously, and a wave of extreme fear spread from his heart. Why is it always me who is being targeted? Kellen yelled helplessly in his heart, could he be so easy to bully? Everyone's first goal will be fixed on themselves. Frisia, your opponent is me. Son Goku saw Frisia's intentions and knew that he was going to attack Klin, so he stepped forward and stood in front of Frisia, shouting angrily. Piccolo has been injured, and he must never watch Kellen fall down again. Adversary? Ho 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 ho, Scion, you take yourself too seriously. With your little fighting power, you are worthy to be my opponent of the Universe Emperor Frisia. It's really ridiculous. Frisia let out a creepy laugh and laughed disdainfully. The Scion in front of him should have a combat power of around 3 million, which is much stronger than his trash men. It can even be compared to the fighting power of his ultimate form in the Namek Ball a year ago. But the current self has been able to perfectly control 100% of the power. So 3 million combat power is not enough in front of him. Frisia. Stop looking down on people. Son Goku gritted his teeth. Although he could feel the gap between them, he was still quite unhappy with Frisia's dismissive attitude. Oh? So what if I look down on you? Frisia shrugged indifferently, with an evil smile on his face, and then continued, not only do I look down on you, but I also want to kill that little bald head in front of you, so what can you do? At the same time as the cold voice fell, Frisia stretched out his left hand, and at this moment, Kellen's body suddenly floated up. It's as if the body is completely imprisoned. Woo! Goku! Kellen felt that his body could not move at all, and felt that the god of death was getting closer and closer to him, and a look of fear instantly appeared on his face. Stop it, Frisia! Son Goku roared out, and with a flash of his body, he directly attacked Frisia. Stop! Ho 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 ho! The moment Frisia let out a gloomy laugh, he shook his left hand hard. Goku! Burst! Kellen's horrified and desperate voice sounded at the same time as the explosion. Then Klin's body was directly pinched and exploded, turning into a little bit of red light, scattered down. Krillin! Krillin! Kling uncle! 3 voices sounded at the same time. Just squeezed that little bald head, and Frisia laughed happily. That laughter is as scary as a devil. You actually killed Kellen, I will never forgive you. At this moment, Son Goku's whole body was trembling violently because of anger. His eyes were scarlet, and his anger almost made him lose his mind. He actually killed Krillin in front of his face. Frisia, absolutely unforgivable. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Guys, please vote for some flowers and votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 47 Super Saiyan Son Goku. Twitter. A deep voice came out of Son Goku's throat, his teeth were clenched, his face was full of anger, and the muscles in his whole body were constantly expanding, tightening, and expanding again. Veins squirmed like little snakes on Son Goku's forehead and arms. Brush! But at this moment, a crisp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and then a figure appeared out of nowhere in everyone's sight. Lin Yan uncle! When he saw that figure, Son Gohan was the first to react, and said in surprise when he saw the person coming. Didn't Lin Yan uncle go somewhere else? Why did he suddenly return to Earth? That wild monkey. Frisia's complexion changed suddenly, his body staggered uncontrollably, and he pointed at Lin Yan tremblingly, with a look of horror in his eyes. Although he vowed to kill Lin Yan all the way, but when that figure appeared in front of him in a serious manner, a feeling of fear suddenly rose in his heart. It can be seen that although a year has passed and his strength has become stronger, the psychological shadow left by Lin Yan on him has not weakened at all. Being so frightened by a monkey, Frisia, you're a disgrace to our family. Cooler looked at Lin Yan who appeared suddenly, and then at Frisia who looked terrified, and said to Frisia with disdain. Don't be nervous Frisia, even if he is really Super Saiyan, he will definitely not be our father and son's opponent. Kurd also spoke very confidently. In Lin Yan's body, he didn't feel how powerful it was. Hey, finally caught up, it seems that a classic scene will happen next. Lin Yan stood in mid-air, exhaled, and said lightly, ignoring everyone's gazes. Just now, he felt that Kellen's anger suddenly disappeared. Now Klin was not found beside Son Gohan and Tien Shinyan, and looking at the furious Son Goku, it was obvious that Klin had been killed by Frisia. Then next, the enraged Son Goku might turn into Super Saiyan. Damn bastard, you killed Krillin. Son Goku's face was completely distorted at this time, and he muttered to himself, showing how angry he was. Krillin had told them the other day that he wished to get married once. Now, was actually killed by that bastard. Son Goku, who was furious at this moment, didn't seem to notice Lin Yan's appearance at all. The next moment, a terrifying breath erupted from Son Goku's body instantly. The gravel under his feet was blown away directly, and then the whole ground began to shake slightly. Pieces of gravel were directly blown away by the terrifying aura, shooting in all directions like bullets. Brush! Suddenly, Son Goku's hair turned golden brown, and his pupils turned light green. But in an instant, it changed back to black again. The scene just now was like a hallucination, which was short-lived. Dad! Dad! Son Gohan rubbed his eyes. Just now he clearly saw that his father's hair has turned into golden yellow, exactly the same as when Lin Yan uncle turned into Super Saiyan. Is this aura, is it really Goku's? Well, so powerful. Tien Shinyan was surprised and said tremblingly. There were turbulent waves in his heart, because Son Goku's anger instantly rose to a very terrifying level. Compared with before, it has almost skyrocketed by dozens of times. Maybe Goku is really going to become the Super Saiyan that Gohan and Kling talk about. The combat power of 3 million becomes 150 million Super Saiyan, which should be able to deal with Frieza. Lin Yan looked at Son Goku below indifferently, and murmured. The previous Son Goku, and next time when Frieza used the power of the ultimate form should be similar. They all have a combat power of around 3 million. After becoming a Super Saiyan, their combat power instantly increases by 50 times. In the current form, it is a certainty that Son Goku will become Super Saiyan. Brother King Cold and Cooler looked at Son Goku with gloomy expressions. Although they couldn't sense the breath, they were also aware that the strength of the Saiyan in front of them began to skyrocket. It soared to the point where they all felt a sense of danger. In contrast, Lin Yan who appeared suddenly was ignored by them. Only Frieza looked at Lin Yan with hatred and horror. Twitter twitter. An angry low roar continued to emanate from Son Goku's throat. At this time, the veins on Son Goku's forehead and neck were rioting. Ah! The next second, with an angry roar, blue lightning bolts poured down like raindrops and hit the ground. And at the same moment, with a buzzing sound, a streak of gold's arrogance burst out directly from Son Goku's body. Black's hair instantly turned into gold, and shallow green's pupils exuded a cold and violent aura. Rustle. Gold's arrogance was burning like a tumbling flame, while Son Goku's arrogance was raised to an almost terrifying level at this moment. What? What? Super Saiyan? No. Impossible. Seeing Son Goku's successful transformation, Frieza shifted his gaze to Son Goku, his complexion changed drastically, and the look of horror and resentment in his pupils became more intense. This stinky monkey, how can he become a Super Saiyan? When did the legendary Super Saiyan start mass production? What Frieza? Is this Super Saiyan? At the moment he saw the blonde Son Goku, Kurd's eyes twitched violently. Although they talked eloquently before that they wanted to kill Super Saiyan, but when a real Super Saiyan stood in front of them, it was still difficult to restrain the panic in their hearts. After all, their ancestor child used blood lessons to warn future generations not to mess with Saiyan whose hair turned into gold. Aha! Super Saiyan! Daddy has also become a Super Saiyan! Son Gohan shouted excitedly. Yes! Dad really turned into Super Saiyan because Dad is exactly the same as when Lin Yan uncle turned into Super Saiyan. God, oh my God! Is this the aura of Super Saiyan? It's so powerful that it makes people tremble shake. Tien Shinyan's body trembled slightly, and he spoke in disbelief. Never thought that Goku, who grew up with them, had such unparalleled power in his body. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, brothers, thank you very much. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 48. Take care of your hands. Garbage things, please collect and ask for flowers. But, hateful stinky monkey, even if you become Super Saiyan, you will never be my opponent. Frisia's face was very ugly, and a sharp voice roared out. Then he punched Son Goku directly. Boom! But the next moment, Frisia's fist was directly blocked by Son Goku, and then he flexed his fingers and clasped Frisia's fist tightly. He frowned slightly, and as soon as the hand holding Frisia's fist was tightened, a pained expression appeared on Frisia's face. N.A. Nanny? How did this wild monkey become so powerful? Frisia was extremely shocked by the instant difference. After all, when Lin Yan and Frisia were fighting, Kaioken was turned on 20 times, and the combat power reached 110 million strength, and then transformed again and defeated Frisia. That kind of strength is a little bit of improvement, not far behind Frisia. But the current Son Goku, who had only a few million combat power before, did not expect to be promoted to such a level in a short period of time. It seems that I destroyed planet Vegeta 24 years ago and eliminated those wild monkeys is a very wise choice. But what he didn't expect was that so many wild monkeys survived. Get yourself into so much trouble. Frisia, even if you apologize to me now, I will never forgive you. Son Goku's eyes flickered coldly, and his tone became even colder as he spoke. This damned guy actually killed Kellen with a single gesture of his hand, taking indiscriminate killing of innocent people as his pastime. Absolutely can't let him go like this. Who will apologize to such a nasty monkey like you? Don't get carried away. Frisia gritted his teeth, and then a terrifying breath erupted from his body. Purple's aura instantly enveloped the bodies of the two of them, forming a series of fierce whines. And Frisia almost exhausted all his strength, trying to retract his fist. Son Goku's hands were like iron vices, tightly gripping his fist. Click! The ground beneath the two of them collapsed in an instant. It seems that Son Goku, who became Super Saiyan, has a combat power of 150 million. Lin Yan looked at Son Goku and Frisia, thinking secretly in his heart. Because the current Frisia can perfectly control 100% of her power after being repaired. Even stronger, probably in the range of 120 million to 150 million. But looking at Frisia's appearance, his combat effectiveness is obviously weaker than Son Goku's. But even if Son Goku can deal with Frisia, there is absolutely no way to defeat their father and son. It seems that when the time comes, I still need my own help. It's just that it's a bit of a loss to go back to Earth this time, because I have almost copied all of their skills. The rest are also useless moves. The only thing that can be seen clearly is the cultivation talents of Frisia and Cooler. After upgrading their copy system, they can copy their talents. In fact, in Dragon Ball Super, Frisia only relied on 4 months to cultivate to the strength comparable to Super Saiyan Blue's Golden Frisia, which is quite outstanding. It's just that after copying Broly's fighting talent and fighting potential, he doesn't seem to have much interest in Frisia's training talent. At this time, Son Goku suddenly let go of Frisia's fist, turned his head to Son Gohan and said lightly, "Gohan, Piccolo is still alive. You and Tien Shinyan take Piccolo to Kajinta, and get a piece from Kallen Immortal. A fairy bean for Piccolo." "But Dad, there are 3 of them." Son Gohan frowned and looked at Frisia, Cooler, and Curd. Among the 3, Frisia was the weakest. Even if his father defeated Frisia, he would definitely not be able to defeat the other 2. Even if Lin Yan uncle is added, maybe they are not Frisia's opponent. Piccolo is going to die, the Dragon Ball of the Earth is gone again, do you understand, Gohan? Son Goku burst into a drink suddenly. In fact, now he just wants to support Son Gohan and Tien Shinyan. Because the combat power of the two of them is too low, if they stay here all the time, it will be very dangerous for him to fight Frieza later. Besides, there are Frieza's father and Frieza's big brother watching over him. If they attacked Gohan and Tien Shinyan when I was entangled with Frieza, I wouldn't be able to rescue them at all. Well, Dad. As soon as Son Gohan gritted his teeth, he nodded. Although he wanted to fight side by side with his father very much, he and Tien Shinyan could no longer help in the current battle. Staying here will only become a burden for Dad and Lin Yan uncle of. At that time, if Frieza and the others use the two of them to blackmail Dad, they will be in trouble. Tien Shinyan also nodded, although very unwilling, but also unwilling to be a burden to Goku, so he nodded and picked up Piccolo and prepared to leave. Ho 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 ho! How could I watch you leave before my eyes? Frieza's sharp laughter sounded again, and his body instantly appeared behind Son Goku. His fingertips pointed directly at Son Gohan and Tien Shinyan, and a purple light emerged. Brush! Almost at the same moment, Son Goku's body also turned into an afterimage, and then appeared in front of Frieza, and squeezed Frieza's hand. The cold voice fell down. Keep your hands on your hands. Damn trash. P.S. I'm very sorry, there was a small mistake in the first 2 chapters. Frieza's ultimate form has a combat power of 3 million, and the 50% power of the ultimate form is 60 million. Thanks to ABC for pointing out that it has been modified. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 49 Cooler with One Punch. Click. Son Goku squeezed Frieza's hand and broke it hard, only to hear a crisp sound. Frieza had a pained expression on his face, and the purple energy ball on his fingertips also disappeared. Cooler looked at Frieza and Son Goku, and knew that with Frieza's proud character, he would definitely not let them help now. But those little ants can help him solve it first. Then Cooler lifted it slightly, pointing his index finger at the backs of Son Gohan and Tien Shinyan. Want to escape? Did I agree? Go to hell. After the sinister voice fell, a purple energy beam appeared on the fingertips, and shot at the two of them directly. Brush! The moment the purple energy beam shot out, Son Gohan and Tien Shinyan felt a strong sense of danger. Then he turned around quickly, and then saw the purple beam, shooting at Son Gohan. N.A. Nanny! There was a look of horror in the eyes of the two of them. The energy beam is so fast that there is no chance of dodging at all. Gohan! Son Goku found out what was going on there, but was entangled with Frieza and had no time to rescue Son Gohan and Tien Shinyan. And almost when the energy beam was less than 3 meters away from Son Gohan, a beam of blue's energy hit Cooler's attack. Boom! In the next second, the two energies collided and exploded directly. The terrifying impact immediately sent Son Gohan and Tien Shinyan flying. At this time, Lin Yan looked at Cooler indifferently, and said coldly, "If you don't want to be killed by me so quickly, you should watch their battle carefully." After just giving Cooler a cold look, Lin Yan folded his hands on his chest again, and looked at Frieza and Son Goku. Trump, meddling stinky monkey. Seeing Lin Yan's proud expression, Cooler gritted his teeth angrily, although his personality is much calmer than Frieza's. But the arrogance in his bones seemed to be no weaker than Frieza. How could a scion monkey be so contemptuous? This is absolutely intolerable. Since you like meddling so much, I'll kill you first. Wild monkey! Looking at Lin Yan, who was looking at Frieza and Son Goku seriously, Cooler showed a bloodthirsty look on his face. Then with a pinch of the palm, a purple energy ball blasted directly at Lin Yan. Boom! The next moment, Purple's energy ball exploded directly from around Lin Yan's body. Lin Yan uncle. Seeing Lin Yan being hit by Cooler's attack, Sun Gohan cried out worriedly. Although he knew that Lin Yan uncle had become a Super Saiyan with terrifying strength, but that guy's attack was also very terrifying. Being hit head-on by an energy ball without any precautions, it is impossible to be unscathed. Cut, what kind of rubbish Super Saiyan, I thought it was so powerful. Even this kind of attack can't be avoided. With one hit, Cooler's mouth curled into a haughty arc, and he spoke in a disdainful tone. It seems that you are really tired of work, Cooler. And just as Cooler's disdainful voice fell, Lin Yan's faint voice came out from the billowing smoke. Whoosh! Then, there was a crisp sound of breaking through the air, and the billowing smoke was pulled out a long tail, and Lin Yan's body appeared in front of Cooler in an instant. No! Impossible! Seeing Lin Yan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Cooler suddenly turned pale with fright. Because Lin Yan who appeared in front of him didn't show any signs of injury at all. Even his clothes are intact. It feels like you haven't been hit by your own ball of energy at all. And the moment Lin Yan's body appeared, he punched Cooler directly, and the shadow of the punch was as fast as lightning, without giving Cooler any chance to react. Boom! The next moment, Lin Yan's fist landed heavily on Cooler's mouth, and the mouth suddenly collapsed, showing a clear fist mark. At the same time, like a cannonball fired from its chamber, the body smashed to the ground in an oblique and straight line at an extremely fast speed. Rumbling! In an instant, Cooler's body directly smashed into the ground, and a deep pit was smashed out of the hard ground, with spider web-like cracks opening at the edge. The whole earth trembled. Wow! Cooler spat out a mouthful of blood, and endless anger and fear intertwined in his eyes for an instant. That hateful stinky monkey is absolutely unforgivable. But at the same time, fear rose in my heart. Just one punch made me feel like my internal organs were about to be shattered. Strength flowed from his body little by little, as if it was very strenuous for him to stand up at this moment. Cooler! With a flash, Kurt appeared in front of Cooler. His face was incomparably heavy, and he could completely feel that Scion's fist that attacked Cooler just now contained unparalleled strength. That power definitely surpassed any of the three of them. And judging by his calm appearance, maybe he didn't try his best at all. At this time, Kurt actually began to back down in his heart. A dangerous feeling began to linger in my heart. I felt that if they continued to stay here, they might even have to confess their lives here. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 50 Kurd, you are playing with fire. Asking for collection and flowers. After Lin Yan seriously injured Cooler with a punch, he did not kill him, but continued to focus on Frieza and Son Goku. At this time, Frieza frowned even more when he saw that Cooler was seriously injured by Lin Yan's punch. It was quite a headache for two Super Saiyans to appear at the same time, but now that nasty stinky monkey has reached such a terrifying level of strength, able to severely injure Cooler, who is stronger than himself, with one punch. Could it be that his revenge this time is about to fail again? Or, to be killed by that nasty Saiyan again? No. Absolutely impossible. Yay! Frieza let out a sharp roar, and suddenly a burst of purple flames appeared around his body. Break free from Son Goku's shackles. The Saiyan in front of me must be dealt with quickly. When the three of them join forces, no matter how strong that stinky monkey is, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the three of them. With this in mind, two terrifying energy balls condensed in Frieza's palms, throwing it straight at Son Goku. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the ground around Son Goku's body was instantly blasted into a huge deep pit. Purple's billowing smoke spread from around Son Goku's body. Then I saw Son Goku's body. Although his clothes were torn to pieces, it was obvious that he had not suffered any substantial damage. "It's my turn, Frisia." Son Goku's eyes sank, and his body burst out instantly, rushing directly towards Frisia. The shadow of the fist is like the wind, blasting towards Frisia like a machine gun. Frisia's speed is not slow at all, and she even avoided all of Son Goku's attacks. "Damn wild monkey, it's impossible to hit me with this kind of attack." Frisia roared sharply while dodging all of Son Goku's attacks. With a look of madness in his eyes. "Cut!" Hearing Frisia's voice, Son Goku frowned, and the speed of his fist accelerated again. At this moment, only two black shadows could be seen flickering non-stop in the sky, and the explosion circles flickered one by one. The billowing air waves swept in all directions, driving waves of hurricanes. And at this moment, a buzzing sound came down from the sky suddenly. Hum! Hearing the buzzing sound, Lin Yan looked up and saw a small mini-helicopter flying towards them. "Bulma, how did she come to a place like this?" Lin Yan's eyesight is amazing, so he immediately saw that the person flying the helicopter who appeared suddenly was Bulma. This girl is really courageous. It's okay to come to this kind of place. Lin Yan, Goku. Bulma poked his head out of the helicopter, looked at Lin Yan and Son Goku, and waved excitedly. But they didn't see Cooler and Curd, who were falling at the bottom of the huge pit at this time. But when he heard the buzzing sound, Curd had already spotted Bulma, and then he flashed his body and appeared directly in front of the helicopter, grabbing Bulma out. It's like grabbing a life-saving straw. Nanny? Who are you and what are you going to do? The moment he was caught by Curd, the excitement on Bulma's face instantly turned into deep fear. "Bulma!" Son Goku turned his head and saw Bulma caught by Curd, and cried out in surprise. Bulma got caught, now it's a bit of a problem. But Lin Yan was very calm, but there was indeed a layer of coldness in the depths of his pupils. Almost let the temperature of the whole space drop a bit. "Curd, let her go and I can leave you with a whole body." Then, Lin Yan stepped forward, his tone was very flat, but very cold. Hey, let her go? Don't dream, stinky monkey." Curd laughed wildly, with a sinister look on his face. From the performance of the two scions, he could tell that the woman in his hands should be more important. Unless you commit suicide, I will kill her immediately." Curd immediately set out his own conditions. As long as this Super Saiyan dies, the remaining one will be nothing at all. "Curd, you're playing with fire." Lin Yan's gaze was a little cold again, and Scion's violent air emanated from his body. Curd suddenly felt a thump in his heart. He clearly had a hostage in his hand, so there was no need to be afraid of him. "Lin Yan, save me quickly." At this time, Bulma recovered from the panic, looked at Lin Yan with a face of fear, and asked for help. She originally wanted to see Lin Yan, but she was too excited just now, so she didn't see Curd at all, and she didn't expect to bring trouble to Lin Yan. "While I was scared, I was also very guilty. Stinky monkey, I'll count to 3, if you..." Before Curd's words fell, the opened mouth suddenly paused. Not only the Kurds, but even Son Goku, Frisia, and others are completely still. At this moment, it seems that the entire sky and the earth are completely still. Lin Yan held his breath, and appeared beside Curd in a flash, pulling Bulma over and hugging him. The palm is aimed at Curd's mouth. "Call." After finishing this series of actions, I took a deep breath. Just when Lin Yan started breathing, time returned to normal again. Nanny. Curd's opened mouth was still not closed, and a storm arose in his heart instantly. What's going on? Shock, unparalleled shock. What the hell happened just now? Obviously that woman was kidnapped by him just now, and that Scion is also dozens of feet away from him. Why did you appear in front of me in an instant and save that woman? Curd didn't know what happened at all, and he looked dazed. It's not just Kurdish, Son Goku and Frisia are also full of doubts, not knowing what happened just now. That guy is too scary. Son Goku looked at Lin Yan with burning eyes, and said in a low voice. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 51 Vegeta the Human Head Dog. At this time, Lin Yan's breath was very stable, without any sign of disorder. Casting the ability of time pause for 2 or 3 seconds is not as exhausting as before for him. Curd, what you did just now is unforgivable. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the anger surged wildly in his pupils. Wait a minute, listen to me, I can give you all my planets, as long as you don't kill me. The father of the well-known universe Emperor Frisia, Curd of the Frozen Demon family, was actually full of horror at this moment, begging for mercy in a trembling tone. Because the killing erupted from Lin Yan's body, he felt as if he was summoned by the god of death. He believed that with the strength of the scion in front of him, he could kill him almost instantly. More importantly, my life-saving straw is no longer in my hands. All the planets? Sorry, I'm not interested, I just want your life now. Lin Yan opened his slightly squinted eyes, a icy light flashed out, and a terrifying wave of energy suddenly appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, it directly hit Curd's mouth. Boom! The energy wave instantly pierced Curd's mouth and blasted directly towards Cooler. Boom! The next moment, the gravel and dust on the ground shot up into the sky again, rolling like a giant wave. And Curd, whose face was full of horror, slowly fell down, his eyes filled with fear, despair, and regret. Why did I follow Frisia to this garbage planet for revenge? Why didn't I listen to my ancestors' warnings and provoke these Super Saiyan? But it was obviously too late to regret it at this time, because he felt his vitality draining from his body bit by bit. Dad! Frisia cried out in horror. How is it possible? Dad was killed by that guy in an instant. At the same time, a sense of desperation rose from the bottom of my heart. Cooler lost his combat power, his father was instantly killed, and he was left alone. How could he be the opponent of 2 Super Saiyans? Is he going to die in the hands of that wild monkey again? So decisive to kill, this guy is exactly the same as Vegeta. Son Goku looked at Lin Yan, frowned and said. He didn't give Curd any chance at all, and killed him directly. And Bulma, who was quietly lying in Lin Yan's arms, didn't seem to feel afraid because of Lin Yan's decisive killing, but looked at Lin Yan with some confusion and fascination, with a strange light in his eyes. It feels so safe in his arms at this moment. Strong strength, handsome appearance, and the feeling that made her feel extremely safe. Isn't this the Prince Charming that she had imagined countless times in her heart? After more than 20 years, finally, have you waited for him? When Bulma looked up again and looked at Lin Yan's handsome silhouette, he couldn't help but blushed, like a red apple. Hurry up and lower your head shyly. And Lin Yan didn't see the change on Bulma's face, but felt her face pressed tightly against his chest, and those 2 huge lumps of evil just stuck to his waist, which caused a burst of heat in his heart. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Curd's body fell heavily into the deep pit. After the thick smoke dissipated, the bodies of Curd and Cooler were lying at the bottom of the pit. Although they were not dead, half of their lives were gone. Seeing the 2 dying, Lin Yan aimed at Curd and Cooler with one hand. And a blue energy ball condensed from his palm. But just when Lin Yan was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a very familiar aura. Vegeta? This guy is also on Earth. Lin Yan suddenly looked in the opposite direction, and Vegeta's breath came from that place. It was whispering in a low voice. Just as Lin Yan's voice fell, a pitch-black figure jumped out and landed directly in front of Curd and Cooler. Aha! He slapped the bodies of Curd and Cooler. The 2 who were already dying were completely killed by Vegeta in an instant. Cut, A human-headed dog. Lin Yan looked at Vegeta and muttered a sentence. I didn't expect this guy to hide for so long for the head. Even I didn't find out. Judging from Vegeta's attack just now, although the combat power has not reached 3 million, it should be almost the same. After all, when he was in Namek, his combat power was almost raised to about 1 million. And this guy is very harsh on himself when he cultivates, so it's not very surprising that he can have such a fighting power. Now that Kurd and Cooler are dead, let's die. Anyway, his purpose was to kill the two of them. As for who killed them, there is no need to worry so much. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After killing both Kurd and Cooler suddenly, Vegeta snorted complacently and finally laughed wildly. I actually killed Kurd and Cooler, who were stronger than Frieza. How could this make him unhappy? B. Vegeta, stinky monkey. Seeing Vegeta laughing triumphantly, Frieza was completely furious, never thinking that his father and big brother would die in the hands of that trash Vegeta. And what he did was so indecent. Vegeta, those two guys are really the same kind of people. Son Goku looked at Vegeta, then at Lin Yan, and said in a low tone. Both of these two are decisive people, the only difference should be their strength. P.S. I beg all the bosses for their Huawa and evaluation votes. Go for a wave of collections, more than 1,000 collections can't afford to hurt. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 52 Vegeta's Plan, Becoming a Super Saiyan, please collect and ask for flowers. Humph, Frieza, is this your father and big brother? You're so weak. After killing the dying Kurd and Cooler in a sneak attack, Vegeta walked towards Frieza step by step. With a soft snort, he mocked Frieza contemptuously. When he was in Namek, Dodoria told him to save his life that the planet Vegeta was not destroyed by collisions with other planets, but by Frieza. Although I don't care about these things, I don't even care about his father's life or death. But Frieza's behavior is a great shame for him. And now, killing Frieza's father and big brother with his own hands can be regarded as revenge for planet Vegeta, mainly to wash away the shame that Frieza brought to him. He. Vegeta, I didn't expect that even you, an ant that has crawled under my feet for so many years, would dare to laugh at me, Frieza. Frieza suddenly gave a dark smile, that smile was extremely evil, as creepy as a devil. A wild monkey that could easily be strangled to death by itself dared to show off its power in front of him. How could he, the majestic Universe Emperor Frieza, swallow it? Just as the evil voice fell, the body burst out directly, rushing towards Vegeta. Even if you can't deal with the other two stinky monkeys today, you must kill the garbage Vegeta. Let him understand that he will never be able to surpass himself, and will always only be worthy of being trampled under his feet. Frieza, I've seen your movements clearly. Seeing Frieza rushing towards him, Vegeta yelled confidently, his body also burst out, and punched Frieza. Boom! The moment the punches collided, Vegeta's body went straight upside down. It is heavily embedded in the mountain 10 feet away. What? How did that bastard regain his power? It's terrifying. Vegeta, who was still arrogant a second ago, suddenly looked heavy. With that punch just now, Frieza's strength far surpassed his own, and his entire arm has completely lost consciousness. Of course, in fact, he knew that his strength must not match Frieza. But he also has his own plan in mind. During this year, he summed up the reason why Lin Yan, a low-level Saiyan, can become a Super Saiyan. It was because when he was fighting Frieza, he was almost killed by Frieza, who had used 100% of his strength. Hovering on the verge of death, he inspired the potential power of the fighting nation Saiyan, and turned into a Super Saiyan in one fell swoop. And now, I also want to use this method to stimulate the potential power in my body, so as to become a Super Saiyan. Since both of their junior Saiyans can become Super Saiyans, I, Vegeta, the dignified Scion Prince, cannot possibly fail to become a Super Saiyan as an elite warrior. Vegeta gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. It seems that Vegeta also wants to use the pressure of Frisia's attack to become a Super Saiyan. Lin Yan looked at Vegeta's expression and saw his plan at a glance. Vegeta's combat strength has almost reached 3 million. If the potential has not been developed by the elder Namek, it has actually reached a limit. If it goes on, it can only become Super Saiyan. In all fairness, Vegeta's talent is really good. After all, he was born with a combat power of 1,720 in some places, and other data, let's take it as 100 here. He is known as the genius warrior of planet Vegeta. It's just that in the past 20 years, Frisia has always sent Vegeta to other weak planets to invade, and there is no opponent, so his combat effectiveness has not improved much. It took more than 10 years to increase the combat effectiveness by 3,000 points. After the battle between Vegeta and Son Goku, the combat power has increased from 18,000 to 24,000 in just 1 month. After experiencing the battles of Dodoria, Sabo, Likum, and others, it has even increased to a strength of nearly 100,000. In this year's time, it directly reached the terrifying level of 3 million. Although this is inseparable from the fact that Saiyan will improve his combat power every time he recovers from near-death. But it is also enough to see his outstanding talent. Die to me, Vegeta! After punching Vegeta, Frisia let out a sharp roar. Then the fingertips pointed directly at Vegeta, and Purple's energy beams bombarded Vegeta one after another. Boom boom boom! Horrific explosions sounded, and the giant peak behind Vegeta was directly shaken into rubble by the terrifying explosion. And Vegeta blocked his front with both arms. His arms were already dripping with blood, and his whole body was covered with large and small scars. The body is constantly retreated by the terrifying energy ball. But, damn it, how can I become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta gritted his teeth, suffered so many attacks from Frisia, and there was no trace of turning into Super Saiyan at all. What is going on? If this continues, let alone become Super Saiyan, he may be directly killed by Frisia. And those two bastards, Lin Yan and Kakarot, had no intention of helping him at all. Vegeta, this time I will completely solve you. Seeing Vegeta retreating constantly, Frisia raised his fingertips high. Purple's energy ball directly became the size of a stone mill, and then threw it directly at Vegeta without holding back. It's over. Vegeta looked at the huge purple energy ball, his pupils locked instantly. He could feel that the energy ball contained enough energy to kill him. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 53 Super Saiyan Vegeta. Boom! Purple's huge energy ball directly hit Vegeta's arms, and at that moment, Vegeta's complexion changed dramatically. In front of that energy ball, Vegeta's blocking is no different from blocking a car with a praying arm. There was no blocking effect at all, and the body was directly blasted out along with the energy ball. The battle suit of the whole body has been completely crushed by the powerful pressure, and the naked upper body has been stained red by blood. The blood on the arms is even more frenzied, which is shocking. At this moment, he has almost completely turned into a blood man. The pupils disappeared little by little, and turned into King White of Longdong, with an incomparably ferocious complexion, and a low voice came out of his throat. I am Vegeta, the proudest Scion Prince, the strongest universe warrior. How can I be surpassed by all of you? I should be the strongest Super Saiyan. Rumbling. The next moment, Purple's energy ball and Vegeta directly landed on the ground where Bei Zhangkai was on. The earth trembled violently trembling, the terrifying explosion stirred up a circle of powerful shock waves, and huge mushroom clouds soared into the sky. Vulnerable wild monkey. Frisia glanced venomously at the explosion in the distance. After enduring the horrible explosion just now, with Vegeta's strength, it is impossible to survive. Finally, the disgusting traitor Vegeta was completely solved. At this time, Lin Yan looked at the place filled with gunpowder smoke in the distance, and said in a low voice, "It seems that Vegeta really succeeded." Because at this moment Lin Yan could feel that after the horrible explosion just now, Vegeta's aura has not disappeared. On the contrary, it is even more powerful. Obviously, at the moment of facing life and death just now, Vegeta stimulated his potential, broke through his limit, and has become a Super Saiyan. I have to admit that this guy Vegeta not only has brains, but also has guts that is admirable. If in the explosion just now, he didn't break through the limit and become Super Saiyan, then he has been blasted to pieces now. And even if he died, no one would use the Dragon Ball to revive him. Fortunately, this gamble, Vegeta won the bet. That guy Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku frowned and spoke in a low voice. Lin Yan could feel Vegeta's incomparably powerful aura in that instant, and Son Goku could naturally feel it too. Vegeta's current aura is completely comparable to his own, which means that Vegeta, like himself, has also become a Super Saiyan. However, Son Goku was not too surprised. After all, Vegeta is the Prince of Saiyan, the elite warrior they call. It's up to you next, Wild Monkey. After finishing Vegeta, Frieza turned his attention to Son Goku. The reason why he didn't point the finger at Lin Yan first was because he felt that that guy was much stronger than the Son Goku in front of him. Although he wanted to admit it very much, he might not be that guy's opponent. Hey Frieza, take a good look, Vegeta hasn't been dealt with yet. Son Goku stared at Frieza, then pointed to the huge pit in the distance, and said in a flat tone. N.A. Nanny. Hearing Son Goku's words, Frieza's body trembled slightly, with a look of horror on his face. Could it be that the horrible guy just exploded and didn't kill that guy Vegeta? No. Impossible. Although I couldn't believe it 10,000 times in my heart, my body still jumped up honestly, stopped in midair and looked towards the huge pit. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. And at this moment, Vegeta's incomparably excited laughter suddenly came from the giant pit. The laughter was so excited that it was uncontrollable. Rustle. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's body slowly rose out of the huge pit. The upper body is bare, and the arrogance of gold surrounds the whole body, and the hair that was originally black has turned into golden yellow. There were blood stains at the corners of his mouth and eyes, but the excitement on his face was very strong. Super Saiyan. Lao Tzu Vegeta has finally become a Super Saiyan. He he he. Slightly clenched his fists, feeling the incomparable power in his body, the corner of Vegeta's mouth drew a cruel arc. The power of Super Saiyan is so powerful that it is so terrifying. It's such a pleasant feeling. No. Impossible, even Vegeta became a Super Saiyan. Frieza's face was so ugly that it was about to drip ink. She shook her head and spoke in disbelief. A year ago, Vegeta was not even an ant in his eyes, but now he has become a Super Saiyan. That feeling is incomparably suffocating. Go to hell. Smelly monkey. At the same time as the sharp roar sounded, Frieza's fingertips condensed Purple's energy again, and bombarded Vegeta one after another. Cut. Vegeta snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He didn't dodge, evade, or block, and let the energy ball hit him. Rumbling. In an instant, countless energy balls exploded around Vegeta, turning into thick purple smoke. P.S. I'm very, very sorry, because of some things at home, I didn't update this morning. We'll try to make it up tonight. I am sorry to ask for favorites, flowers, and evaluation tickets today. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 54 Frieza is destroyed again, please collect and ask for flowers. After a few puffs, purple smoke dissipated, and Vegeta's body appeared in everyone's sight. There was still an evil curve on the corner of his mouth, and the gold arrogance around him kept flickering. It seems that Frisia's attack this time did not cause any damage to Vegeta at all. Oh? Universe Emperor Frisia, is this the level of your attack? Immediately, Vegeta began to mock Frisia. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart, because he had been waiting for this moment for many years. The strength above Frisia did not expect to be realized so soon. Wild monkey, don't get carried away. Frisia gritted his teeth, his facial features were completely distorted by the extreme anger, and roared hysterically. A mere Vegeta dares to laugh at himself like this. Then he raised his palms high, and Purple's energy ball condensed out again, instantly becoming the size of a basketball court. I'm going to blow you to pieces, wild monkey. After roaring again, he bowed his body, exerted force with both palms, and threw the energy ball raised high directly towards Vegeta. Snort! Looking at the huge purple energy ball, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Aha! Then his body flashed, and he kicked the energy ball directly. The huge energy ball was kicked out by Vegeta directly, and landed in the lake in base hang. Boom! The surface of the lake exploded in an instant, stirring up huge waves. After Vegeta kicked Frisia's energy ball away, his body flew directly towards Frisia. The speed was very fast, almost appearing in front of Frisia in the blink of an eye. Audiobooks. A voice of excitement came out of his throat, and his fists launched a hail of bullets at Frisia like machine guns. The shadow of the fist kept flashing around Frisia's body, and each punch was able to drive fierce energy. At this time, Vegeta's speed and strength had qualitatively changed compared to before. Frisia, is this your strength? It's simply too weak. The more Vegeta fought, the more excited he became. A big smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Frisia's various sarcasms without hesitation. Frisia's teeth were itching with anger, but the current Vegeta's combat power is indeed astonishingly high, and I'm afraid he has already surpassed himself. My current situation is quite bad. 3 Super Saiyans, all of whom are stronger than themselves. He never thought that the revenge that was originally planned would turn into this kind of result, and he created 2 Super Saiyan himself. Aha! Then, Vegeta punched Frisia's arms, and the terrifying force directly sent Frisia flying. The body smashed heavily into the ground. Flash cannon! After blasting Frisia away with one punch, Vegeta didn't hesitate at all. A terrifying ki blast condensed out of his palms, and directly pressed down on Frisia on the ground. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, collapsed layer by layer, and cracked continuously, spreading in all directions like a spider's web. After that, he looked at the dust rising from below with a cold face. Hoo-hoo! Heavy panting sounds came from the smoke and dust on the ground. After all the gunpowder smoke dissipated, Frisia's figure appeared in sight. At this moment, Frisia's body was covered with large and small wounds, with Purple's blood stains hanging from the corner of his mouth. And he was panting heavily. Obviously, although he withstood Vegeta's attack, he also suffered from serious physical problems. Because Frisia's chi has begun to drop sharply. That guy Vegeta is really strong. Son Goku raised his head, looked at the proud Vegeta in mid-air, pursed his lips and said softly. Excitement appeared in his eyes, and he felt the blood in his body start to boil. Every time he meets a strong opponent, he always has this kind of uncontrollable excitement. He was originally interested in fighting Frisia, but now it seems that fighting Vegeta will be more exciting. Frisia, you're done. Vegeta snorted coldly, and his body instantly disappeared into the air. Nanny! Frisia was startled, with a look of horror on her face. At this time, Vegeta had already appeared behind Frisia, with a long arc raised at the corner of his mouth. Then he punched Frisia's back with lightning speed, and directly sent Frisia flying. Super, Flash cannon. A deep roar came from Vegeta's mouth, and he folded his palms together to form a flower shape, and Blue's energy ball appeared between Vegeta's palms. Ha ha ha! Then it went straight to Frisia. And because Frisia's body has endured Vegeta's terrifying attack, there is no way to change direction halfway to avoid it. Ah ah ah! A sharp scream came out of Frisia's throat, and then the body was swallowed directly into Blue's ki blast. Frisia's body was like cooking smoke straightened by the wind, and with a scream, his body disappeared into ki blast. And at this time, Frisia's anger has completely disappeared. Killing decisively, without delay, this is Vegeta's fighting style. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 55 Vegeta challenges Lin Yan. Frisia was wiped out so easily, good Vegeta. Son Goku walked towards Vegeta step by step, with a frenzied desire to fight in his eyes. Obviously the current Vegeta is very strong, so he can't help but want to fight Vegeta a few tricks. Go away Kakarot, we'll settle the bill later, I'm more interested in that guy now. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku coldly, said something to Son Goku in a cold tone, and then looked at Lin Yan. Although Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan like him, the fighting power of the two of them should be almost the same now. In contrast, Lin Yan's strength is higher than theirs, so Vegeta naturally wants to compete with Lin Yan, who has a higher fighting power. Oh? Looks like that guy Vegeta is trying to trick me. Lin Yan smiled lightly, and said calmly, with a calm and breezy appearance. But just because Vegeta, who has just become a Super Saiyan, wants to fight against himself, it is tantamount to humiliating himself. One hand is enough to defeat him. Or, not even using one hand at all. Ah! Vegeta! Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment, but speaking of it, that guy Lin Yan is indeed much stronger than himself. At least I can't beat Frisia's father and big brother casually. Well, Vegeta, if that's the case, then fight me after you fight Lin Yan. Son Goku smiled and stepped aside. He also wanted to watch the battle between Vegeta and Lin Yan, and by the way, see how strong Lin Yan is. At this time, Lin Yan's body slowly fell to the ground. The arms around Bulma also loosened. Vegeta stepped forward and looked at Lin Yan coldly. Although this guy saved himself twice, he didn't know why he always didn't like him. I always feel so disgusted with him. And that disgusting feeling was even stronger than that guy Kakarot. What's the matter, Vegeta? Become Super Saiyan and want to challenge me? Lin Yan walked up to Vegeta step by step, and said with a smile on his face. TCH, although you were indeed stronger than me before, but now I have also become a Super Saiyan, it is not certain who is stronger and who is weaker. Vegeta snorted coldly, looked at Lin Yan and said. It's also Super Saiyan, he doesn't believe how strong Lin Yan can be. It seems that you are indeed a little overconfident, so let me let you know that there are strengths and weaknesses in Super Saiyan. Lin Yan's expression is still as calm as water. Now, after copying Broly's talent, even if he is normal, it is very easy to defeat Vegeta who has just become Super Saiyan. Vegeta frowned tightly. This guy's strategizing posture and expression really made people uncomfortable. Then I'll show you the power of my Super Vegeta, quickly become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta couldn't wait to show Lin Yan his incomparable combat power, pointing at Lin Yan and said in a cold voice. Super Saiyan? You don't have to be a Super Saiyan to deal with you. Although Lin Yan's tone is still flat, it's not hard to hear the frivolous and disdainful tone. But, hateful thing, dare to look down on me Super Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, furious instantly. That guy must not know how terrifying it is to become a Super Saiyan himself. That Lin Yan guy wants to fight Vegeta without changing Super Saiyan. Son Goku was taken aback. After turning into Super Saiyan, his combat power increased 50 times almost instantly. Lin Yan should be very clear about this matter. No matter how strong he is, there should be no way to deal with Vegeta without becoming a Super Saiyan. Is that guy really capable of beating Vegeta on a regular basis, or is he just putting on airs? Rationally, it is impossible to fight Super Saiyan whose strength has increased 50 times, but that guy Lin Yan seems to have a well-thought-out plan. It doesn't seem like you're putting on airs, playing tricks. Come on Vegeta, let me see how powerful your Super Vegeta is. Lin Yan waved at Vegeta and said jokingly. After becoming Super Saiyan, Vegeta must think that he is invincible now. We must let him know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people in the sky, otherwise, with his arrogant character, he will be complacent without an opponent. By the way, let Son Goku next to him see that Saiyan's power is not just as simple as Super Saiyan. Crazy bastard, let me Super Vegeta punch you. Vegeta roared, his body flashed out instantly, and directly attacked Lin Yan. Aha! Vegeta's speed is also quite fast. Of course, this is only for ordinary people. In Lin Yan's opinion, it is only a little faster than a snail. Vegeta's fist appeared in front of Lin Yan in an instant, only 10 centimeters away from Lin Yan's mouth. The corner of Vegeta's mouth curled up in a triumphant arc. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Yan to avoid such a short distance. And judging by his appearance, he was simply overwhelmed by his own speed, and he didn't react at all. P.S. For Juqianzan's flowers now, readers who have flowers, please vote for Pippi Shrimp. How about letting the flowers of Pippi Shrimp burst into bloom? Thank you. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 56 Vegeta defeated, Son Goku challenged. Lin Yan, you lost. Vegeta roared excitedly, his fist was only 10 centimeters away from him, and it was impossible for him to avoid it. It seemed that at this moment, he had already seen the scene where Lin Yan was blown away by his own punch, and he couldn't help feeling refreshed when he thought of this. The strongest Super Saiyan is really only King Vegeta. What's going on? That Lin Yan guy still doesn't dodge. Son Goku was also shocked by Lin Yan's actions. I don't know whether he was confident, or he was really overwhelmed by Vegeta's fierce attack, and forgot to dodge for a while. This kind of distance, if it were me, it would be impossible to avoid it. Under the complacent and shocked gazes of Vegeta and Son Goku, Lin Yan withdrew his right foot slightly and turned his body slightly. The whole person is like a loach, and when Vegeta's fist was only 1 centimeter away from Lin Yan's mouth, it was dodged by the side of his body. Vegeta's fist didn't even touch Lin Yan's clothes. Nanny. Vegeta's pupils constricted in an instant, and the smug expression just now was instantly covered by a deep shock. At such a close distance, how could that bastard escape his fist? No. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. And he didn't turn into Super Saiyan at all, how could he have such a fast dodging speed? Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. After being deeply shocked, Vegeta could only regard Lin Yan's evasion just now as a coincidence. But when Vegeta was about to attack again, Lin Yan directly raised his right knee and pressed it against Vegeta's lower abdomen. Wow! A ferocious look appeared on Vegeta's face instantly, and the severe pain came from his lower abdomen, causing his pupils to constrict uncontrollably. Spit out the filthy stuff in his belly. That knee strike made him feel as if he had been hit by a locomotive, and a gust of wind shook his stomach. The whole body bows like a cooked prawn. Then Lin Yan raised his right hand and lightly patted Vegeta on the back. Snapped. Although it looked very light, Vegeta's body hit the ground heavily like a comet falling. Rumbling. Vegeta's body directly smashed the ground into a huge pit. After a few puffs, the smoke dissipated, and Vegeta's body was lying on the bottom of the pit, with both fists on the ground. But at this time, Vegeta's hair has turned into black, and the gold arrogance around him has disappeared, and he has withdrawn from the Super Saiyan form. Because of the severe pain and anger, his face became very ugly, and his whole face was almost twisted into a ball. But, damn it! Vegeta hit the ground with a heavy punch, and the ground cracked instantly. Obviously I have become a Super Saiyan, how could I be as weak as a child in front of that guy? Damn! I, Vegeta, should be the strongest Super Saiyan. Not only Vegeta, but also Son Goku's eyes were full of horror. Unbelievably, he opened his mouth wide, and was able to deal with Frisia's Super Saiyan Vegeta in a very short time, but he was dealt with in 2 easy moves like that? Is that Lin Yan guy really strong enough to be almost terrifying? However, the shock was shocking, but the desire to fight in my heart became commotion again. The blood in the body is constantly tumbling. He is very clear that he cannot be Lin Yan's opponent now, because his strength is almost the same as Vegeta's. Even if he is higher, he will not be much higher. Since Lin Yan can defeat Vegeta in an instant, he also has the ability to defeat his own strength in an instant. However, this does not affect his desire to fight Lin Yan. Maybe this is the blood of the fighting nation Saiyan in his body at work. He must experience for himself how terrifying Lin Yan's strength is. After thinking about it, the excited face walked towards Lin Yan step by step. It didn't stop until it was less than 2 meters away from Lin Yan. You want to challenge me too? Son Goku. Hereafter referred to as Son Goku. Looking at the excited Son Goku, Lin Yan said lightly. He knows that Son Goku is a fighting maniac, the stronger the opponent, the more he can arouse his desire to fight. Let him feel unparalleled excitement. Ah, even though I know it's not your opponent, I still want to experience how strong it is to instantly defeat Vegeta. Son Goku still had an excited look on his face, nodded and said. Then come on. Lin Yan didn't refuse either, but nodded. Feel the gap between yourself and yourself, it should be able to stimulate Son Goku's potential even more. After all, I can't just become stronger by myself. In the days to come, Son Goku and Vegeta will also be a powerful fighting force for the entire 7th universe. When they are not on the Earth, they can also protect the Earth. Hey, it's really exciting. Son Goku spread his feet apart, his center of gravity sank slightly, and his hands were clawed, making his most classic fighting posture. And Lin Yan still had a relaxed expression on his face, and he didn't make any defensive posture at all. Then, I attacked, hey! The next moment, Son Goku kicked his feet on the ground, and the ground exploded directly, and his body shot out like an arrow from the string. The clenched fist hit Lin Yan. P.S. Brothers, please collect, ask for flowers, please comment. Also, thanks to the brothers who voted Huahua last night, it broke the 1,000,000 mark, thank you very much, I am so excited. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 57 Great Disparity in Strength, Son Goku loses, please collect and ask for flowers. Looking at Son Goku's menacing fist, Lin Yan showed no signs of panic at all, and his body was even more motionless. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, Son Goku's speed is too fast to be seen with the naked eye, but in Lin Yan's view, Son Goku's speed is actually quite slow. Even when the fist was only 5 centimeters away from him, it was still easy for him to dodge it. Seeing that Son Goku's fist was about to land on his chest, Lin Yan dodged it easily with a flash of his body. It's just that at the moment Lin Yan dodged, Son Goku suddenly stopped his attacking fist, and his body appeared behind Lin Yan in a flash. He kicked Lin Yan in the middle and swept over. The combat experience is indeed richer than Vegeta's. Seeing Son Goku's sudden attack, Lin Yan praised secretly in his heart. If it is an ordinary opponent, it is really possible to be deceived by Son Goku's tricks. It's just that in front of Lin Yan, the difference in strength between the two is too great. Therefore, this opportunistic fighting method has no substantial effect. Brush. Son Goku's leg directly carried the momentum of piercing through the air, kicked Lin Yan's waist, and directly penetrated through it. Nani? After image. Son Goku reacted instantly. But it wasn't too unexpected. If Lin Yan was deceived by his own trick, he would be surprised. At this time, Lin Yan's body had already appeared behind Son Goku, his palm was directly aimed at Son Goku's back, and an energy ball condensed out. But it didn't blast out. A strong sense of danger rose from his heart in an instant, and his body didn't even need to look back to know that Lin Yan appeared behind him. Son Goku didn't turn his head back, he jumped forward quickly, and after landing 3 feet away, he turned his head quickly. Good, so fast. Son Goku was terrified, he didn't realize how Lin Yan appeared behind him just now. Just like a ghost. He was very clear in his heart that Lin Yan obviously didn't mean to attack him just now. If it was not a simple contest but a fight to the death, he would definitely be a cold corpse now. He has no doubts about this. Are you still coming? Lin Yan slowly withdrew his palm, and the energy ball in his palm dissipated completely, looking at Son Goku and asking. Well, come again. Son Goku fixed his gaze, and said with a smile. Anyway, Lin Yan will not kill himself, every time he fights with him, he can develop his own shortcomings. This is more conducive to the improvement of your own strength. After the voice fell, Son Goku's body flashed out again. The shadow of the fist was like the wind, and it attacked Lin Yan like a torrential rain. Da-da-da! Accompanied by a deep roar, Son Goku's fists kept darting around Lin Yan's body, sending out hundreds of punches in an instant, but none of them could touch Lin Yan's body. Without even moving his footsteps, he dodged all of Son Goku's attacks. Unexpectedly, you can't even hit a punch. The faster Son Goku played, the more shocked he became in his heart. This guy is really too terrifying. There is no need to shoot at all, and it is impossible for him to defeat him. Okay, today's game ends here. A faint voice suddenly spit out from Lin Yan's mouth, and then he pointed at Son Goku directly, and met Son Goku's fist. Boom! A low, muffled sound came out. And Son Goku's charged attack was actually blocked. And it was blocked with just one finger. If Lin Yan turned into Super Saiyan, he would not be too shocked if he lowered his fist with one finger. Because after all, this guy turned into Super Saiyan a year ago. Now he must be even more terrifying. But now he didn't become Super Saiyan, but took his fist with one finger, just relying on normality, which made him feel a bit unbelievable. Well, although I am very unwilling, it is impossible to hit you if I continue to fight. Son Goku withdrew his fist, although he was a little regretful, but there was still a little excitement on his face. Because Lin Yan let him know that the power of Saiyan is not just as simple as Super Saiyan. There is still a lot of room for improvement. And myself, I must work hard to catch up with Lin Yan's footsteps, and see where Saiyan's limit is. Call. After retracting his fist, Son Goku exhaled lightly and returned to normal. Okay, so amazing, neither Goku nor Vegeta is his opponent. Bulma looked at Lin Yan with admiration, his big watery eyes sparkling. Originally he thought that Goku was the strongest in the world, and then Vegeta appeared who defeated Goku. Then came the super powerful monster Frieza, but was killed by Vegeta in the end. But even so, Vegeta was settled after a few chats with Lin Yan. It's really amazing. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 58 Bulma's Secret Love Affair, please collect and ask for flowers. From Son Goku's eyes, Lin Yan saw the look of admiration. It seems that the battle just now gave him some preliminary understanding of his own strength. But what Son Goku and Vegeta don't know is that the power they just displayed is just the tip of the iceberg. If they show their full strength, I believe they will be so surprised that their mouths will drop to the ground. Of course, the strong desire to fight in Son Goku's eyes has not weakened at all, and has even become stronger. Your strength is indeed stronger than me and Vegeta too much. We are not your opponents, but sooner or later I will reach your level, or even surpass your level, hehe. Son Goku clenched his fist and said a little excitedly. Cut. Vegeta turned his head away, not wanting to see these two guys that he hated. Then you guys, come on. Lin Yan shrugged. Other than that, he couldn't think of how to respond to Son Goku's words. Because of their own strength, even if they stand still, it will take them several years to catch up with them. And with his current talent for cultivation, how could he keep standing still? So the two of them want to surpass themselves, which is tantamount to nonsense. And at this time, after all the battles were over, Bulma came to Lin Yan's side, a blush appeared on his face, and he said coquettishly, that I'm sorry Lin Yan, the situation was urgent before, and I didn't go through it. Your consent allows Shenron to summon you to Earth. I don't know why, I obviously don't have such a personality on weekdays, how could I become a shy little woman in front of Lin Yan in an instant? It doesn't matter, if I don't want to come back, Shenron has no ability to teleport me to Earth. Lin Yan smiled shallowly, looked at Bulma and said. In the previous month, he originally planned to go to the planet Yadelat to learn the instant transmission ability, but after leaving the planet Wampa, he realized that he wanted to find the planet Yadelat in the vast universe, and not an easy task. So after half a month wandering around on an inferior planet, Shenron happened to be summoned to Earth. Then do you want to leave now? Suddenly, a look of hope appeared in Bulma's eyes, and after Lin Yan's voice fell, he hurriedly asked. Then look forward to Lin Yan's answer. Well, I have to leave Earth for a while now. Lin Yan nodded and spoke. The Frisia father and son have been eliminated, and in the next 3 years, there will be no strong opponents on Earth. This is not a good thing for me, and the comfortable life will not allow me to make further breakthroughs in my strength. So now I have to fight with stronger opponents, so that my strength can be improved faster. And in the previous month, he had been thinking about this question. On the current Earth, even if the artificial man appears 3 years later and the cell becomes a perfect body, it is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. So he set his sights on other universes and other time and space. And his idea is that the 6th universe, which is closest to the 7th universe, also has the time and space of Dragon Balked. Whether it's hit from the 6th universe, or Super 4 Son Goku from GT Time and Space, or Super Omega Shenron and others, they will be your best choice now. But at this time, he was also in a bit of a dilemma. It was not an easy task to go to these two places. First, he doesn't even know where the 6th universe is now, and even if he knows, it will definitely take a long time for ordinary universe spaceships to reach it. Second, with the current level of technology, Bulma and Dr. Breves want to build a universe spaceship, which is not realistic at present. This is also something that makes him very embarrassed now. Then, are you going to leave now? The look of hope on Bulma's face disappeared, and he spoke with some disappointment. I didn't expect to see Lin Yan for such a short time just now, and he was about to leave, so I felt a little disappointed. Bulma also knew in her heart that she seemed to really like the one in front of her. She had only seen it a few times, and had only known her for more than a year. Because in the past year, the scene of Namek crying in Lin Yan's arms, as well as his gentle eyes and comforting words, have been lingering in my heart, lingering. And the sense of security he felt when he rescued himself from that villain just now made his affection even stronger. No, it may take a while, because I need your help. Lin Yan looked at Bulma with a slightly disappointed face, and said softly. At this time, Bulma was a little bit lost, a little bit shy, and seemed to have a charming feeling, which touched Lin Yan's heart. When we first met, Bulma was beautiful and amazing in his eyes, but now, that feeling seems to have begun to change. Real. After hearing Lin Yan's words, Bulma suddenly looked up and asked excitedly. The disappointment on his face disappeared in an instant. Really? Lin Yan nodded and said seriously. If I want to go to the 6th universe and the time and space of Dragon Balked, I really need the help of Bulma, a mechanical genius, now. And during this time, he can also develop a good relationship with Bulma. Anyway, he could also see that Bulma seemed to have secretly developed feelings for him a long time ago. Hey Bulma, why are you feeling a little weird today? Son Goku looked at Bulma with an excited expression. She had rarely seemed so excited before. And the posture of the little woman just now is completely different from the Bulma I knew before. No, Goku, don't talk nonsense. After being told by Son Goku, Bulma's face became even more flushed red. Xiao Didi looks like a ripe red apple. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Before the 7th universe, Majin Buu and Beerus came out, Lin Yan was already an invincible existence. Where should we go next? Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 59. Wait for me for 3 years. Asking for collection and flowers. Cut, it's an uncomfortable feeling. Vegeta glanced at Lin Yan and Son Goku, snorted coldly, and then disappeared into the air in a flash. I always feel that being with these two guys makes him very unhappy. After going back, my strength has improved again, so I must take good care of these two annoying guys. After Vegeta left, Son Goku also left, and now he is more worried about how Piccolo is doing and whether he has recovered. Lin Yan took Bulma back to Bulma's home. Now that I think about it, although I am very strong and I don't have many opponents in the entire 7th universe, but I don't even have my own house, which is really sad enough. But fortunately, he will not be polite to his father-in-law's things in the future. At Lin Yan's current speed, he arrived at Bulma's house in just 3 minutes, and this is because he considered that Bulma didn't fly too fast. You just said that you need my help, what is it? After waiting home, Bulma asked directly. He knew that Lin Yan's request for her help must have something to do with the mechanical problems of the universe spacecraft. Because of other things, I couldn't help myself. I need a time machine, can you make it now? Lin Yan said straight to the point. After thinking about it, he still chose to go to the time and space of Dragon Balked. When he arrived at that time and space, he should also be able to become Super Saiyan 4. At that time, his own strength will inevitably skyrocket, so even if Gods of Destruction Beerus arrives on Earth, he will have nothing to do with him. Maybe the me at that time could fight against Angel. It's just that these are all my own fantasies now, because Dragon Balked is not the same time and space as the present after all, and I don't know if the time machine can return to that time and space. Time machine? Bulma was taken aback, he had never heard of such a thing. Didn't even think about it. That's right, it's a time machine that can travel through time and space. Lin Yan explained seriously again. Hearing Lin Yan's determined tone, Bulma frowned slightly, shook her head slowly, and said, "No, I don't have that ability at all now, and even if I understand it, the current level of technology is not up to the ability to travel through time and space." To that extent. Bulma's answer was very direct, because she had never touched this kind of thing, so she couldn't do it at all. Even her father, Dr. Breves, may not be able to develop a machine that can travel through time and space. That thing is a bit too far away for them now. Is that really the case? Lin Yan frowned, and said a little discouraged. In Dragon Ball Super, Bulma thought about making a time machine and the energy of the time machine, but it was only because of the blueprint of the future Bulma that she was able to make it. finally destroyed by Beerus. Without any prompts, there is really no way to complete the production of the time machine. From this point of view, the time and space of Dragon Balked is temporarily unable to go. Then he has no other choice, and that is to go to the 6th universe. Presumably by fighting that guy Hit, one's own strength will also be qualitatively improved. Sorry, I really can't do anything about this. Looking at the discouraged Lin Yan, Bulma said apologetically. It's okay, I'm just asking casually. Lin Yan spread his hands indifferently and said. After all, I don't have to go to the Dragon Balked time and space now, and even if I create a time machine, I may not be able to reach that time and space. Bulma, didn't you bring back Nappa's universe spaceship? Lin Yan looked at Bulma and asked suddenly. Since I can only go to the 6th universe now, I can only use the universe spaceship without learning instant transmission. It's just that my spaceship has been left behind on the Wampa planet, so I can only use the universe spaceship that Nappa took when he arrived on Earth. Oh, yes. Bulma nodded and said. Then can you help me increase its speed to the fastest? I need the fastest spaceship in the universe. Lin Yan asked urgently. In his heart, he suddenly thought of a feasible solution. Although I don't know the exact location of the 6th universe now, and the distance is quite far away, there must be someone who knows. And he's sure to be able to carry himself to the 6th universe. As long as he finds that guy, it's equivalent to finding the 6th universe. That's fine, but are you going somewhere far away? Bulma nodded, and then asked again. In fact, she already knew the answer in Lin Yan's words, and now she just wanted to confirm it. Yes, a very far away place. There is indeed a very long distance between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. It's just that Lin Yan didn't tell Bulma about the 6th universe, because even if he told her now, he probably didn't understand it very well, so he simply told her that it was a very far away place. Then, how long will you be going? Bulma asked again. Everything before was just foreshadowing, and this sentence is what she wants to ask the most. How long will Lin Yan go to that distant place? When can I see him again? 3 years. Up to 3 years. Lin Yan said with a serious expression. 3 years later, when I come back. 3 years later, he must come back, for the sake of infinite energy, and also for the first beauty of the Dragon Ball to create human number 18. As a time traveler, he didn't want a flower to be planted on the head of this little bald guy like Kellen. Of course. I don't dislike Kellen, and sometimes I even like him better. It's just that I simply feel that Kellen is a bit incompatible with number 18. P.S. Looking for flowers, looking for favorites, asking for evaluation tickets. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 60 Departure to the 6th Universe. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Bulma was startled, but nodded. She also understood what Lin Yan meant by waiting for him for 3 years. Okay, the rest of the time will be hard on you, Bulma. Lin Yan patted Bulma's shoulder and said. In the days that followed, Bulma and Dr. Breves started to help Lin Yan transform the universe spaceship again. Fortunately, the two were still very enthusiastic about the mechanical aspect, otherwise, to be honest, I would feel a little guilty. Of course, Lin Yan didn't ask Bulma to help transform the universe spaceship all day long, but in the rest of the time, he would take Bulma to eat, go shopping and so on. The relationship between the two has also become more intimate in a subtle way, and basically they are just short of the final touch. In this way, time passed day by day, and a month passed quickly. During this month, Son Goku and Son Gohan went to the Namek Ball again, and used Namek's Shenron Polenga to resurrect Kling, who was killed by Frieza. And Lin Yan's universe spaceship has also been remodeled, equipped with the most advanced engine installations and stored spare energy. Just when Lin Yan was about to leave, Son Goku, Sun Gohan and others also came to see him off. Lin Yan also has some things that he wants to tell them. What? Artificial man? After hearing Lin Yan's words, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Kellen were puzzled. According to Lin Yan, 3 years later, there will be 5 artificial humans on the earth, and their strength is very powerful. Even Super Saiyan's Son Goku may not necessarily be their opponent. Are they from the universe? Son Goku frowned and asked in a deep voice. He basically didn't have any doubts about Lin Yan's words now. Since he said so, he would definitely not use this kind of thing to deceive them. No. They were all made by Dr. Ge Luo of the former Red Silk Army. Some are pure robots, and 2 are transformed by humans. Son Goku opened his mouth to explain. Robots number 16, number 19, and Dr. Ge Luo himself are purely machine transformations. As for number 17 and number 18, they were transformed on the basis of human beings. What? Dr. Luobo of the Red Silk Army, he can actually create an artificial human comparable to Super Saiyan. Everyone was full of astonishment. You must know that Super Saiyan is an existence that can kill even the universe Emperor Frieza. Unexpectedly, Dr. Ge Luo, a scientist on the Earth, could create such a terrifying artificial human. It does make them a little weird. Such a strong opponent, it's still a bit exciting to think about it. Son Goku clenched his fist, and his face showed excitement. But at that time, whether you can participate in the battle is still unknown. Looking at the excited Son Goku, Lin Yan said. Because in Dragon Ball, Son Goku has already suffered from chronic heart disease, and the virus will break out completely in 3 years. In the future time and space of Trunks, Son Goku died directly before the artificial man appeared because there is no special medicine. Didn't take part in the battle of the cyborgs. It's just that this time and space, probably because of my own appearance, disrupted the order of time and space, resulting in Trunks not appearing until now. Did not bring special medicine to the present Son Goku. I may not be able to participate in the battle with artificial humans. Why? Son Goku asked in puzzlement. Because you are suffering from chronic heart disease now, and it will break out completely in 3 years. If there is no special medicine to resist heart disease at that time, you will die. Lin Yan didn't hide anything, and spoke directly and truthfully. Anyway, there is nothing to hide. If you don't tell me and Trunks doesn't appear in the future, Son Goku will really be hopeless if he finds out too late. No way? I'm actually a bit unwilling to die from a heart attack. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, and he didn't seem to be worried about dying, but instead felt unwilling because he couldn't fight against the artificial man. Not to mention Son Goku, even Bulma, Son Gohan, Kellen, and others on the side all looked dumbfounded. With Son Goku's physical fitness, how could he have a chronic heart disease? It's simply impossible. Lin Yan uncle, are you telling the truth? Will Dad really die of a heart attack? Son Gohan asked with a worried face, frowning. Although Saiyan's body is very strong, he still can't resist the virus attack, but you don't have to worry too much. Maybe 3 years later, a special drug for heart disease has been developed. Lin Yan can only explain it this way, but he is thinking in his heart that people from the future time and space will appear and bring special medicine to Son Goku. As for the artificial man, there is no need to worry at all, because after 3 years, I will definitely return to the Earth, and there is no need for Son Goku and the others to resist the artificial man. But even though Lin Yan said so, it still made everyone panic. If there is no special medicine developed by then, wouldn't Son Goku be sure to die? Also, try not to use Kaioken in the future. Although this skill can double your strength in an instant, it also puts a heavy burden on your body, especially your heart, which will speed up the spread of your heart disease virus. Speed. Finally, Lin Yan reminded Son Goku again. Well, no matter what, thank you for your reminder. I will definitely participate in the battle of artificial humans in 3 years' time. Son Goku squeezed his fist and said to Lin Yan with firm eyes. No matter what, I will persist until the artificial humans appear and fight them. Then, I'll go first, take care of Bulma. Lin Yan walked in front of Bulma, put his hands on Bulma's shoulders, and said softly. Wait for me to come back, 3 years, just 3 years. Well, I'll wait for you. Bulma's eyes sparkled, and he nodded heavily, with a look of reluctance. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Lin Yan didn't stay any longer, set foot on the spaceship of Universe, and started the journey to the 6th universe. But before that, he had to go to another place. Planet Delit, learn their instant transmission ability. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 61 The 6th Universe, The Crisis on Planet Sherida. Then Lin Yan set off on the Universe spaceship, leaving only Bulma and Son Goku in place. 3 years later, artificial humans. This is too funny. How could Lin Yan know what will happen 3 years later? After Lin Yan left completely, Kellen spoke to the three of Son Goku in disbelief. He didn't believe that Lin Yan had the ability to be a prophet, but he couldn't ask directly just now. He could only speak to Son Goku with a suspicious tone at this time. Who would have expected what would happen 3 years later? Ah, it is indeed a bit unbelievable. Son Goku also nodded. Why didn't he doubt what Lin Yan said? But I can see from his eyes that he didn't tell lies, and he doesn't need to use this kind of thing to lie to us. It doesn't do him any good to lie to us. Then Son Goku explained again. With Lin Yan's strength, there is no need to deceive them with this kind of thing. As he said, Kaioken will indeed place a great burden on the human body, especially the heart, so the chronic heart disease he mentioned is not groundless. And he always felt that this guy Lin Yan was a bit strange, too strong, and a little too outrageous, with a very mysterious feeling. It was as if everything was in his expectation. I believe that Lin Yan is not the kind of person who talks about it. Bulma also hurriedly opened her mouth to excuse Lin Yan, but she was not acting out of emotion, but after getting in touch with Lin Yan this month, she believed that Lin Yan was definitely not the kind of person who would deceive them. And he doesn't have to. Lin Yan uncle, although I don't believe that Dad will die of a heart attack, but I also think that Lin Yan uncle did not lie to us. At this time, Son Gohan also opened his mouth and said to Kellen. I didn't say that Lin Yan lied to us, I just think this thing is a bit too incredible, haha. Seeing that the three of them chose to believe Lin Yan's words, Kellen could only scratch his bald head and smile awkwardly. After all, Lin Yan saved them many times, since everyone said so, it would be a bit too much for him to doubt him again. Well, regardless of whether artificial humans will appear in 3 years or not, we have to practice hard and see that guy next time. I don't want to be left too far behind by him. There was a gleam in Son Goku's eyes, and he was really looking forward to the return of the artificial man and Lin Yan who appeared 3 years later. Son Gohan and Kellen also nodded heavily. In this Frieza incident, they did not help any, and even became a burden to Goku and the others. But next time, they must practice hard and strive to help them. Then Son Goku and Son Gohan returned home, and Klin returned to the Gaixian house. After Bulma looked at the direction Lin Yan left, he also went back. In this way, time passed day after day. The 6th universe. At this time, on the planet Sherida in the 6th universe, that is the planet where all the Scions gather. Captain Gabe, what should we do now? I didn't expect this evil guy to defeat all the members of our Lhasa Defense Army. Even Caulifla and Kale have already been defeated. The one who spoke was a big guy with jet black hair who also looked like a Scion. He said with a heavy face. And in front of him, stood a boy with the appearance of a child, about 15 or 16 years old, with a frail figure. Black's hair stood up high, and a bunch of bangs on his forehead. If Lin Yan was here, he would be very familiar with this guy. He is the 6th Universe Scion Gabe, who will follow Compa to participate in the 6th Universe and 7th Universe Earth Battle and Tournament of Power. At this moment, Gabe frowned tightly, seeming a little surprised. How is it possible? Caulifla and Kale are much stronger than those guys. Gabe said in disbelief. Those universe invaders, although they can be regarded as having some strength, even among their Lay's elite guards, there are very few people who are their opponents. But Caulifla and Kale are almost as strong as themselves, and it is absolutely impossible to lose to those guys. The only possibility is, those guys must have used some shady means. Or, there is some great big shot behind him. Captain Gabe, then, do we need to ask Captain Frost for help? The big man behind Gabe asked Gabe. Although Caulifla and Kale are female scions, they are notoriously strong on their planet Sherida. He can completely compete with Captain Gabe in front of him, and even they are defeated, so those universe villains must be quite tricky. Even if Captain Gabe made a shot, he might not be able to win them. Captain Frost. When he mumbled the name Frost, there was a look of respect in Gabe's eyes. Everyone in this universe knows that the name Forte Ross is the embodiment of justice and peace. Punish rape and eradicate evil, and uphold justice. Wherever there is evil and aggression, there is Captain Frost. Moreover, Captain Frost has always been his idol. Although it's not good to alarm Captain Forte Ross because of such a small matter, the strength of those guys is unknown now, and it is related to the safety of the entire planet Sherida. Anyway, let Captain Forte Ross be informed. Gabe gritted his teeth and said hesitantly. Hey, what are you afraid of? Doesn't Captain Foster like to do this kind of work of supporting justice, punishing evil and promoting good? The big man smiled and said casually. Zlu, watch your words. Gabe turned his head suddenly, and said to the big guy with a look in his eyes. Yes, Captain Gabe. Looking at Gabe's serious gaze, Zilla quickly stopped talking. He naturally knew that Captain Gabe admired Frost very much. At this time, above the planet Sherida, there is a huge spaceship of the universe hovering. Lord for Ross, Scion Gabe from planet Sherida has sent a distress signal. In the universe spaceship, the universe man who is qualified to pilot the universe spaceship turned his head and said to Frost behind him. Oh? Didn't you expect that group of scions to be unable to hold on so soon? A long arc was drawn at the corner of Frost's mouth, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. Then, it's time to receive the fruits of victory. P.S. Chapter 6 of Universe will be over soon. The protagonist is mainly to copy Kalas Chuan Chao, hits flash time skill, time condensation skill, and meet Compa and the others. I hope everyone can be patient, and if you have any comments and suggestions, you can put them forward. The only thing is the protagonist's name, it's too troublesome to change it now. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 62 for Ross and his peacekeeping force. Then, Frost led his peacekeeping force into the planet Sherida. Russell. Just a few minutes later, a huge universe ship hovered over Gabe and Zillow and several other scions. It's the universe spaceship of the peacekeeping force. I didn't expect Captain Foster to come to support us so soon. It's great. The scions behind Gabe looked up at the huge universe spaceship above them, and said excitedly. The peacekeeping force led by Captain Frost is well known throughout the universe. Wherever there is war, or where there is an evil gang of bandits, you will definitely see Captain Frost and his peacekeeping force. It is precisely because of this great achievement that Captain Foster has won the Universe Peace Prize 3 times in a row. They are almost everyone's heroes, and their scion is no exception. Why so fast? Looking at the excited crowd, Gabe didn't seem as excited as he imagined. He should be very happy to see his idol for Ross. However, it took only a few minutes for his own distress signal to inform Captain Frost, and he had already appeared on the planet Sherida. Could it be that Captain Frost already knew that the planet Sherida was under attack? Or maybe they're on another mission nearby? Or... Gabe shook his head, forcing himself not to think about such things anymore. At this time, the spaceship Universe landed directly behind Gabe, Zilu, and the others. The guy who came out first had the skin of white and cyan blue all over his body, his head looked like he was wearing a helmet, and there were two pointed tentacles on both sides. If Lin Yan sees him, he will be very familiar. This guy looks exactly like Frisia from the 7th universe. Scarlet pupils, with a warm smile on his face. Hey! Captain Gabe, long time no see. When Frost saw Gabe, his face was full of smiles, as if seeing an old friend who hadn't seen him for many years. He extended his palm to Gabe intimately. In his mind, he was thinking about other things. This planet is really nice. If it is developed, it will definitely sell for a good price. Thinking that he could make a lot of money soon, the smile on Ross's face became even brighter. Captain Frost, I'm really sorry to bother you with such a trivial matter. Seeing the idol he admired again, Gabe was still a little excited, and said nervously. The first time I met Captain Frost, I went on a mission with him to eliminate a group of universe pirates. But at that time, both of them had tasks to do, so they didn't talk about it. This time, I can finally communicate with my idol face to face. The little suspicion that appeared in my heart just now collapsed instantly when I saw the harmless smiling face of Foster. What did Brother Gabe say? The main duty of our peacekeeping force is to punish rape and eradicate evil. It is my honor to be able to help you. Frost put his right hand in front of his chest, and said with a reverent expression. At this time, I put my posture very low, and no one who looked at it would be able to connect the Frost in front of me with the universe-level villain who resells the planet. Hey hey! Hearing Frost's kind words, Gabe scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to thank Frost. And at this moment, suddenly a large group of universe people came in the air and appeared in front of Gabe and Saint. There are about 20 or 30 people here. And all of them are of good strength. Although there is no way to compare with Gabe, but compared to Zilu, it is still much stronger. That's someone from the peacekeeping force. Suddenly, among the group of universe people who just appeared, a sharp-eyed guy recognized Frost and his peacekeeping force. Now, what should we do now? After hearing the words of the peacekeeping force, the rest of the people panicked instantly, with timid expressions on their faces. In the entire universe, who knows the hateful for Ross and his peacekeeping force? It seems that we can only withdraw now. It is not a wise choice to fight against the peacekeeping force of Frost for the sake of a planet Sherida. One of the leaders spoke. However, in his eyes, there flashed an evil look of a successful plot, and he secretly thought. Since Master for Ross is here, then the planet Sherida is already in his pocket, and I should retire as well. The leader of the universe thought for a while, and then led the other universe people to retreat back in a swarm. And Caulifla and Kale were left in a coma. After the group of universe robbers left the planet Sherida, in a universe spaceship, there were more than 20 figures lying on the ground. They were the ones who attacked the planet Sherida and defeated Caulifla. It's just that there are two people standing in the middle of the messy corpses, and the leading universe man just now is among them. Ha ha ha, these poisonous needles of Mr. Ross are really useful. I didn't expect that even the mighty Scion can make them lose consciousness in an instant. The leading universe man looked at the poisonous needle hidden in his arm, showed a devilish smile, and said in a sinister manner. If it weren't for this thing, it would be really difficult to deal with those tough Scions. Master Bit, what should we do next? Another universe man beside him looked at the leading universe man and asked. What's next? Naturally, I'm going to clean up the mess. P.S. ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Thank you so much. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 63 Newcomer. The corner of Bit's mouth curled into a sinister arc, and he spoke lightly. What universe robbers, what peacekeeping forces, not all of them are all a one-man show directed and performed by Master 4 Ross. No one could have imagined that the so-called universe bandits who attacked other planets would be the confidants of Lord 4 Ross. After they killed most of the residents, Lord 4 Ross would bring the peacekeeping force to kill those temporary cannon fodder. Then rebuild the almost abandoned planet and sell it at a high price. Over time, not only did Master Ford get a lot of treasures, but his reputation as a hero of the universe was also thoroughly spread in the universe. To be honest, he still admires the business acumen of Mr. Ford Ross. Afterwards, the two of them drove the universe spaceship again and quietly returned to the planet Sherida. They actually retreated. At this time, Gabe watched those universe robbers run away when they saw 4 Ross. This made him a little surprised, but also a little puzzled. Although Captain Frost has a great reputation in the universe, his strength should be about the same as theirs. Since they were able to defeat Caulifla and Kale at will, they shouldn't run away as soon as they see Foster. The longer Gabe grew, the more something felt wrong. There is always a very dangerous feeling lingering in my heart. And there was that sense of danger, as if he was very close to him. What's the matter, brother Gabe, what are you thinking? Seemingly seeing what Gabe was thinking, a stern look flashed in the eyes of Frost beside him, and his right hand suddenly rested on Gabe's shoulder. It looked like he wanted to care about Gabe, but no one noticed that an imperceptible sharp needle suddenly appeared on the right side of Frost's wrist, exuding a breathtaking coldness. At this moment, Frost suddenly revealed a creepy smile. As long as the sharp needle on his wrist touches Gabe, this planet is his own. Once Gabe and the 2 female scions died, it would be impossible for anyone on the planet Sherida to fight against him. This planet will soon be our own. With this in mind, Frost's arm moved closer to Gabe's neck. But at this moment, brush! Suddenly, a clear piercing sound came, interrupting Frost's plan. Then a figure appeared in front of the two of them. The person who appeared in front of him was tall and burly, with his back to the two of them, and a brown tail behind him, swaying flexibly. It seemed that his right hand was pointing between his brows, and he was still muttering to himself. I don't know where this appeared again. And the tall and burly man who appeared in front of him was none other than Lin Yan. It has been 2.5 years, and he has been wandering on the edge of the 7th universe for 2.5 years. After learning the instant transmission from the planet Delit, he has been sensing the breath on the edge of the 7th universe. Then he performed instant transmission. He didn't know how many times he failed, and each time he appeared on other planets in the 7th universe. Not long ago, he suddenly felt 2 very weak auras, and then directly following these 2 faint auras, instant transmission came over. This time, where did instant transmission go again? After seeing Lin Yan's appearance, Frost and Gabe's faces were full of surprises. N.A. Nanny, who is this guy? Why did he suddenly appear on the planet Sherida? Looking at the burly man in front of him, Gabe instantly became vigilant. He didn't feel any aura and energy fluctuations just now. This guy just appeared in front of them out of thin air like a ghost. What's going on? Is he also with the group of universe robbers? Look at that strange appearance, it seems to be a bit like it. For a while, Scion behind Gabe was in an uproar, discussing in a low voice. And Frost's gaze was extremely gloomy. This hateful guy unexpectedly appeared at this time, which made Gabe more vigilant. You can't forgive him for messing up your plan. You, who the hell are you? At this time, Gabe gritted his teeth and asked suddenly. Because he felt a very dangerous feeling in the body of the person in front of him. Hearing the vigilant inquiry and discussion of several people behind him, he slowly pretended to move over. The reason why he turned his back on Gabe and the others was not because he was being handsome, but because he had failed hundreds of times, and his heart couldn't bear the blow in his heart. Frisia, not right. Lin Yan turned his head, and the moment he saw a few people, his face was filled with excitement. It's Frost and Gabe from the 6th universe. This is me, I'm finally in the 6th universe. Lin Yan was extremely excited. After working hard for 2.5 years, he failed hundreds of times in instant transmission, and finally, the king paid off, and let him come to the 6th universe. Who the hell are you? Gabe frowned, stared at Lin Yan again and asked. It's a pleasure to meet you. Scion of the 6th universe, Gabe, and you, Lord Frost. Lin Yan walked up to the two of them step by step, and looked at them with a smile on his face. The 6th Scion of Universe is really weak. It feels like a wind can break a bone. Frost looks exactly the same as Frisia, the only difference is that one is a villain and the other is a hypocrite. N.A. Nanny, how do you know my name? Gabe was startled, he didn't know him, and he had never seen him at all. Brother Gabe, I've seen this guy before when he was on a mission on planet Egg Jam. He is the leader of the universe pirates, but it's a pity that he was not caught and let him run away. It seems that those universe robbers attacked the planet Sherida this time, must have been planned by the people in front of them. Frost pointed at Lin Yan, and said to Gabe with an awe-inspiring and righteous indignation. So that's the case, then the dangerous feeling just now must have come from him. Gabe suddenly remembered the dangerous feeling just now, it should be from the person in front of him. Because he would believe what Frost said without even thinking about it. At this moment, Lin Yan is a heinous villain in Gabe's eyes. Frost, you really know how to squirt blood. With such superb acting skills, if you don't become an actor, are you really a bit inferior? Hearing Frost's outspoken nonsense and impeccable acting skills, Lin Yan pursed his lips and said lightly. Frost, others don't know who you are, but I know you like the back of my hand. Touch your wrist. If it wasn't for my sudden appearance just now, that brat Gabe would have died in your hands long ago, right? After hearing Lin Yan's words, Frost's expression changed, he was a little surprised that this guy actually knew his plan just now. And knowing the poisonous needle on his wrist. That means that he is not just talking about it, but really knows something about himself. Who the hell is this guy? Immediately, Frost's eyes were covered with a layer of resentment. No matter who he is, since he knows his secret, he must not keep it. Oh? Brother Gabe should know what kind of person I am. However, Frost did not panic at all. The heroic image he has accumulated over the years is not comparable to a cat or a dog who suddenly appeared. That's right, Captain Frost is the hero of our universe, don't even think about spitting blood. Gabe also accused Lin Yan with a righteous face. After all, it's too easy to choose between the great hero Forte Ross and a stranger. You really don't have a brain. No wonder you are being manipulated by others. It is a miracle that you can survive under the noses of Foster until now. Lin Yan looked at Gabe and said contemptuously. I don't know if it's because Frost's acting skills are too good, or these people in the 6th universe are too stupid. Brother Gabe, for this kind of universe thug, don't talk nonsense with him, let's take him down together. Frost said to Gabe with a righteous face. But I thought in my heart that I would find an opportunity to eradicate the two of them together, and the guy who knew his secret must not stay. Gabe looked determined, nodded, and made an attacking posture. Although you don't have anything I'm interested in, but you're new here, let's make a stand with you first. Lin Yan smiled coldly and said. For Ross and Gabe, whether it is combat power, combat talent, or skills, there is nothing they want to copy. Cut, you brazen villain, let's get caught. As Frost's sharp voice fell, his body exploded out. Gabe also flashed his body and followed closely. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. These guys are here. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. To lovely readers. Big words to readers. Before you know it, the book The Strongest Copy of Dragon Ball has been in production for 14 days, and it will be on the shelves soon. In fact, when I started writing this book, I never thought that the data would be so good, and everyone would be so awesome. Thinking about writing 3 Dragon Ball fan novels, this one is really the best one, with 10,000 flowers and more than 3,000 evaluation votes, although there are good and bad. But very very gratified. Thank you. Really thank you. I really don't know how to express my gratitude except for these 2 words. I am really not very good at other sensational words, as you can see from my book. I am a person who is not very good at expressing emotions. The new book is on the shelves. Please give a first order and automatic subscription. The first order is really very important for a book, and it is related to the question of whether there is any recommendation in the future. And all the readers who are planning to raise it from the beginning, this book can also be slaughtered. Of course, there are some problems and loopholes in this book, and I would like to thank all readers for their great pointers and some good suggestions. If it can be modified, I tried my best to modify it all. Perhaps the most annoying thing for everyone is the name of the protagonist. This is because I didn't think comprehensively at the beginning, and it may have affected everyone's reading experience. I am very sorry. Next. Ask for a custom order, ask for an initial order. Ask for a custom order, ask for an initial order. Ask for a custom order, ask for an initial order. Ask for a custom order, ask for an initial order. Ask for a custom order, ask for an initial order. Important things. I'll say it 5 times. I won't talk too much about other nonsense, and everyone will find it annoying if I talk too much. According to Philo's practice, 10 is necessary after it is put on the shelves. As for whether there can be more, it depends on everyone's enthusiasm and the passion of Pippi Shrimp. Pippi Shrimp tonight, code words all night. Of course, due to work, it may not be possible to update 20 or 30 on the first day like other big boss authors. One last digression. Today is a very important day in my life, the first birthday of the person I care about the most, but I can't celebrate her birthday with her. Very guilty, very regrettable. Maybe it will become a regret that I can never make up for, but everything is for life. I hope she can read this passage in the future and understand me. Maybe today's results will be the best birthday present for her. Let everyone read so much, you may be a little impatient, sorry. Finally, I sincerely thank all the lovely readers who like my book, whether it is this book or the previous 2 books. Thank you for your continuous support, making Pippi Shrimp full of motivation. No more nonsense, subscribe to everyone, and update to me. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 64 Hypocrite Frost, Exterminate. Ask for subscription on the first day. Swipe. Frost and Gabe are very fast. After all, they are the best players in the 6th universe. Without a little strength, it is impossible to represent the 6th universe to participate in the Tournament of Power organized by Zeno. There was only a short distance of 2 feet between the 2 of them and Lin Yan, and they appeared beside Lin Yan almost instantly. Good, so fast. Captain Gabe, Captain Frost, come on, teach that universe villain a good lesson. Some other scions behind Gabe, after a brief shock, started to cheer for the 2. From just now, Lin Yan has been labeled as a cosmic villain by them. This kind of universe villain, everyone can punish it. The moment Gabe and Frost appeared in front of Lin Yan, the shadows of their fists howled and launched a storm-like attack on Lin Yan. It's so slow. With a slight twist of Lin Yan's body, he dodged all the attacks of the two. It's easy at all, without the slightest threat. In fact, with this kind of attack, even if Lin Yan stood up and asked them to fight, they couldn't hurt themselves. But, damn it, how can this guy be so strong? In 1 minute, Gabe and Frost had punched hundreds of times, but they didn't hit Lin Yan with a single punch, not even the hem of his clothes. While they were astonished, their brows were tightly wrinkled. I didn't expect this universe villain to be so powerful, no wonder even Captain Foster couldn't catch him. Gabe thought in shock. And the 6th universe scion, who was cheering and cheering, gradually became quieter, and finally held his breath directly, with a nervous expression on his face. Obviously, I didn't expect this universe villain to be so terrifying in strength. Under the joint attack of Captain Gabe and Captain Forte Ross, he could still appear so convincing. Easily dodge all the attacks of the two of them. Kyunkai. Who the hell is this bastard who is so difficult to deal with? And at this moment, Frost's eyes became completely gloomy, and he thought in horror. He didn't expect this kind of guy to exist in this universe. You are really too weak, I can't arouse any interest. Lin Yan easily dodged all the attacks of the two, while shaking his head and said disdainfully. Bastard! Stop looking down on people, ah! He had never been so humiliated before. Frost couldn't control his temper for a moment, and after screaming sharply, his fist shot towards Lin Yan like an arrow off the string. It was only the next moment that Lin Yan grabbed it directly. And Lin Yan's body, like a rock, didn't move at all. So what if I look down on you? You trash! Lin Yan directly grasped Fo Ross's fist, and then slammed Fo Ross into the ground with a circular motion. The hard ground was smashed and cracked. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan kicked out, directly kicking the ground out of a gully, and finally landed heavily on Fo Ross's mouth with his toe. Tay! Frost's body flew upside down, and a mouthful of purple liquid spit out from his mouth. The face is distorted, obviously suffering from great pain. Captain Frost. Gabe was shocked. He didn't expect this guy to directly injure Captain Frost as soon as he made a move. Isn't this a bit too scary? But after a moment of shock, he rushed towards Lin Yan again. After a burst of shouting, Lin Yan slapped Gabe directly. Gabe was directly sent flying by an invisible force, and smashed heavily in front of the other scions. Gritting his teeth, he stood up again. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale instantly. In a hurry, the body fell to the ground again. Yes, Captain, are you okay? Zilla quickly helped Gabe up. So, is that guy a monster? Captain Gabe and Captain Frost, the strongest in the universe, were defeated so easily by him. Is our planet Sherida really going to be destroyed? For a moment, all the scions were terrified and muttered to themselves in a desperate tone. If even Captain Gabe and Captain Frost are defeated by him, who else can save them? That guy is really too strong. If he wants to kill me, it only takes a moment. Gabe clutched his chest and said in a weak tone, he was very sure of this. Damn bastard, I must make you pay a heavy price. 0 fur flowers. Frost was roaring crazily in his heart, but in front of so many scions, he couldn't show it well. After all, he is the hero of the universe wearing a veil of justice. He clenched his fists tightly, and there was a rash of cold light in his eyes. Whoa, whoa! At this moment, a sharp cry roared out from Frost's throat. A powerful breath came out, and Frost's body was wrapped in a mass of purple flames. And his body also began to change. That is, Captain Frost is ready to transform into an assault form. When he saw the purple light ball, a Hey Asian man suddenly shouted excitedly. During another mission, he was fortunate enough to see Captain Frost's assault form, and his strength almost doubled. After transforming, the enemies who were able to contend with him before were instantly subdued. It can be seen how terrifying Captain Frost's assault form is. After just a few seconds, Frost's body appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, Frost's shape was exactly the same as Frisia's main form. I didn't want to change into this form at first, but in order to subdue you, the universe villain, I can only. The corner of Frost's mouth raised, and he was about to speak proudly, but before he finished speaking, Lin Yan's body disappeared in place in an instant. When it appeared, it was already behind Frost. I hate you, the most righteous, sanctimonious trash. A faint voice sounded from behind, and Frost suddenly felt a chill down his back. Lin Yan's fist has already slammed on Foster's back unceremoniously. Then, it hit the ground heavily, and a huge deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan pointed his fingertips directly at Frost, and a beam of energy penetrated Frost's chest in an instant. After killing Frost in an instant, Lin Yan said disdainfully, "If you want to keep your strength, then keep it in your body forever." He knows that Frost has an ultimate transformation. Although even if he becomes the ultimate form, he still cannot escape the fate of being killed by himself. Hypocrites are often more repulsive than real villains. This is the reason why I would kill Foster in the universe. Chapter 65 Scion Caulifla and Kale, for subscription. N.A. Nanny, you actually killed Captain Frost. Gabe's pupils constricted instantly, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he looked at Lin Yan as if he were looking at a demon. Captain Frost is such a good person. This hero of the universe was killed by this kind of demon. Absolutely. I will never forgive you. Gabe's face was instantly filled with anger, his body flashed, and he attacked Lin Yan. White's arrogance poured out, and Yao was around. At this moment, although Gabe was injured, his anger was much stronger than before. It seemed that his anger had stimulated the potential in his body. Cut, stupid guy. Lin Yan let out a cold snort. Frost had deceived them for so many years, yet he didn't feel anything at all, and even treated him as a hero. 297. It's really lucky that this kind of idiot can survive till now. FP. The moment Gabe's imposing fist attacked Lin Yan grabbed it directly. In an instant, no matter how hard Gabe tried, he couldn't break free from Lin Yan's control, like a chicken whose neck was pinched, completely losing the ability to struggle. And at this moment, a few lines of small words blue suddenly appeared on Lin Yan's retina. Copy object, Gabe, 6th universe. Copyable skills, Key Blast, Afterburner, Protector. Do you want to copy? Cut, what rubbish, don't copy. Lin Yan glanced at it and directly vetoed it. Sure enough, a common scion like Gabe has nothing worth copying. Ling. Then Lin Yan directly used his right hand to throw Gabe's body out, and hit the rock not far away heavily, and the rock shattered instantly. Gabe has a painful expression on his face. And at this moment, Caulifla and Kale, who had been lying quietly not far away, suddenly moved. Because Frost's poisonous needle, although it can temporarily stun people, has no other substantial damage. Once the toxicity is over, the two of them will wake up by themselves. Certainly, damn bastards, dare to use that kind of dirty trick on my old lady, I will never forgive you. 10 seconds later, Caulifla sat up, with an angry expression on her face, shaking her dizzy head, cursing carelessly. And Kyr on the side also woke up at this time. Sister! Sister, what happened to us just now? Kale looked at Caulifla with a timid expression, and asked in a mosquito-like voice. Schemed by those bastards. Thinking of those guys defeating her with dirty tricks, Caulifla became furious. And just when the two were doing it, Gabe, Zillow and other scions also found that the two had awakened. Caulifla and Kale, are they both okay? Both Gabe and Zillow opened their mouths in surprise. It seemed that they were not injured except that they had just passed out. Caulifla. At this time, Gabe hurriedly called out. Now that Caulifla and Kale have woken up, if the three scions attack together, they will have a little more chance of defeating the demon. Ah! Gabe, what's the matter with you? Following Gabe's voice, he saw Gabe lying in the rubble. Looking at the embarrassed Gabe, Caulifla spoke in surprise. Could it be that Gabe was also tricked by those guys? Sister! Sister, over there! At this time, Kale suddenly pulled Caulifla's arm and cast his gaze on Lin Yan. Caulifla also forgot her gaze, and the moment she saw Lin Yan, a curious look appeared on her face. Hey? Who's that guy? Is his tail real? Caulifla spoke in surprise, seeing a human with a tail for the first time. But looking at the burly appearance, it seems that the strength is quite strong. Ca. Caulifla, that guy is in the same group as those robbers just now, and he is very powerful. Looking at Caulifla, who looked excited and curious, Gabe quickly reminded her. And even Captain Frost was killed by him. Then, Gabe said with some heartache. As soon as he remembered that demon killed Frost just now, his anger surged uncontrollably. It's that I don't have the strength to defeat him. It's really a very aggrieved and helpless feeling. Ah, that guy for Ross is dead?